Chapter 1. The mascot of Team 136 that only lingers in indifference. Classmates, my nephew has poor eyesight. What a lovely girl. Chi has his eyes covered with a black cloth. Aunt, please rest assured. We are all classmates, and we will certainly take good care of Lin Chi. Thank you, thank you, thank you, dear classmates. I have nothing to express my gratitude, so I can only cook some eggs for everyone. Here, each of you can have two. Thank you, Aunt. Pei Guanxing, who had been dozing off with his head on the desk, was jolted awake by the sudden chatter. Blinking his drowsy eyes, he noticed a somewhat stooped, middle-aged woman approaching him with a basket. Child, did I disturb you? I apologize. Annie has boiled some eggs. As she spoke, she placed 2 eggs on Pei Guanxing's desk. Pei Guanxing rubbed his sleepy eyes. Fortunately, the class monitor, Jing Qin, explained the situation that had just unfolded, then added, I swear, could you not sleep at school every day? Jing Qin was at a loss with Pei Guanxing. Clearly, he slept daily yet still excelled in his studies. She couldn't fathom what was going on in his mind. Was his sleeping merely an act? Was he actually listening with his eyes closed? Thinking of it this way, he had much in common with the soon-to-arrive Lin Chi of them attending class with their eyes shut. After school, at the entrance, Zhou Kenji waited for a long time without seeing anyone emerge. Only a few scattered students remained in the school, and the teaching building was illuminated by a single light. TSK, he wouldn't have fallen asleep again, would he? Zhou Kenji was utterly exasperated. Today, it was his turn to pick up the child, and it seemed that whenever he came, he always ended up waiting late, ultimately having to go into the classroom to carry Pei Guanxing out. Perhaps I should just go find him next time. With that thought, he made his way to Class 2 of the second year, observing the sweetly slumbering figure on the desk, and effortlessly lifted him up. The security guard at the entrance watched as Zhou Kenji carried Pei Guanxing out and nodded. The last student has finally exited. It's time to close up for the day. Zhou Kenji settled Pei Guanxing into the passenger seat, where Pei Guanxing clung to the dagger and cloak resting there, his head bobbing as he dozed off. At this moment, Pei Guanxing's consciousness floated within his own body. No, to be precise, it resided within a deity. From a moment he could remember, a divine presence had dwelled within him, a god of the Void X. Rather than a god, it was more akin to a pitch-black sun, an abyss of nothingness, a universe shrouded in dark mist, a gargantuan slime with eyes of varying sizes, a slumbering, formless entity. 10 years ago, Pei Guanxing lived a tranquil life in an orphanage on the outskirts of Cangnan City, until that fateful night of the mysterious invasion. All the inhabitants of the orphanage were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving Pei Guanxing alone. Just before he too was to be killed, the Void God 9 stirred. She merely accelerated its rotation slightly, and an overwhelming force of nothingness poured forth, enveloping Pei Guanxing. The mystery surrounding him, the entire orphanage, and even the nearby Cangnan City. Then, everything dissolved into nothingness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a so-called Team 136, having become one of their members. Guanxing, wake up, we're home. Zhao Kongxing's booming voice echoed in his ears. Pei Guanxing, still in a daze, opened his eyes, and just like 10 years ago, the first sight he beheld was a place called the Peace Office. On that day, he had awakened from a faint, whereas today he simply emerged from slumber. Zhao Kongxing looked at Pei Guanxing, who was swaying unsteadily on his feet. Tell me, were you truly unable to muster any spirit before encountering us? Pei Guanxing did not open his mouth, merely managing to squeeze out a faint from his throat. Having spent so much time together, Zhao Kongxing was well aware of Pei Guanxing's condition. He had asked this question countless times, yet this lad always managed to respond with just a single word. Moreover, you really are so lazy that you don't even want to open the door. Pei Guanxing stood at the threshold, waiting, while Zhao Kongxing grumbled and finally opened the office door. Ding dong, welcome. Pei Guanxing followed closely behind, but as soon as he stepped inside, he collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes once more. In the hall, only Hongying and Wu Xiangnan were present, while the sounds of Chun Mai and Si Xiaonan busied themselves in the kitchen. Observing Pei Guanxing sprawled on the side, Hongying extended her mischievous hands and ruffled his hair. Oh, You're just like a little kitten. Pei Guanxing offered no resistance, allowing her to tousle his hair, fully immersing himself in the tranquility of the moment. Ding dong, welcome. The familiar voice rang out as the remaining two, when Qima and Lung Xian, entered. The ghost-faced people have shown no signs of movement. We can commence the purge soon. Thank you all for your hard work. Dinner is served. Si Xiaonan and Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Hongying tugged Pei Guanxing towards the dining table, while he, like a salted fish, was dragged along the floor. Chun Mai regarded the half-closed eyes of Pei Guanxing with contemplation. After the examination, this child shows no issues. What could be the reason for his perpetual drowsiness? Si Xiaonan gently chuckled, smoothing down Pei Guanxing's disheveled hair, and remarked, Guanxing, after all these years, still appears as if he has yet to awaken. His eyes remain perpetually heavy, eyes that refuse to open. It seems I have forgotten something. Pei Guanxing's thoughts finally began to stir once clarity struck. He straightened up, retrieving 2 eggs from his pocket and placing them on the dining table. Chun Mai Zhao Kongsheng, Hong Ing Si Xiaonan. When did you secretly purchase 2 eggs behind my back? Zhao Kongsheng stared at him wide-eyed. Weren't you napping in the car the whole time? Hongying, however, discovered something even more astonishing. Guanxing actually went to buy eggs himself. She spun the eggs rapidly, cracking one open to eat. And they're cooked. Such a languid individual had begun to become industrious. Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, Pei Guanxing explained the origin of the 2 eggs. A blind transfer student is coming, and his aunt asked us to look after him, giving each of us 2 eggs. Team 136. Indeed, I anticipated his lack of diligence. Since you've taken someone's eggs, you ought to reciprocate. Don't be so indolent at school. Understand? Wu Xiaonan admonished Pei Guanxing. Hongying, however, rose to defend this mascot. What's the matter? Although Guanxing appears lethargic at times, he proves invaluable in critical moments. Remember when Qima was injured? It was Guanxing who brought him back. When Qima recalled that day's events, his lips twitching at the memory, he had indeed been quite a burden. Had it not been for the cloak beneath him, his back would have surely been abraded. That said, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, I initially thought Guanxing's frail physique meant he couldn't lift a finger, yet he proved quite sturdy. It was he who tended to my wounds afterwards. Hong Ying raised her chin, exposing her alabaster neck, resembling a victorious swan as she gazed at Wu Xiaonan. See? I told you, in crucial moments, Guanxing does not falter. Chun Mai, reflecting on events from a decade past, suddenly proposed an idea that had never crossed anyone's mind. Do you suppose Guanxing's lethargy is influenced by deity? Chapter 2. The Void Star God 9, the Silent Lin Xia. At this, the members of Team 136 could no longer remain composed, staring at Chun Mai in astonishment. Pei Guanxing was equally taken aback. He was surprised Chun Mai had actually hit upon the truth. Captain, surely you jest? How could Guanxing be? Chen Mui's gaze deepened. No, 10 years ago, it's merely a conjecture. After all, he does possess a degree of mental prowess. We tested it back then, did we not? Hong Ying exclaimed, bounding to Pei Guanxing's side and encircling his neck with her arms, drawing close. Guanxing, speak honestly, you. Her warm arms pressed against Pei Guanxing's neck, her delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Pei Guanxing nodded slightly, murmuring in acknowledgement. Wow, is Guanxing truly an agent of the divine? Si Xiaonan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Which deity is it? What directives has he given you? Is your indolence truly a consequence of divine influence? Does that mean you were already an agent of the divine before you met us? Pei Guanxing pondered earnestly. He hasn't communicated anything to me or given me any directives, but I do know his name, the Void Star God 9. Chun Mai gazed intently at him. Then what is your divine ruin? Have you sensed anything amiss? Pei Guanxing extended his palm, revealing a purplish-black void emerging from his hand. From within the void, wisps of mist began to emanate, gradually filling the entire space. Those present, upon inhaling this mist, felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over them. Zhao Kongsheng, lacking a forbidden ruin, promptly succumbed to slumber. Chun Mai was the first to react, releasing his mental energy to separate the group from the mist. Observing Zhao Kongsheng rubbing his eyes, Chun Mai chuckled wryly. It seems your indolent nature is indeed influenced by the divine. I Xiaonan leaned in closer. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the black hole hovering above Pei Guanxing's hand. So, is this the divine void of Guanxing? Pei Guanxing retracted the black hole, absorbing the mist that enveloped the entire space back into his being. This is actually two abilities. The mist is not solely produced by the black hole. I can also emit this void energy myself, Pei Guanxing elucidated. The black hole just now was in fact the void star deity 9. I have once entered its realm and sensed the consciousness of the void star deity within. He continued, I suspect it may be in a slumber, having only stirred once a decade ago, and has since disregarded my presence, Wu Xiangnan remarked, narrowing her eyes slightly. By the way, the void star deity 9 is an entity we have never heard of. Its power and the extent of its peril remain unknown to us. Moreover, considering you have lived among us for so long, why have you never mentioned these matters? Did 9 perhaps issue you some command? Pei Guanxing shook his head. I simply found it unworthy of discussion, especially since none of you inquired. Si Xiaonan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. That does seem like something Guanxing would do. However, the void star deity truly seems absent from any mythologies we know of. When Qimao murmured, Lung Xian added quietly, perhaps it belongs to the pantheon of some lesser-known nations, given that its only apparent function appears to be inducing slumber. That could very well be. At that moment, Hongying suddenly had a realization and looked at Zhao Kongsheng with a grin. Brother Kongsheng, it seems you're the only one without a forbidden void or forbidden object now. Zhao Kongsheng smirked. It's merely a black hole. What's so impressive about it? If I were to awaken a forbidden void, I would undoubtedly be the most dashing among all. The group chuckled, and Chen Mai joined in with a light laugh. It seems another deity will soon be added to the divine hierarchy. Observing the jovial banter among the group, Chen Mai rose from his seat, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Chen Mai. After a while, he returned to Pei Guanxing's side and patted his shoulder. You know, matters concerning deities cannot be concealed. I have reported this to the Night Watch headquarters, but it shouldn't significantly affect you. Pei Guanxing nodded. Having lived with these individuals for quite some time, they felt like family, and knowing about the Night Watch's affairs, he would not cause a ruckus over it. Furthermore, influenced by the void star deity, he was even less likely to react to such matters. In 2021, Night Watch's Chen Mai, from Team 136 in Cangnan City, Daxia, observed the void star deity 9, suspected to be in slumber within Pei Guanxing, resembling a black hole with an unknown level of danger. It has been cataloged in the Divine Hierarchy Sequence 042. Night Watch Divine Hierarchy Archive Top Secret. The following day, Hongying knocked on Pei Guanxing's door. Guanxing, hurry up, or you'll be late for school. After a moment, Si Zionan's door opened first, revealing her sleepily peering out. In a state of bewilderment, she inquired, Sister Hongying, is it time? Xiaonan is awake, replied Hongying, clad in sports attire, her long hair fashioned into a high ponytail as she stood before Pei Guanxing's door. If you do not get up now, you shall have to go to school by yourself today. Having delivered this rather stern admonition, Hongying turned on her heel and departed, while Si Xiaonan gazed at the door to Pei Guanxing's room, chuckling and shaking her head. After a considerable while, Pei Guanxing finally emerged, his eyelids drooping in weariness. With a sigh, Pei Guanxing lamented, alas, the influence of 9 is exceedingly potent. While embracing a lackadaisical attitude can be rather enjoyable, it occasionally leads to unwanted consequences. For instance, today at the entrance of the villa, Hongying called out to him from upstairs, You'd better head to school. There are matters at the office that require our prompt attention. Do not be late. Si Xiaonan waved goodbye to him before hastily following Hongying out. Fortunately, after mustering his formidable mental fortitude, Pei Guanxing managed to gather his belongings and hopped onto his electric bike, vrooming off towards school. As he approached an intersection just 2 streets away from the school, he spotted a youth wrapped in black satin, waiting at the traffic light with a white cane in hand. Recognizing this striking feature, Pei Guanxing immediately deduced that this must be Lin Xia. Lin Xia? Pei Guanxing called out as he rode his bike alongside him. Lin Xia turned with a puzzled expression upon hearing his name. To Lin Xia's perception, a boy of similar age had stopped beside him on an electric bike, yet he had never encountered this individual before. Who are you? Pei Guanxing noted the absence of denial in his response, affirming, I am your future classmate. Your aunt has entrusted us with your care. Lin Xia appeared momentarily taken aback. Ah, thank you, but I should be fine on my own. Pei Guanxing observed Lin Xia with a hint of concern. It seems we might be running late. Would you like to ride together? It would be quicker. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia, despite identifying as disabled, preferred not to be tardy on his first day of school. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Yet before he could take his place on the back seat, Pei Guanxing had already shifted back to occupy it. Pei Guanxing patted the still warm seat cushion. Let's go, you ride. Lin Xia thought to himself. It seems he neither regards me as blind nor as a person. Chapter 3. The phantom-faced man Lin Xia felt a trickle of sweat on his forehead. It seemed his classmate had been dozing off throughout their ride. Each time he nodded, the electric bike would lurch forward abruptly, causing Lin Xia to tilt precariously backward due to inertia. As the bike jerked and halted intermittently, Lin Xia pondered whether it might be safer if he were the one driving this classmate. Perhaps. Ultimately, they were fortunate that Pei Guanxing safely ushered Lin Xia into the campus. Lin Xia hastily dismounted from the back of the bike, his back already drenched with perspiration. Thank you, he said gratefully. Pei Guanxing, half awake, murmured, it seems I can't come alone next time. He then turned to Lin Xia, his hazy eyes suddenly glimmering with a hint of clarity. How about we ride together in the future? Lin Xia quickly waved his hands in refusal. No. We probably don't share the same route. I appreciate your kindness. Pei Guanxing, maintaining an emotionally stable demeanor, did not press the matter further, his eyes once more becoming unfocused. Very well then. The two walked towards the teaching building, Lin Xia leading the way to their classroom. Pei Guanxing waited for Lin Xia to open the door while Lin Xia engaged in self-affirmation. Pei Guanxing, despite appearing somewhat unusual, was still quite benevolent. Surely, his classmates would not isolate or neglect him like the characters in films and novels. So what if they did? Perhaps being overlooked wouldn't be so bad. It would allow him to quietly dwell in his own world. As he pushed the door open, Pei Guanxing followed him inside. The boisterous classroom fell silent instantly. And Lin Xia mused, just as I thought. You must be Xia, right? Come here, let me help you. It seemed one was not meant to grasp the blind person's cane, but rather to take hold of their arm. Be careful, don't bump into anything. Lin Xia was taken aback. What? Why is this so different from what I saw on television? While many surrounded him, their intentions were undeniably kind. Class monitor Jiang Qian explained that their behavior stemmed from his aunt. In an instant, Lin Xia envisioned his aunt, stooped and navigating through the classroom, imploring everyone for assistance. His aunt, a teacher, entered the room, greeted him warmly, and assured him that he would be safe here for his studies before officially starting the class. The classmates were exceptionally attentive, while Lin Xia noticed that Pei Guanxing, who had accompanied him in the morning, had already fallen asleep upon reaching his seat. Lin Xia couldn't help but reflect silently. Even the underperformers can be quite kind-hearted. As the day's lessons concluded and the school bell rang, students began to pack their bags, while Lin Xia was astonished by Pei Guanxing. This fellow had managed to sleep the entire day, and the teachers had seemingly turned a blind eye to it. Lin Xia, let us walk you home. Yes, it's dangerous for you to walk alone at night. Pei Guanxing approached at that moment, ready to hand over the keys. I have an electric bike. You can ride it. This statement once again silenced the classroom, as if several cawing crows had flown over the heads of the students. Jiang Qian's lips twitched in disbelief. Pei Guanxing, what on earth are you saying? Li Yifei interjected, calm down. Pei Guanxing surely means well. He has just awakened and is still in a state of confusion. Within the old city, Team 136 was engaged in a purge of the phantom faces. Hongying wielded her spear, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the phantom faces. Ah, looks like I can finish early today, she remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow as she gazed at the lifeless phantom face beneath her feet, chuckling to herself. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped her. Sister Hongying, watch out! Si Xiaonan's shout jolted her from her momentary relaxation. In a desperate attempt to evade, a sharp claw pierced her right shoulder, and the Phantom King swiftly retreated into the sewers, escaping without a trace. Sister Hongying, Chimai pressed his earpiece. Zhao Kongcheng. Yes, a somewhat drowsy Zhao Kongcheng sprang to his feet. What happened? A Phantom King emerged from that group of phantom faces, and Hongying has been injured. Two phantom faces have also escaped. You are to eliminate them in the southeast direction. Understood. Zhao Kongcheng dashed into the vehicle parked at the other end, the engine roaring to life. Only a few remained by Lin Qia's side, and as they approached a sewer entrance, an unbearable stench assaulted their senses. Ugh, Li Yifei Resha. Wow, the sewer reeks beyond belief. What could be inside? A male classmate, grinning mischievously, flicked on his flashlight and peered in. Let's take a look and find out. To their horror, a terrifying creature lurked within, eyeing them menacingly. Help! Help us! Panic ensued as they fled in terror. Pei Guanxing immediately hopped on his electric bike, pulling along the slower Lin Xia and Zhang Xian onto the back seat and footrest. While the others were oblivious to the creature's identity, Pei Guanxing, having lived with Team 136 for some time, recognized it as the mysterious phantom face they had recently discussed eliminating. Its speed and strength far surpassed what mere students could contend with. Although he was an agent of the divine, he had never undergone training and was uncertain of his own combat abilities. In the face of danger, retreat seemed the wisest course. He may have been reckless, but he was no fool. The small electric bike struggled under the weight of 3 individuals, its speed plummeting. They discarded their backpacks, hurling them at the phantom face's head. However, this only infuriated the creature, which pursued them with increased ferocity. Li Yifei and the fleeing male classmate were about to curse. What are you 3 thinking? Not only are you running, but you also provoked it. Before they could voice their frustration, Pei Guanxing's bike screeched to a halt, and they all jumped off, retreating hastily. At the end of the road, another phantom face emerged. Cold sweat beaded on Pei Guanxing's forehead as dark purple mist began to swirl in his palms. Although striking them was impossible, he resolved to try and hypnotize them. If even one fell into slumber, they might have a chance to escape. Just as he was about to strike, the 2 ghastly figures surrounding them let out a simultaneous roar. The collision of their sonic waves caused several classmates to lose consciousness. Only he and Lin Xia remained aware. Pei Guanxing's heart sank. It was now impossible for everyone to emerge unscathed. At this moment, Lin Xia was filled with rage. His teeth clenched in frustration at the unfairness of fate. Blind and labeled as mentally ill for so many years, his aunt and younger brother had struggled to survive due to him, just as he was on the brink of a normal life. He was now being pushed into a desperate situation, endangering his classmates as well. In a fit of fury, he roared, his eyes, shrouded in darkness, erupted with brilliant golden light. He was enveloped in a surging wave of golden energy, the radiance in his eyes intensifying. Suddenly, a golden beam shot skyward, and far away on the moon, the 6-winged angel Michael opened his eyes. Members of Squad 136, having just exited the void, also took notice of the dazzling golden light. Someone invoked the forbidden ruins. That energy was at the divine ruins. Is Guanxing over there? But this psychic fluctuation has reached Klein level, hasn't it? Hongying clutched her wound, puzzled. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. Guanxing doesn't possess such powerful psychic energy, and his divine ruins should be purple-black. This abruptly erupting energy emanates a holy aura, if I'm not mistaken. Reflected in his eyes was the golden pillar reaching the heavens, likely belonging to the king of angels, Michael. Though Lin Qia's commotion was monumental, the ghastly figures did not cease their assault, charging towards Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Lin Qia's perceptive abilities had doubled. He easily evaded the attacks of the ghastly figures. Gripping his blind cane, he thrust it fiercely into the skull of one of the apparitions. Suddenly, he was overcome by dizziness, his body seemingly paralyzed. With a thud, Lin Xia collapsed to the ground, rigid. Oh no, there's another behind me. Pei Guanxing. In his heightened awareness, he sensed Pei Guanxing's palm expelling waves of purple-black mist, enveloping the ghastly figure that lunged at him. The power of the void radiated outward as the mist billowed forth, causing the figure suspended in mid-air to slow dramatically, finally halting completely. Its form began to twist and dissolve, as if being consumed by a black hole, until it shattered into particles, carried away by the wind. Having swiftly dispatched the ghastly figure, Pei Guanxing found his psychic energy substantially drained. Already perpetually exhausted, he too collapsed, succumbing to sleep, struggling to rise. Lin Xia gazed at the sprawled classmates and the lifeless, ghastly figure, offering a resigned smile. At least everyone is still alive. However, contrary to hope, the seemingly lifeless figure suddenly convulsed and opened its eyes. Lin Xia locked eyes with it, shock evident within him. It was impaled through the brain and yet still lived? The ghastly figure struggled to its feet, its mouth curling into a mocking grin, as if to deride his foolishness. Howl! With a resounding roar, it opened its massive jaws to bite at Lin Xia. Just at that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, a dark crimson cloak billowing behind, while a long knife traced a brilliant arc through the sky. With a single stroke, bones shattered and flesh was torn asunder, cleaving the ghastly figure in twain. Zhao Guanxing remarked nonchalantly, "You must admit, that was exceptionally impressive, wasn't it?" Chapter 4. The long blade of your Zhao Guanxing continued to babble incessantly. Would you like to join us? Become as handsome as I am? This chapter contains numerous discrepancies. Please refer to the segment reviews here. In a daze, Pei Guanxing seemed to hear Zhao Guanxing's voice. "Uncle Zhao? I'm sleepy." It was then that Zhao Guanxing noticed the almost imperceptible presence of Pei Guanxing. "Oh, Guanxing, why are you sleeping on the ground?" Pei Guanxing, curled up like a silkworm, grasped Zhao Guanxing's trousers and began to climb up. Zhao Guanxing hurriedly tightened his belt to prevent his trousers from being pulled down. Hey, what are you doing?" Pei Guanxing, still in his curled-up state, rested his head on Zhao Guanxing's back and dozed off. With no other option, Zhao Guanxing supported Pei Guanxing and turned his attention back to Lin Xia. "So, what do you think? Care to consider joining us?" He then looked around in confusion, muttering to himself, "Strange, weren't there supposed to be two ghost-faced men? Why is there only one? Could it be that the earlier strong man defeated the ghost-faced man?" Lin Xia pointed to Pei Guanxing, who was still on his back. "He also defeated a monster. Aren't you two family?" Watching the two, Lin Xia was reminded of his aunt and younger brother, which stirred a flicker of fondness within him. Zhao Guanxing jostled Pei Guanxing on his back. "Is he really that formidable? You little rascal." He then looked back at Lin Xia. "Join us. And you too can be as handsome as I am." Pei Guanxing continued to mumble, "Uncle Zhao, I'm hungry." Lin Xia shook his head. "Forget it. I'm afraid of dying. You must have a considerable power behind you, right? Could you help me escort my classmates back? I shall take my leave." Hey, don't go." Zhao Guanxing took a couple steps forward, but Pei Guanxing behind him resumed his murmuring. "My head hurts, so sleepy and hungry." These two rascals are truly exhausting. However, they are from the same school, so you cannot escape. Zhao Guanxing quietly remarked as he watched Lin Xia retreat into the distance. At that moment, Pei Guanxing's consciousness drifted, oscillating between clarity and oblivion. He felt as though he was no longer confined to a corporeal form, truly transforming into a wisp of black mist or perhaps a celestial body. Yet, he could not escape the embrace of the void star deity. His senses were stripped away, emotions faded, and though he wished to resist, he found himself powerless. He longed to speak, yet his lips could not part. His consciousness, his spirit seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Initially, he sought to combat this gradual descent into oblivion, but every effort proved futile. Gradually, he began to accept this assimilation, ultimately even moving towards the embrace of the void star deity willingly. Pei Guanxing felt as if he had endured countless deaths, only to reconstitute himself, floating before the void star deity. His myriad remnants gradually coalesced, forming a long blade. "What is this?" Pei Guanxing gazed at the inexplicably manifested long blade in his hand. "Is this the weapon gifted to me by Nine?" He drew the long blade from its sheath, only to find no blade, just the hilt and the scabbard. Pei Guanxing was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to utilize this? Was he to strike someone with the sheath, inflicting pain upon them? Before him, the immense black sun suddenly manifested two white holes of varying sizes, and the void star god opened its eyes. A voice echoed, seemingly at his ear, yet distant, as if emanating from the farthest reaches of the cosmos. It was a token of gratitude from him for having dwelled so long within. Pei Guanxing gazed at the void star god, perplexed, but there is no blade. IX's entire form quivered, as if it were laughing. reminiscent of a colossal jelly that had been tapped, accompanied by a hint of laughter. The blade has always existed. It has merely succumbed to the void, the voice elucidated. Pei Guanxing's lips twitched. Is not the void synonymous with absence? No, the void is simply the void. Pei Guanxing attempted to place his hand upon it, yearning to feel the so-called blade, but it was akin to touching the air, devoid of any sensation. Pei Guanxing sighed. Forget about that. The crux of the matter is, can you refrain from making me sleep every day? It severely hampers my endeavors. This is not a time of peace. Dangers lurk outside. Nine appeared and gnawed. Not anymore. A decade ago, to preserve your body, I expended some of his power and drained your mental energy for the past 10 years. Now that you can communicate with me this way, it signifies that your depleted mental energy has been restored, and your life shall return to normal henceforth. Pei Guanxing recalled the ghostly figure he had just encountered, unable to suppress a retort. Normalcy is utterly impossible. Moreover, I am now your agent. I will likely have to join the Night Watch in the future. Agent? 9's expression conveyed confusion, though Pei Guanxing could not discern it. Pei Guanxing nodded. Yes. Did you not desire me to perform certain tasks, hence granting me your power? 9 shook its head, its massive form vibrating. That is not the case. I am not the deity of your universe. Pei Guanxing was taken aback. The voice offered no further explanation. Regardless, agent or emissary, it could be considered somewhat equivalent. Emissary? This was a term Pei Guanxing had never encountered before. So, what do you require of me? The voice paused, as if in contemplation. Simply allow me to reside within your body. His abilities will gradually unlock as your mental energy increases. Is it truly that simple? Pei Guanxing was skeptical. It is indeed that simple. Subsequently, Pei Guanxing's consciousness was transmitted outward. The Void Star God closed its eyes once more, transforming into a vast purple-black celestial body. Suddenly, a sigh emerged from within 9, its tone slightly altered. Although I remain alone for now, I shall soon venture out to play. Upon reflection, these past 10 years have not been so burdensome after all. Void, fortunately, not everything was brought over. However, this world may not endure, and it is likely to dissolve into utter void. Never mind. These matters do not require my contemplation. I shall focus solely on my responsibilities. It seems I may have inadvertently let something slip. I trust Pei Guanxing did not notice, did he? Pei Guanxing's consciousness gradually returned to his own body, and before opening his eyes, he was greeted by the cacophony surrounding him. Chun Mai's voice pierced through the noise. Old Zhao, did you say that when he was in the car, this long knife suddenly appeared in his arms? Indeed, it nearly punctured the airbag. It startled me at the time, came Zhao Kongqing's reply. Si Xiaonan chimed in beside him. It has been 2 days, and Guanchuan still hasn't awakened. I hope there are no complications. Lung Xian supported his chin with his hand. I doubt it. Xiaonan, you needn't worry. Doesn't he often sleep the entire day during holidays? At that moment, Hongying, seated at the end of the sofa, attempted to draw out the suddenly appeared long knife. But we cannot extract it at all. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand dismissively. Stop trying. It would be better to wait for him to awaken and ask him directly. Besides, that Lin Xia mentioned that Guanchuan single-handedly defeated a ghost-faced being. As this was said, a profound silence enveloped the room as they regarded the slumbering Pei Guanxing. They understood that Pei Guanxing's psychic strength was exceedingly frail, barely reaching the threshold of consciousness, and the forbidden ruins seemed to induce only a deep slumber. How could this be possible? At last, Pei Guanxing emerged from the haze of his dreams and slowly opened his eyes. Captain, I am hungry. Chapter 5. The dimming moon as she observed Pei Guanxing devouring his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. Si Xiaonan couldn't help but let out a light, melodious laugh, infusing the office with a hint of joy. Slow down. No one is competing with you. After a day of hunger, you look just like a little hamster, she teased. In between bites, Pei Guanxing responded, because munch, 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 utilizing the forbidden abyss to sip some soup is rather taxing. I must continue to eat. Zhao Kongqing, watching Pei Guanxing, inquired with a hint of disbelief, did you truly employ the forbidden abyss to slay that ghastly face specter? Indeed, Pei Guanxing confirmed with a nod. It crumbled to dust, didn't it? The office fell silent once more, the only sounds emerging from Pei Guanxing's dining, punctuated by the occasional clink of chopsticks against bowls. The members of Team 136 exchanged glances, their skepticism palpable. Yet, only a few students were present, and Lin Xia had also claimed that Pei Guanxing was responsible for dispatching that specter. The two boys were unlikely to conspire to deceive them, especially since Lin Xia was still unaware of the Night Watcher's existence. Zhao Kongcheng suddenly appeared despondent, sighing heavily. Observing his demeanor, the others inquired, "Brother Kongcheng, what troubles you?" Zhao Kongcheng pressed his forehead with a hand. Now, even Guanxing has wielded the forbidden abyss to vanquish a mysterious entity, while I have yet to awaken the forbidden abyss. His agitation escalated, prompting him to rise. When will my incredibly cool forbidden abyss arrive? The group rolled their eyes and resumed their activities. Hongying, cradling Choshi, settled beside Pei Guanxing. "Hey, Guanxing, what is the story behind your blade? Do tell your sister." "Oh, this was bestowed upon me by the Void Star God." Pei Guanxing recalled the enigmatic words of the Void Star God, shrugging lightly. "Wow, doesn't that make it a divine artifact?" Hongying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even Zhao Kongcheng, who had been reflecting, leaned in closer. "Is it really that powerful? What does it do?" Si Xiaonan extended a delicate finger and prodded the god-gifted long knife, finding its touch slightly cool, yet unremarkable. Having nearly finished his meal, Pei Guanxing stood and retrieved Choshi from Hongying's embrace. "Well, actually this blade has no physical body." As he unsheathed Choshi, a dark purple blade, reminiscent of the starry night sky, emerged alongside it. Upon witnessing this blade, Hongying and the others felt as though they were gazing into the cosmos. Staring into the abyss, their consciousness inadvertently drawn into its depths, rendering them momentarily dazed. Even Chunmai resisted for but a fleeting moment before his awareness succumbed to the endless void of the starry expanse. They felt as if they had entered a boundless universe, devoid of gravity, aimlessly drifting. At the center of this cosmos loomed an enormous purple-black celestial body, surrounded by an infinite belt of meteors, slowly rotating. Suddenly, the colossal sphere opened its eyes, fixing an unwavering gaze upon them. Their consciousness warped, and as they reopened their eyes, they found themselves met with Pei Guanxing's concerned expression. He had sheathed Choshi once more. Chunmai's voice was infused with astonishment. "It seems we have arrived at an extraordinary place. Is that the universe? What is that immense black celestial body? I feel as though it is observing us." Pei Guanxing also sensed the peculiar tension among the group. It appeared they were all tainted by the power of the void, albeit merely attached and not fully corrupted. Suddenly, the earlier voice echoed in his ear. "Do not worry. That is what protects them. Do not hastily withdraw the Chaoshi. Its blade is directly connected to a part of the essence of Nine. Thus, what we have just encountered is the Void Star God." Pei Guanxing inquired after a brief explanation, to which Chunmai solemnly replied, "Indeed, that is what was said." Pei Guanxing nodded, looking at the Chaoshi in his hand with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, the Void Star God had not succumbed to slumber. Otherwise, the members of Team 136 would likely have met their demise at their own hands today. Hongying noticed something unusual about Pei Guanxing. By the way, it seems that after awakening today, Guanxing has become quite talkative. Indeed, Si Xiaonan concurred, nodding appreciatively. Noting the change from his usual demeanor, Pei Guanxing recounted the words spoken to him by Nine. And just as everyone felt relieved that he had returned to his usual self, Chunmai's gaze dimmed. 10 years ago, the following day, Pei Guanxing, perplexed, asked Zhao Kongcheng, who was trailing behind him, "Why are you accompanying me? I have already recovered. There is no need for you to monitor me." Zhao Kongcheng snorted. "I'm not here for you. I am concerned about your classmate Lin Xia. He is likely a divine agent as well. Moreover, since the captain failed to capture the Phantom King the day before yesterday, I worry." "All right, you should head to class. I will wait here," Pei Guanxing replied. Upon entering the classroom, Pei Guanxing found Lin Xia surrounded by classmates. "Wow, Xia, you can see now. I didn't expect you to look so dashing after removing the black cloth." Indeed, this is truly a commendable achievement, being able to see, others chimed in. As Pei Guanxing stepped into the classroom, a brief silence fell over the class. This student looks quite familiar and is rather handsome as well. Our class suddenly has two striking young men today. Previously, Pei Guanxing had always appeared lethargic, leading his classmates to remember him more for his drooping head on the desk. Now, having returned to a normal life, he exuded a vitality that was starkly different from before, coupled with the transformation bestowed by the Void Star God 9. His aura appeared all the more enigmatic and formidable, forming a striking contrast with Lin Xia, the sunny boy. Xia. Pei Guanxing greeted Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded in return, smiling as he said, Guanxing. After all, the two had forged a bond that could be described as one born from life and death. Wow, is that Pei Guanxing? How suddenly spirited he seems. He looks much more handsome now, and they are both handsome in such different ways. Could they have undergone cosmetic surgery together yesterday? Are you foolish? How could one recover from surgery so quickly? The young women huddled together, chattering animatedly about the sudden changes in two individuals. Pei Guanxing recalled Zhao Kongcheng waiting at the entrance and approached Lin Xia, inquiring, "Do you have some time this evening?" "Uncle Zhao, the one from the other day, wants to have a word with you." Lin Xia shook his head, replying, "Let it be. I fear for my life and prefer not to get involved." Pei Guanxing nodded, refraining from further discussion. Despite his considerable recovery, the long-term effects of 9 still rendered him somewhat apathetic. He would never take the initiative to engage in tasks that had not been assigned to him. After the evening study session, Lin Xia observed Zhao Kongcheng at the school gate, his lips twitching in irritation. Zhao Kongcheng waved dismissively at Pei Guanxing, saying, "You should head back. I wish to converse with your classmate." Pei Guanxing promptly departed, leaving no room for Lin Xia to call him back. Zhao Kongcheng turned his gaze to Lin Xia with a smile, proposing, "How about we talk at your place?" Pei Guanxing was unaware of their destination or the nature of their conversation. Upon returning to the office, he began to delve into the confines of IX's forbidden realm. However, it wasn't long before Hongying rushed out, spotting Pei Guanxing seated there and beckoned him, "Hurry, come with us. We must head to the old district. The Ghost-Faced King might have gone there." Without waiting for a response, she seized his collar and pulled him along, adding, "Oh, and don't forget to bring your artifact." Zhao Kongcheng was panting heavily, astonished that he had struck gold in such a place. He struggled to extract the night watchman's insignia, murmuring, "It seems the time has come." "Zhao Kongcheng, come out," Lin Xia shouted, furiously pounding on the barrier of the unguarded void. Zhao Kongcheng retorted playfully, "What are you doing out here instead of eating properly, you little brat? Rest assured, as long as I, Zhao Kongcheng, am here, this thing can't harm you in the slightest." With that, he plunged the demon's spirit from the insignia into his own neck. His aura surged dramatically. "Come on, it's time for me to awaken the Forbidden Realm." He laughed heartily. "Look at my Forbidden Realm. It's undoubtedly more impressive than anything from Team 136. Gripping his star blade tightly, he swung it. Raindrops scattered, space tore apart, and the Ghost-Faced King's arm was severed and sent flying. "Ha ha! My Forbidden Realm is indeed the most magnificent. I knew I was a genius." "Really, Hongying," Pei Guanxing suddenly exclaimed as they raced toward the old district, "I have a bad feeling." "Uncle Zhao." Hongying bit her lip tightly, their pace accelerating once more. "It's fine. He'll be all right. Kongcheng is strong enough to join the Night Watchman, even as an ordinary person." Pei Guanxing quietly increased his speed. Just moments ago, he had felt an unsettling sensation in his heart, as if a piece of it had been carved away. Presently, only Zhao Kongcheng was in peril. In a moment of abstraction, Pei Guanxing seemed to hear the voice of Zhao Kongcheng, as if witnessing a soaring black crescent, tearing through the fabric of space all the way to the horizon. "Lin Xia, pay close attention, this blade. Mingsheng Shanyu. Rest assured, old Zhao will not meet his demise here. There is still more of his story to unfold." Chapter 6, Not Dead. Is this a trick for children? The voice of Wu Xiangnan resonated through the headphones. "Hongying, Guanxing, prepare yourselves mentally." Hongying's body trembled slightly. How could he possibly be dead? He was so powerful. His forbidden domain. We have yet to witness his forbidden domain. Suddenly, the space before Pei Guanxing and Hongying seemed to unfurl like a curtain. A young boy, brandishing a straight sword, stepped forth, cradling someone in his arms whom Pei Guanxing recognized all too well. He was the one who always murmured to himself, but would invariably rouse Pei Guanxing from slumber. Though he appeared impatient, he would always wait for her after school. He insisted that his forbidden domain was undoubtedly the most impressive. Yet there was a glimmer of envy in his eyes when he looked at others. He was merely an ordinary person, yet he had joined the ranks of the Night Watchers. Today, he only needed to trap the Ghost-Faced King without risking his life. But he was a Night Watcher. When the dark night descends, I must stand before the countless multitudes, blood staining the heavens. He adhered to the creed of the Night Watchers, but the price he paid was his life. Hongying stared blankly at the lifeless body, rain cascading down, mingling with her tears, indistinguishable from one another. Meanwhile, Pei Guanxing staggered, collapsing to the ground with a splash. Pei Guanxing found herself within the Void Star God 9 once more, yet this time she encountered the presence of others. Zhao Kongcheng floated about, touching this and examining that, muttering, "Am I not dead? Is this the underworld? But why does it resemble the space within Guanxing's blade?" He then shut his eyes, covering them with one hand, striking an excessively dramatic and flamboyant pose. Humph. My forbidden domain must surely outshine that little brat's. He sighed suddenly, lamenting, "What a pity the members of Team 136 did not witness this." As he lowered his hand, he gestured as if still wielding his celestial blade. Mingsheng Shanyu. With a sweep of his hand, a massive purple-black crescent moon shot forth, startling him. By the heavens, am I not too dazzling? I can wield it without a blade. TSK. It seems I surpass even Guanxing's divine domain in splendor. Pei Guanxing gazed at this unexpectedly flamboyant uncle, feeling somewhat bewildered. She softly called out, "Zhao, uncle?" Zhao Kongcheng turned in surprise. "Guanxing? You two have perished." Pei Guanxing rushed forward, embracing him tightly. "You only needed to guard against the Ghost-Faced King. Why did you go up against him?" Zhao Kongcheng chuckled lightly, his tone filled with reflection. "That may be true, but that boy's family is also among the countless multitudes. At least in the end, I protected them." However, he quickly recovered from his sorrow, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he pulled Pei Guanxing down. "Wait a moment. I used the ghostly summoning. It was a certainty that I would die. But how did I end up here? And you, young lady, you haven't also perished, have you?" Pei Guanxing gazed into the abyss, contemplating the enigmatic star god 9. Perhaps it is his divine intervention? After all, he is a deity. Resurrecting a soul should be a trivial matter for him. A luminous stream coursed through 9, and a voice echoed from afar. Growing nearer, they are imbued with the essence of the void. Upon their demise, their souls will return to him, for they are your kin. A mere flick of his wrist. Zhao Kongcheng immediately saluted 9, expressing his gratitude. "Although I am unaware of the unfolding events, I sincerely thank you." Pei Guanxing pointed towards Zhao Kongcheng and inquired of 9, "Is there a way to bring him back?" The luminous stream receded, and the voice diminished. "It is not possible. Your spiritual energy is currently too feeble. You must reach the pinnacle of human potential before resurrection can be contemplated." However, the voice paused momentarily, and then a blood-red silhouette materialized beside Zhao Kongcheng, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. This was the Blood-Sin Spirit, a creature forged from the Void's power, capable of serving as a makeshift vessel for him. Once you attain the River Realm, you will be able to construct your own. Meanwhile, outside, a small black dog with a pouch hanging from its neck approached the corpse of Zhao Kongcheng. Suddenly, it spoke with human words. "The soul returns. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The soul returns. Where's his soul?" The little black dog grew anxious. At the Peace Bureau, Lin Xia recounted the entire ordeal of his battle against the Ghost-Faced King, expressing his desire to join the Night Watchers to guard Zhao Kongcheng for a decade. Chen Mai approached him, seriousness etched across his face. "Joining the Night Watchers requires undergoing rigorous training. Are you truly prepared for this?" Lin Xia nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, I will honor my word," Chen Mai continued. "However, until you complete the training, you will only be considered a temporary member of our team. Conveniently, Pei Guanxing will also participate in the training. He glanced at the still, slumbering Pei Guanxing. Sorrow-stricken, Xiaonan gazed at Pei Guanxing, tears streaming down her face. Hongying, what has happened to Guanxing? Hongying curled up, her body damp and her eyes slightly reddened. Perhaps he fainted from overwhelming sorrow upon seeing Guanxing. Wu Xiangnan sighed. As long as he merely fainted is a relief. Lin Xia asked, so will I stay next? Hongying whispered, you can stay with me and Guanxing. There are plenty of rooms, and you two are of similar age, sharing common interests. At that moment, when Qima approached, come on, Xia, let me show you around. Just as the two departed the Peace Bureau, Pei Guanxing opened his eyes. Guanxing has awakened. Is everything all right? Everyone mourns Guanxing's departure, yet we must not dwell in sorrow. The words of comfort for Pei Guanxing abruptly ceased, for with his rising, a blood-red silhouette began to coalesce beside him. It was indeed the visage of Zhao Guanxing. Moreover, he greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. Hello, everyone. It's a pity you haven't seen my forbidden ruins. They're incredibly magnificent. From the shadows, Long Xian promptly retrieved a camera, aiming it at Zhao Guanxing. It is said that souls cannot be captured on film, yet the sanguine figure of Zhao Guanxing appeared distinctly on the camera's screen, not merely a specter. The rest were left dumbfounded, with Hongying staring at Zhao Guanxing with tear-stained eyes. Pei Guanxing, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, couldn't help but chuckle, as he too had been taken aback by this astonishing manifestation of Zhao Guanxing. To his surprise, the blood-sin spirit possessed such remarkable capabilities, serving as a vessel for the deceased, not only inheriting their combat skills and experiences, but also lacking consciousness, unless one is like Zhao Guanxing, whose soul had been collected by 9. Another drawback is that one cannot forcibly construct a blood-sin spirit of a level surpassing their own realm. Chun Mai stood up and approached Zhao Guanxing, trembling slightly as he reached out his hand to pat his shoulder. Alas, it was as if he passed through a layer of jelly, his hand sinking directly into Zhao Guanxing's body. What is this? Zhao Guanxing exclaimed, hey, Captain, why are you sticking your hand inside me? It's quite uncomfortable. Chun Mai felt a surge of frustration, wishing to strike him, but managed to say, welcome back. Wu Xiangnan gazed at the familiar figure, his usual bravado faltering as he struggled to contain his emotions. He turned away to remove his glasses, discreetly wiping the corners of his eyes. Hongying, unable to restrain herself, lunged forward but unfortunately passed right through Zhao Guanxing's form and landed on the sofa. Chun Mai withdrew his hand from Zhao Guanxing's body, staring thoughtfully at his palm. What is happening, Guanxing? Pei Guanxing smiled and began to explain to everyone. Uncle Zhao's soul has been collected by 9, and now this is his body reconstituted through the blood-sin spirit. The blood-sin spirit is a being constructed by the power of the void, capable of replicating the appearance of the deceased and inheriting their combat techniques. However, it lacks intelligence, merely repeating the battles of its former life. However, with a soul like Uncle Zhao still present, he can briefly control this body. So, Brother Guanxing isn't truly dead? Hongying inquired, perplexed. Pei Guanxing pondered for a moment before providing a relatively accurate response. Not entirely dead. Xiaonan recalled Lin Qia's recent agreement to join the Night Watch and quietly remarked, have we deceived Xia? Zhao Guanxing appeared somewhat bewildered. What about Lin Xia? Chun Mai replied with a smile. Thanks to you, Lin Xia has decided to join the Night Watch, intending to stand in for you for 10 years. Zhao Guanxing burst into laughter. I knew that kid would come through. But if Brother Guanxing isn't dead, are we not deceiving a child? Chapter 7. Witnessing team members carve their own tombstones, Zhao Guanxing was bewildered. Why am I still alive? I exerted myself to bring Lin Xia here. Is there any vitality left in my body? Indeed, there was none. Hongying pressed her lips together, saying, so your body. At this juncture, the entire team 136 fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and the air was thick with an uncomfortable tension. Zhao Guanxing exclaimed, what? Wait, what have you done to my body? Panic set in as he pondered the unsettling possibility that his corpse had been sent for research. With no one responding, Chun Mai, the team leader, cleared his throat and said, ahem, your body has already been buried. Pei Guanxing remarked, sometimes, I wonder if the efficiency of the Night Watchers is truly a blessing. After a moment of internal contemplation, Pei Guanxing elaborated, well, buried is buried. This current body is far more resilient. Zhao Kongsheng retorted, thank you for making that decision on my behalf. Before he could voice further objections, Pei Guanxing withdrew the Choshu, pointing the scabbard at the blood-sin spirit Zhao Kongsheng. In an instant, Zhao Kongsheng transformed into a crimson light, absorbed into Choshu. Zhao Kongsheng lamented, being at the mercy of others is quite uncomfortable. Chen Mai, witnessing this scene, began to suspect. It appeared that the blood-sin spirit was not his divine realm, but rather a manifestation of this artifact's power. Pei Guanxing slumped back onto the sofa, exclaiming, my mental energy is too weak right now. The blood-sin spirit exists in this world by borrowing my mental strength. It's already exhausting to let Uncle Zhao speak a few words. Chen Mai and Hongying exchanged glances and nodded. Just in time for your classmate to join the Night Watchers. You should train together to prepare for the upcoming boot camp. Pei Guanxing cried out, no, please, learning that Zhao Kongsheng was unharmed. The members of Team 136 became lively once more. Si Xiaonan chuckled as she crouched down, poking Pei Guanxing's cheek. Hee, there's no escape for you. After all, we picked you up. Chen Mai patted Pei Guanxing's head. Get up, we must put on a show. Let us go and carve a tombstone for our deceased comrade, Zhao Kongsheng. He then turned to Hongying, since Chiemo is absent. How about you take over? Zhao Kongsheng, nestled within the scabbard of Choshu, thought, endure. This is all a means to win over Lin Xia. Wu Xiangnan turned to leave, stating, since he is not dead, I want to go. It feels ominous. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan timidly raised her hand, her face pale, pouting as she whispered, since Brother Kongsheng is fine, I think I want to go either. I'm afraid of the dark. Soon after, the group arrived at the graveyard of the Night Watchers in Cangnan City. Hongying held the tombstone, meticulously carving Zhao Kongqing's name. Her heart flooded with myriad emotions, sorrow, relief, joy, and helplessness. Surrounding them were numerous tombstones, some of which she had buried, and others that belonged to her fellow team members. Beneath these tombstones lay the remains of some, while others merely held the garments and hats of those who once lived. After all, battles with the mysterious are inevitably fierce, with bodies torn apart and devoured being commonplace. Zhao Kongqing's soul observed Hongying carving a tombstone for him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled his mother, his wife, and his children. Yet, he never felt remorse. Sacrificing his personal life for the greater good was a mental preparation he had long embraced. His mother endured tremendous hardships to provide for him, and although he could have lived a tranquil life after growing up, he resolutely chose to enlist in the army. After joining the Night Watch, his visits home to see his mother became increasingly rare. Later, after marrying and having children, he scarcely returned to see them, channeling most of his salary into their accounts. However, the absence of a husband and father weighed heavily on him. But I have no regrets towards the Great Xia. You will understand my choices, won't you? Zhao Kongsheng silently watched Hongying inscribe his tombstone, murmuring, at least my treatment as a night watchman after death will be quite generous. You should fare well. Perhaps you should find another family to marry into. On second thought, what if one day the fog dissipates completely and I revive? Then our family could reunite once more. At that time, I shall never leave you again. Unbeknownst to Zhao Kongqing's lingering soul, Lin Xia and Wen Qimo watched the busy Hongying from a distance, feeling a sense of discomfort. It felt strange, almost perverse, Lin Xia remarked. A hint of amusement flickered in Wen Qimo's eyes. Chen Mai had found the hidden Wu Xiangnan, smiling as he approached. Did you not say you wouldn't come? Further away, Long Xian chuckled softly from atop a mountain. They are all such duplicitous beings. I wonder what Kongsheng thinks while watching Hongying carve his tombstone. Pei Guanxing remained behind Hongying, teetering precariously. Zhao Kongsheng shouted from the past. Hey, kid, don't sleep. Sleep at home instead. If you doze off here, I'll have to drag you back. Pei Guanxing sleepily replied. Uncle Zhao, you can't drag me anymore. Zhao Kongsheng fell silent, a bitter smile crossing his face. Indeed. I can't drag you anymore. Fortunately, just as Pei Guanxing was about to topple again, Hongying completed the tombstone's carving and caught Pei Guanxing in her arms. Hongying remarked helplessly, "Why has he reverted to his original state again? Could it be that Kongcheng absorbed too much of his spiritual energy?" After some time, Hongying placed Pei Guanxing in his room, tucking him in. She did not leave, but instead sat at the bedside, the mattress sinking beneath her weight. Gently, Hongying caressed Pei Guanxing's cheek, murmuring softly, "Thank you, Guanxing, for giving Kongcheng a glimmer of hope to live on." She then leaned down and lightly kissed his forehead. Her cheeks flushed. It's quite normal for an older sister to kiss her younger brother's forehead. "Isn't it?" She gently closed the door, plunging the room into darkness. Pei Guanxing rolled over, sleeping soundly. In times past, the blade was intricately connected to the essence of Nine. After the soul of Zhao Kongcheng was absorbed, it naturally remained beside Nine. At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng found himself utterly speechless. This was due to Pei Guanxing, who was sprawled within the body of Nine, sleeping in an utterly disheveled manner. His form floated chaotically, akin to a meteor within an asteroid belt, drifting about with the rotation of Nine. Should Zhao Kongcheng choose to succumb to slumber, his body too would gradually begin to float, meandering about just as Pei Guanxing did. However, he had never experienced such a peculiar way of sleeping. No wonder this fellow always appeared as if he were perpetually drowsy. Zhao Kongxing's eyes twitched as he observed Pei Guanxing gliding before him. Given the quality of such sleep, it was indeed remarkable that he wasn't more fatigued. Furthermore, how on earth did you manage to fall asleep in such a state? Chapter 8. Invasion of the Psychiatric Hospital. Upon awakening, Pei Guanxing finally opened his eyes, only to find Zhao Kongcheng staring intently at him, his dark circles betraying his fatigue. "Uncle Zhao, why are you looking at me like that?" Pei Guanxing inquired, bewildered, with a gaze heavy with sleepiness. Zhao Kongcheng replied, "Guanxing, I realize I have misjudged you. No wonder you struggle to sleep well." Pei Guanxing was taken aback. "Huh?" Zhao Kongcheng closed his eyes, his body beginning to levitate slowly, subsequently spinning in rhythm with Nine. "This is no way to sleep." At that moment, Pei Guanxing comprehended his meaning. He chuckled. "So, Uncle Zhao, you wish to consult me on how to fall asleep?" Zhao Kongcheng nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Exactly." Crossing his arms, Pei Guanxing allowed himself to float once more. "Just sleep like this. If you can't, it simply means you're not tired enough." Zhao Kongcheng clenched his fists, a desire to strike him bubbling within. Pei Guanxing shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing I can do. That's how I managed until I fully adapted to this environment. Besides, Uncle Zhao, you have it much easier than I did. At least you don't have to attend school, while I still had to. Well, I'm off now. Take your time to adjust." Uncle Zhao. He waved goodbye and detached himself from Nine. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself not in Hongying's home, but in front of a psychiatric hospital. "Huh?" Pei Guanxing was perplexed. "What am I doing here?" IX's voice resonated in his mind. "I sensed a peculiar energy here, so I infused it with void power. Go explore what lies within." "So you have no idea where this is either?" Pei Guanxing thought, exasperated. "You want me to aid in your exploration?" "I would rather not." His thoughts attracted the attention of a woman seated on a swing in the courtyard. "You are my child?" "No, my child does not resemble you at all." She pondered, scrutinizing him. "Yet you carry the aura of Danadas. Are you his friend?" "Danadas?" Pei Guanxing had never encountered such a name, let alone considered him a friend. "I don't know him. Where am I, and how do I leave?" The woman furrowed her brow, seemingly troubled. "Danadas just went to the director's office." At that moment, Lin Xia had just finished dealing with the Ghost-Face King and was on his way to bid farewell to Nikes. However, he was met with a sight that filled him with terror. A stranger standing before Nikes. Nikes, who had been happily conversing with Pei Guanxing, caught sight of Lin Xia emerging behind him and waved. "Danadas, is this your friend?" Both Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were taken aback, one having never heard of Danadas and the other astonished that a stranger had entered. As Pei Guanxing turned, they exclaimed in unison, "Pei Guanxing! Lin Xia, what are you doing here?" "So, you were cast in here by your deity?" Lin Xia gazed at Pei Guanxing with an expression of bewilderment. He had heard certain matters from Wen Qimao, Yet it appeared that the deity represented by Pei Guanxing was somewhat problematic. Initially, it had caused him to feel drowsy throughout the day, and later, the awakening of the Forbidden Ruins also induced slumber. However, it now managed to infiltrate his psychiatric hospital unnoticed. Observing the diminutive deity summoned by Pei Guanxing, cradled in the hands of Nikes, who nuzzled against its tender cheeks. It resembled a soft-boiled egg colliding with a dark purple preserved egg. By the way, Xia, are you not the agent of the Seraph? Pei Guanxing inquired, puzzled. Lin Xia cleared his throat. I am straddling 2 boats. He contemplated the remaining rooms in the hospital, silently muttering to himself. Soon, it will be several boats I am straddling. Pei Guanxing did not press further and pointed at the Void Star God, 9 in Nike's hands, smiling. Hinty, this fellow is named 9, quite similar to your name. You may play with him while 7 nights, and I step out for a moment. All right, Nike's waved. Take care on your way. As a beam of light flashed, Pei Guanxing's consciousness gradually returned, and he murmured softly, 9, do not blame me for placing you beside Nike's while I escape. I have thoroughly embodied your laid-back nature, which should be considered commendable. Zhao Kongqing observed the grandiose Void Star God 9 beside him, muttering, what is this kid saying? The Void Star God is still right here. Isn't it? The power of the Void surged, and a small missing fragment of 9's body was swiftly restored, returning to its former state. Meanwhile, at the Peace Bureau's training grounds, Chen Mai glanced at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia before stating, your applications to join the Night Watchers have been processed. He then tossed a long blade to Lin Xia. You may use this one from Zhao Kongqing for now. As for Pei Guanxing, he glanced at the drowsy Pei Guanxing. You have your own weapon, so I shall refrain from issuing you another for the time being. Pei Guanxing nodded. Whether in sleepiness or in understanding was uncertain. You have 1 month left before you must participate in the intensive training. Chen Mai rose to his feet, looking at them. Pei Guanxing was all right, having grown up among the Night Watchers. However, you, Lin Xia, have never been exposed to such matters. You will undergo specialized training during this time. Chen Mai patted Pei Guanxing on the shoulder. You will continue, as usual, practicing with Hongying in the morning, seeking out Xiao Nan in the afternoon. And the evening is yours to do as you please. Lin Xia was taken aback, pointing at himself. What about me? Chen Mai chuckled. You'll train with me in the morning, practice with Wen Qima in the afternoon, and spar with Lung Xian in the evening. Lin Xia felt an overwhelming sense of being treated like a good student versus a bad one. Pei Guanxing turned to leave, and just as he closed the door, Lin Xia's agonized scream echoed within the training ground. Pei Guanxing shrugged and went off in search of Hongying. On the other side, Hongying wielded her spear with unwavering precision, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead as her graceful form danced with an exquisite elegance. Pei Guanxing knocked on the door. Sister Hongying, I'm coming in. As he opened the door, a spear suddenly flew towards him. Yet Pei Guanxing made no attempt to evade it. When a spear was merely 10 meters away, it appeared to halt in time, suspended in midair, unable to advance further. Before clattering to the ground a moment later, Hongying, wiping the sweat from her brow, remarked, Indeed, it still cannot penetrate. Pei Guanxing replied with a smile. If you were to infuse it with your mental energy, then I would be at a disadvantage. He picked up the fallen spear and returned it to Hongying. This was one of his innate abilities, which Chen Mai and the other team members had tested. When utilizing the Forbidden Void, any attacks within his designated range would be diminished by 1 tier, with the upper limit corresponding to Pei Guanxing's own level. In the case of firearms or cold weapons like the one Hongying had just thrown, they would fall into a state of temporal suspension. Hongying reflected on the distance between the spear and Pei Guanxing. It seems that this range expands as your mental energy increases, does it not? Pei Guanxing nodded. Indeed, it has noticeably grown compared to before. Initially, the spear you threw would only stop upon reaching the tip of my nose. Come on, let us strive to break through this void today, Hongying declared with spirited determination. If Lin Xia were to witness this, he would surely exclaim, So you sought out Sister Hongying, not to enhance your own power, but to elevate hers instead. Chapter 9. You two are not honest at noon. Pei Guanxing and Hongying exited the training ground, engaging in light-hearted banter as they strolled. In just a month, Guanxing would be attending a training session, and her sister playfully remarked, "I will surely miss you." With a cheerful flick of her ponytail, Hongying teased, "If it weren't for me waking you up, you would probably face the wrath of the instructor." As they continued their jovial exchange, they spotted Wen Qima, who was explaining something to Lin Xia from a distance. As he assessed the approaching Hongying, Wen Qima observed her swaying ponytail, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Xia, Qima." Hongying greeted them warmly. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing placed a hand on her shoulder, a swirl of dark purple mist enveloping her completely, leaving only her head visible. Hongying, taken aback, exclaimed, "Guanxing?" Pei Guanxing turned to Lin Xia and Wen Qima, his forehead showing signs of strain and his eyes twitching slightly. "Xia, Qima, you two are not being honest." Lin Xia suddenly coughed, while Wen Qima appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Ha. Guanxing and Hongying have finished training. I was just discussing matters regarding the forbidden ruins with Xia." Hongying gazed at the ethereal force encasing her, puzzled, and turned to Pei Guanxing. "What's going on?" Pei Guanxing hesitated before addressing Lin Xia. "Xia, this is not what the forbidden ruins are meant for." Lin Xia, visibly flustered with beads of sweat forming on his brow, stammered, "Well, I. After much deliberation and finding no suitable excuse, Lin Xia could only offer a resigned apology. "I'm sorry." Hongying observed Lin Xia, then Pei Guanxing, a question mark seemingly appearing above her head. Did they have a falling out? Lin Xia, without hesitation, threw Wen Qima under the bus. "Actually, it was Wen Qima who wanted me to experiment with the forbidden ruins. It wasn't my intention." Wen Qima exclaimed, "What? You traitor! Is that how you sell out your teammate?" Despite being at the center of the commotion, Hongying appeared utterly bewildered. "Can someone explain to me what exactly is happening?" Pei Guanxing gently placed his hands on her shoulders, guiding her away from Lin Xia's 20-meter radius before dispelling the ethereal force surrounding her. He raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the range is indeed 20 meters. Hongying, Lin Xia's divine realm, mortal realm, significantly enhances his perception." Hongying nodded. "We are all aware of that." "No, it seems you're not aware. Currently, Xia possesses a little skill that many men covet." Pei Guanxing paused for dramatic effect. "Qima wants Xia to test this skill on you." X-ray vision. With a sound reminiscent of something shattering, Wen Qima's face turned crimson with embarrassment. "This is a disaster." Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from Hongying, her eyes seemingly ablaze, with her ponytail swaying as if stirred by an unseen wind. A smile graced her lips as she remarked, He, is that so?" Lin Xia hastily waved his hands. No. The mist enveloping you, Pei Guanxing, is beyond my perception." A sudden realization struck him. Oh no. Had he inadvertently acknowledged it? In the end, amidst Hongying's furious onslaught, Lin Xia and Wen Qima forged an unexpected but profound friendship. As Hongying moved her shoulders, Pei Guanxing offered her a towel. Accepting it, Hongying wiped the sweat from her brow, stating, "I am merely testing your resilience, and you mustn't quarrel with Guanxing over this." Two feeble voices from the ground responded, "Yes." Lin Xia and Wen Qima lay together, their bodies bruised and battered. Yet they bore no resentment towards Pei Guanxing, recognizing their own culpability in matter. However, the fact that Guanxing could perceive my range of sensitivity intrigued Lin Xia, especially since that purplish-black mist had obstructed his awareness. During dinner, Si Xiaonan noticed Hongying seemed somewhat displeased and sat beside her, inquiring, "Sister Hongying, what is wrong?" Leaning closer, Hongying whispered into Si Xiaonan's ear, "I must warn you to be cautious of Xia. He possesses X-ray vision." Si Xiaonan blinked in surprise. "Huh? Isn't that a good thing? A useful reconnaissance tool." Hongying felt exasperated by Si Xiaonan's lack of insight and gently tapped her head. "Indeed, it is. But that lecherous Wen Qima allowed Lin Xia to spy on me." Hongying hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Fortunately, Guanxing is able to thwart their prying. Si Xiaonan's eyes widened in realization. Wait, Xia has gone astray? Nearby, Wu Xiangnan overheard their conversation and couldn't help but hold his forehead. "Wen Qima, what have you taught these newcomers?" At that moment, Qima approached with a pot of rib soup. "What are you all discussing?" Hongying gazed at the aromatic rib soup, swallowing hard. It's just that when Qima has led the children astray, allowing him to use X-ray vision to peep. Chunmai looked down at the pot of soup, contemplating whether to deny those two their meal. As Hongying reached for the chopsticks, Chunmai initially intended to stop her, considering it was specifically prepared for Lin Xia. However, recalling what Hongying had just said, he decided it was best to let them suffer the consequences of their actions and eat the leftovers instead. Hongying filled a bowl with ribs and placed it before Pei Guanxing. Thanks to you today, eat heartily. Finish when Chima's portion as well. As for Lin Xia, he is still a newcomer and not the mastermind, so I shall leave him as serving. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Xia along with when Qima walked in. Suddenly, a series of peculiar gazes were cast upon them. The righteous indignation of Hongying and Si Xiaonan, the penetrating stares of Lung Xian and Wu Xiangnan, the helplessness of Chun Muyi, and the drowsy eyes of Pei Guanxing. Chun Muyi sighed and stated, "Let us dine." Observing the sumptuous spread before them, Lin Yi quietly inquired, "Sister Hongying," regarding the night watchman. Hongying abruptly sprang up, placing her hand protectively in front of herself, exclaiming, "You aren't using X-ray vision, are you?" Si Xiaonan also tightly clutched her collar, casting a wary look his way. Pei Guanxing interjected with an explanation, "I don't sense any mental energy emanating from him, Sister Hongying, Sister Xiaonan. You need not worry." Chun Muyi, seated at the head of the table, crossed his arms and scrutinized Wen Qimo and Lin Yi, remarking, "You two are not being forthright." Chapter 10. The Mysterious Reawakening. Pei Guanxing turned to Si Xiaonan and said, "Sister Xiaonan, could you provide them with some treatment later?" Noticing the hesitation in Xiaonan's eyes, Pei Guanxing smiled and added, "I will accompany you." Only then did Si Xiaonan give a slight nod and softly reply, "All right, but you must keep an eye on Yi." At that moment, Lung Xian, who had been silent, suddenly produced an AK-47 assault rifle and slammed it onto the table. "Rest assured, I will join you," he declared. Lin Xia struggled to swallow his food, casting a wistful glance at Wen Qimo. Wen Qimo clasped his hands together apologetically. "I'm sorry. It was my influence that led the child astray. I won't let it happen again." Chunmai intervened to quell the rising argument. "All right, let's focus on eating." After the meal, they found themselves at the shooting range. Lung Xian observed Lin Xia's target, his eye twitching in disbelief. "At this distance, I doubt even my grandfather would miss with his reading glasses off." Lin Xia awkwardly replied, "I was blind before." "Guanxing, your turn." Lung Xian tossed the handgun to Pei Guanxing, who yawned before catching it. The ethereal energy quietly flowed through him, infusing itself into the firearm. Bang! A shot echoed, and Pei Guanxing holstered the gun. Lung Xian stared at the target, assuming it still existed, his eye twitching again. "Didn't I say not to use the divine ruins?" Lin Xia fell silent as he observed Pei Guanxing's aim. The bullet seemed to carry a unique energy, shattering upon impact and dispersing into countless tiny fragments that splattered across the target. These fragments then transformed into smaller black holes, dissolving the target entirely. Pei Guanxing remarked, "Isn't the ultimate goal to eliminate the enemy?" Lung Xian, however, adopted a serious tone. "Previously, you were unable to control your divine ruins, which was understandable. But now that you can, you must take it seriously. Although your reasoning stands, what if someone of a higher realm confronts you, someone whose divine ruins surpass yours, and they overpower you, rendering your abilities useless? What will you do then?" Pei Guanxing pondered the implications. "If such a person were to oppose me, and I couldn't even wield my divine ruins, I suppose conventional weaponry would be futile as well. Moreover, didn't you initially say that hot weapons are advantageous only against lower-tier mysteries? If I were to fire at a lower-tier mystery, it would be finished with one shot." Lung Xian replied, "That seems quite reasonable." Lin Xia, with intense curiosity, gazed at Pei Guanxing and inquired, "Guanxing, how did you achieve that? Did you infuse your divine power into the bullet?" Pei Guanxing nodded, raising the handgun once more. Ethereal energy surged forth from his palm, enveloping the barrel in a swirling mist of purple and black. Bang! The bullet shot forth, gradually dissolving the target 100 meters away. "Just like this," he concluded. Pei Guanxing gazed at Lin Xia and remarked, "However, Your shooting talent is rather lacking, even if you could infuse divine power into your firearms. I sense that the likelihood of you hitting one of your comrades is significantly higher. Lin Xia responded, TT, your words are rather hurtful. Long Xian observed the two and couldn't help but cover his forehead, thinking to himself, one has no talent whatsoever, while the other is adept at delivering profound truths. It feels as though my role as a mentor is diminishing. As night fell, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia returned to Hongying's home. Hongying, clad in a plush pajama set, was seated on the sofa. Upon seeing their return, she intended to greet them, but suddenly recalled the events of the afternoon involving Wenqima. Instinctively tightening her clothing, she regarded Lin Xia with caution. Lin Xia, feeling both amused and exasperated, responded, Sister Hongying, I am not a pervert. I have precise control over my senses and would never intentionally spy on you. After all, he was still a youth with a sense of propriety, and the earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding caused by Wenqima's misdirection. Really? Hongying inquired, perplexed. Pei Guanxing came to Lin Xia's defense, stating, Indeed, Sister Hongying, you can rest assured. Recalling the time when Cangnan was treating Lin Xia, playfully pinching his arm, he added with a chuckle, Moreover, Sister Xiaonan has already given him a stern lesson. Only then did Hongying relax, pouring a glass of milk for each of them. Then I shall forgive you. You must be exhausted from today's training. Drink your milk and head to bed promptly. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly regarded Pei Guanxing with suspicion. Wait, you can sense Xia's probing. You don't possess X-ray vision as well, do you? Pei Guanxing responded. LL, how could that be? My divine domain induces slumber. The following day, when Wenqima observed Pei Guanxing lounging lazily on the sofa, and said with a mischievous grin, since Guanxing is no longer under divine influence, it's time to assign you some tasks. Pei Guanxing, without lifting his head, waved his hand dismissively, no. Wenqima nodded vigorously, very well, since you have agreed. The procurement of supplies will be entrusted to you. Here's the list of items needed. Do your best. He then tossed a small scroll that struck Pei Guanxing's head and unfurled dramatically, extending several meters across the floor. Upon seeing the lengthy scroll, everyone stood up. Lin Xia exclaimed, I'm off to train. Chen Mai inquired, how was the intensity of yesterday's training? Hongying declared, I shall join as well. Lung Xian stated, I will tend to the weapons. Wu Xiangnan silently made his way towards the basement. Si Xiaonan, noticing everyone departing, stammered, I will go treat Sister Hongying and the others. However, just before she exited, she peeked back at Pei Guanxing and offered an encouraging gesture. You can do it. Soon, the office was left with only Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing grumbled, Brother Qima, this is undoubtedly an act of revenge. I assent to it. Pei Guanxing strolled down the street, laden with numerous shopping bags, swaying unsteadily, although the desire to give up lingered. The shopping list comprised essential items for everyone's daily life. If not procured promptly, it seemed likely that hunger would be their companion this evening. Boss, Pei Guanxing approached the stall, poised to speak, when a peculiar gaze suddenly fell upon him from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to find his former class monitor, Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian regarded Pei Guanxing with a hint of surprise. Oh? Weren't you supposed to enlist with Lin Xia? Ah, yes, I came to gather supplies. What a pity, the class has lost two handsome boys, Jiang Qian remarked with a look of regret as she walked away. Pei Guanxing squinted slightly, observing Jiang Qian's retreating figure. I recall that Jiang Qian was never particularly concerned about me. Her demeanor leaned more towards rivalry regarding academic performance. Young man, what are you buying? You've been standing here for quite some time, the stall owner queried, puzzled by the youth laden with bags. No need, Pei Guanxing replied, turning to leave, eager to return as swiftly as possible. Li Yifei recounted with trepidation everything he had witnessed at school. It terrified me at the moment. Just then, the door behind him swung open with a resounding crash, startling him into a jolt. Uncle Chun, Pei Guanxing exclaimed, breathless as he clutched his bundles, as if a mysterious presence had arrived. Chapter 11. The plan. Upon hearing Pei Guanxing's words, the atmosphere became tense. Even the seemingly mundane task of shopping for supplies took on an air of mystery. Pei Guanxing, as Li Yifei recognized the familiar face before him, He exclaimed, You know Lin Xia? However, the members of the peace office chose to disregard Li Yifei, for the enigmatic matters at hand were of utmost importance. Friendship among classmates? Surviving this crisis took precedence. Chen Mai urged Li Yifei to recount the harrowing events of the previous night to Pei Guanxing, while they initiated a tactical discussion. As Li Yifei reflected on the terrifying scenes from the night before, he trembled anew. Last night, I went to school to retrieve a forgotten assignment and happened to witness Lu Xiaoyan with a teacher. I initially thought they were taking advantage of the darkness. But to my astonishment, Lu Xiaoyan transformed into a monstrous creature and devoured the teacher. Shortly thereafter, the monster regurgitated an egg, which emitted a disturbing gurgling sound. Suddenly, realizing something even more horrifying, Li Yifei's voice turned shrill. The teacher, who had just been consumed, actually hatched from the egg. Fear surged through him. Terrified that he might be next, he could only hide until dawn before reporting the incident. Pei Guanxing comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, we will handle this. Please calm yourself." A faint wisp of dark purple mist emanated from his palm, penetrating Li Yifei's being. Gradually, Li Yifei's agitation subsided, though Pei Guanxing's expression grew grave. He discreetly glanced at Chen Mai behind him, signaling with his eyes, then turned back to Li Yifei. Although Chen Mai was unaware of what Pei Guanxing had discerned, he chose to trust him, for Pei Guanxing had never faltered in critical matters. "GMO, please take this student to a quieter place for the time being. We will discuss tactics later," Chen Mai instructed, directing his gaze towards Wen Qima. Naturally, Wen Qima had no objections. He merely gestured to his earpiece, then approached Li Yifei. "Come, let me show you around. Trust us. We were established precisely to deal with such occurrences." He draped an arm around Li Yifei's shoulders as they walked away, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chen Mai turned to Pei Guanxing and asked, "Guanxing, what have you discovered?" Pei Guanxing's demeanor grew exceedingly serious. Li Yifei harbors a mysterious aura within him. Although my mental strength is feeble, I am certain of my perception at such close proximity. All eyes then turned to Wu Xiangnan. His conjecture has indeed proven true. Wen Qima, having overheard Pei Guanxing's words through his earpiece, promptly withdrew his hand from Li Yifei's shoulder. A chill of cold sweat cascaded down his back as he regarded Li Yifei with newfound vigilance. Oblivious to the shift in tension, Li Yifei looked at Wen Qima, who had suddenly distanced himself, and inquired, what's wrong?" Chen Mai swiftly seized the walkie-talkie. "GMO, do not alarm him." Wen Qima also realized that his movements had been rather excessive, so he returned to Li Yifei's side. Though this time he refrained from placing an arm around his shoulder. "A bee just flew by and stung me," he remarked. "Brother Xiangnan, were you truly merely attempting to intimidate Li Yifei?" Lin Qia's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Isn't it evident?" Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, astonished that his casual conjecture had proven to be true. "Then we must eliminate him at once." Hongying rose, intent on pursuing Li Yifei, but was restrained by Chen Mai. "No, Guanxing has merely discerned that he is enigmatic, but that does not necessarily imply he is the core entity. If he is not..." He left the sentence unfinished, yet everyone understood the potential consequences. Wu Xiangnan seized the walkie-talkie. "Qima, bring him back. We need to strategize." When Qima froze, "Bring this enigma back and have him privy to our plans?" He yearned to voice his concerns, yet he could not articulate them in Li Yifei's presence. "Return now? Just the two of us?" When Qima inquired through the earpiece. Although Li Yifei's statement sounded somewhat convoluted, the others in the Peace Bureau grasped his intent. "Yes, together." Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, reflecting a glimmer of light. Moments later, the two returned to the bureau, where Wu Xiangnan once again elaborated on his strategy. "We shall divide into two groups. The first team, comprised of us seasoned individuals, will seek out the infected beyond the confines of the second high school. The second team will masquerade as students of the second high school, infiltrating to locate the core entity." The group nodded in agreement, and it was decided that the infiltrating members would be Hongying, Guanxing, Xiaonan, and Xia, forming a quartet. Subsequently, Chen Mai turned his gaze towards Li Yifei. Although uncertain if he was indeed the core entity, it was necessary for him to enter the vicinity of the second high school. And Li Yifei, you must join us as well. Li Yifei stood frozen in place. What? Me? Pei Guanxing placed an arm around his shoulder, speaking with unusual warmth. Yes, after all, you are the sole witness. Without you, our mission may prove exceedingly difficult. When Qima observed Pei Guanxing's affectionate gesture towards Li Yifei, feeling a surge of anxiety. Is this fool not aware? He is an enigma. If he were to suddenly unleash his true nature, at such a close distance, we would be unable to save you. Fortunately, Li Yifei did not directly reveal his mysterious identity. He merely hesitated. At that moment, Chun Mai interjected, should this operation succeed, I will offer you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers. Li Yifei immediately acquiesced. All right, just as everyone prepared to depart. Leng Xian called out to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Guanxing, Xia. The two youths turned simultaneously to see Leng Xian holding two handguns, which he extended towards them. Take these. Pei Guanxing had no qualms. After accepting the handgun, he began to negotiate. Brother Leng Xian, what about spare ammunition? Leng Xian sighed and handed over several magazines. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment. Perhaps I shall forego it. Let Guanxing have it instead, for his marksmanship is exceptional. He had already bestowed upon him an excess of magazines, and this firearm was intended for you. Leng Xian forcefully placed the gun into his hands. Gazing at the pistol that had been thrust upon him, a frown creased his brow. But my shooting skills. Pei Guanxing tugged at Lin Xia's sleeve. Sometimes, the muzzle does not only aim at the mysterious, but also at the heavens and the human heart. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback by these words, lowering his gaze to the dark weapon in his grasp, the human heart. Is it? Chapter 12. Infiltration of Secondary School 2 before the entrance of Secondary School 2. Pei Guanxing, Hongying, Cangnan, and Lin Xia stood, each carrying 3 boxes. Hongying tugged at her collar and took several deep breaths to alleviate the constricting sensation caused by her school uniform. She murmured softly, isn't the uniform of secondary school 2 a bit too tight? Then she turned to Pei Guanxing, saying, seeing you in the blue and white striped uniform was already unattractive, but the red and white stripes are even worse. Pei Guanxing shrugged, there's nothing to be done. The aesthetic sense of the school authorities is severely lacking. However, Sister Hongying is inherently beautiful, and the uniform takes on a different flair on her. Hongying's lips curled slightly. Humph, you know how to flatter. Cangnan waved her hands excitedly. What about me? What about me? Pei Guanxing chuckled. Sister Cangnan is also quite adorable. In that uniform, you look endearingly awkward. Cangnan replied with a playful gesture. I'll take that as a compliment. Hongying glanced at the security booth by the entrance. It seems we can't enter through the front gate. We'll have to scale the wall. Cangnan, carrying her own box, followed the group to the nearby fence. She looked enviously at Pei Guanxing. I wish our weapons could be retracted like that. Hongying playfully tapped her on the head. Enough of the envy. We should focus on blending in quickly. Cangnan crossed her arms, pouting. Sister Hongying is bullying me. Lin Xia observed the imposing wall and then glanced at the petite Cangnan. Sister Cangnan, do you think you can climb over? Cangnan scrunched her nose, hands on her hips defiantly. Are you implying that I'm short? Before Lin Xia could respond, Cangnan lightly pushed off the ground and effortlessly scaled the wall. You too. Hurry up. With that, Hongying swiftly followed Cangnan over the wall. Lin Xia stood frozen, contemplating. It seems these two often skip classes by climbing walls. Pei Guanxing patted his shoulder. Do not underestimate any of the night watchmen. They're the elite protectors of Daxia. Lin Xia glanced at the black box in his hand, and then at the towering wall, letting out a sigh. He tossed the black box over and began to climb. Guanxing, I'll pull you up, he called out. Pei Guanxing shook his head, then raised his palm against the wall. A violet-black, ethereal force surged forth, distorting the structure until it formed a hollow space just tall enough for him to pass through. He walked forward. On the other side of the wall, Lin Xia hung in suspension while Hongying and Cangnan watched. Hongying's eyelids twitched as she firmly grasped his ear. Why didn't you use your power sooner? Pei Guanxing replied earnestly, you didn't ask. Cangnan, now indignant, joined in the exchange. while Lin Xia remained speechless. Hongying sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Then let's split up. Xia, you return to the classroom to investigate with Li Yifei, while we head to the office building. With that, she tugged on Pei Guanxing's ear, leading Si Xiaonan as they turned to leave. Now, tell me, where's the office building and that teacher's office? The voice of Hongying echoed from ahead as Pei Guanxing allowed her to lead him, pointing in a certain direction. Lin Xia observed the retreating trio, feeling a twinge of skepticism regarding the likelihood of success in this endeavor. As the four departed, the gaping hole in the surrounding wall, previously corroded, slowly contorted and ultimately returned to its original state. Under Pei Guanxing's guidance, the three swiftly arrived at the door of the teacher's office. Hongying and Si Xiaonan concealed themselves on either side of the door, signaling Pei Guanxing with their eyes. Pei Guanxing knocked on the door. No response. After several more knocks yielded the same silence, he placed his hand upon the lock. The essence of the void seeped in, causing the lock to dissolve, and the office door creaked open. Is anyone there? Hongying's brow furrowed slightly. Pei Guanxing unleashed a surge of void energy, filling the entire room. My void energy possesses a degree of investigative capability, albeit not as formidable as Qia's mundane divine realm, yet still useful for uncovering clues. Hongying nodded and, along with Si Xiaonan, took up positions. Si Xiaonan concealed herself behind the curtains, observing the playground, while Hongying cautiously peered into the corridor. Pei Guanxing's mastery over the void energy had become more adept, unlike before when he could only wield it for destruction. He now seemed capable of temporarily assimilating objects touched by the void, merging them into nothingness, only to restore them once the task was complete. The void energy relentlessly eroded every corner of the room. The desk, chairs, bookshelves, storage cabinets, and even a flower bed in the corner began to dissolve. As he melted away a section of the floor, a foul stench wafted up, prompting Hongying and Si Xiaonan to realize the source of the problem. The void energy retracted, completely absorbed back into Pei Guanxing's body, and the room's arrangement swiftly reverted to its original state, save for the section of the floor. Hongying immediately approached the vacant spot, revealing a mound of flesh-colored skin stacked beneath. This is human skin. Hongying gasped in horror at the grotesque sight, realizing that the infected were shedding their skins. Si Xiaonan promptly contacted Chunmai via the earpiece to report their findings. The trio wasted no time in evacuating the area. At that moment, the music for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly blared from the playground speakers. Pei Guanxing observed the bustling crowd when Lin Xia's voice unexpectedly resonated through the earpiece. I just spotted several infected individuals among the crowd. Li Yifei mentioned they share a dormitory with Lu Xiaoyan. I plan to cense the entire faculty and student body during the flag-raising ceremony. You should check the situation at the girls' dormitory. Understood. Hongying replied, cautioning him to proceed with care. Pei Guanxing leaned against the wall of the office building, watching as Hongying approached and grasped his arm. Pei Guanxing inquired, what is it? Hongying tugged him onward. Let us head to the girls' dormitory. Lead the way. The trio swiftly infiltrated the girls' dormitory. Although they moved at a rapid pace, Si Xiaonan teased, is this your first time in a girls' dormitory, Guanxing? Pei Guanxing maintained a steady gaze, stating that while it was his first time entering the dormitory building, it was certainly not his inaugural visit to a female residence. Si Xiaonan was taken aback, exclaiming, huh? Pei Guanxing cleared his throat, adding, aren't we living together? Sister Xiaonan, you're afraid of the dark. Sometimes when Hongying returns late, you come looking for me, don't you? Si Xiaonan's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, what's wrong with that? Is it not perfectly normal for a girl to fear the dark? Before long, the trio arrived at Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory floor, where the corridor lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of the emergency exit. Si Xiaonan immediately grasped Hongying's hem, pressing closely against her. Slow down. Wait for me. Pei Guanxing advanced ahead and soon reached Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory door, effortlessly dissolving the lock with an ethereal force. As the door swung open, they were met with a sight that darkened their expressions instantly. Si Xiaonan clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling any sound. Several human skins hung from the edge of the bed, swaying gently. Suddenly, Voices echoed from the opposite side of the staircase. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 13, Be Vigilant. The Moonlight of Oblivion. At this moment, Lin Xia's voice echoed once more, we must prepare for the worst. There are approximately 60 infected monsters within the second high school. Pei Guanxing observed several girls emerging from other dormitories, gradually approaching, and her heart sank. Had they not participated in the flag-raising ceremony? Lin Xia continued, if any infected individual escapes, the entire city of Cangnan may descend into chaos. Pei Guanxing pressed her earpiece. Setting aside the possibility of a leak, there are certainly more than 60 infected individuals within the school. Moreover, we might soon trigger panic. Suddenly, the heads of the girls in front of Pei Guanxing twisted unnaturally, turning a full 180 degrees. Witnessing this, Hongying stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Pei Guanxing and Xi Xiaonan. The black box promptly opened, and a long spear flew forth, landing in her grasp. It seems we have no choice but to engage in combat. The battle within the girls' dormitory was imminent. Confronting the infected, Hongying resembled a valkyrie, effortlessly subduing them. Meanwhile, within a residential building, Chun Mai's expression turned grave after a recent massacre. It appears that everyone's situation is dire. Immediately instruct Lung Xian to activate the boundless domain to seal off the second high school. We will eliminate the infected outside. The school will be your responsibility. Moments later, Hongying dispatched the infected, and they proceeded towards the girls' dormitory. By the bedside, several slightly fluttering human skins hung ominously. Pei Guanxing and Xi Xiaonan opened several dormitory doors, revealing similar grim scenes within. This is dire. Pei Guanxing's countenance darkened. But soon Lin Xia delivered even more troubling news. The flag-raising ceremony has concluded, and a significant number of female students have returned to the dormitory. I still need to monitor the classrooms, so be cautious and evacuate as quickly as possible. Pei Guanxing rubbed her temples. Are all of them infected monsters? It's unclear. The distance is too great. With reluctance, Pei Guanxing retrieved her long knife, ready to join the fray. Alas, battles are such a nuisance. The three raced towards the staircase, but just as they were about to reach the stairwell, a group of girls ascended. Upon seeing Pei Guanxing, Hongying, and Xi Xiaonan, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes. Why is there a boy here? I don't know, but he is rather handsome. Those two girls are quite pretty too. What are they here for? The girl at the forefront inquired. What brings you here? Pei Guanxing smiled. Oh, we are from the student council, here to check the dorms. Immediately, some of the girls wailed. A dorm check? I haven't made my bed, but why is there a boy doing the dorm check? It's not put away. Pei Guanxing replied with a smile. We were short-staffed, so they sent me to help out. We've already completed our checks and are about to leave. Upon hearing this, the girls parted to create a path for them. Pei Guanxing nodded at Hongying and Xi Xiaonan, and the three of them navigated through the throng of female classmates. However, one of the students was indeed strikingly handsome. The tall girl in front had an exquisite figure, while the shorter girl exuded a delightful fragrance. Just as the three reached the center of the group, the girls encircled them. Their admiration was palpable. Handsome, magnificent, intoxicating, simply irresistible. Instantly, the heads of these girls exploded in unison, transforming into a colossal bloom, revealing the writhing flesh and menacing teeth within. Pei Guanxing swung the blade of his past, the scabbard striking the heads of several nearby monsters. In an instant, those creatures began to distort and dissolve, absorbed into the past, reducing to specks of crimson residue. Hongying struck again with her spear, flames erupting forth, incinerating the nearby monsters entirely. With a smug grin, she remarked, so grotesque in appearance, yet their strength is lacking. Xi Xiaonan nestled between the two, bubbling with joy. I feel so secure. Soon, under the assault of Pei Guanxing and Hongying, the infected monsters either succumbed to the past, crushed by 9, or were reduced to ashes by Hongying's flames. Xi Xiaonan continued to hide between them, exclaiming, Sister Hongying is so cool. Guanxing is cool too. However, she soon ceased her praises as more and more girls surged up from the hallway below. Meanwhile, numerous figures approached from the opposite end. Si Xiaonan could no longer spectate. She retrieved the star blade from her black box and stood alongside Pei Guanxing. Zhao Kongcheng observed the monsters suddenly teleported and swiftly annihilated by 9. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He then shouted, "Guanxing, are you in danger?" Sensing Zhao Kongqing's call, Pei Guanxing unleashed his blood-sent spirit. Upon seeing Zhao Kongqing, both Si Xiaonan and Hongying were taken aback. "Brother Kongqing, how did you get here?" Zhao Kongqing surveyed the surrounding room and the multitude of girls encircling them. Somewhat perplexed by the situation, he scratched his head. "Did you bring Pei Guanxing into the girls' dormitory?" The girls encircling them provided Zhao Kongqing with an answer as their heads began to twist, morphing into monstrous forms. Zhao Kongqing nodded upon witnessing this scene. "I see." He then reached out towards Si Xiaonan. "Si Xiaonan." Zhao Kongqing chuckled at Si Xiaonan's bewildered expression. "Hand me the blade. Let me show you my forbidden abyss." Si Xiaonan obediently passed the star blade to Zhao Kongqing, then retreated into the protective circle of the three. Indeed, the rear of a teammate was the safest place. Meanwhile, the monsters began to move slowly, each grotesquely contorting as they staggered toward them. Subsequently, the speed gradually intensified, culminating in a wild and fierce charge. Zhao Kongqing gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, inhaling deeply, a look of exhilaration spreading across his face. "Behold, my forbidden ruins is exceptionally magnificent." His gaze sharpened, as if the very air around him was drawn by his formidable presence, creating an invisible pressure. His body leaned slightly forward, feet firmly planted, steadfast as a rock. With the elevation of his arm, the starry blade traced a brilliant arc through the air, shimmering with resplendent light. The starry blade was swung diagonally downward, unleashing a sudden crescent of darkness that surged towards the monsters lurking in the corridor ahead. He then pivoted sharply, delivering another strike, and 2 crescent blades pierced through the fabric of space, tearing apart the bodies of all the monsters. Their lower halves continued to run, while their upper halves detached, collapsing in a heap without the support of their legs. The 2 dark crescents sliced through dozens of monsters, their momentum unabated as they obliterated the wall at the end of this floor, producing a tremendous explosion. Yet amidst the chaos, Zhao Kongqing's voice remained distinct. Oblivion's flashing moon. Chapter 14. Intimidation. Lin Xia abruptly lifted his gaze, as if he heard the voice of that man. "Behold, incredibly handsome." Mingshang Shanhua, gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the girls' dormitory. The deafening explosion threw the faculty and students of the second high school into disarray, but when they attempted to call for help, they discovered that their phones had lost signal. Meanwhile, Long Xian was contemplating the notice board that he had inserted into for quite some time, now smeared with his own blood, yet still unresponsive, pondering, how did Kongqing manage to do this? Fortunately, he had activated the signal jammer beforehand. It was time to commence the battle, and the Wujia void required prompt attention as well. Speaking thus, he slapped the notice board, and immediately a beam of emerald light shot forth, reaching the skies. It turned out it required a tap after all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Long Xian thought, if I use more of my blood, I'll surely become anemic. Yet why does my configured Wujia void differ from the usual? Zhao Kongqing gave a thumbs up to Pei Guanxing and the others. What do you think? Is my forbidden realm the most handsome among our squad? 136? The 2 blasts of Mingshang Shanhua just unleashed by Zhao Kongqing had relied on Pei Guanxing's mental energy. Pei Guanxing felt a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing, as Hongying swiftly supported him, chuckling helplessly, "Handsome, handsome, handsome. Yours is indeed the most handsome." By the way, Kongqing managed to touch the star blade. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhao Kongqing shook the star blade in his hand, pondering aloud. Indeed, but the star blade is inherently mysterious. Being touched by my current existence should be one of its characteristics. No, just as Pei Guanxing, who had regained his balance, suddenly pulled Zhao Kongqing into the realm of the past, the star blade fell in response. At that moment, Lin Xia rushed up, panting heavily. "Zhao?" Unfortunately, only Pei Guanxing and the others were present. Lin Xie forced a bitter smile. Yes, he is already dead. How could it possibly be him? However, upon seeing the infected monsters severed in two on either side of the corridor, his eyes widened in disbelief. Such wounds. Pei Guanxing waved the realm of the past in his hand. His contribution nearly drained my mental energy. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled awkwardly within the realm of the past. When facing the Phantom King, he had exerted all his strength, but now he failed to control his force. He then looked at Lin Xie and laughed. Hey, if this kid sees me now, he would probably insist on withdrawing from the Night Watchers. Wouldn't he? Lin Xie nodded, about to say something when footsteps echoed again from the staircase. The dormitory matron ascended, astonished to find the four of them. What is going on here? Are there boys? No. Hurry, there was an explosion just now. She isn't infected, Lin Xie shouted, raising his handgun and pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, even at such a close distance, he missed, hitting the stair railing instead. However, the bullet ricocheted in the corridor with a clanging sound before finally striking the matron on the head. Bang! The dormitory supervisor's head suddenly began to change, exploding like a crimson firework. Pei Guanxing, Hongying, and Si Xiaonan exclaimed, "What extraordinary luck you possess." Pei Guanxing promptly settled into a cross-legged position, absorbing the spiritual energy from the 9 reborn monsters to facilitate his recovery. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and the others commenced their analysis of the enigmatic mother entity. So it had been aware of our presence all along? Hongying felt a shiver run down her spine. At that moment, Si Xiaonan noticed something and pointed towards a distant, indistinct shadow. Sister Hongying, is that a student? Pei Guanxing opened his eyes, and in that instant, he locked gazes with a pair of green eyes at the end of the corridor. Those green eyes brimmed with derision, and then it let out a tremendous roar before leaping from the girls' dormitory building. Immediately, a cacophony of screams erupted from the playground and the distant teaching buildings. The infected had gone berserk. Hongying dashed out, issuing commands. "I will pursue it, Xia, evacuate the playground, and Guanxing, head to the teaching building." The three of them rushed towards their respective battlegrounds. Si Xiaonan remained alone in the dimly lit corridor, timidly asking then, "What about me?" Lin Xie surveyed the chaos unfolding in the playground, attempting to restore order, but alas, panic had seized everyone due to the sudden upheaval, leaving him unheard. He glanced at the handgun in his grip, recalling the moment Lung Xian entrusted it to him, accompanied by Pei Guanxing's words. Sometimes the gun's muzzle is not aimed solely at the mysterious, but also at the sky and the human heart. Thus, bang! The gunshot echoed across the sky, silencing the frantically fleeing students. Pei Guanxing entered the teaching building, observing the monsters viciously devouring students in the corridor, his brow furrowing. With a swift motion, he enveloped himself in the power of the void, wielding it with precision as he relentlessly reaped the lives of these monsters. His only task was to eliminate those that had already revealed themselves and begun their assault on the students. As for those lurking within the crowd, their fate rested in Lin Xie's hands on the playground. While navigating through the monsters, he activated his earpiece and communicated with Lin Xie. "Xie, I can only handle the exposed monsters inside the teaching building. You must deal with the hidden infected." Moments later, Lin Xie responded, "Understood. Those monsters have gone into a frenzy. Be cautious." Pei Guanxing swung his weapon again, striking a 2-meter-tall monster before him, but this time, he was unable to draw it into the void. The creature glanced down at Pei Guanxing, taking note of the long sword sheath draped over him. It then emitted a roar directed at Pei Guanxing, its fetid breath washing over him, tousling his hair and clothing. Pei Guanxing swiftly retreated, drawing his handgun and firing twice. The monster was dissolved by the power of the void. What was happening? Pei Guanxing gazed at the ancient relic in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation. A familiar voice echoed within the relic. For the time being, you cannot transport living beings into the void space. While it can assist you in eliminating them, it relies heavily on your mental energy. If this persists, you will find yourself in a state akin to 10 years ago, overextending your mental faculties and succumbing to slumber once more. Pei Guanxing clicked his tongue in resignation. "Indeed, I am ill-suited for combat. Perhaps I should embrace my fate." Nevertheless, with that thought, he placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade. resolving to see this matter through to its conclusion. As his words fell, he drew the relic with a swift motion, unleashing a flash of violet-black light that flooded the corridor with the brilliance of countless cosmic stars. The blade shimmered with celestial movement, as if the entirety of the universe had been encapsulated within its form. Pei Guanxing advanced steadily, lamenting, "Alas, the sheath of this blade connects only to the void space, allowing the void star god to partially replenish my mental energy." The frenzied monsters, however, were indifferent to his musings. The three remaining creatures in the corridor lunged at Pei Guanxing, roaring with intent to devour him whole. Undeterred, he raised the relic, meeting them head-on. With a swift slice, the relic cleaved the three monsters into segments before they erupted into violet-black mist, vanishing into the blade. As he flicked the long knife, he remarked nonchalantly, "And the blade itself is the essence of the void star god." 9. Pei Guanxing surveyed the now desolate corridor and then gazed at the ever-shifting blade. Regrettably, "I can only vanquish them without reaping any rewards." The relationship between the blade's sheath and its body mirrored that of the void space and the void star god 9, one being a residence, the other an essence. He could navigate the void space, but could not enter the being of the void star god 9. The sheath connected to the void space, allowing Pei Guanxing to actively draw upon souls, unleash blood-sense spirits, and transport monsters. Yet the blade was but a tool for him, being a fragment of divinity. Monsters absorbed into the void space permitted him to reclaim a portion of their mental energy for restoration and cultivation. However, those severed by the relic had likely become part of the void star god. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Pei Guanxing ascended the stairs. As he progressed, he left a trail of carnage. The two preceding teaching buildings lay in ruins, their students safely evacuated. Now, he approached the final educational edifice. According to Lin Qia's intel, the sophomore year had the highest infection rate, with entire classes affected. Thus, this building would likely harbor the most monsters. His attire was drenched in the blood of the creatures, droplets falling with each step, leaving behind crimson imprints. Just then, Lin Qia's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Guanxing, I'm on the 3rd floor of the sophomore building. There's still many survivors here. How's it on your end?" Pei Guanxing entered the sophomore teaching building, pausing at the entrance to gaze at the ocean of monsters that swarmed the 1st floor. His body was tainted by the deathly aura of too many monsters. Although there were countless creatures on the 1st floor, they gazed upon the diminutive figure and, with their limited intelligence, felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Retreating in unison, Lin Xia heard Pei Guanxing's laughter through his earpiece. "Upon my return, I shall indulge in 3 days and nights of sleep. Only call me when it's time to eat." Chapter 15. Kill, kill. Kill, what are you saying? Lin Xia furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend his words. "How are you holding up? It seems we miscalculated. Not merely 60 individuals have been infected. The number is likely around 160. I encountered several monsters upon my ascent, and it appears the 1st floor is now completely blocked. Do not worry, I'm still quite formidable. The 3rd floor, right? Just wait. We will soon escape." After that, the voice of Pei Guanxing vanished from the earpiece. "Hello, hello, Guanxing, Pei Guanxing," Lin Xia shouted into the earpiece. And Xingyu looked at Lin Xia and asked, "The Pei Guanxing you mentioned, what has happened to him?" "I don't know. He did not inform me." Lin Xia frowned, gazing towards the door. Increasingly more monsters were converging, and he realized that he alone could not lead so many people to safety. And Xingyu shook her head. "No, I mean, his combat ability. He should not be." Lin Xia was taken aback. Was Pei Guanxing's combat prowess truly lacking? His first impression of Pei Guanxing was of the latter escorting him to school. He remembered how Pei Guanxing had been dozing off, and in that moment, he had judged him to be a poor student. Then there was the encounter with the faceless ghost, where they had each slain one, and he had managed to open his eyes, while Pei Guanxing returned to slumber. Following that was the incident with Zhao Concha. Pei Guanxing had become despondent and fainted. It seemed in his memories that Pei Guanxing was perpetually asleep, forever appearing as if he could not be roused. Finally, he joined the Night Watchers, spending countless days and nights in his company. Almost every morning, he was brought in by Sister Hongying, always seated when possible, never standing. and lying down whenever he could. He perpetually exuded a languid demeanor, deflecting any task that presented itself. Thus, Lin Qia's initial impression was that his combat ability was subpar. However, at school, Pei Guanxing's grades were so exceptional that teachers allowed him to sleep during class. In close combat training, he served as Sister Hongying's sparring partner, a feat attributed to his unique ability. His control over that ability was remarkably adept, as evidenced by his performance just this morning. As for firearms, that was best left unmentioned. In terms of perception, he could even sense when Lin Xia once contemplated utilizing his powers to cough. Upon reflection, it seemed that the laziness he displayed was merely a facade, masking a rare talent. After careful consideration, Lin Xia shook his head. He is indeed powerful. Perhaps my concerns were unfounded. So, does this mean he intends to come up and fight? And Xingyu was uncertain how Lin Xia had managed to ascend from the outside, only knowing that his displayed combat prowess was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. As more and more monsters gathered around the teaching building, Lin Qia's assessment of Pei Guanxing shifted unexpectedly, leaving Xingyu eager to uncover the true nature of this Pei Guanxing. As Pei Guanxing approached with measured steps, the monsters barricading the first floor lunged towards him in unison. In days of yore, a blade was raised, and with a swift stroke, the keen edge cleaved through the foremost beast, severing it from neck to waist with a single strike. An aura of void enveloped him, rendering all afflicted creatures rigid in their movements. The blade surged forth once more, blood splattering in its wake. Pei Guanxing pressed on, his hands wielding the blade with relentless precision, each stroke harvesting the lives of his foes. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, invigorating his senses. His typically languid gaze now transformed into one of chilling intensity. The monsters, undeterred by death, surged forth in relentless waves. Pei Guanxing moved with agility, weaving effortlessly among the beasts, elusive as a specter. His swordsmanship was razor-sharp, amplified by the numbing influence of the void, unleashing tremendous power. Wherever the blade gleamed, the monsters shattered into fragments. Gradually, Pei Guanxing's breath grew heavier. After all, he had initially faced only a handful, but now he was encircled, combating dozens of creatures alone. Zhao Kongcheng, ensconced in the void, watched Pei Guanxing ensnared in peril and felt a surge of anxiety. "Let me out to fight alongside you." The blade whirled in Pei Guanxing's grasp, reversed, and he thrust it backward. A creature leaping high behind him was pierced through, its gaping maw now mere inches from his head, never to close again. Subsequently, Pei Guanxing drew forth a pistol, pulling the trigger repeatedly, causing several monsters before him to vanish in response. He inhaled deeply, seemingly to ease his fatigue. "Uncle Zhao, does this count as concern leading to chaos?" Zhao Kongcheng retorted angrily. "What time is it to be joking with me?" Pei Guanxing, with a smile, replaced the empty magazine with one hand. "Uncle Zhao, are you still denying it? Have you forgotten that you can only project your consciousness through my mental energy? If I were to release you now, the burden on me would be too great, and we might both perish." Zhao Kongcheng fell silent. Indeed, he was merely a soul residing here, and manifesting externally now would impose a heavier load on Pei Guanxing. Truly, concern could lead to chaos. Lin Xia heard Hongying's voice through his earpiece. "I didn't catch that guy. I've now joined up with Xiaonan, and Wu Xiangnan has discovered the nature of this mystery." She then relayed the report on the non-to-awe serpent demon to Lin Xia. "How's it on your end?" "I can't reach Guanxing. Is he with you?" Lin Xia sighed. "Sister Hongying, please don't rush." Just as he was about to share his concerns regarding Pei Guanxing with Hongying, the monsters outside erupted once more. Following this were several gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. The creatures outside seemed to be twisted by some strange force, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, Lin Xia recognized that Pei Guanxing had truly fought his way up. "Sister Hongying, we will talk later. I must assist Guanxing." Lin Xia tightened his grip on his long blade and prepared to charge out. Li Yifei also seized his axe and leapt forth. "I am coming too." The two surged out in succession. The gleam of blades flickered soon. Gunfire and the roars of monsters reverberated throughout the entire floor. With the addition of Lin Xia, Pei Guanxing found his battles considerably more manageable. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunged at Li Yifei from the side, advancing rapidly within his terrified gaze. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted from Pei Guanxing's weapon, and the remaining creatures on the third floor were finally vanquished. Lin Xia and the classmates within the classroom turned their attention towards the opposite side. There, the hallway was strewn with the dismembered remains of the monsters, and at the staircase stood a young man. Pei Guanxing gripped a knife in one hand. The blade angled towards the ground, while in the other, he held a gun, from which wisps of white smoke emanated. Behind him lay a multitude of monster carcasses, blood pooling into rivulets that flowed steadily down the stairs. His body was drenched in blood, and the unsightly blue and white school uniform he wore was unrecognizable, reduced to a mere canvas of crimson that dripped incessantly. The spot where he stood quickly formed a sizable puddle of blood. In the eyes of the onlookers, the blood-soaked youth appeared as a god of slaughter incarnate. Chapter 16. Enkinjiu hello? Xia? Hongying's voice echoed once more. How is Guanxing doing? Lin Xia gazed at Pei Guanxing, who resembled a god of death, and found it impossible to reconcile his current demeanor with the usual languid persona he exhibited. Nevertheless, he responded through the earpiece, he is well. Upon receiving the news that Pei Guanxing was unharmed, Hongying finally felt a sense of relief and continued. The Nanda serpent demon seems to have headed north. We are searching the cafeteria. Once you have settled the students, make your way there swiftly. Pei Guanxing approached Lin Xia. Did Sister Hongying find any news? Yes. She discovered a lead on the serpent demon to the north of the school. Lin Xia nodded, realizing that their primary task now was to rescue the survivors. Pei Guanxing turned and ascended the stairs, while Lin Xia drew his straight blade, closely following behind. On the 5th floor, Lu Yuan was locked in a standoff with Han Ruo and their classmates who were guarding them. At that moment, the barricade made of tables and chairs at the entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash. 2 monsters charged in from outside, causing all the survivors to scream in terror. No one cared about the potential hidden monsters anymore. The real threat had arrived. In a moment of crisis, a figure leapt high into the air, thrusting a straight blade forcefully into one monster's skull, twisting his wrist and effectively severing half of its head. Simultaneously, accompanied by the crack of a gunshot, the other monster's form twisted and dissipated. Li Yifei. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette behind them, someone exclaimed, "How did you get up here?" Li Yifei pointed at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia with admiration plastered on his face. Brother Guanxing and Brother Xia led us up to fight. All eyes turned towards the two. Wow. His clothes are drenched in red. How many monsters did he slay? Are they really that powerful? At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly shouted, "Lin Xia, Ruoro is mine. You cannot take her away from me." Pei Guanxing looked over in confusion. "Xia, you little rascal. Did you find a girlfriend in the midst of battle? And was it so swift a breakup?" Lin Xia understood the meaning behind Pei Guanxing's gaze and felt his lips twitch. "It's not as you think." He then stepped aside, allowing Lu Yuan to take Han Ruoro away. Afterward, Lin Xia turned to the blood-soaked Pei Guanxing and said, "You should rest for a moment and lead these students to the auditorium. I will head north to search for the serpent demon's trail." Pei Guanxing nodded and turned to leave. As Han Ruo passed him, he sensed something was amiss with her. Lin Xia certainly noticed, and allowing her to leave indicated he had his own plan. Thus, there was no need for further interference. He truly needed a moment to recuperate. Li Yifei was loudly urging the remaining survivors to follow him, while Enkinjiu lingered behind, engaging Lin Xia in conversation about something. "I understand. Additionally, you can undoubtedly place your trust in Pei Guanxing. However, his demeanor tends to be rather lethargic." And Xingyu discreetly tucked something into his pocket and nodded as he hurried to catch up with the main group. Along the way, several girls approached to inquire about Pei Guanxing, yet he paid them no heed, continuing on his path and occasionally dealing with monsters that attempted to ambush him. Engaging in romantic pursuits is far too exhausting. It is much more comfortable to simply take it easy. Observing Pei Guanxing's indifference, the young admirers redirected their attention, seeking information from Li Yifei regarding Lin Xia. Li Yifei, aware of their affiliation with the Night Watch organization and his own potential opportunity to join, refrained from divulging too much about this clandestine group. They remained tight-lipped, while those fortunate enough to witness Pei Guanxing's formidable prowess could not contain their excitement, regaling the girls with tales of his exploits. Pei Guanxing's earpiece crackled with Lin Qia's voice. "That bespectacled gentleman is named in Qingyu. He just shared some information with me. I must say his intellect is remarkably high. Among the group of students you are leading, there are no infected individuals, aside from Li Yifei, so exercise caution." Pei Guanxing slightly turned his head to glance at Qingyu, who seemed to notice his gaze and offered a shy smile in return. Pei Guanxing pressed the earpiece. Understood. In the grand auditorium, Qingyu found Pei Guanxing, who was reclined in the last row of seats, blood from his clothes congealed, with a few drops that had fallen to the floor already dried. Qingyu said nothing further, simply taking a seat beside him. Li Yifei, just entering, directed their classmates to barricade the door once more. He then lay down next to Qingyu, exclaiming, I'm utterly exhausted. I can't fathom how they managed to battle those monsters for so long." As Qingyu conversed with Li Yifei, it appeared Pei Guanxing had drifted off to sleep. Absent from their discussion, suddenly, a faint sound crackled through Pei Guanxing's earpiece, prompting him to sit upright. He seemed to mutter to himself, "Sigh, I'm so tired. There's only one left now. I must sleep for 3 days and nights upon returning." And Qingyu, engaged in conversation with Li Yifei, lowered his head slightly upon hearing these words. The lights of the auditorium gleamed upon his glasses, the blinding white light obscuring his eyes. Pei Guanxing pressed the earpiece, initiating a conversation with Hongying. "Sister Hongying, I am utterly exhausted." Hongying's voice carried a hint of affection. All right. I know you've accomplished a great feat this time, having vanquished so many monsters. So, may I be excused from attending that training camp? You know me. If I can lie down, I will never sit up. Dream on." Hongying's tone shifted, as though one could envision her hands on her hips in irritation. If he wished to formally join the Night Watch, attendance at the training camp was mandatory. Pei Guanxing sighed, and then a knock sounded at the door. "Sister Hongying, let us discuss this later. There are still matters to attend to." Another knock followed. "Open the door, it's Lin Xia." Li Yifei immediately rose to his feet and approached Lin Xia, inquiring with evident eagerness, "What is the situation? What is the outcome?" At that moment, Pei Guanxing also arrived, draping an arm over Li Yifei's shoulder with a gentle pressure, reminiscent of their interactions at the peace office. Meanwhile, Qingyu stood up as well, retrieving a handgun from his pocket. Pei Guanxing chuckled. "It must have been resolved, wouldn't you agree?" And Qingyu? 3 gunshots abruptly interrupted the jubilant cheers in the auditorium, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as they gazed at Qingyu, who held the gun pointed at Li Yifei. It was only then that Pei Guanxing released his hold on Li Yifei's arm. Li Yifei, bewildered, reached back to touch the nape of his neck, questioning what was happening. Chapter 17. The conclusion hypnos? Pei Guanxing offered no response, instead casting a glance at the dimming sky. He relinquished the pistol infused with void energy from his pocket to Qingyu. Although he had initially intended to give it to Lin Xia, the memory of Lin's dismal shooting proficiency led him to change his mind. With a dismissive wave, he ambled out, having previously visited Lin's psychiatric facility and encountered Nikes. During their conversation, he learned that Lin Xia had acquired the skill of Starry Night Dancer, coupled with the void-infused pistol he had bestowed upon them, making the prospect of confronting Li Yifei rather manageable. The reason for his departure at this moment was sheer lethargy, compounded by the discomfort of his dry bloodstains. All he yearned for was a hot shower followed by a restful slumber. Outside, Hongying and Cangnan awaited Pei Guanxing's emergence, initially believing his business was concluded. However, upon witnessing his blood-soaked attire and unsteady gait, both girls were taken aback. "Guanxing, have you sustained such grave injuries?" Hongying rushed forward to support him. Cangnan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she hurried over, eager to provide aid. After all, Pei Guanxing was someone they had watched grow up, despite their minimal age difference. Pei Guanxing scratched his head. "I'm fine. It's merely the blood of those monsters." Nevertheless, the two girls continued their scrutiny until they were assured of his safety, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Si Xiaonan retracted her Wuyuan Sha, grumbling, honestly, I thought it was your blood. Pei Guanxing couldn't help but chuckle. Like Uncle Zhao, their concern was rather chaotic, with Hongying supporting him. She glanced toward the grand hall. Why didn't Xia come out with you? Cough, cough, I was simply too fatigued and thought it best to finish up early. Pei Guanxing replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Hongying shot him a disapproving look, but you truly accomplished a great feat this time. Detecting Li Yifei's inhumanity right from the start and single-handedly slaying so many monsters. Pei Guanxing replied nonchalantly, that doesn't exempt me from training, though. Si Xiaonan burst into laughter. Is that how lazy you are? Pei Guanxing responded earnestly, Sister Xiaonan, you know me well. Si Xiaonan and Hongying chimed in unison with his famous saying, if one can sit, one should never stand. If one can lie down, one should never sit. Pei Guanxing spread his hands. Now that you've both said it, what more can I add? Chimai chuckled. These two youngsters performed admirably this time. Indeed, it's quite impressive. I didn't expect Pei Guanxing, usually so lackadaisical, to prove reliable in critical moments. Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. Don't be so harsh on Guanxing. He was previously influenced by the Void Star God. Chimai defended Pei Guanxing. Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. Why don't you mention how he has been yearning to escape from the rookie training? Chunmai replied. Nevertheless, his performance this time was commendable. Wu Xiangnan paused for a moment before slowly articulating that the new recruits should postpone their training by a day. Lin Xia emerged from the grand auditorium, where Pei Guanxing lay sprawled on the steps, resting his head on Hongying's lap. Upon noticing Lin Xia's exit, Hongying gently tapped Pei Guanxing's face, urging him to awaken and return home to rest. Groggily, Pei Guanxing opened his eyes and stood up alongside Hongying, inquiring, Xia, are you finished? Lin Xia handed Pei Guanxing his pistol, remarking, yes, here is your gun. And Xingyu intended to study your void power, but I declined his request. He then turned to Hongying, adding, and Xingyu has demonstrated his worth this time. He wishes to join the Night Watchers to explore mythical creatures. Hongying cast her gaze back into the auditorium, saying, Xia, you should understand the significance of the Night Watchers, Brother Kong Chung. Lin Xia nodded, acknowledging, I comprehend. I merely made an introduction, as it does not significantly involve him. That's good, Hongying replied, her tone brightening. All right, this mission has been successfully completed. Let's head home. Hiss, how many bullets did I use? Pei Guanxing mused, glancing at his magazine with a slight frown. Next time, I need to ask Brother Longxian for more. Suddenly realizing that his current mindset had strayed from his usual carefree demeanor, he quickly shook his head. No, I won't take on this task again. It's too exhausting. Observing the departure of Pei Guanxing and the others, and Xingyu placed his hand into his uniform pocket, where a bullet lay quietly in his palm. He then directed his gaze towards the serpent's head above. Thus, I'm granting you a day off. Let me know what you wish to eat, Chunmai said with a smile to the returning team members. Hooray! Si Xiaonan and Hongying leaped in excitement, high-fiving each other. Wu Xiangnan noted Si Xiaonan's pristine face and tidy uniform, pondering, it seems Xiaonan did not exert herself. Si Xiaonan looked around before finally settling her gaze on Pei Guanxing's uniform. It was the reddest among them. She seized a sleeve and buried her face in it, rubbing against the fabric. Unfortunately, the bloodstains had long dried, resulting in merely a slight blush on her cheeks, unlike the others who bore conspicuous marks. The group erupted in laughter at her antics. Click! From a distance, Long Xian chuckled as he glanced at the printed photograph. Everyone's in it. In the photo, Si Xiaonan pouted in mock anger. Chunmai leaned against the cart door laughing heartily, when Shima sat inside the car with his arm resting on the window, also smiling, while Wu Xiangnan covered his forehead, appearing somewhat exasperated. Hongying supported the drowsy Pei Guanxing, her smile radiant, and Lin Xia wore a subtle grin. Lin Xia returned to the mental institution with the intent to check on the captured Nantua serpent demon, or rather, Li Yifei. However, upon re-entering the facility, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. Before her knelt Nyx, casting aside the vase that had been cradled in her arms, her hands now cradling the dark purple orb belonging to the deity of Pei Guanxing. To her astonishment, sprawled across her lap was a figure, Pei Guanxing. Nyx observed Lin Xia, who enthusiastically greeted him. Dionysus, look, I have discovered the true Hypnos. He is not merely your friend. He is your brother. Lin Xia recalled that Nyx had once claimed the vase represented Hypnos, yet now she asserted that Pei Guanxing was. The name Hypnos soon echoed in his mind, the god of sleep. Enlightenment dawned upon Lin Xia, prompting him to sigh and cover his forehead. Was this mere coincidence or fate? Could it truly be that Pei Guanxing's deity was indeed Hypnos? Yet had Pei Guanxing not declared that his deity was the god of nothingness? Nyx, cradling 9, nuzzled against it. My brother Erebus, you have finally brought Hypnos to find me. It is indeed a coincidence. Erebus is both Nyx's brother and husband, the embodiment of darkness, perfectly aligning with the dark purple of the god of nothingness. Furthermore, Pei Guanxing, perpetually drowsy, fittingly embodies Hypnos, the god of sleep and brother to Dionysus. Chapter 18. The diminished Li Yifei Lin Xia approached Pei Guanxing, lifting him up before turning to Nikes. Mother, I will have a conversation with Pei, my brother, for a moment. Nikes nodded in response. Indeed, it has been quite a while since you two brothers have seen each other, hasn't it? Dragging Pei Guanxing to a secluded spot, Lin Xia mused silently. It hasn't been long at all. We see each other every day. Hey, what's going on? Lin Xia crouched down, whispering to Pei Guanxing, who lay on the grass. Pei Guanxing lifted his eyelids and pouted. I was about to ask you the same thing. Why have I suddenly become your brother? Lin Xia glanced at Nikes, who was either playing with 9 or perhaps being played with by 9 in the distance, and sighed. Didn't I tell you last time? Nikes here. He tapped his forehead thoughtfully and continued. There's a bit of a situation. She seems to see everyone as family now. Is it really all right for your deity to be tossed around by Nikes like this? Pei Guanxing closed his eyes and turned over. I don't mind. Your place is actually quite nice. I could easily fall asleep here. The vast void of 9 had always spun relentlessly, making his childhood a torment. Now, even without a bed, the rare flat grass felt incredibly comforting, especially without the incessant swirling. Occasionally, he could even rest his head on Nike's lap, adding to his comfort. With that thought, Pei Guanxing gently drifted into slumber. Lin Xia's lips twitched as he watched Pei Guanxing, who could sleep anywhere, and decided to leave him be. After all, in this place, he felt like a deity himself and was not worried, or rather, Pei Guanxing's nature would never cause a ruckus. He resolved to check on the newly captured Nanda snake demon, Li Yifei. While Lin Xia conversed with Li Yifei in the prison, Pei Guanxing was peacefully asleep on the grass, and Nikes snuggled up to her brother. Brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you unwell too? Nikes asked, cradling the void-star deity 9 in her arms. There are medicines at Dada's. Do you need any? The incarnation of 9 remained steadfast in its principles, ignoring Nike's inquiries, while waves of dark energy surged from them, intertwining and flowing together. Suddenly, the immense form of 9 in the void trembled gently and opened its eyes. Oh, it sensed a faint energy slowly replenishing its depletions since arriving in this universe from an unknown distant source. Remarkably, Nike's healing progress also began to show a gradual increase. Inside the prison, the Nanda snake demon understood that Lin Xia's lack of words indicated his insignificance. And insignificance meant that he would not be allowed to survive. The Nanda snake demon fell to his knees in despair. Lin Xia, observing Li Yifei in the cage, suddenly leaned down and whispered, Can you take care of a mentally ill person? Can you cheer up the old lady? The Nanda snake demon replied, I can't, but someone else can. Lin Xia gazed contentedly at Li Yifei, who was donned in a caregiver's uniform, nodding in approval. He then promptly led him out of the prison while elucidating the circumstances of the mental institution. Presently, there was only a single patient within these walls, although 2 outsiders were present. Lin Xia recalled Pei Guanxing and his divine entity, experiencing a wave of discomfort. You were acquainted with him. That would be Pei Guanxing. Li Yifei scratched his head, inquiring, Is he the caregiver numbered 000? Lin Xia shook his head. He could be considered a visitor to the patient. Pay him no mind. Your primary responsibility is to care for Nikes. With that, the duo arrived at Nike's location. However, Lin Xia was once again taken aback by the dark energy emanating from Nikes, which seemed to be connected to 9, as if transmitting something. Though the progress bar above her head showed no change in value, Lin Xia could undeniably sense that her healing progress was gradually advancing. Li Yifei, observing this peculiar scene, was perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Nike's opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward Lin Xia, exclaiming, "Dinastis, why isn't brother speaking?" She then noticed Li Yifei behind Lin Xia, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Grandfather, your father has brought you here too. Our family is reunited today." Li Yifei's lips twitched, and he quietly asked, "Do I still have to play your son?" Lin Xia gave him a thumbs up. "I have faith in you." Complying immediately, Li Yifei squatted in front of Nike's, allowing her to tousle his hair. "Grandma." The dark energy surrounding Nike's gradually receded as she lifted 9, displaying it for Li Yifei. "Quick, call him grandfather." Li Yifei complied. "Grandfather." 9 remained silent. Lin Xia sighed. Nike's then pointed to Pei Guanxing, who lay nearby. "Call him uncle." Li Yifei obliged. "Uncle." Pei Guanxing was fast asleep. Nike's gestured toward a table. "Call." Time passed, and as Lin Xia dragged Pei Guanxing from the mental institution, Li Yifei wore a dejected expression, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I am truly sorry. Mom and Dad, I have significantly lowered my status." However, as a difficult-to-define snake demon, whether he truly had parents remained uncertain. In the training arena, Pei Guanxing reclined on a distant sofa, observing the sparring session between Lin Xia and Chunmai. The two engaged in a dazzling display of movement, colliding with one another continuously. Chunmai had ceased using a bamboo sword for practice and had instead adopted the same celestial blade as Lin Xia. The sound of metal clashing resonated like a melodious symphony. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the straight sword in Lin Xia's hand slipped from his grasp, spinning through the air toward Pei Guanxing. Witnessing this, Lin Xia could only shake his head in disbelief. During training, if anything he held were to slip from his hands while Pei Guanxing was present, it would invariably hurtle toward him. The first encounter with such a situation startled him. However, the subsequent scene alleviated his anxiety, much like today. The straight blade, upon entering a certain proximity to Pei Guanxing, instantly hovered in midair before clattering to the ground. Lin Xia observed Pei Guanxing, whose heart raced yet showed no outward signs of fear, and shook his head in resignation. "Your void realm is even more enigmatic than my mundane divine domain." Chunmai handed Lin Xia a towel, remarking, "Guanxing's void realm has remained open without closure, which is one of the reasons for his previous stupor. I wonder if this is a gift or a curse from the Void Star God. Never closed? Does that mean his mental energy has been perpetually depleting?" Lin Xia glanced again at Pei Guanxing. This time, the drowsy Pei Guanxing appeared almost monstrous in his eyes. Chapter 19. The Ever-Expansive Divine Ruins. Chunmai nodded thoughtfully, remarking that they had conducted a comprehensive examination and testing of Guanzhong's celestial observations, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. Lin Xia had only recently stabilized his own realm, while Pei Guanxing, following the incident with the Nantua serpent demon, had completely ascended to the Zhan realm. Yet, it was utterly unexpected that he had been continuously maintaining his divine ruins. Despite such immense consumption, he was still able to elevate his own realm. No wonder he had been perpetually drowsy. He was replenishing his spiritual energy through slumber. Chunmai sighed, noting that even he could not sustain his forbidden ruins around the clock, let alone Guanzhong, who had been this way since their encounter a decade ago. However, at that time, his control was not particularly adept, often causing Xiaonan and a few others to succumb to slumber. Now, his advancements were significant. Moreover, according to his words, the influence of 9 on him had diminished considerably, eliminating the need for the incessant sleep previously required to restore his spiritual energy. Lin Xia swallowed hard, fully aware of the classifications of spiritual energy. Only by reaching the infinite realm could one attain a near-endless reservoir of spiritual power. Yet, could even one at the infinite realm sustain such a state for an entire decade, continuously expanding their forbidden ruins? Surely, only those of the Klein realm could achieve such a feat. An inexplicable chill ran down Lin Xia's spine, thus his realm. Chunmai shook his head. stating that it was unclear, perhaps, as demonstrated, he was merely at the Zhan realm, or perhaps it was as you surmised. Yet, that would be astonishing, would it not? A youth merely a few years old reaching the heights of the elusive Klein realm. Chun Mai recalled the dossier he had submitted to the Night Watch headquarters in Hongying regarding Pei Guanxing. Beyond basic information such as name, gender, and age, the only detail recorded about his divine ruins was Agent of the Void Star God 9. The function, hazards, level, and name of the divine ruins remained entirely unknown. During the recent recruit training, he had emphasized the importance of monitoring Pei Guanxing, striving to unearth his latent potential. In the afternoon, when Shima led Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia in training concerning the Forbidden Ruins. For Lin Xia, it was indeed a training session, while for Pei Guanxing, it was more of a study. When Shima examined the densely packed data, rubbing his temples, the divine ruins exhibited by Guanxing could be categorized into three primary aspects. The first was the void domain, the second was the power of the void, and the third was the artifact of antiquity. Pei Guanxing nodded, refraining from disclosing the existence of the void space, as it constituted his most central secret, wherein the void star god, 9, also resided. After ensuring that Lin Xia, who was meditating nearby, was untroubled, when Shima turned to Pei Guanxing, the general function of the void domain, aside from inducing sleep, also allows for the attenuation of attacks within its confines by one tier. For instance, weapon-based assaults would enter a state akin to temporal suspension. When Shima perused Pei Guanxing's training records as he spoke, Pei Guanxing added, "I can only weaken attacks that are below my mental power level, and weapon-based assaults cannot be imbued with mental energy. Otherwise, they might still penetrate the domain. However, apart from the inability to deactivate the void domain, I have acquired the ability to control it, preventing anyone from easily succumbing to slumber. As for the weakening of attacks, that appears to be its passive ability." When Shima nodded, jotting down notes and sketches. The power of the void can also induce lethargy and numbness in those who come into contact with it. In the incident involving the Nantawa serpent demon, it seemed to possess an additional capability to dissolve objects, a form of voidification. Pei Guanxing's palm manifested a swirling purple-black mist that drifted towards Shima. That's about right. But the power of the void was bestowed upon me by the void star deity, Ix. My understanding of it is still incomplete. Feel free to share any thoughts you may have. When Shima, upon seeing the mist approaching, swiftly retreated. "Go away. Quickly put that away, or I might fall asleep again." After Lin Xia completed his training, when Shima insisted on dragging Pei Guanxing to the mechanism room, Pei Guanxing was indifferent. After all, those airgun bullets fell under the category of weapons, and he had trained in there before. All he needed to do was lie down and wait for a barrage of gunfire to conclude the session. Lin Xia entered the mechanism room first. Let us start with a frequency of 50 rounds per second. When Shima adjusted the shooting frequency of the airgun from outside and pressed the start button. Inside the mechanism room, Lin Xia's eyes shone with brilliant golden light, and under the perception of the mortal realm, his figure shifted continuously, ultimately evading all the airgun bullets with perfection. When Shima smiled and nodded. "Very good. Next, we shall increase it to 100 rounds per second." Lin Xia inquired, "What is the highest recorded score?" "The highest record." When Shima pondered for a moment, casting a mischievous grin at Pei Guanxing. "There hasn't been an official record yet, but it's certainly created by Guanxing." Lin Xia was taken aback when Shima patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. "Now, with 100 rounds per second, do you have the confidence to dodge them all?" Lin Xia considered and shook his head. "It's unlikely I can evade all of them, but I certainly won't perform as poorly as before." When Shima pointed to Pei Guanxing behind him, "If you take him with you, you'll have the confidence." With that, when Shima pushed the two into the mechanism room and locked the door. "Prepare. Start." The walls echoed with the sounds of bullets being loaded. Lin Xia slightly crouched, ready to react to the oncoming bullets. Meanwhile, Pei Guanxing lay down before Lin Xia's astonished gaze. Lin Xia shifted closer. "Hey, that is going to hurt." Before he could finish his sentence, the machine gun erupted with a torrent of bullets. Thud, 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 thud. Moments later, the gunfire ceased, and the door swung open. A vacuum zone with a radius of 2 meters surrounded Pei Guanxing, except for Lin Xia, who stared at him wide-eyed. Beyond that 2-meter boundary lay a mountainous pile of bullets. Pei Guanxing rose from the ground, turning his back to Lin Xia to dust himself off. Lin Xia absent-mindedly patted the dust off Pei Guanxing's back before following him out of the mechanism room. Upon seeing Wen Qima waiting outside, Lin Xia was filled with disbelief. Can even firearms be obstructed? Wen Qima chuckled, wrapping his arm around Lin Xia's shoulder. Do you understand now? This is the formidable power of the divine ruins, deployed around the clock. Just like this. With that, Wen Qima drew his pistol and fired a shot at Pei Guanxing's back. Bang! The bullet exited the chamber, swiftly traversing the distance between them. And when it was merely 2 meters from Pei Guanxing's body, it abruptly halted, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. Then with a soft thud, it fell to the ground. Chapter 20. A glitched D plot. A few days later, Pei Guanxing was tugged along by Hongying, arriving at Chen Mai's office. Captain, I brought Guanxing to you, Hongying exclaimed excitedly as she pushed open the office door. Inside, Lin Xia was already waiting. Pei Guanxing wore a dejected expression. Uncle Chen, didn't we agree that after my significant contribution during the last Non-to-Awe Serpent Demon incident, my new recruit training would be postponed by a year? Chen Mai's lips twitched. Do you think I've aged so much that I cannot keep track of time? Hearing Pei Guanxing's bargaining, Hongying stifled a laugh, her long ponytail swaying gently. Is this how you negotiate? She waved her hand. You two chat first. Cangnan and I will go prepare. Chen Mai nodded, then turned to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Coincidentally, you two, as the divine agents this year, will attend the new recruit training together. One of you is a newcomer, and the other needs my careful guidance. Chen Mai set down the documents in his hand, a rare look of fatigue crossing his face. I prepared all the necessary certificates, documents, and materials for you. Just bring them along when the time comes. The new recruit training will be conducted in Beijing, which is quite a distance from Cangnan. Moreover, it will be under closed management, and you won't be allowed to go out easily until it's over. The conditions there will certainly not match the comforts of home. Shortly, Hongying and Cangnan would take you shopping and reimburse the expenses afterward. Additionally, Pei Guanxing. Chen Mai suddenly raised his voice, as if fearing that Pei Guanxing might doze off while standing. The Void Star God exists within you, and your divine ruins have never been observed. You must engage in rigorous training and development of your divine ruins. I've already informed the instructors. They are aware of your situation and will provide appropriate training without being overly demanding, but you must obey their commands. Furthermore, someone from the training camp will contact you to record some information about your divine ruins. So remember to communicate well with the Void Star God regarding the name of your divine ruins. Also, Lin Xia, you need to pay attention. Chen Mai continued his lengthy instructions for an hour. During this time, Hongying finalized everything, holding a small notebook as she and Si Xiaonan entered. Upon seeing that Chen Mai was still advising, they took a seat nearby. Did you remember everything? Chen Mai asked after taking a sip of water. Lin Xia nodded vigorously. Yes, I've noted it down. Pei Guanxing also nodded. Zzz, Chen Mai, Lin Xia, Si Xiaonan, and Hongying exchanged glances. Chen Mai looked at Lin Xia with utmost seriousness, as if handing over his daughter to a groom. I entrust Pei Guanxing to you. Keep him in check. Lin Xia sighed, all right. Seeing this, Hongying stood up, smiling as she comforted Chen Mai. Don't be fooled by Guanxing's current unreliability. He can be quite dependable when it matters. Department store. Hongying tugged at Pei Guanxing while Si Xiaonan pushed him from behind, followed closely by Lin Xia, who maneuvered the shopping cart. Pei Guanxing sighed, all right, let go. We've come this far. Do you really think I would run back? Hongying scrunched her nose at him. Humph, you have done this before. Every time we come shopping, you always wander off halfway, leaving just me and Xiaonan. Pei Guanxing glanced back at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with pity. Lin Xia was puzzled at first, but soon understood the reason. The two exuberant girls dragged the boys around, shopping enthusiastically. Hongying, look, this rabbit-eared hat is adorable. Let us buy one for Guanxing and Xia. Bye. Xiaonan, that pink floral quilt is so cute. A real man should have a soft heart. Yes. Hongying, look, how about this maid uniform? Si Xiaonan held up a black maid outfit, gesturing it in front of the disenchanted Pei Guanxing. Bye bye bye. Seeing the two girls looking his way, Lin Xia immediately waved his hands. No, just get one for Guanxing. Oh, don't you like black? It seems Xia has a soft heart. Here, a pink one. Si Xiaonan produced a pink-made outfit from behind. As the two lively girls delightedly shopped, a group of young men with dyed yellow and green hair blocked their path. Oh, little sister likes made outfits. Why not try one on just for us? TSK, both beauties are quite exceptional, but very beautiful indeed. Get lost. Hongying's enthusiasm for shopping evaporated instantly, her face darkening as she scolded them. Oh, little lady, quite the temper you have. It's all right, I like your personality. The yellow-haired one chuckled ominously, reaching out to grab Hongying. Just as Hongying prepared to confront the thugs, she felt a hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her back. Pei Guanxing stepped in front of her. The yellow-haired thug was taken aback, then burst into laughter. A sleepy little brat thinks he can be a hero? Pei Guanxing's expression darkened, an intangible power gradually emanating from his feet, attaching itself to the thug's clothing. Lin Xia looked at the group of thugs, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He recalled Zhao Kongsheng, remembered the countless graves of sentinels at the cemetery where Hongying carved the steel. Those who had perished, the 136 squad, countless sentinels, and himself, destined to become a sentinel. Were they truly meant to protect such scum? They remained blissfully unaware that beneath the radiance lay countless mysteries and monsters that sought to devour them. Living comfortably in the sunlight, those monsters were annihilated by sentinels who willingly plunged from the light into darkness, often paying the ultimate price. Yet those standing in the sunlight knew nothing of this, even seeking to confront Hongying and her companions in public. If the one they encountered had not been Hongying, but an ordinary woman, these men might have succeeded. The Night's Watch fought valiantly to protect their own, yet their claws reached out toward their kin. At that moment, a burly man wielding a mop burst forth from a nearby restaurant. Hey, you yellow-haired rascals, what do you think you're doing? His thunderous shout interrupted Lin Xia's thoughts and drew the attention of those around. Gradually, more and more people converged. We just released you lot, and you're already looking for trouble? After the last encounter, when you were left searching for your teeth, it seems you truly lack memory. This is a classic case of forgetting the pain after the scar has healed and you return to such antics. You're simply asking for a beating. The thugs, surrounded by the growing crowd, gritted their teeth, ready to retaliate when Pei Guanxing made his move. The power of the void erupted instantaneously, dissolving the thug's clothing while simultaneously shielding Hongying and Si Xiaonan's eyes. What audacity, engaging in such disgraceful acts in public. The crowd clamored, charging forward to corner the notorious miscreants. The initial burly man approached Pei Guanxing and his companions. You all should leave quickly. We will handle those ruffians. They frequently roam this area, committing misdeeds. We have been keeping an eye on them and will ensure your safety. Pei Guanxing nodded, leading Hongying and Si Xiaonan away. Curiously, they followed, questioning, why did you cover our eyes? Pei Guanxing chuckled, they're unsavory sights. Do not look, or you may end up with a black eye. Si Xiaonan patted her chest, remarking, this is quite the glitch. Isn't it? A beautiful girl out shopping, getting harassed. Hongying pouted. If it weren't for Guanxing stopping me, they would be lying down by now. Si Xiaonan laughed. Well, aren't they lying down now? Lin Xia watched the trio fade into the distance, and then glanced at the indignant crowd, a gentle smile emerging. Perhaps this was precisely what we ought to strive to protect with our lives. Chapter 21. Practicing with a deity once the three individuals had distanced themselves. Pei Guanxing lowered his hand that had shielded the two. Hongying glanced around, puzzled. Where's Qi? Si Xiaonan turned to look at Lin Xia, who was still in a daze behind them, and waved her arm. Qi, hurry up. We still have so many items to purchase. Lin Xia cast a fleeting glance at a few ruffians being reprimanded nearby, disregarded them, and pushed the shopping cart forward. Coming. Hongying rummaged through her pockets. Strange. Where did the shopping list go? Si Xiaonan pointed to the cart Lin Xia was pushing. Could it be buried inside? The group peered at the nearly full cart, feeling a sense of unease. It seems we are still missing something. Lin Xia pondered briefly. It appears we are short on hand warmers. Pei Guanxing continued. If we strictly adhere to the shopping list, besides the hand warmers, we also need knee pads and foot soak bags, along with a hair removal cream that I believe is unnecessary. Hongying clapped her hands. All right, that's all we need. Lin Xia looked at Pei Guanxing with confusion. You remembered all that? Pei Guanxing nodded. What of it? Then, Hongying approached him to explain the merits of hair removal cream. Who says it's useless? Let me tell you. Lin Xia was taken aback. As far as he recalled, Pei Guanxing had merely glanced at the list upon entering the mall. Yet he had retained everything. Moreover, Hongying and Xiaonan seemed to have complete faith in Pei Guanxing's memory. See Xiaonan, noticing Lin Xia's skeptical expression, leaned in with her hands on her hips. What? Doubting Guanxing's memory? Indeed, there was a hint of doubt. Lin Xia recalled that last time. When Mo had asked him to shop, Pei Guanxing had also neglected to bring the list. The memory of the lengthy list that when Mo had prepared resurfaced in his mind. Si Xiaonan gazed ahead, where Hongying was pulling Pei Guanxing along and quietly remarked, Guanxing has an exceptional memory. One might say it is photographic. She paused thoughtfully, then imitated Pei Guanxing's languid voice. High school knowledge is merely something to remember to pass. Perhaps I should just skip school. Jie, don't you think that's infuriating? Si Xiaonan huffed, hands on her hips, cheeks puffed in indignation. When I was in school, I felt like my head would explode, and he dares to say such things. Lin Xia couldn't help but recall the words of a bespectacled youth. Learning such rigid knowledge is a sheer waste of life. One had self-studied to a Master-S degree, while the other possessed an almost perfect memory. Despite their divergent paths, the audacity of their statements was indeed exasperating. Lin Xia smirked and ultimately aligned with Si Xiaonan. Indeed, that night, Lin Xia lay in bed, reflecting on recent experiences. Ever since Zhao Kongsheng had departed, his life had undergone a profound transformation. In addition to his aunt and younger brother, he had also acquired new family members. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Lin Xia opened it to find Pei Guanxing, who usually would have been asleep by this hour, standing outside. Qi, I would like to ask you for a favor. 2 days later, at the train station, Chen Mai gazed at Lin Xia, who was burdened with numerous bags. It's always wise to leave early. The training camp may prove to be more exhausting than our own training, so do your best. Lin Xia nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Pei Guanxing approached, saying, Xia, my good brother, I appreciate your efforts. Lin Xia, somewhat speechless, retorted, if you truly think I'm struggling, then carry your own luggage. Pei Guanxing chuckled, having employed considerable persuasion to convince Lin Xia to assist with his bags. We share similar belongings and are both from Cangnan. It's rare to find a fellow townsman. Lin Xia sighed, let us consider a workout. But why aren't you coming with me? Pei Guanxing glanced at Wu Xiangnan. Brother Xiangnan granted me an extra day as a reward. Hongying stepped forward, assisting Lin Xia in organizing his clothes. While I'm not around, you'll have to look after Guanxing. Wu Xiangnan interrupted their conversation. All right, it's almost time. Xia, you should head off. Lin Xia nodded. Then I shall take my leave. As Lin Xia's silhouette faded at the station, Chen Mai's phone rang. Hello, this is Chen Mai. What did you say? Goodness. Stop, Lin Xia. The other team members looked on in confusion. What? Chen Mai shouted angrily. Hurry, stop him. The training location has changed. It's now right here in Cangnan. Xiaopinga contemplated the information relayed to him by the higher-ups. Neither of the two divine agents in Cangnan could leave. Consequently, the new recruits' training location had to be shifted from Beijing to Cangnan. Upon receiving news of the change, Yuan Gang sought Xiaopinga for clarification. Xiaopinga replied, the higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. Just follow orders. Yuan Gang sighed, fine, but once I leave, will you behave and refrain from causing trouble? Xiaopinga responded with an exasperated look. Pei Guanxing, in stark contrast to the glum Chen Mai, was quite cheerful. With permission to delay his departure to Beijing by a day, he could cancel his ticket and enjoy more rest. When Shima consoled Chen Mai, Captain, Guanxing just saved you a ticket. Don't be upset. Hongying smiled wryly at the jubilant Pei Guanxing. Unexpectedly, the very person who had sought to postpone the training camp dates became Chen Mai's sole source of comfort. After all, no one anticipated that Lin Xia, laden with bags, would move so swiftly. His ticket had already been validated and could not be refunded. Moreover, winter in Cangnan was rather mild. rendering their purchases of heating packs and knee pads unnecessary. They faced a significant financial loss, with only Pei Guanxing's ticket being refunded. Even Wu Xiangnan, who typically found Pei Guanxing irksome, began to ponder the idea of granting this lad some time off now and then, as it might save a bit of money. Yuan Gang examined the list in his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. The scions of the Bailey family, the emissary of the Seraphim, 3 exceedingly high-risk individuals, and 1 agent of a deity that had never been observed before. His gaze lingered on the name Pei Guanxing, which had been distinctly highlighted. It was rumored that the deity he represented resided within his very being. One of the instructors beside Yuan Gang noticed the singled-out Pei Guanxing and inquired. Another instructor swallowed hard, apprehensively articulating, "Does that not imply that he is, in essence, a deity himself?" Yuan Gang nodded in affirmation. "The information provided by Chun Mai is exceedingly scant. This is all we possess." He even implored us to explore the divine ruins of Pei Guanxing. Upon hearing this, the gathered instructors shuddered at the prospect. Are we to train a deity? Chapter 22. The overwhelming authority of the gods. What has become of the divine? Yuan Gang bellowed. Now that we are here, we are part of the night watch and must heed commands. Go. Contact the mask squad and have them deal with this young man who harbors a deity within him. Having just dealt with a mysterious member of the mask squad from an unknown location, the team felt an inexplicable chill as if a massive purple-black slime were fixating on them. "Captain, why do I feel something is amiss?" One of them inquired, glancing around. "I share your sentiments," Rose chimed in, rubbing her arms. "Could it be that a Klein-level mystery has set its sights on us?" Suddenly, Wang Mian's phone rang, startling the group. "Instructor Yuan?" "Yes, I understand. All right. It seems I've discerned what is amiss." A faint smile crept onto Wang Mian's lips beneath his mask. The next day, outside the training camp in Cangnan City, a hidden sniper was observing 2 approaching youths through his scope. These 2 were, of course, Pei Guanxing and Great Xia. "Report. 2 youths are approaching the training base." The sniper relayed. "Describe their characteristics." "They're still at a distance, and the targets are not clearly defined. They appear to be students. One carries 3 suitcases and a large backpack, while the other walks unsteadily with only a single backpack." "Students?" The voice on the radio was momentarily taken aback. "One of them is wobbling with just a backpack?" The sniper continued. "They seem to be heading towards a training base. Please advise on the next steps. Tell me their location. I'll investigate." Great Xia struggled to drag the 3 suitcases, his clothes soaked with sweat. He had intended for Pei Guanxing to carry his own luggage, but observing his unsteady gait, Great Xia suspected that should he hand over a suitcase, Pei Guanxing would likely collapse atop it and slumber. At that point, he would not merely be hauling 3 suitcases, but an additional person as well. "Is there truly a training base here?" Great Xia mumbled, surveying the desolate wilderness around him. Before long, a camouflage jeep approached from a distance. "Oi, you 2, what are you doing?" "Participating in the training. What about your documentation?" "We were only informed of the location this morning. How could we have arrived sooner?" "It's not as if we flew here." Great Xia handed over their identification materials. "Oh, local residents. Pei Guanxing, Great Xia." The driver nodded. Great Xia, puzzled, asked, "What about us?" The driver shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Nothing. Just place your luggage in the vehicle." Pei Guanxing opened the door, and Great Xia tossed their belongings into the jeep. Then both were about to board. However, the driver abruptly hit the gas, leaving the door ajar as he sped off, even tossing 2 smoke bombs behind, leaving the bewildered duo in confusion. Once the smoke cleared, the camouflage jeep had vanished without trace. "What the hell? They stole our luggage." Great Xia rarely let out an expletive. Soon, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air as 2 snipers aimed at the ground behind them and pulled the triggers. However, through the scope, no dust erupted from the ground behind the 2. Strange? It wasn't an attempt to steal their luggage, but rather a show of authority. Pei Guanxing pointed at the bullets that had fallen nearby, remarking that it was fortunate they weren't hit while carrying their bags. Great Xia gained a deeper understanding of Pei Guanxing's temperament. "How remarkably composed you are. Driver, are you going to steal your luggage?" "Pei Guanxing, go ahead." "Camouflage jeep. Are you going to walk from here?" Pei Guanxing, let us go. Sniper, am I going to shoot? Pei Guanxing, go ahead. Lin Xia watched Pei Guanxing walking ahead, his eyelid twitching, but he quickly followed suit. The two snipers reported via radio. They have left. We have not succeeded here. The grenade team in the back is ready. They can start laying mines now. Let us see the prowess of these two divine agents. As the two advanced, without further incident, Lin Xia finally felt a slight sense of relief. Fire in the hole. Are you foolish? Why are you shouting? Don't they already know? With two loud calls, dozens of grenades flew out from the surrounding woods. What the hell? Lin Xia cursed. Was this truly a show of authority? This was an attempt to get the newcomers killed. However, these grenades froze in mid-air when they were still 20 meters away from the two. Then, a violent explosion erupted above Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, akin to fireworks detonating at close range. Pei Guanxing nodded, commenting, "Not bad." The team hiding in the woods. Lin Xia, by the way, has your void domain expanded? Lin Xia observed that Pei Guanxing's void domain now extended approximately 20 meters. Pei Guanxing explained, "This is the normal range of the void domain. The previous 2 meters was the result of compressing it to its limit." "And the maximum range?" Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. Pei Guanxing pondered. "If I exert my full effort, it could reach about 100 meters, but that would require all my mental energy, which seems unwarranted." Yet, he internally added, if it were the Void Star God unleashing their power recklessly, perhaps the entire star system, even the universe, could be enveloped. After advancing for a while, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia suddenly halted. Pei Guanxing unleashed the power of the void, spreading it across the 100-meter stretch ahead. The void power gradually seeped in, opting not to dissolve the landmines, but rather to trigger them directly. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued for nearly 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Pei Guanxing expressed doubt. "Did we truly not take a wrong turn? Are we certain this isn't a trap laid by bandits?" Lin Xia double-checked the address, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Indeed, the location provided by the captain is correct. Pei Guanxing nodded affirmatively. "As long as it's right, we can't have traveled this far only to find that the destination is incorrect." Lin Xia exclaimed. "So this is what you're concerned about? Shouldn't we be more worried about how they have been treating us so poorly? Is this what the captain referred to as unfair treatment? Yet this seems exceedingly unjust." At last, the two arrived safely at the entrance of the training base. Gazing up at the sign that read New Recruit Training Base, Pei Guanxing felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, we didn't go astray. Just then, the gates swung open, revealing a fully armed contingent of troops. The foremost group was crouched, the middle group was in a half squat, and the rear group stood at attention. Lin Xia was at a loss for words. This has happened so many times. Thankfully, I came with Pei Guanxing. Otherwise, even if I could manage to get through, it would have been far from effortless. With this thought, he positioned himself behind Pei Guanxing. "I have carried your luggage for so long. It's only fitting that you shield me for a moment. I assenti it. Open fire." Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 23. The divine agent seems off, bullets rained down, yet not a single one could penetrate Pei Guanxing's void domain. Observing that the gunfire was likely to persist for some time, Pei Guanxing casually settled down, lazily leaning against Lin Xia's legs. After all, these were mere ordinary bullets, devoid of any spiritual or divine energy, and thus ineffective against him. Although Lin Xia held great faith in Pei Guanxing's void domain, facing such a barrage of fiery muzzles still sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, at the rear of the group, Hong Hao and the instructor Yuan Gang, who was watching the surveillance footage, wore increasingly peculiar expressions. This divine agent was indeed unusual. Had he simply sat down? Even though Pei Guanxing housed a deity within, he was still a novice in this realm. There was no way he could remain so nonchalant in the face of such ferocious firepower. Such an obvious peculiarity could not have escaped Chen Mai's notice. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. Why hasn't this ability been noted in the records? Is it mental manipulation? An absolute barrier? Or something else entirely? No. Chen Mai had mentioned that his divine ruin could induce slumber. Could it not only cause sleep in living beings, but also render inanimate objects asleep? Yuan Gang speculated about the true nature of Pei Guanxing's divine ruin based on the images from the surveillance. As the barrage ceased, 3 rows of dart gun barrels emitted wisps of white smoke. The onlookers exchanged glances at the pile of bullets amassed 20 meters in front of the 2 youths. What kind of ability is this? Is this a divine ruin? Yet, no recorded divine ruin possessed such capabilities. Hong Hao shouted from the back, "Silence!" He then stepped forward, treading on the scattered bullets, and approached Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. He scrutinized Lin Xia from head to toe, then glanced down at Pei Guanxing, who was seated at Lin Xia's feet. Apart from the sweat trickling down from the sun's relentless rays, neither bore any injuries. His tone brimmed with admiration. "Impressive indeed. What you just endured could have easily felled a pool realm, or even a low-risk river realm mystery. Yet, you remain unscathed, truly worthy of being divine agents." After evaluating the duo, Hong Hao introduced himself. "I am Hong Hao, one of your instructors moving forward. You two are the first to report, so follow me. I shall show you around." Lin Xia bent down to help Pei Guanxing to his feet, pulling him along as they followed Hong Hao deeper into the training camp, where he began to explain the various facilities. Lin Xia was quite intrigued, having scarcely attended physical education classes and had never participated in military training. Though Pei Guanxing appeared less enthusiastic, he absorbed the information, recognizing that this was to be his residence for some time. As they passed certain areas, instructors and support staff would point and whisper to one another. Hong Hao elaborated, "Divine agents are still quite rare. Moreover, having 2 arrive at once has piqued everyone's interest in you. The previous divine agent who participated in the training will soon be revealed to you." Finally, Hong Hao led them to the dormitory. "Lin Qi, feel free to choose your room. As for Pei Guanxing, follow me." Pei Guanxing, puzzled, followed him. The prospect of sharing a dormitory with someone familiar seemed advantageous, perhaps to prevent the formation of cliques. Hong Hao guided Pei Guanxing to a room at the end of the first floor, which contained only a bed, a table, and a cabinet, clearly a single room. He ushered Pei Guanxing inside, with Lin Qi trailing behind. "This will be your dormitory. Pei Guanxing, Chunmu Yi has informed us about your circumstances. Your divine realm possesses the ability to induce drowsiness in others. To avoid disrupting the other newcomers, you'll have to suffer a bit and stay alone," Hong Hao explained. Pei Guanxing was taken aback, glancing at Lin Qi before turning to Hong Hao. "Instructor Hong, I might not be able to wake up on my own." Hong Hao chuckled heartily. There's a member of Team 136 named Hongying who specifically asked Chunmu Yi to contact us regarding this matter. "We won't pursue it too deeply. Someone will be there to wake you up." The image of Hongying flashed in Pei Guanxing's mind, accompanied by the sound of her voice requesting Chunmu Yi's assistance. A faint smile graced Pei Guanxing's lips, the weariness on his face replaced by a gentle expression. "All right, take these couple of days to familiarize yourselves with the environment here. After all, you'll be spending the next year in this place." With that, Hong Hao departed first. Although the dormitory conditions were indeed quite poor, Pei Guanxing's adaptable nature prevented him from being critical. Lin Qi, accustomed to modest living conditions, quickly adjusted as well. Moreover, Hongying and Si Xiao Nan had prepared numerous items for them to ensure a relatively comfortable stay. The following morning, Lin Qi awoke and, after completing his morning routine, decided to check on Pei Guanxing and rouse him, as per Hongying's instructions. Fortunately, waking him was not overly difficult. However, he observed Pei Guanxing folding his blanket while occasionally succumbing to sleep, only to be startled awake again. This repetitive cycle led Lin Qi to question, had Pei Guanxing truly awakened? Suddenly, the hallway erupted into commotion. Upon exiting their room, the two encountered a throng of individuals resembling bodyguards gathered before Lin Qi's dormitory door. The noise emanated from that direction, and Pei Guanxing, no longer drowsy, felt his innate curiosity outweighing the effects of the Void Star God 9, pulling Lin Qi along to investigate. "Let us go see what's happening." Lin Qi responded with surprise. "Aren't you tired?" However, before they could reach the scene, the bodyguards dispersed, leaving behind a small plump boy seated at the door, surrounded by a mountain of gift boxes. Pei Guanxing visibly deflated. The spectacle was over. Yet, upon noticing them, the boy immediately picked up one of the boxes and scampered toward them with excitement, clutching the box under his armpit. One hand grasped Lin Xia while the other held onto Pei Guanxing. "Brother, brother," he exclaimed. Lin Xia immediately withdrew his hand, looking at the chubby boy with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" "My name is Bailey Tumming, but you can call me Fatty." Unperturbed by Lin Xia's withdrawal, the chubby boy continued with his self-introduction. Lin Xia nodded. "I am Lin Xia, and this is Pei Guanxing." Bailey Tumming's eyes sparkled with excitement. I know. You two are the agents of the divine." Still holding onto Pei Guanxing's hand, he noticed that Pei Guanxing remained motionless and promptly placed the box he had been cradling into Pei Guanxing's grip. "It's merely a box of local specialties. A humble token of goodwill. Please accept it." Pei Guanxing, still trying to process the situation, opened the box with confusion. Lin Xia could no longer contain his astonishment. "Goodness. This. Pei Guanxing examined the assortment of exquisite watches within the box, nodding in gratitude before attempting to return to his dormitory. "Thank you." Lin Xia, his expression darkening, seized Pei Guanxing's arm. "Wait, you're just going to accept it like that?" Pei Guanxing glanced at Bailey Tumming, who was still gazing at him with wide-eyed enthusiasm. "Isn't this just a local specialty?" With a sigh, Lin Xia replied, "Guanxing, have you ever seen watches as local specialties? And these are Rolexes." "Rolexes?" Pei Guanxing scratched his head, genuinely unaware of the value of these timepieces. During his time at the Peace Affairs office, he had done little beyond eating and sleeping, remaining oblivious to luxury items. He merely thought the watches were beautiful, and, since he didn't wear such things himself, intended to bring them back as gifts for Hongying and the others, considering it a delightful gesture. Lin Xia pulled him aside, pointing at the box in his hand. "Do you have any idea how much these are worth? Don't you understand the principle of accepting gifts?" Pei Guanxing appeared perplexed. "I thought they looked nice, and I figured I could bring them back for Sister Hongying and the others. With so many people in Team 136, one each would suffice." Lin Xia covered his forehead, unsure how to explain it to him. Meanwhile, Bailey Tumming had wandered off and returned with a pile of gift boxes. "There are many more here, all for you." Lin Xia, using his spiritual sense to probe the gift boxes, was instantly dumbfounded. "Is your family in the watch business?" "Hee. My family dabbles in various enterprises." Bailey Tumming scratched his head. "It's really just a small greeting gift. Please accept it." Pei Guanxing replied. "Thank you." Lin Xia insisted. "No way." Bailey Tumming stuffed several gift boxes into Lin Xia's hands. "Here are more." Yuan Gang observed the scene of the three pushing each other through the telescope, glancing at the materials in his hand before turning to Hong Hao behind him, uncertainty etched on his face. Are these three truly the agents of the divine and the young master of the Bailey family? Something feels off about these divine agents. Chapter 24. Pei Guanxing. Lin Xia's eccentricity. 2 days later, Pei Guanxing awoke unusually to the cacophony outside the dormitory. Peering out the window, he was greeted by the sight of Bailey Pang distributing an array of watches. Recalling the recent conflict that culminated in Lin Xia's defeat, Pei Guanxing noted that Lin had been incessantly lamenting to him over the past few days. "That insufferable fatso. He dared to place his foul feet upon my face while I was asleep. I must find a moment to teach him a lesson. I would even prefer he be a boisterous bully rather than this portly creature. Yet, whenever I contemplate confronting him, he presents me with gifts. What compels his relentless gifting?" Suddenly, Pei Guanxing was reminded of Hongying. Since his earliest memories, he had grown up in an orphanage, later being rescued by Team 136, only to be entrusted to Sister Hongying's care. Despite their minimal age difference, Hongying exhibited an unexpected maturity, perhaps due to Pei Guanxing's frequent slumber and lack of worldly knowledge, or perhaps because she had always lived in solitude. Hongying placed great importance on Pei Guanxing's birthday. Unaware of his actual birth date, she designated the day they first met as his birthday. Although he was indifferent to such matters, Hongying always took it to heart. From their initial days in her villa to the inclusion of their superior, Cangnan, and eventually to the gatherings at the Peace Affairs office. It seemed as if she sought to compensate for the birthdays he had never experienced, consistently rallying others to extend their well wishes. Even Wu Xiangnan would offer his own greetings on that special day. Hongying had once explained to him, "A birthday marks the inception of your existence in this world. Though I know not who your parents are or why they abandoned you, your encounter with us signifies the commencement of a new life." As long as there are those who celebrate your birth, it illustrates that you are not alone. Pei Guanxing had inquired of Hongying, Sister Hongying, why are you so insistent on celebrating my birthday? It seems none of you have celebrated yours. With a smile, she replied, because you're the youngest among us, the one who needs the most care. Moreover, each time we celebrate your birthday, it is as if we are all celebrating together. Pei Guanxing murmured, perhaps I still hold the title of the youngest, yet I am no longer the one in greatest need of your care. I hope that everyone in Team 136 can experience their own birthdays. Bang! The sound of a gunshot shattered his reverie, as the arrival of the instructor sent Bailey Pongpong's companions scattering. Uncertain of the discourse that transpired, Pei Guanxing soon heard the urgent call for assembly. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitability of his fate. Escape was not an option, and idleness was out of the question. 20 minutes later, a throng of new recruits gathered in the training field, standing in scattered formations. Pei Guanxing was the last to arrive, relegated to the rear, where by happenstance, Lin Xia and Bailey Pang Pang stood nearby. Bailey Pang Pang greeted Pei Guanxing, addressing him as Brother Guanxing. Above them, the instructors, led by Yuan Gang, stood rigidly on the training platform. What a lackadaisical display! A sudden shout from one of the instructors commanded silence in the training ground. Pei Guanxing, standing at the back. Thought, is he calling me? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Yuan Gang continued his tirade. You bunch of little chicks. Do you really think that just because you are here for training, you can join the night watch? A foolish dream. Ultra-high risk. The ultra-high risk of the Zhan realm is utterly useless. You may look impressive, but you are of no practical use. A martial arts family? Have you ever sparred with a human, let alone faced a mysterious battle? And as for divine agents, your divine ruins belong to the deities. They are not yours. You merely exist as tenants. All of you are just loafing around, dragging your feet. You are nothing but useless mud that cannot be propped up. Are you all worthless? Is there anyone who dares to defy this? Instantly, the crowd below erupted in fervor. These prodigies had never faced such humiliation. I, Shun Qingzhu, refuse to accept this. A haughty youth raised his hand. Yuan Gang sneered. Is there anyone else? With the first dissenting voice, a succession of new recruits raised their hands. I refuse. I too refuse. We all refuse. Many new recruits lifted their hands high, expressing their dissatisfaction. In a moment, only Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and Bailey Pang Pang remained unresponsive. Pei Guanxing showed no reaction. He acknowledged that Yuan Gang's words held some truth, and given his own lackadaisical character, he could indeed drag others down. Brother Xia, do you accept this? Bailey Pang Pang whispered to Lin Xia. Having experienced the incident with a masked man, Zhao Kongqing's death, and the Nantua serpent demon, Lin Xia naturally found no fault with the instructor's words. I accept, Lin Xia nodded, affirming the instructor's statements. Bailey Pang Pang was taken aback and turned to Pei Guanxing. Brother Guanxing, what about you? Do you accept? Pei Guanxing casually replied, whatever. Huh? Bailey Pang Pang did not anticipate such a response from Pei Guanxing. No, I mean, do you accept or not that the instructors say we are weak? Pei Guanxing responded. I do. Bailey Pang Pang. Brother Guanxing, I asked you for a yes or no. You gave me an or. Yuan Gang directed his gaze toward Pei Guanxing and the others. Pei Guanxing. Lin Xia, don't think you can act independently just because you are divine agents. What are you talking about over there? There have been cases of divine agents perishing before they even develop. Pei Guanxing. Lin Xia? Question mark. Bai Li Pang Pang. Momentarily stunned, pointed at himself. Instructor. What about me? Yuan Gang's expression stiffened noticeably before he coldly retorted. Are you a divine agent? Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head. Huh? No. Then shut your mouth. Yuan Gang turned to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, asking, are you two willing to comply? Whatever, they replied. We comply, came the response from the new recruits, puzzled by the phrase whatever. No wonder they said these two were unconventional. Yuan Gang couldn't help but twitch his lips. What tricks was Pei Guanxing up to? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on such trivial matters and merely nodded. All right, so you refuse to comply? Bailey, timid and meek, interjected, we three comply. Yuan Gang remarked, your fists are tough. He then picked up the walkie-talkie, coldly announcing, it's your turn to take the stage. On board a massive transport aircraft, the mask, team was leisurely resting. Suddenly, Captain Wang Mian received a signal, and a smirk spread beneath his mask. It's our turn to shine. Let us meet those two divine agents. Rose swiftly pulled open the cargo door, and the intense pressure outside sent their gray cloaks swirling wildly. The vortex clung tightly to the door, poking its head out to gaze below. Captain, are we really going to jump and make our entrance? Behind him, the scale kicked him off the aircraft. Wow, 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 wow. Chapter 25, Masked Squad. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed from above, causing the group of recruits to glance upward in alarm. Their eyes widened at the sight of several small figures plummeting rapidly from the sky. What on earth is that? Could it be people? Yuan Gang squinted at the approaching members of the masked squad, exclaiming, well, I was just joking, but they really did jump out of the aircraft. At that moment, Xian was still shrieking in excitement. Had he heard Yuan Gang's comment, he surely would have rushed over to deliver a few swift kicks. You were just joking? The captain took you seriously. Yu Gui, feeling the fierce wind howling past, exclaimed, wow, this is exhilarating. Could you please stop yelling? Xian whimpered, covering his mouth as he began to sob softly. Below, the recruits finally discerned the identities of the descending figures, cloaked in gray and wearing masks. It was a masked squad, one of the 4 elite squads. What could they possibly be doing here? Their entrance was nothing short of spectacular. Just as the figures were about to touch down, Tian Ping snapped his fingers, and the gravitational force acting on them dissipated, allowing them to gently land on the ground. Although Xian's feet were firmly planted, his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. The captain, Wang Mian, casually announced, hello, newcomers. We are. At that moment, a loud thud interrupted his speech. Xian could no longer bear the pressure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed, prostrating himself before the new recruits. This brief moment of grandeur had left everyone present in a state of shock. However, Xian quickly recovered, clasping his hands together and declaring, greetings, masked squad. I am Xianhua, and I wish all you newcomers a happy new year. An early happy new year. He then promptly braced himself against Tian Ping and stood tall, exuding an air of confidence, as if he had not just knelt before them. Whispers of confusion rippled through the ranks of new recruits. ISNT, it only September. ISNT, this a bit premature for New Year's greetings? They began to doubt whether these individuals were truly the masked squad. However, witnessing such a daring leap from such heights without parachutes was surely not an act for mere mortals. Could they actually be offering us New Year's wishes? Should we return the sentiment? With a collective thud, a batch of recruits also knelt, cupping their fists in respect and awkwardly returning the greeting, albeit somewhat scattered in their voices. Happy New Year to you, esteemed seniors of the masked squad. Yuangong. The members of the masked squad, Pei Guanxing and his companions. Xian scratched his head, bursting into laughter. All is well. All is well. Rose sharply twisted his back, scolding, look at the mess you've made. Shen Xingzhu's forehead bulged with veins as he grabbed both Li Jia and Li Liang, who had knelt beside him, and hoisted them up, exclaiming, are you both utterly foolish? Can't you see they made a mistake? Why are you joining in on this early celebration? Bailey Pang Pang leaned closer to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, whispering, are they truly the masked squad? Lin Xia shook his head. I cannot say for certain, as I have never encountered the masked squad before, yet it seems likely, for I can sense the divine power emanating from him. At that moment, Pei Guanxing was locked in a gaze with Wang Mian, perceiving a peculiar energy radiating from him, one that bore a subtle distinction from divine power. Perhaps it was more aptly described as a law. He interjected, Instructor Hong mentioned that we would soon meet the divine agents, and it appears he was referring to him. Indeed, Wang Mian, with a resigned expression, instructed the recruits to rise, then declared with a hint of arrogance, we are the masked squad. A wave of excitement surged among the recruits. It truly is them. We have encountered the masked squad. However, some fell into contemplation. Just moments ago, Instructor Yuan characterized them as mere muck, and now the illustrious masked squad made their entrance. Surely, they could not intend for these recruits to merely gaze upon their idols and establish lofty aspirations, only to strive with renewed vigor. Such tactics might suffice for educating elementary school children, but for them, it bore no significance. The members of the masked squad were also scrutinizing the new recruits. As their temporary instructors, they had been briefed on the recruits' basic information. While a few posed significant risks, their primary focus lay on the two divine agents among them. It had been many years since divine agents made an appearance, and now, two had emerged simultaneously, both hailing from Cangnan City. The directive from higher-ups to relocate the training base was undoubtedly influenced by these two individuals. Even if divine agents were exceedingly rare, the fact that two appeared at once should not warrant such extensive arrangements merely for their convenience. These two possessed something extraordinary. Wang Mian gazed at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Pei Guanxing appeared languid, yet Wang Mian could glean no information from him. In fact, he sensed not even a trace of divine power. In his perception, Pei Guanxing seemed merely an ordinary person. No, it was as if he were not present at all, standing there like an ethereal projection. Divine agents typically share a faint connection, much like Lin Xia at this moment. Wang Mian could feel the divine power radiating from Lin Xia, fiery, resplendent, and sacred, akin to a sun concealed within a crowd. Yet concerning Pei Guanxing, not only was the information provided by Hongying minimal, merely noting that a divine entity resided within him and possessed the potential to induce slumber, but there was naught else. Wang Mian had initially presumed that the so-called Void Star God was a deity from some obscure myth, weak enough to reside within a divine agent, and thus limited in power. However, it now appeared otherwise. At his current level, he could not even fathom the capabilities of this individual, and it seemed his abilities extended far beyond mere somnolence. Hongying, observing the raucous recruits, bellowed, "Is there a lack of respect? Here lies your opportunity." He pointed at the members of the masked team and addressed the new recruits below. "You have until 9 o'clock tonight, all 240 of you present. If any one of you can, by any means, remove the mask from any one of them, I shall grant you all a transformation from temporary recruits to official night watchers. I promise to fulfill this." Then, he shifted his tone. "However, should no one succeed, it will prove that you are indeed worthless. For the next year of training, you shall unconditionally obey orders." "Unfair," protested one recruit. "They are all strong warriors from the Chuanan High Realms, while we are merely at the Zhan Realm." Hongying thundered in response. "Once you truly join the Night Watchers, will you complain to the mysterious forces that their realm surpasses yours?" Wang Mian patted Hongying's shoulder and then addressed all the new recruits. "Fear not, for this is not a genuine battle. We will suppress the realms to Zhan, and only 5 of them will participate. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Chapter 26, 240 verses 5, 1 verses 4. The recruits, now devoid of hesitation, erupted into fervent shouts. "Is it possible for such arrogance? We are 240 strong. We can wear you down." Pei Guanxing sighed, "Alas." Bailey Pang, puzzled, leaned closer. "Brother Guanxing, what's wrong?" Pei Guanxing waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a bit weary. But we haven't even begun the fight." Bailey Pang exclaimed in alarm. "You are the agent of a deity. How can you be tired before the battle has commenced?" Pei Guanxing gazed at the exuberant crowd, sighing once more. Perhaps this was the naivete of the inexperienced encountering the formidable. Each one of them envisioned victory too easily, unaware of how challenging it would be to triumph, even if someone were fortunate enough to unmask them. At that moment, Hongying added, "All weapons are located in the armory. For the time being, unleash your potential." He reiterated, "Any recruit by any means who removes the mask of any member of the masked team shall be deemed victorious." With that, he departed alongside the instructors. Observing this, Pei Guanxing turned and walked away, settling onto a bench by the training ground, reclining against the backrest and allowing himself to doze. It must be said that the Void Star God 9 had rendered him drowsy for a decade. But there was one undeniable advantage. He could slip into a state of slumber at any moment. In this instance, he truly stood out. The masked team and the recruits alike cast sidelong glances at him. "Isn't that the agent of a deity?" One recruit recognized Pei Guanxing, astonished. "What is he doing? It seems he is napping. Does he have some sort of problem?" Bailey Pang was equally perplexed. "Brother Guanxing, what are you up to?" Wang Mian, Observing Pei Guanxing, chuckled. This fellow may appear dazed, yet he possesses a keen awareness. Rose, Wang Mian commanded. Rose nodded, her small hammer suddenly enlarging to the size of a multi-story building. Then, she leaped forth, striking at the recruits. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, instantly rendering several recruits unconscious, sending them flying. What? The recruits stared in terror, their eyes wide. Wang Mian slowly spoke. It seems you lack any sense of urgency. Did Instructor Yuan not mention? The battle has already commenced. Only then did the recruits react, charging forward in anger. A sneak attack. Brothers, let's take them down. 240 against 5. The advantage is ours. Various restrictions and assaults erupted, drowning the area where Wang Mian and his companions stood in a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Meanwhile, Lin Xia tugged at Bailey Pang Pang, rushing towards Pei Guanxing. Guanxing? Pei Guanxing did not open his eyes, waving his hand. Do not mind me. Xia, you go on. Good luck. Lin Xia glanced back at the masked team wreaking havoc, then at Pei Guanxing, ultimately nodding, be careful. He then dragged Bailey Pang Pang toward the armory, well aware of Pei Guanxing's character and capabilities. In the face of a battle reminiscent of a competition, Pei Guanxing found himself utterly lacking in motivation, likely opting to let Mask capture him without resistance. However, Lin Xia was not inclined to adopt such a defeatist attitude. He still yearned for an opportunity to engage in combat with Mask. Bailey Pang Pang, pulled along by Lin Xia, consistently glanced backward, inquiring, Xia, are we truly leaving Brother Guixing to fend for himself? Lin Xia shot him a sidelong glance, replying, why don't you return and protect him then? After a moment's contemplation, Bailey Pang Pang conceded, well, that could work. You lack a weapon, and returning would only cause more chaos for him. Let us head to the armory first. Lin Xia continued his swift dash. Bailey Pang Pang rummaged through his pockets, musing, actually, I could attempt to send Mask's team a watch to foster a closer relationship. After a flurry of chaotic bombardment, the new recruits were left gasping for breath. For heaven's sake, after such a round of shelling, at least one of their masks should have been shattered, right? Unfortunately, fate was unkind. A deep purple vortex materialized from thin air, absorbing all their forbidden bombardments. The vortex chuckled. Though we have exchanged greetings, I must apologize. It is now your turn, Rose. Before the command could be uttered, Rose's delicate, pink hammer transformed into a shadow that enveloped the new recruits present. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hammer struck the ground, sending the new recruits hurtling through the air as dust and debris shrouded the entire training ground. Subsequently, the vortex extended its palm, reflecting the recruits' earlier attacks back at them, resembling a display of fireworks. Those recruits who had not yet managed to escape, or were still suspended in midair, were swiftly knocked unconscious by the combined assaults of the two. Amidst the turmoil, with the exception of a few members from Mask's team, virtually no one witnessed the reflected attacks dissipate into nothingness just 2 meters before Pei Guanxing. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, instructing Yuege, pursue the fleeing recruits. We shall confront this newly emerged divine agent. Yuege cast a glance at the half-reclined Pei Guanxing, nodded, and then transformed into moonlight, vanishing from sight. Now, the training ground was left with only Pei Guanxing and the 4 remaining members of Mask. Pei Guanxing lounged on a chair, while the 4 stood not far from him, amidst a haze of dust, locked in a distant standoff. Rose was the first to strike, her pink hammer enlarging once more, reaching a diameter of 10 meters, thereby encompassing the area surrounding Pei Guanxing in its attack range. With a resounding clang, it seemed as though the hammer had struck an invisible barrier, abruptly halting its momentum midair. The vortex behind teased, Rose, you can't possibly hesitate to strike just because he appears so delicate, can you? Are you hoping for an old cow to graze on tender grass? Rose's expression darkened instantly, abandoning her intention to attack Pei Guanxing. She raised her hammer and resolved to chase after the vortex. Meanwhile, Wang Mian, having just experienced the earlier impact, sensed something incredulous. Rose's hammer had seemingly entered a state of temporal suspension, Could it be that Pei Guanxing's divine realm was also related to time? Was he perhaps another deity of time? Did inducing slumber mean trapping them in a state of temporal stasis? Wang Mian found himself deep in contemplation. Roses approached Pei Guanxing once more, wielding a hammer infused with her mental energy. The colossal hammer was raised high, then came crashing down with force. At last, Pei Guanxing opened his eyes. The weapon, imbued with psychic power, effortlessly pierced through his realm of nothingness. However, as it was merely an illusion, her strike was diminished by a level akin to an ordinary person swinging a hammer at him. Yet, the sheer size of the hammer meant that even the strength of a common individual would not be without consequence. A surge of purple-black void energy erupted, meeting the giant hammer head-on. A hissing sound echoed as the two forces collided, followed by a dull thud. The handle of the hammer struck the ground, landing a mere centimeter in front of Pei Guanxing's shoes. As for why it was the handle, the head of the massive hammer had vanished. Chapter 27. The Conqueror Mask. Rose stood in astonishment, raising the handle of her hammer and staring vacantly at the broken part. She then began searching around. Where's my hammer? My massive hammer? Unfortunately, her gaze yielded no results. Turning to her teammates behind her, she asked, "Have you seen my hammer?" TT, Rose, engrossed in her offensive, had missed the recent spectacle, while the others observing from behind had witnessed it clearly. Upon contact with the purple-black energy suddenly unleashed by Pei Guanxing, Rose's colossal hammer had disintegrated into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Wang Mian's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Is it not related to time? Pei Guanxing lazily shifted his position and reclined, causing Rose's hammer to reappear. In truth, Pei Guanxing had not directly dissolved Rose's hammer. He had merely rendered it void. All is well. All is well. Embracing her beloved pink hammer, Rose felt an intriguing sense of wonder at its return. In the underground base, Yuan Gang and a multitude of instructors gazed at the countless surveillance screens before them. It appeared that there were indeed a few astute individuals. Regrettably, they were few. Most had been eliminated almost immediately. The overall caliber of this group of newcomers was rather disappointing. However, what was Pei Guanxing up to? Was he not a divine agent? Is he simply lying there? Mask, what are they doing? Yuan Gang observed the training field's monitor, where Mask and Pei Guanxing were in a standoff. It remains to be seen if Mask can decipher what Pei Guanxing's divine void truly is. It seems that I cannot continue like this. Rose, clutching her treasured hammer, distanced herself from Pei Guanxing. Tian Ping nodded slightly, pointing a finger at Pei Guanxing. Double the gravity. The chair upon which Pei Guanxing lay emitted a creaking groan, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, he had once had the fortune of entering the body of the void star god 9. In the vast emptiness of the universe, the gravity had been so immense that it had nearly crushed him. Now, Tian Ping was merely a projection, not a life-or-death struggle. So he would not unleash his full might against Pei Guanxing. Wang's interest in Pei Guanxing intensified. Perhaps it was the camaraderie shared between divine agents, or perhaps it was his own confidence, but he refrained from direct action. Instead, he instructed his teammates one by one to engage, while he observed the unfolding drama. A shift in stance. Tian Ping altered his gesture, nullifying Pei Guanxing's gravitational perception. Under such circumstances, Pei Guanxing's sense of gravity would become disoriented, while the doubled gravity imposed by Tian Ping would press in from all directions. Yet, Pei Guanxing remained unfazed, embodying the essence of nonchalance to the utmost. Tian Ping sought to influence his gravitational perception. For the past decade, Pei Guanxing had floated in the void, effortlessly sleeping even in the absence of gravity. Presently, Zhao Kongsheng, having drifted in the void for so long, likely possessed immunity to Tian Ping's void constraints, and coupled with waning moon's glimmer, could likely dispatch Tian Ping in an instant. The whirlpool's void could absorb various attacks, and his sensitivity to energy had sharpened considerably. A peculiar energy seemed to envelop him. Perhaps it was this very energy that rendered him unaffected. As he spoke, a violet vortex once again manifested in his palm, aimed at Pei Guanxing. However, it appeared unable to absorb anything. The vortex scratched its head, questioning whether it had misjudged the situation. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing uttered the words of the Void Star God 9. Void is simply void. He could not fathom why the mass team was fixated on him. Come on, I'm merely here resting. Shouldn't you pursue the fleeing main forces over there instead of fixating on me alone? Void. The vortex was perplexed. What did that even mean? How could one absorb something that did not exist? Pei Guanxing sat upright. It seemed that without a clear explanation, they would not relent. The members of the mass team observed Pei Guanxing, who appeared entirely unaffected, and then turned to Wang Mian. Captain. Wang Mian nodded in response. So, you mean to say that void is your divine ruin? He then began to analyze it for himself. The rose's colossal hammer was directly dissolved upon contact with the purple-black energy you released. Or perhaps it was vaporized. The vortex's forbidden ruin can absorb released energy, but since your divine ruin is void, it theoretically does not exist, hence it cannot absorb anything at all. As for the balance, I cannot accurately speculate. Perhaps even your control over gravity has been rendered void? Even if the moon demon were to arrive, it would likely find its attacks similarly nullified, just as the rose did. Considering this, you are practically a natural nemesis to the masked team. If we were of the same realm, and you were to take this seriously, you could likely eliminate them all single-handedly. The vortex moved closer, teasingly. What about you, Captain? Wang Mian cast a glance at it. I'll collect your remains, and then find a way to resurrect you. Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Wang Mian's deductions. This guy truly is an agent of the divine. He managed to deduce so much from mere fragments of conversation and a few exchanges. Nevertheless, Pei Guanxing was not concerned. On one hand, Wang Mian was indeed part of a special night watch team, and on the other, the void space and the void star god 9 within it were known to no one else. Pei Guanxing nodded. Indeed, you are quite astute, no? You are simply a prodigy, nearly accurate in every regard. Wang Mian smiled slightly. Perhaps it is because I'm also an agent of the divine. He then narrowed his eyes, a hint of intimidation in his gaze. But which deity is the void star god? What guidance has he given you? Are you one of our divine agents? Pei Guanxing sighed. I do not even know which deity he belongs to over the past decade. He has only spoken to me twice, and I eventually lost interest in seeking him out. As for his directive, perhaps it is simply to reside within me. Wang Mian furrowed his brow. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Wang nodded, resting his hand upon the hilt of his blade. However, in order to fulfill the task assigned by Instructor Yuan, I must incapacitate you. Let us engage in a duel, a battle befitting agents of the divine. Pei Guanxing was at a loss for words. He had no intention of fighting, yet these individuals were persistently intent on attacking him. Wait. I surrender. Masked squad, are you truly an agent of the divine? Surrendering just like that? In the underground training base, Yuan Gang stared incredulously at the monitor displaying Pei Guanxing. Though Chun Mai and Hongying had mentioned it, he was taken aback that this individual chose to surrender in the very first battle. Is this how an agent of the divine behaves? How could such a cowardly person have been chosen by the divine? Chapter 28. Dissolution Masks. In puppies, Wang Mian shook his head, gazing at Pei Guanxing with a hint of resignation. I'm afraid there is no option for surrender at this moment. To ensure you 1T launch a surprise attack, I must incapacitate you. Pei Guanxing felt a surge of frustration. That is unacceptable. I do enjoy my sleep, but I certainly 1T allow myself to be knocked out. Wang Mian grinned widely. Then let us engage in a duel. Pei Guanxing contemplated for a moment before arriving at a resolution. As long as I can unmask you, this can come to an end, yes? Wang Mian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a game of wits is for puppies. Very well, Pei Guanxing replied, standing up resolutely. A purplish-black glow flickered in his grasp as the long blade, Chosher, materialized. Wang Mian's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the weapon in Pei Guanxing's hands. A forbidden object? He inquired. Pei Guanxing shook his head. It is an artifact. Care to guess its purpose? The members of the masquerade team gasped in awe upon hearing Pei Guanxing's introduction. Vortex hid behind Tianping, peeking out curiously at Pei Guanxing. I say, we are merely participating in a recruit training. Is the artifact truly necessary? Pei Guanxing smiled reassuringly. Fear not. I did not intend to draw my blade. All I need is to remove your masks. Wang Mian's demeanor grew serious, as he had not anticipated that Pei Guanxing would wield such a formidable artifact. Even if his divine power was feeble, it was still divine, especially considering the team's complete ignorance of the Void Star God. Furthermore, after witnessing Pei Guanxing's combat skills against his teammates, Wang Mian deduced that the Void Star God was not merely a being that induced slumber, as the record suggested. They could indeed be in dire straits, or perhaps even relegated to the status of puppies. Pei Guanxing tightened his grip on Choshu's hilt. An overwhelming force of void energy surged forth, enveloping everyone in a purplish-black mist. The void energy clung to the unsuspecting members of the masquerade team, slowly eroding their defenses as a subtle smile graced Pei Guanxing's lips. Wang Mian grasped Yuan, slowly unsheathing the black blade. In his line of sight, Pei Guanxing began to move deliberately, raising Choshu with intention, swinging it towards Wang Mian's mask. Wang Mian immediately drew his sword, utilizing the powers of time god ruins and unleashing a blade aura that whistled through the air towards Pei Guanxing at an exceedingly close distance. Naturally, to Pei Guanxing, Wang Mian's movement appeared extraordinarily swift. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mian had released a blade aura. Pei Guanxing, holding Choshu firmly, summoned forth an even more potent surge of void energy, enveloping the blade as he met Wang Mian's blade aura head-on. Upon contact with the void energy surrounding Choshu, Wang Mian's blade aura began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into specks of starlight that merged with the surrounding purplish-black mist. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes slightly. Could Pei Guanxing's void energy truly dissolve even blade auras? Pei Guanxing was taken aback as well. Time suspension? Wang Mian chuckled as he gazed at him. What do you think? He then unleashed the god ruins once more, closing the distance in an instant, and swung again. Since Choshu could dissolve blade auras, he would unleash his attack from an even closer range. The time it took Pei Guanxing to dissolve the blade aura had been approximately half a second. With the enhancement of Time Sequence Marauder, that duration would be extended, as long as one can close the distance and unleash an attack at close range. Even if one is destined to be dissolved, one can still strike before completely vanishing. Pei Guanxing did not shy away in the slightest. Instead, he boldly raised his hand, severing the divine realm of Wang Mian and blocking the onslaught of Yuan. The power of the void clung to him as well. The blade aura that had yet to be released was thus rendered stillborn. Wang Mian's pupils trembled. He had just unreservedly unleashed the divine realm. Yet Pei Guanxing's speed astonishingly matched his own. He immediately leaped back several steps, distancing himself from Pei Guanxing. You just breached my divine realm? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Mian's forehead. Pei Guanxing nodded. The power of the void dissolves not only physical objects. Wang Mian smiled. It seems your void star deity is of a significantly higher tier than that of the time god. Pei Guanxing also chuckled, gesturing towards Wang Mian's Yuan. It appears you have overlooked something. Following Pei Guanxing's, Wang Mian looked over to find that all that remained in his hand was the hilt. The blade of Yuan had already vanished. Wang Mian's lips twitched. Had he not known that Pei Guanxing merely rendered into the void, he might have been reduced to tears over the hilt, much like the earlier rose. Such a suitable forbidden object was indeed hard to come by. Moreover, Pei Guanxing turned his gaze toward the onlookers, Vortex, Scale, and Rose. You seem to have forgotten as well. With a snap of his fingers, Pei Guanxing's face broke into a smile as, under Wang Mian's astonished gaze, the masks upon their faces began to dissolve inch by inch. The three, suddenly implicated in the fight, exchanged terrified glances, pointing at one another. Your masks. Seeing the three pointing at each other, they finally reacted, hastily touching their faces. My mask. In the underground training base, the surveillance could only capture a swirling mass of purple-black mist. Yuan Gang sighed. This batch of recruits is rather difficult to manage. Even infrared cameras could not penetrate that void power. They remained utterly unaware of the events unfolding within. Hong Hao took over the conversation. Wang Mian is a seasoned divine agent. Can he truly not handle a mere recruit? Initially, I believed Mask would have a surefire advantage. But now witnessing Pei Guanxing's displayed prowess, I am uncertain. Yuan Gang's tone was filled with doubt. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. Wang Mian regarded the purple-black mist enveloping them, and then glanced at the sole remaining hilt in his hand. He then realized that the dissolution of the mask had begun the moment Pei Guanxing first unleashed the purple-black mist. In order to prevent their time-controlling captain from discovering this, Pei Guanxing had intentionally engaged him in battle. Pei Guanxing was not at all the slothful character depicted in the records. His thoughts were astute and meticulous. Wang Mian dared not delay any further and immediately approached the three, placing his palm before their faces. There was no time to contemplate deceit or to act like a pet. He lifted the suppression of his mental power, restoring it to its oceanic state as the divine realm of time activated. Within a limited scope of temporal retrospection, the restoration of merely 3 masks is a task easily accomplished by Wang Mian. After all, he has previously achieved far grander feats. The fragments of the 3 masks momentarily paused, trembling slightly as if on the verge of returning to their original form. However, the force of the void began to erode his temporal sanctuary. The temporal sanctuary of the sea realm began to dissolve. In the realm of the void star god, 9 rotated slowly, with inconspicuous strands of golden energy emanating from a distant, unknown origin. Pei Guanxing gently patted Wang Mian's shoulder, retracting the void energy that had clung to them, and the masks of Yuan and the Vortex Trio gradually restored themselves. Nevertheless, he did not dispel the surrounding purple mist that cloaked their probing. With a smile directed at Wang Mian, he remarked, "You are being unscrupulous." Wang Mian replied, "Vortex, speak." Vortex responded with confusion, "You are the one who has brought shame upon the mask, and this is your punishment." Wang Mian maintained a serious demeanor, his expression unwavering. Chapter 29. Explanation. Shock. Spectacle. Pei Guanxing waved his hand dismissively. "I am well aware that you will undoubtedly resort to cheating. It was merely a jest. No need to take it to heart." Wang Mian also put away the yuan, gazing at Pei Guanxing with a peculiar expression. "What do you mean?" Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow. "It's not as if I've never been to school. What Instructor Yuan said is just the sort of rhetoric often employed by the school administration. Even if we were to achieve something, new demands would surely arise, compelling us to willingly participate in the training sessions." Wang Mian regarded this new divine proxy with admiration. "What if? Why not remove our masks in front of the recruits? That way, you could still assert your dominance." Pei Guanxing, observing that the masks of the swirling figures had completely restored, finally retracted the void power enveloping them. He sheathed his long knife, shrugged, "I'm merely lazy, not foolish. I certainly don't believe they would allow us to graduate outright. Let me hazard a guess. Either I dissolve your masks before everyone, or erase everyone's memories, imprison myself, and reenact what just transpired. Alternatively, you could rewind time and choose to assault me directly. Perhaps there are even more shameless ways to declare me dissolved rather than simply removing your masks. Such complications would be troublesome. It would be simpler to let you win, yet who knows, you might keep your gaze fixed on me regardless." Tianping, Xuanwu, and Xiangwei exchanged glances, surprised that this divine proxy was so unperturbed, realizing that this meant they would not engage him. Then why not demonstrate it to the instructors? Wang Mian pressed on, eager to fathom the thoughts of this languid youth. Pei Guanxing yawned. "Would showing them grant me any special privileges? It would be far more pragmatic to offer you a personal favor." Observing Pei Guanxing, Wang Mian sighed. "By the way, is your usual laziness genuine or merely an act?" Pei Guanxing reclined back onto the chair. "It's the influence of the void star god." Wang Mian nodded. As a divine proxy himself, he understood that deities could exert a certain influence on their representatives. Then he picked up the intercom. Restoration complete. Mask and Pei Guanxing have emerged. In the underground base, numerous instructors gazed at the restored surveillance. However, the team's masks were intact, and Pei Guanxing exhibited no abnormalities. "What is this? Who has won? It must be Mask." After all, a 4-to-1 scenario. Could Mask truly lose to a mere recruit? The intercom in Yuan Gang's hand crackled to life, transmitting Wang Mian's voice. Instructor Yuan, I regret to inform you that Pei Guanxing has removed the masks of Tianping and the others. What? Wang Mian's words sent a wave of unrest through the entire underground base. The first time Wang Mian encountered Pei Guanxing, the surveillance had only vanished for a few minutes. As the captain of the mask team, Wang Mian was not easily swayed by external influences, and he had no reason to speak in favor of Pei Guanxing. Thus, a singular thought surged in the minds of all the instructors. Pei Guanxing truly had removed the masks of the 3 members of the mask team. Moreover, he had also accurately deduced our remedial measures following our failure. However, Wang Mian's subsequent words brought them considerable reassurance. Pei Guanxing did not request me to disclose this matter. This implies that among the other new recruits, they had yet to meet the initial demands set by Instructor Yuan. Yuan Gang gazed at Pei Guanxing, who was reclining in the chair on the monitor, a complex expression crossing his face. Damn it, I underestimated this kid. Wang Mian severed the intercom connection. Since the other recruits were still unaware, the hunt must continue. Yet, he cast another glance at Pei Guanxing. This favor, I shall consider it a debt owed by my mass team. Rose extended an invitation to Pei Guanxing. Would you care to join us? After your graduation, the captain could come directly to recruit you. Pei Guanxing waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. Upon hearing Rose's words, an idea suddenly sparked in Wang Mian's mind. Could he possibly lead the next special squad's formation? Would it be worthwhile to observe our special squad's tactics? Wang Mian chuckled. And you need not leave. Pei Guanxing looked over in confusion. Need not leave? Tianping, Wang Mian softly called. Do not resist my forbidden domain. Following this, Tianping gently flicked his fingers, causing Pei Guanxing to levitate, as if resting upon an invisible grand bed. Pei Guanxing's eyes gleamed. This is splendid. I can lie down anytime, anywhere. Ah, if only I had such a convenient forbidden domain. He sighed wistfully. Tianping remarked, I have a feeling you aren't speaking of anything serious. Wang Mian glanced towards the armory. Next, we should not encounter any mishaps. Meanwhile, the moon demon had been entangled with numerous new recruits for quite some time, incessantly cursing. Where is everyone? I was promised an encirclement. Why has no one arrived yet? 4 against 1, and it's taking this long. I could take on a whole crowd alone. When I turn back, I shall have a good laugh at their expense. Who are you laughing at? Vortex's voice suddenly resonated. As his voice sounded, the weapons in the hands of the new recruits flew into the air. Instantly, the pressure on the moon demon diminished significantly, and he returned to his teammates. Damn, you all just finished dealing with that divine agent? So slow. He was about to boast about his endurance against multiple foes when he spotted Pei Guanxing floating behind Tianping. Pei Guanxing waved at him. Hi, the moon demon's face twitched. Did you capture him alive? Just knock him unconscious and toss him aside. Bringing a person along in battle is rather cumbersome. Tianping broke into a cold sweat. Capture alive? We nearly let him wipe out the entire team. Wang Mian cleared his throat. Ahem, his abilities are rather peculiar. He must be kept close for supervision. Is Guanxing truly captured? Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang also noticed Pei Guanxing reclining. However, seeing Pei Guanxing's leisurely demeanor, he appeared to be merely spectating. The new recruits below naturally spotted Pei Guanxing behind Tianping and couldn't help but frown. Is this another divine agent? I recall that he initially climbed onto the chair to sleep, but now he has been apprehended. What a disgrace. If only he could have delayed them a little longer. We would soon have removed the mask from the solitary one. Alas, it seems not all divine agents possess the requisite abilities. People often harbor such misconceptions. I was so close to achieving something significant. If it weren't for your insufficient support, I would have triumphed long ago. They consistently attribute their shortcomings to others, neglecting to acknowledge the efforts expended by others to provide support. Nevertheless, Pei Guanxing remains indifferent. After all, I am merely here to observe. The outcome will not alter my experience. Speaking of which, the forbidden realm of the balance is quite amusing, Pei Guanxing mused. Chapter 30. A floating spectacle. Tianping cast a glance at the scheming Pei Guanxing behind him, a nagging suspicion clouding his thoughts. His gaze shifted to the armaments, weapons, and debris suspended in the air under his command. Should he consider casting this individual aside as a human bomb? Surely, even the most formidable among them could not withstand their numbers in such an equal realm. Lin Qia's voice resonated, audible to all present. Let us break through to the north. He then exchanged hushed words with Bailey Pang Pang. Ultimately, Tianping refrained from discarding Pei Guanxing, clapping his hands lightly fall. Instantly, the floating weapons and firearms descended like a torrential rain upon the newly enlisted soldiers. Upon witnessing this, the recruits dared not linger and hastily pushed and shoved their way northward. At that moment, Lin Xia seized Bailey Pang Pang and dashed in the opposite direction. Run? Molly paused, bewildered. Weren't we supposed to break through to the north? Everyone's heading that way, yet you're not running toward the south gate, which is unguarded. As she fled alongside Lin Xia, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was merely using the chaos as a ruse. You really are crafty, Molly remarked while sprinting. Silence. Run faster. They're closing in, Lin Xia urged. Why is this fatso so slow? Let him be. Please no. Bailey Pang Pang lamented. The vortex immediately pursued the trio. You can't possibly possess any peculiar abilities left, can you? But soon, he witnessed Lin Xia hurling something towards him from the armory. A violente explosion ensued, engulfing the entire armory in a blaze. The vortex managed to claw its way out, cursing vehemently. Damn it, these divine proxies are no trifles. Wang Mian observed the vortex with an arched brow. Are you referring to me? The vortex chuckled awkwardly, touching its cracked mask. Thank goodness, I nearly lost my mask again. The arriving Yue Gui inquired, puzzled. Again? In the underground training base, Hong Hao stared at the completely obliterated armory, his silence palpable. Yuan Gong, on the other hand, wore a look of satisfaction. Indeed, these two divine proxies are formidable. The Night Watchmen have promising successors. Lin Xia had nearly obliterated the vortex's mask, yet had narrowly escaped. Regrettably, the true nature of Pei Guanxing's divine ruin remained a mystery, its purpose unclear, especially as it had managed to unmask the mask. Chunmai, you have posed quite the conundrum, he mused. What? Yue Gui shrieked, glancing at Pei Guanxing lying behind Tianping. Weren't we told he was captured alive? Tianping waved dismissively. Captured alive? That was merely a comforting fade for the recruits. If they were to discover that someone had indeed unmasked us, the training could not possibly continue. Yue Gui remained incredulous, turning to Wang Mian. Captain, it is indeed the case, Wang Mian confirmed. Wang nodded, recognizing the significance of their summons by Instructor Yuan. If they were to rely solely on their instructor to confront their challenges as in previous years, it would likely lead to a complete debacle. Subsequently, they proceeded to the dormitory building, intent on dismantling the new recruits one by one. Inside the dormitory, a group of new recruits were discussing their forthcoming plans. Suddenly, one of them pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Isn't that a figure floating by?" Moments later, Pei Guanxing drifted past, nonchalantly waving at the recruits within the dormitory. Wasn't he the divine agent who had been captured? If he was present here, did that not imply? Correct. The teasing voice of Xuanhua echoed nearby. Within a few minutes, Tianping and Xuanhua efficiently dealt with the squad of new recruits. Pei Guanxing could not help but admire their extraordinary teamwork. They functioned with an almost seamless synergy. Tianping's Forbidden Realm was indeed a comfort. Cough. Lin Xia, on the opposite rooftop, withdrew his head. The coordination of mask is remarkably superior. However, with Guanxuan in tow, their focus is divided, which gives us an advantage. Suspended in midair, Pei Guanxing felt somewhat speechless as he was escorted by Tianping and others into the encirclement of Shun Qingzhu, surrounded by ominous gun barrels. Shun Qingzhu surveyed the individuals within the circle. Smirking, "You are overestimating yourselves, especially with a new recruit in tow. What will your choice be? Will you use him as a shield, or will you protect him?" Pei Guanxing found himself in a quandary, pondering whether to intervene. If he did, would he not be betraying the new recruits? Conversely, if he refrained, he was uncertain whether the masked squad would safeguard him. "Hey, you won't abandon me, will you?" Meanwhile, a new recruit beside Shun Qingzhu voiced his conflict. "Brother Shun, are we really going to attack that divine agent? He is, after all, a divine representative. Shen Qingzhu cast a casual glance at the floating Pei Guanxing. Do you truly believe he was captured effortlessly? Captured without even being bound? Rest assured, Mask will undoubtedly ensure his safety. It is highly likely that he has made some agreement with Mask. A divine agent would never be so easily forsaken. Let us proceed. Xuanhua immediately unleashed a devouring force, but currently, he could only maintain a limited realm, unable to sustain it for long. Soon, the 3-second mark approached, and Xuanhua could no longer hold on. Captain, Wang grasped Heroine, activating the temporal forbidden realm, causing the movements of the new recruits and the speed of the bullets to decelerate dramatically. In the next instant, a massive blade of energy flashed by. The blade did not strike anyone directly, yet it cleaved the entire dormitory in two. As Tianping guided Pei Guanxing in search of a target, suddenly, a hand grasped his ankle. By the heavens! Tianping was startled, jumping up violently, his mental fortitude shattering instantaneously, causing the forbidden realm to dissipate. Consequently, Pei Guanxing, who had been floating behind him, plummeted to the ground. Where he fell, he decided to remain for a while. Thus, Pei Guanxing lay there. Chao Yuan emerged from the ruins of the dormitory, only to find that he was grasping the hand of a member of the masked team, while Pei Guanxing lay behind him. Consequently, he reclined beside Pei Guanxing, remarking, "Well, you've eliminated me as well." Tianping observed the two sprawled out on the ground with a bemused expression. Pei Guanxing, as if having discovered a kindred spirit, turned over to face Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan was captivated by Pei Guanxing's somewhat alluring posture and the intense gaze fixed upon him. Eventually, unable to withstand the moment, he chose to rise. Pei Guanxing pouted, lay flat once more, and closed his eyes, murmuring, "Indeed, the forbidden ruins are far more comfortable without Tianping." Tianping turned to Chao Yuan, suggesting, "Shall we compare notes?" Chao Yuan brought his hands together in a gesture of prayer, intoning, "Ba." Suddenly, the Lin Xia squad appeared, rescuing Chao Yuan. Confounded, he questioned, "Why save me? I wish to be eliminated." Meanwhile, Li Pangpang struggled to free Shen Qingzhu, who was trapped beneath the debris, exclaiming, "Xia, lend me a hand." This revelation astonished Chao Yuan. "You call him Xia? What is your surname?" "Lin." "Ah, it is you," Chao Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Do you wish for me to draw my blade once more?" He continued, undeterred by Lin Xia's peculiar gaze, gripping the hilt of his sword and addressing Tianping. "I wish to confirm for the last time. Are you truly confident in surviving beneath my blade?" Tianping waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him, "Do not worry." He did not perceive the situation as being more perilous than the divine agent lying nearby. Very well. Chao Yuan's blade slowly slipped from its sheath. Boom! Suddenly, a ferocious aura erupted, sending the surrounding debris soaring into the air. Pei Guanxing, lying nearby, was swept away by the unexpected gust. Ropia. Fortunately, Pei Guanxing landed directly atop Li Pangpang, who had just rescued Shen Qingzhu. Pei Guanxing rolled off the makeshift cushion and onto the ground, relieved by the soft landing. Caught off guard by the sudden impact, Li Pangpang exclaimed, "QAQ." Chapter 31. The void's unending darkness. Li Pangpang peered cautiously at the already fragmented battlefield outside. Molly faced off against Rose. Chao Yuan contended with Tiansheng, and Shen Qingzhu confronted Vortex, while Lin Xia sought out Wang Mian. Pei Guanxing leaned against Li Pangpang, his eyes half closed in slumber. Curiously, where was the other member of the masked team? At that moment, Yuegue stealthily stood behind the two, stroking his chin, pondering whom to strike. Although the other team members claimed Pei Guanxing had single-handedly triumphed over 4 opponents, Yuegue, having not witnessed it himself, found it hard to believe that a fledgling divine agent could be so formidable. However, after much contemplation, Yuegue ultimately opted for a more cautious approach. He raised a short sword and swung it toward Li Pangpang. Regardless, Pei Guanxing was indeed a divine agent, and he had not displayed any aggression during their recent cooperation. Furthermore, this chubby fellow appeared rather dim-witted and sufficiently sizable. Clang! Just as Yuegue's sword was poised to strike Li Pangpang, a luminous barrier enveloped him. Li Pangpang. Yue. The two exchanged a silent gaze. I refuse to believe this won't pierce through. This time, Yue thrust the tip of his sword forward. Clang! The short sword shattered into two pieces. Bailey Pang dislodged Pei Guanxing from his side, standing up to face the dazed Yue. He gestured to the necklace hanging around his neck and chuckled. I possess the radiant shield. You cannot harm me, and it can also be utilized offensively. In the next moment, the radiant shield transformed into a whirling disk of light, hurtling towards Yue, switching their roles from defense to offense. Instantly, the battlefield descended into chaos, with a melee erupting around Pei Guanxing. Reclining in the heart of the battlefield, Pei Guanxing was occasionally grazed by streaks of black flames skimming the ground. The indiscriminate explosions unleashed by Shun Qingzhu and Vortex resonated above him, where the localized tremors instigated by Molly and Rose reverberated nearby, impacting him as well. Pei Guanxing rolled over, narrowly avoiding several beams of light, sword thrusting toward him. Bailey Pang glanced apologetically at Pei Guanxing, scratching his head. Sorry, Guanxing. Yue seized the opportunity to strike again, bringing his sword down. Clang. The short sword once more broke into two. Bailey Pang stared incredulously at Yue. Did I not mention that I possess the radiant shield? In the underground base, the instructors observed the screen filled with explosions, sword energy, and flames, falling into a profound silence. When they beheld Pei Guanxing at the center of the battlefield, their bewilderment intensified. Yuan Gang's expression tightened as he remarked, "This Pei Guanxing truly matches the descriptions provided by Chun Mai." Hong Hao then turned his attention to the battles of the others. They all perform admirably. Fortunately, you summoned the mass team. If it were still our year. Hong Hao left his thought unfinished, yet the instructors present shuddered. Perhaps, maybe, it should be hopefully, they won't perish? Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted above the heads of the crowd, causing the entire underground base to tremble as if it were an earthquake. Shall we find a safer place? One suggested. Isn't it even more perilous outside? Another responded. Indeed, let's remain here and observe. The 8 individuals had ceased their solitary battles. The limited space had devolved into utter chaos. The moon demon, inexplicably targeted, wailed. Vortex, save me. Scales, save me. Rose, silence. Rose shouted, striking down with great force. The massive hammer struck the ground, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that sent debris flying. The rotund by Li, protected by a shaking light barrier, remained unharmed. Shun Qingzhu compressed the air to form a wall before her, and Molly swung her katana with vigor, generating a powerful shockwave that shattered the incoming stones. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan continued to grin foolishly. Bailey wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing at the leisurely Pei Guanxing beside him, and then at the distant figures of Lin Xia and Wang Mian. I say we should halt, he proposed. The moon demon nodded vigorously. Yes, let us cease. Fighting to the death here serves no purpose and won't alter the outcome. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, considering Pei Guanxing lying nearby and the 2 figures of Wang Mian not far off. Agreed. They chorused. They sheathed their weapons and put away their forbidden artifacts, gathering around Pei Guanxing. Suddenly, a bizarre laughter echoed from behind. Following that, a long blade wreathed in black flames hurtled toward them. What the? The group was startled by Chao Yuan's unexpected assault. Damn, this guy was silent just now. I thought he had regained consciousness. Scales muttered under his breath. What is happening? Rose's pink hammer expanded once more, ready for combat. Scales clicked his tongue. A highly dangerous forbidden artifact. Black King's decimation. This fool's mental strength is too feeble. Once he employs a forbidden artifact, he loses consciousness. I thought he would exhaust his mental energy and the artifact would retract on its own. Who knew he was still wielding it just now? Then, they saw Chao Yuan raise the long, black flame-wreathed blade once more, charging towards them. The group scattered, waiting until he breached their encirclement before they collectively struck to subdue him. However, one individual was not part of their plan, Pei Guanxing. He did not retreat, and Chao Yuan's gaze locked onto this unflinching figure. Guanxing, Bailey shouted. In the astonished eyes of the others, A purplish-black mist emanated from Pei Guanxing, hurtling directly toward Chao Yuan. Upon contact with the mist, Chao Yuan fell silent, and the flames engulfing him began to dissolve into nothingness. Chao Yuan's mental energy remained, continuously erupting in black flames, while Pei Guanxing persistently nullified it. In the same realm of illusion, Chao Yuan's Black King's annihilation clashed against Pei Guanxing's void power, offering no prospect of victory. Ultimately, the speed at which the black flames surged could not match the rate at which the void dissolved them, leading to the depletion of Chao Yuan's mental energy. Consequently, Black King's annihilation lost its support and retracted autonomously, restoring his consciousness at last. Was this the end? The corners of the mouth beneath the mask of the scales twitched, for he was well aware of Chao Yuan's ferocity while in the Black King's annihilation state. Had he not possessed the ability to soar through the skies, he would have sustained considerable injuries before exhausting his mental energy completely. Yet, Pei Guanxing had quelled Black King's annihilation with merely a single strike. What exactly was the function of his divine ruin? What was the true nature of the deity that resided within him? Moon Ghost swallowed hard. This lad, sleeping on the battlefield, was indeed peculiar. No, the very act of sleeping amidst combat was inherently strange. As Chao Yuan's awareness returned, he found Pei Guanxing as the sole presence before him, and he could surmise that it was Pei Guanxing who had halted him. "Thank you, cough, 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 thank you." Umapa. After shouting for quite some time, his voice had already grown hoarse. Pei Guanxing waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble, then settled into a comfortable position, reclining slightly as he observed the standoff between the two figures not far away. Night had fallen, and Lin Xia's Starry Night Dancer was now ready to activate. Chapter 32. Wang Mian plays tricks again as Chao Yuan regained consciousness. The others gathered around Pei Guanxing. Their gazes were tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Yu Gui leaned in closer to Tian Ping, whispering, "Hey, tell me about your battle, would you? I heard he captured you all, ahem." Realizing that he almost let slip too much, Yu Gui coughed vigorously, fearing that the newcomers might overhear. Tian Ping shot him a glare, questioning his insatiable curiosity. Couldn't he wait until after the matter was concluded to inquire? Molly pondered whether Pei Guanxing had truly been captured by the masked team. Initially, she had thought this divine agent to be inept, incomparable to Lin Xia, with whom she had fought alongside for some time. Yet, it seemed this was not the case. Pei Guanxing appeared to be even more elusive than Lin Xia. At that moment, Chang Wei sidled up to Molly, wrapping her arm around her and interrupting her thoughts. "I made my decision. I shall change my name from Chang Wei to Bai." Molly felt a shiver run down her spine at the sudden embrace and quickly extricated herself from the clutches of this lily. She took a seat beside Pei Guanxing, with Bai Li Pang Pang sitting closely beside her. "Miss Molly, I am truly just a child from an ordinary family," Bai Li Pang Pang began. But Molly ignored him, fixated on Pei Guanxing, asking, "Are you truly a divine agent?" Bai Li Pang Pang promptly interjected, "Yes, yes. Guanxing is indeed a divine agent." Molly shot a sideways glance at the sycophantic Bai Li Pang Pang and continued to question Pei Guanxing. "Were you really captured by them? I can't shake the feeling that something is off about you." Bai Li Pang Pang continued, "Guanxing has that kind of personality. He is quite laid back. I suspect he surrendered voluntarily." Molly's eye twitched, and seeing Pei Guanxing remain indifferent, while Bai Li Pang Pang continued to chatter, she ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, there was still a year left. This divine agent would surely reveal his true nature. In truth, Pei Guanxing yearned to lean against Bai Li Pang Pang, as the soft cushioning was much more comfortable, but with Molly beside him, it was quite inconvenient. However, upon spotting Tian Ping approaching, his eyes lit up, with Tian Ping around, who needed a soft cushion. Thus, the 8 of them gathered around a large stone, some seated, some standing. Pei Guanxing floated nearby, basking in tranquility. Molly finally believed Bai Li Pang Pang's words. This fellow was indeed indolent. It seemed the ease with which the masked team had lifted him into the air was likely the result of a voluntary surrender. Xianwu glanced at Pei Guanxing and then poked Tian Ping, saying, "By the way, how come I never realized you were so useful before? Give me one too." Tian Ping clenched his fists but refrained from losing his temper, nodding with a smile. Sure. Under the influence of Tian Ping's forbidden void, Xian Wu leisurely floated into the air, turning to Pei Guanxing. Hey, not gonna lie, you really know how to have fun? But just then, Pei Guanxing began to plummet rapidly. No, wait. The surrounding buildings were collapsing at an alarming speed. The vortex finally realized that it was being controlled by the balance and was being lifted into the sky. Hey, don't mess around. Balance. Put me down. The balance looked up at the vortex, hovering at a height of several meters, estimating that such altitude would not be fatal. With a snap of the fingers, the vortex felt the support beneath it vanish, and gravity pulled it down sharply. Wah, 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 wah. Nearby, Wang Mian, who was confronting Lin Xia, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the shouts from afar. Lin Xia cast a glance at the 9 individuals who were joyfully engaged in their activities. Your team seems rather cheerful? Wang Mian smiled. This indicates that our team atmosphere is quite good. Wouldn't you agree? He then extended an invitation to Lin Xia. I will be at the training camp for 2 days. You may come to inquire about matters concerning the divine agents. He glanced at Pei Guanxing. I believe both of you have many questions. Thank you. Lin Xia nodded in acknowledgement, then tightened his grip on his dagger. Shall we begin? Wang Mian nodded, placing his hand on the hilt of a yuan. Lin Xia's lips twitched. To deal with me, a new divine agent. You still intend to use that forbidden object? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. One must never be complacent in battle. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Surely, you understand this principle? Moreover, Wang Mian's gaze returned to Pei Guanxing as he continued. I can reveal a bit more. I have fought with Pei Guanxing and utilized Yuan. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. And the outcome? On the surface, I emerged victorious, but in truth, what do you think? Lin Xia understood. Given Wang Mian's admission, it was clear that Pei Guanxing had at least held his own against him. If Pei Guanxing could achieve that, then so could he. As the two prepared to engage in battle, the onlookers transformed into enthusiastic cheerleaders. Go, Captain! The masked team chanted in unison. Bai Pang Pang cupped his hands into a horn and shouted, Go, Xia! Xia, you can do it! Chao Yuan, exhausted but determined, also called out softly, unwilling to let Bai Pang Pang outshine him in Lin Xia's presence. The atmosphere shifted from a display of martial prowess to a contest of volume. In the midst of the fray, the two figures intertwined, blades flashing, their golden eyes and the shimmering time domain reflecting one another. Pei Guanxing pondered why these individuals were so spirited. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to simply relax? Surely, the Void Star God sought him out because of their compatible personalities? Oh wait, perhaps I've been influenced by him. Never mind, it's all rather similar. The battle between Lin Xia and Wang Mian in the realm of the lamp could not sustain for long. Soon, Wang Mian's mental energy, having repeatedly summoned the time domain, was nearing depletion, and Lin Xia's physical condition was also faltering. It appeared they were both on the brink of their final strikes. Who do you think will win? Molly suddenly inquired. Bai Pang Pang immediately leaped up. It must be Xia. Chao Yuan, though weary, added, I believe in Xia. The moon demon ceased his actions, exclaiming with fervor, It must be the captain. Yet, neither Tianping, Vortex, nor Rose responded. Their gazes were fixed upon the ethereal figure of Pei Guanxing. Had it not been for the clash with Pei Guanxing, they would have undoubtedly chosen Wang Mian without hesitation. But the outcome of that battle had left them utterly astonished. Both were divine agents hailing from Cangnan City, one exceedingly languid, the other remarkably composed. The captain of the Hongying team had already succumbed to Pei Guanxing once, and now, facing Lin Xia, the victor remained uncertain. A golden ripple emanated from Wang Mian, expanding ceaselessly outward, while Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with twin beams of golden light. The divine power of the seraphim collided with the divine might of the god of time, unleashing a tempest that swept towards the onlookers in the distance. Tianping was taken aback. This battle was not merely a contest of personal strength. It was a clash of deities. Moments later, the seraphim's divine energy overpowered that of the god of time. Lin Xia swung his blade towards Wang Mian, the mask shattering with a sharp crack. The hearts of the distant spectators raced with anticipation. The new recruits rejoiced at Lin Qia's triumph, while the mask team was struck by the significance of Wang Mian's mask fracturing before such a multitude. A look of resignation crossed Wang Mian's face. These new recruits were indeed challenging to manage. With his mental energy no longer restrained and the influence of the void absent, the god of time's domain activated freely. The shards of the mask gradually reassembled, adhering to his visage, and the positions of both combatants reverted to mere moments prior. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing, who had remained silent throughout the spectacle, spoke. Vortex Call. Chapter 33. Sequence 666. Harmless Forbidden Objects. The soul-resounding bell Bailey Pang Pang and his companions gazed at Pei Guanxing in confusion. Even if you surrender, is it appropriate to address Mask in such a manner? Yet, the members of Mask Squad astonishingly did not pursue the matter further. Xianyuan awkwardly stared at the sky. Cough. The weather today is truly dark indeed. Rose and Libra scanned their surroundings, entirely disregarding the embarrassed Xianyuan. Lin Xia looked bewilderedly at the rejuvenated Wang Mian. Suddenly, as if coming to a realization, he pointed at him and exclaimed, "You are playing." Wang Mian swiftly covered his mouth. Sure. He felt a headache coming on. Why were all the new recruits not as sensible as Pei Guanxing? He draped his arm over Lin Qia's shoulder and pulled him aside, whispering, "Let me tell you. Pei Guanxing also removed our masks, but do you know why he hasn't exposed us?" Lin Xia turned to look at Pei Guanxing, who seemed to notice and nodded at him. The new recruit training was mandatory. No amount of resistance could change that. Wang Mian continued, "If you concede, you may receive a favor from a member of the mask squad." Lin Xia protested, "No way. I have, and quite a bit of prize money too." "No, I can also offer you a forbidden object." Lin Xia hesitated. "So Guanxing did the same?" Wang Mian rubbed his forehead. "What brotherly sentiment are you displaying now?" Pei Guanxing had already managed to deceive them, and now we have to bleed out once more. To reassure Lin Xia, he ultimately nodded, "Yes. After all, it's not coming out of our pockets. The Night Watch headquarters will reimburse us." "All right." Lin Xia decisively chose to betray. He finally understood why Pei Guanxing had been captured so effortlessly. He too wished to expose the cheating behavior of Mask Squad, but the rewards offered were simply too enticing. However, he was also profoundly shocked that Pei Guanxing had removed their masks right from the outset. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled Wang Mian's mention of us, and a startling thought surged within him. He inquired, "Guanxing, remove the masks of how many of you?" Wang Mian gestured to the team members behind him. "Except for Yuegui." Lin Xia was utterly astonished. The reason Yuegui had not had his mask removed by Pei Guanxing was that the two had never even crossed paths. Thus, Pei Guanxing had concluded the battle before it truly began. Moreover, he had almost achieved total annihilation against Mask Squad, not merely facing ordinary opponents. At that moment, the voice of Yuan Gang echoed through the training base's speakers. "Time's up. The battle is over." The embarrassed Xianyuan finally found relief. Clearing his throat, "Cough, you lost. Please participate in the training obediently." Bailey Pang Pang appeared utterly bewildered. "Lost? Have you all lost your minds? Clearly, we were victorious." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Pei Guanxing interjected. "Aren't you supposed to present the mask team with watches to foster camaraderie? The moment is indeed opportune." Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, pondering, "Is this really the right time? We were just discussing who won." His sentence was once again interrupted as Lin Xia pulled him aside. Wang Mian looked at Pei Guanxing with a nod of gratitude, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Lin Xia has secured quite a few benefits for you. Be sure to seek out Instructor Yuan." Standing upright, he spoke with utmost seriousness. "For the next 2 days, I shall reside here. You two newly appointed divine agents may come find me." The recruits had all been roused from their slumber, standing listlessly on the training ground, their initial exuberance replaced by a somber demeanor. Yuan Gang surveyed the new soldiers from his elevated position, scoffing, "Ha! Who dares to defy now?" Bailey Pang Pang hesitated, recalling Lin Qia's earlier words, ultimately remaining silent. Indeed, they were woefully inadequate. Even their battle against the same-tier mask team had resulted in such disarray. Should they face a mysterious foe, It was likely that the new recruits would perish the moment they stepped onto the field. As for why he did not include himself in this assessment, it was simply because he bore numerous forbidden items, rendering him unafraid. Yuan Gang continued his tirade. And yet, you claim you're not a bunch of useless muck. 240 individuals against 5. A complete rout. Many didn't even land a blow on any member of the masked team. He then directed his gaze toward Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Both were deep in contemplation, showing little visible reaction. Pei Guanxing was preoccupied with thoughts of how to acquire the forbidden ruins, or perhaps something similar, so he could recline at his leisure whenever he wished. Meanwhile, Lin Xia was mulling over his own forbidden ruins dilemma, planning to seek Wang Mian's assistance for clarification later. Yuan Gang's tone finally softened. Of course, a few individuals did showcase their prowess. However, a loss is a loss. You will endure the year-long training regimen for new recruits. The first half will focus on physical conditioning, during which your forbidden ruins will be suppressed, reverting you to ordinary mortals. The latter half will involve training in forbidden ruins, at which point you shall wield them freely. Pei Guanxing, come with me. The rest of you are dismissed. The new recruits looked curiously at Pei Guanxing at the back of the line, who appeared equally bewildered. Was the preparation for rewards and forbidden items already underway? Lin Xia glanced at him. Guanxing? Pei Guanxing shook his head, indicating he was in the dark. Yuan Gang, seeing him unmoving, shouted once more. Come here. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances as Pei Guanxing hurriedly followed Yuan Gang. Could it be that, due to his status as a divine agent, Instructor Yuan intended to offer him special treatment? Divine agents should not be treated differently, should they? Hadn't the instructor explicitly stated so? Surely not. Lin Xia was also a divine agent, yet the instructor had not summoned him. Pei Guanxing and Yuan Gang arrived at the instructor's office. Yuan Gang and a group of instructors gazed at him, nodding with satisfaction. Truly, the hero's emerging youth. Your performance alongside Lin Xia has been remarkable. However, this was not the primary purpose of our conversation. As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from the drawer and handed it over, stating, "This is temporarily for you." Pei Guanxing, puzzled, opened the box to reveal a bronze bell about the size of a fist. "What is this?" he inquired, lifting the bell and examining it with curiosity. Hong Hao chuckled and began to explain. "The Red Feather team member from Squad 136 has informed us of your circumstances. Over the past few days, we have observed you, and her words indeed hold true. To facilitate your ability to rise without difficulty, we have procured this harmless forbidden item specifically for you, the soul-settling bell, classified as a forbidden item of sequence 666. Chapter 34, Truly Unwakeable. The soul-resonating bell? Pei Guanxing was taken aback. The name itself sounded ominous. To rely on such an instrument to rouse oneself? Hong Hao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, while the name resonates grandly, in reality, it merely produces a tremendous sound that reverberates through the souls of those nearby, causing a spiritual tremor. However, rest assured, it poses no harm to individuals. Even ordinary folk might experience a brief dizziness, but as long as they awaken, all will be well. Moreover, it will solely affect you. Others will remain untouched. Pei Guanxing's lips curled in skepticism. I appreciate your confidence, but can this truly awaken me? My drowsiness stems from the influence of the Void Star deity. Observing his incredulous expression, Yuan Gang chuckled. Worry not. As long as you place this soul-resonating bell near your head, when it sounds, you will undoubtedly awaken. What if it fails? Pei Guanxing insisted on clarity, fearing the ramifications of an ineffective remedy. Yuan Gong, amused, retorted, Hey, you cheeky brat, we have meticulously devised this. It will unleash a spiritual shockwave that even the realms of Chu cannot resist. If it proves ineffective, you needn't attend ordinary training for the first half of the year. Just sleep in your dormitory. Pei Guanxing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that true? Yuan Gang nodded affirmatively, having little doubt that this lad could truly sleep so soundly. He had previously tested it himself, unable to withstand the force and awakening abruptly. Pei Guanxing appeared conflicted, prompting Yuan Gang's impatience. Is there anything else you wish to inquire? Speak freely. Finally, Pei Guanxing voiced his concern. You must provide a written guarantee, complete with signatures and seals, to avoid any future disputes. Yuangong. Hong Hao. Ultimately, after much insistence from Pei Guanxing, Yuan Gang handwritten a guarantee, signing and sealing it. Pei Guanxing, treating the document with utmost care, stored alongside the soul resonating bell. Observing Pei Guanxing's retreating figure, the instructors erupted in laughter. This lad truly believes that the lower rank of the soul resonating bell diminishes its efficacy. Little did they know, when Pei Guanxing slumbered, his soul did not reside within his corporeal form, but rather in the void space of the void star deity 9. When humans converse, they expend a minuscule amount of spiritual energy. Thus, when someone calls out to the slumbering Pei Guanxing, this slight expenditure of energy can stir his own, consequently affecting the soul within the void, prompting awakening. However, no matter how potent the soul resonating bell's impact, it cannot penetrate the divine realm. Ultimately, it is but an inanimate object. Beep, beep. The jarring whistle sliced through the inky night sky, rousing the newly enlisted soldier from his drowsy slumber. Truly, they afforded no respite. Lin Xia glanced at the watch that Li Pangpang had stealthily placed by his pillow once more. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xia rose, donned his attire, and, invoking Molly's name, roused by Li Pangpang. Standing at the threshold of the dormitory, he cast a glance at Pei Guanxing's room, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately exited the dormitory building, making his way toward the training grounds. A few hours ago, Pei Guanxing returned to the dormitory, cradling a small box, prompting Lin Xia's curious inquiry about its contents. Pei Guanxing revealed the soul bell and elucidated its purpose, declaring with utmost conviction that he would no longer need to be awakened, as he now possessed the forbidden item bestowed by Instructor Yuan, ensuring a hassle-free 6 months ahead. Shortly thereafter, a slip of paper fell out, which Lin Xia naturally noticed. It stated that if the soul bell failed to rouse Pei Guanxing, the regular training for the first half of the year would be exempted. The note even bore the grand seal of the Night Watchman Training Base. Lin Xia was utterly astonished that the seal, typically seen only at the graduation ceremony, had somehow been acquired by Pei Guanxing at this moment. It was then that Lin Xia comprehended the true meaning of Pei Guanxing's assurance regarding the next 6 months. Under the night sky, bolstered by the blessings of the starry night dancer, Lin Xia swiftly arrived at the training ground. He was the first new recruit to arrive. With only a few instructors present, after a brief interval, the other recruits began to emerge from the dormitory, forming a square formation as they awaited the instructor's commands. Their lethargy was palpable, provoking a thunderous reprimand from Yuan Gang, who declared, "Such slothfulness is unacceptable. If today were an alarm for a mysterious attack, you would all be dead by now. Now, all those who took over 5 minutes to arrive, step forward." Yuan Gang's stern expression watched as the recruits gradually split into 2 lines. At that moment, one instructor leaned in to whisper something in his ear. "What?" Yuan Gang queried, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Pei Guanxing had not yet arrived. The instructor nodded, glancing at the attendance sheet. Out of 240 expected, only 239 were present, with Pei Guanxing being the missing individual. Yuan Gang's face tightened. Recalling Pei Guanxing's eager demeanor from the previous night, he thought, good grief. This boy can't possibly still be asleep, can he? He commanded Hong Hao, "Go check on that lad's situation. I will handle these recruits." Hong Hao nodded and dashed toward the dormitory. Lin Xia silently prayed for Pei Guanxing as he watched Hong Hao depart. Meanwhile, in the void, Zhao Kongcheng observed the slumbering Pei Guanxing, calculating the time. "I remember back in my day, once formal training commenced, we were summoned urgently around 1 in the morning. How is this lad still lingering in this space?" He mused. Could it be that no one has awakened him, and he missed the assembly whistle? Zhao Kongcheng chuckled to himself, relishing the unfolding drama, and resolved to have Pei Guanxing leave the past behind, allowing him to observe the recruits' training through the lens of history. At that moment, Hong Hao arrived at Pei Guanxing's dormitory. He witnessed the soul bell already hovering in the air, producing a series of crisp, ringing sounds that circled and swayed around Pei Guanxing's head. Upon witnessing this, Hong Hao's first thought was that someone had infiltrated among the recruits. targeting Pei Guanxing, the divine agent. One cannot entirely blame him for harboring such thoughts. After all, to ensure safety and efficacy, they have all experienced the soul-calling bell. Even the instructors, who possess relatively advanced realms, could not withstand its effects. How could a mere novice, barely at the threshold of his journey, endure it? Pei Guanxing lay there, unresponsive, as if he were lifeless. At that moment, the soul-calling bell seemed to be summoning his spirit. Honghao's heart skipped a beat. What realm must one possess to successfully launch a surprise attack, right under their noses? Trembling, he gently patted Pei Guanxing's cheek, calling out, "Pei Guanxing, are you dead?" Pei Guanxing groggily opened his eyes, and with his awakening, the soul-calling bell ceased its summoning, crashing directly onto his face. Honghao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief to know he was alive. Yet, to his astonishment, Pei Guanxing, with the soul-calling bell resting on his nose, drifted back into slumber. This fellow truly cannot be awakened. Chapter 35. Raw Meat. Family Yuan Gang observed the new recruits running laps while listening to Honghao's report, eventually falling into a deep silence. Regret washed over him. He lamented underestimating Pei Guanxing and regretted having signed the document that barred him from training. However, a flicker of mockery crossed Yuan Gang's eyes as he recalled the guarantee he had penned. "Fortunately, my skills surpass yours. How could I allow you any special treatment? You need not attend the ordinary training, but you are still required to participate in other drills." Time slipped away, and the sun rose high in the sky. On the training field, a group of new recruits knelt on the ground, retching incessantly. Bai Li, overweight, observed as his fellow teammates staggered past him. He longed to rise but found himself utterly fatigued. Suddenly, several recruits lagging behind could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. A swarm of support staff rushed out, chuckling eerily as they carried the fallen away, casting inexplicable glances toward Bai Li. Startled, he sprang to his feet and resumed running. "Everyone stand up!" Yuan Gang bellowed through a megaphone, wielding a small whip in hand, trailing behind the recruits. "That chubby kid is still running. Are you all so bold as to rest? If this were a battlefield, would the enemy grant you a respite? Keep running. Faster. Weren't you all so audacious at the start?" At that moment, one recruit could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Our abilities are suppressed. We are merely ordinary people, having run for so long. Surely that is enough?" Yuan Gang scoffed. "I have stated that the focus of the first half of the year is to enhance your physical strength. You must learn to survive against all odds. Do you find it unfair? Very well, withdraw now. I will let you leave at once." Upon hearing this, the recruit shrank back, gritting his teeth and continuing to run. Lin Xia glanced at his palm. He did not actually feel his abilities being suppressed, yet he refrained from mentioning it. At last, once everyone had completed their tasks, they were permitted to return to the dormitory for rest. In the dormitory, Pei Guanxing finally awoke. His first sensation was that something heavy pressed against his face, making it difficult to breathe. Drowsily, he opened his eyes, removed the object from his face, and sat up. "What is this?" Pei Guanxing stared at the small clock in his hand, his mind clouded. Never mind. Unable to recall, he carelessly tossed it aside, where it clattered onto the table. He then got out of bed, dressed, and prepared to seek food. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and the dormitory doors burst open. Pei Guanxing was swept out of the dormitory building by a throng of frenzied recruits. Barely touching the ground, he found himself at the training field. Oh. Yuan Gang glanced at the stopwatch in his hand and nodded approvingly. Not bad. It seems they have learned their lesson. He cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Pei Guanxing and continued. "Next, the cafeteria will serve meals. You have a maximum of 20 minutes. Now disperse." In an instant, the new recruits exhibited the speed of a 100-meter dash as they surged towards the mess hall. Pei Guanxing, not having participated in the recent training, was unaware of the frenzy that gripped them, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing on their prey. He strolled leisurely, while the new recruits who had already reached the mess hall, including Lin Xia, appeared somewhat dazed. Why are the ingredients still raw? Are we expected to cook for ourselves? Where's the food? Lin Xia stared at the bowls of raw meat, seemingly engaged in a mental preparation. Pei Guanxing entered, observing the circle of bewildered faces. "What's the matter?" He then noticed the raw meat on the table and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh." Then, amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, Pei Guanxing and the soldier with a background in special forces approached the bowls of raw meat. One of them seized a piece of raw meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The special forces soldier, upon witnessing Pei Guanxing, the divine agent, also accept raw meat, couldn't he help but regard him with newfound respect. However, it struck him as odd. Hadn't he noticed Pei Guanxing during the earlier laps? How could Pei Guanxing, too, be so ferocious? A new recruit pondered the appropriate adjective, staring blankly at the two indulging in their meal. In truth, Pei Guanxing had not anticipated the presence of meat. He had assumed that their first meal would consist of roots, tree bark, or worms. In his childhood at the orphanage, he had not been a stranger to such fare. Back then, having vegetable soup was already a luxury. Nonetheless, for him, the primary concern was satiating his hunger, regardless of the nature of the food, as long as it could be deemed edible. Watching Pei Guanxing tear into the raw meat with blood dripping from his lips, Shen Qingzhu's mouth twitched. Goodness, this divine agent seems rather off. He had been captured alive by Mask during yesterday's confrontation. Yet it was evident that he shared a close rapport with Mask. This morning, he hadn't participated in the training, leading to assumptions that he might be well connected. But how could someone with connections consume raw meat? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind the group. Sun Lao. Wang Mian and a few others entered the mess hall. An elderly man emerged from the kitchen. "Hey, I knew it was you lot returning. I prepared some delightful dishes for you." Shen Qingzhu regarded the old man, donned in an apron and wielding a ladle, and shook the bowl of raw meat. "Hey, you're the chef, and you're serving us this?" The old man shot him a fierce glare. "Shush. If you keep complaining, there won't be any raw meat left for you next time." He then pointed at Pei Guanxing and the Special Forces soldier. "Look at them. They're relishing it." Wang Mian and the others also noticed Pei Guanxing, who was enthusiastically tearing into the raw meat, their eyes brimming with admiration. Shen Qingzhu wished to voice another complaint, but Wang Mian unsheathed his Ichuan and placed it on the table. "If you're not eating, then get out." Instantly, the new recruits who had intended to complain swallowed their words, reluctantly picking up a piece of raw meat. "Chicken soup has arrived." Sun Lao entered, carrying a pot of chicken soup from the kitchen, followed by an array of delectable dishes. "Lioness head meatballs, braised pork, and hocks. I refuse to accept this. This is blatant favoritism." Suddenly, a new recruit called out. Sun Lao swiftly hurled a spoon, striking the recruit squarely on the head. "Only when you return after annihilating the new recruits will you have the right to complain." Although ridiculed by the cook, the recruits shrank back at the thought of the mass group's overwhelming defeat of them. They could only gaze longingly at the delectable dishes on the massed table while diligently tackling the raw meat before them, as if what they consumed would transform into the culinary delights they so coveted. On the second floor of the cafeteria, Hong Hao nodded in satisfaction. Although Pei Guanxing had indeed failed to rise in the morning, he was surprised to see that the boy managed to consume raw meat. Despite his lethargy, he proved to be quite astonishing in certain aspects. According to the records, he had been an orphan, likely due to a troubled childhood. Alas, he is a child of misfortune, yet he is about to join the night watch, becoming part of this large family. Perhaps he has finally found new kin in this world. Chapter 36, The Forbidden Object Sequence 110. Wastefulness. Wang Mian suddenly beckoned to Pei Guanxing and the Special Forces soldier. "Would you care for a bite?" His invitation sparked renewed indignation among the onlookers. Why extend such an invitation to them for cooked food? Yet, recalling how the two had unhesitatingly gnawed on raw meat, silence fell over the crowd. At least they did not hesitate or speak disrespectfully like the others. The Special Forces soldier swallowed the last morsel of raw meat and replied earnestly, "Thank you, Commander. No need." However, Pei Guanxing, after a brief moment of hesitation, bit into the remaining piece of raw meat and settled beside Tianping. The new recruits exchanged glances, their expressions incredulous. "How can you be so shameless?" One of them just declined, "And you rush over?" Wang Mian fetched another bowl and gestured for his team to serve Pei Guanxing. "You Gui, add more braised pork for Guanxing. Chong Wei, fetch a bowl of rice. Tianping, bring an entire lion's head over." Without needing further prompting, Xianhua was exceptionally attentive. Anxious that one of them might utter, Xianhua, serve. He filled a bowl with rich chicken soup and personally approached Pei Guanxing, placing it before him. Come, come. Sun Lao's chicken soup is exquisite. I've been longing for this taste. Guanxing, do indulge. Suddenly, a mountain of delectable dishes loomed before Pei Guanxing. He glanced at Wang Mian and the others. Thank you. Wang Mian waved his hand dismissively. Before I depart, this is the least I can do for you, especially since you've already consumed raw meat. Pei Guanxing was taken aback. Are you all leaving? Wang Mian nodded, then turned to Lin Xia. Xia, would you join us? Once again, the new recruits regarded Lin Xia with wide-eyed anticipation. Pei Guanxing started with raw meat. What about you? Lin Xia, carrying his own small bowl, also approached, but chose not to dine with Wang Mian and the others. Under the melancholic gazes of the new recruits, Pei Guanxing continued to feast. Meanwhile, Wang Mian began discussing matters concerning the divine agent with Lin Xia. Although he was explaining to both Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, Pei Guanxing paid him no mind, focused solely on his meal. However, it was noteworthy that Pei Guanxing's deity resided within him, marking a historical first for divine agents. Surely, Pei Guanxing must possess a deeper understanding of the divine. Wang Mian pondered, querying, what instructions has the Void Star God given you? With his cheeks puffed like a little hamster, still chewing, Pei Guanxing responded, he hasn't said much. He rarely interacts with me. I'm merely his abode. In over a decade, he's spoken to me only once, and he hasn't even clarified his abilities. After speaking, Pei Guanxing resumed his enthusiastic eating. Wang Mian fell into contemplation. Perhaps the deity residing within Pei Guanxing truly was a manifestation of the Void Star God's will. After all, not all deities wish to engage in warfare. He could be hiding to evade worldly conflicts. Xianhua continued to diligently serve Pei Guanxing, hoping to silence him, yearning for the day to pass, after which they would never meet again. As Chang Wei gazed at Pei Guanxing's current demeanor, she suddenly discovered a newfound hobby, feeding. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind as she pondered whether to turn back and purchase a small hamster. However, given her frequent missions, she feared it might starve. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing recalled something, halting his meal, which startled Xianhua. What is this rascal up to? Pei Guanxing turned to Tianping beside him and inquired, Are you leaving today? Tianping nodded. Indeed, a new mystery has emerged that requires our attention. Pei Guanxing sighed. I was hoping to devise a way to play with your forbidden domain. Tianping remarked, You seem quite addicted to this game. Wang Mian then produced a small box and handed it to Pei Guanxing with a grin. I know you've long desired Tianping's forbidden domain, so I brought you treasure. Though Wang Mian's voice was low, it echoed through the dining hall, capturing the attention of all the new recruits. Instantly, the sounds of chewing and swallowing diminished as they perked up their ears to listen. Pei Guanxing opened the box to reveal a silver bracelet. This bracelet was a forbidden item, possessing the sequence number 110, known as the Forbidden Domain Connection, allowing one person's forbidden domain to be utilized by another through this bracelet. Pei Guanxing picked up the bracelet, somewhat astonished. Sequence 110? What a coincidence! The Void Star God 9, when dissected, reveals I and X, 1 and 10. Wang Mian leaned in and whispered softly, This is a favor we owe you, not a reward for a forbidden item. Remember to ask Instructor Yuan for what he promised you. He then elaborated on the bracelet's properties. Its effects are quite similar to the Seventh King's domain, but it possesses two critical weaknesses. It is precisely these weaknesses that place it in the high-risk category. Firstly, it cannot perfectly utilize the previous person's forbidden domain. The greater the disparity in their realms, the more challenging it becomes to use. Of course, if you solely wish to float using Tianping's forbidden domain, that remains quite simple. Secondly, to use another's forbidden domain, the previous user must come forth to release it. Otherwise, one can only continue using what the previous user left behind. Unless the previous user perishes, there is no way to alter this. So how will you choose? Will you continue with Tianping's forbidden domain, or will you opt for my time domain? Wang Mian watched Pei Guanxing with a smile. Lin Xia looked at the forbidden item in Pei Guanxing's hand, somewhat astonished. Is this truly the forbidden item reward for unmasking the false face? He began to anticipate what his own forbidden item might be. The surrounding eavesdropping recruits were equally stunned. They were just gifted a high-risk forbidden item with effects comparable to the Seventh King's domain, and he was given the choice between Tianping's forbidden domain and Wang Mian's time domain. Was this even a choice? It was a no-brainer. Tianping, come. Leave your forbidden domain. Pei Guanxing raised a bracelet before Tianping's eyes. The new recruits gasped in disbelief. What a waste of resources. Pei Guanxing, if you want to use it, could you please just give it to me? Shen Qingzhu silently confirmed her previous thoughts. Damn, this divine agent truly has some issues. Chapter 37. Becoming the public enemy. Tianping gazed at Pei Guanxing with a peculiar expression. Do you truly not wish to select the divine realm of the captain? Pei Guanxing shook his head. I already possess a deity within me. What need have I for his divine realm? Yours is undoubtedly more practical. It was a jest. For one could recline at any moment, and the divine realm that might never be utilized was not worth choosing over one that would be frequently employed. Wang Mian burst in a hearty laughter. You, my friend, are indeed quite different from the ordinary. However, you made the right choice. For the entity possessing sequence 110 connection is a forbidden object, not a person. Had you chosen my temporal divine realm, I fear this bracelet would have exploded upon contact with the divine realm. Even if you could borrow my divine realm without the power of the time god, it would not function as smoothly for you as it does for me. The new recruit's gazes towards Pei Guanxing shifted once more. Had this Pei Guanxing already contemplated this layer? No wonder he is the agent of the deity, possessing ample confidence in his divine realm, yet not excessively greedy in wanting to master two divine realms. How admirable! The recruits believed they were on the second layer, yet it seemed Pei Guanxing was truly on the fifth. In truth, Pei Guanxing was merely on the negative first layer. He was unconcerned with such matters, focusing solely on how to recline more comfortably. He thrust the bracelet into Tianping's hand. Hurry, hurry, insert your forbidden realm. Moments later, Pei Guanxing adorned his wrist with the bracelet, channeling his mental energy into it, and instantly, he began to float. Pei Guanxing relished the sensation. Indeed, this is the feeling. Now he could lie down anytime, anywhere. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Mian's eyes. Pei Guanxing can still utilize the forbidden realm? He was well aware that the new recruit training base was enveloped by a forbidden object that sealed the divine realm. The bracelet inherently bore the forbidden realm of connection, not that of Tianping. Under the suppression of that forbidden object, the bracelet was essentially decorative. Connection had been reduced to merely retaining the essence of the divine realm. Yet Pei Guanxing was somehow able to leverage it to access Tianping's forbidden realm. He could not help but recall the scene of Pei Guanxing disassembling the temporal divine realm. Could it be that void could even dismantle the function of that forbidden object? Ah, it seems there will indeed be a rebel among these new recruits. Beep, beep. The whistle sounded once more, and the recruits surged outward in a frenzy. Scarcely mindful of how much they had consumed, fearful of being late again. Pei Guanxing, however, appeared oblivious, continuing to eat his meal. Wang Mian looked at him with confusion. Why are you still here eating? Pei Guanxing chuckled, producing the guarantee letter given to him by Yuan Gang. I possess a get-out-of-jail-free card. The members of the mask squad gathered around, genuinely curious about what kind of exemption could allow him to evade training. Pei Guanxing elaborated, his tone brimming with pride. This morning, the soul bell did not rouse me. I awakened on my own. Upon examining the contents of the guarantee letter and the grand seal of the new recruit training base, they exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. You truly are quite astonishing. After finishing their meal, Wang Mian and his companions rose, donned their masks, and wrapped themselves in cloaks. When we meet next, we shall stand as comrades, no longer as recruits and instructors. Pei Guanxing nodded heavily in agreement. Indeed, exercise caution. Suddenly, Xuanhua recalled something and dashed towards the kitchen. Captain, I shall speak with elder son. Wang Mian watched Xuanhua vanish into the kitchen, unable to restrain a sigh. Xuanhua has grown, now showing concern for others. On the training grounds, the recruits were still being urged by their instructors to run laps. With the acquisition of the balance's forbidden ruins, Pei Guanxing made full use of its advantages. He no longer needed to walk. Instead, he floated lazily out of the cafeteria. The recruits, who were being reprimanded by the instructors, caught sight of the leisurely Pei Guanxing and immediately protested, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Instructor, this is unfair. Why is he allowed to be late? Why is he exempt from training? Why is he so at ease? Do we not agree there would be no special treatment? Just because he is the divine agent? Just because he has a good relationship with the masked team? Lin Xia is also a divine agent, yet he participates in training. Why is Pei Guanxing exempt?" The recruits' accusations echoed repeatedly, ultimately coalescing into a singular refrain: unfair. We refuse to accept this. They acquiesced to the masked team, yet how could they submit to Pei Guanxing, who was merely a fellow recruit? Damn it, let us go after him. One recruit flung off his cap and charged towards Pei Guanxing. With this instigation, a throng of recruits, disregarding the instructors behind them, surged toward Pei Guanxing. With the advantages of the balance's forbidden ruins, Pei Guanxing floated away faster than they could run. Initially, he intended to return to the dormitory to continue resting. But upon witnessing the horde of recruits intent on pouncing on him, he ultimately abandoned that thought. Thus, a scene unfolded at the training base. Pei Guanxing sped ahead, while a swarm of recruits, resembling zombies with red eyes, frantically pursued him from behind. Unable to return to the dormitory or come to a halt, Pei Guanxing led the recruits in a circuitous chase around the entire training base. Aside from the astonished instructors, only Lin Xia, Bai Li, Pang Pang, and a few others who had participated in the final battle with Mask remained. Bai Li Pang Pang poked Lin Xia. "Xia, do you think Guanxing is truly an undercover agent sent by the instructors?" Lin Xia shook his head. "Certainly not." Chao Yuan observed the recruits beginning to run in larger circles, pondering, is this the result of having a goal? If my goal is Lin Xia, does that mean I must pursue him? Molly's usually aloof demeanor broke into a slight smile. This indolent divine agent can indeed be useful at times. Shen Qingzhu reiterated, "This divine agent truly has issues. I must avoid confrontation with him in the future." The recruits chasing Pei Guanxing were no longer fatigued, nor were they retching. No one fainted, and their speed even surpassed that of their formal training sessions. Yuan Gang observed the dramatic scene, stroking his chin. This Pei Guanxing always manages to surprise us in the most peculiar ways. Thus, this chase continued until the next mealtime. Hong Hao, holding a loudspeaker, called out to the still frantic new recruits, his tone filled with mirth. "Ha ha, oi. Everyone, return for your meal. Stop the chase. The cafeteria's fare will not wait for you." Ha ha ha. The new recruits, panting heavily, glared indignantly at Pei Guanxing. Is this fellow's stamina truly so formidable? He has been evading us for a good half hour, and yet he floats away so swiftly. Let's eat first. I refuse to believe this lad can evade us indefinitely. Pei Guanxing couldn't help but marvel once more. The forbidden ruins of the balance are remarkably effective. Consuming just a modicum of mental energy allows for such prolonged support. He then patted his stomach. Strange, has time passed so quickly? It feels as though I have merely floated for a brief moment. The new recruits, suddenly disinterested in their meal, thought instead of resuming the pursuit. Chapter 38. The Vortex Pit Yuan Gang observed the scene before him and suddenly contemplated whether to allow Pei Guanxing to truly exert his abilities. If he couldn't rise to the occasion, so be it. Perhaps he could serve as a competitive target for the new recruits. Yet, reconsidering, he dismissed the notion. No matter how exceptional, Pei Guanxing remained merely a novice. Without undergoing systematic training, he would face dire consequences when confronted by the unknown. In the cafeteria, many of the new recruits initially intended to endure the repulsion of consuming raw meat. However, their resolve faltered upon seeing a table adorned with several plates of enticing dishes. The fragrant tomato scrambled eggs, glistening potato shreds, and vibrant stir-fry cabbage. Though vegetarian, these were indeed cooked. Old Sun emerged from the kitchen, squinting as he searched among the new recruits. Eventually, he spotted Pei Guanxing, who had just entered the cafeteria, lingering at the back of the line. "Guanxing," he called out, waving him over. Pei Guanxing, momentarily taken aback, quickly dismissed the restrictions and approached. "Old Sun?" Old Sun gently pushed him toward the table laden with cooked food. The new recruits gasped. I refuse to eat raw meat any longer. I want to devour what Pei Guanxing is having. Old Sun chuckled as he explained. Before the vortex departed, he specifically instructed me to commend you for your excellent performance. He wished for me to grant you a small favor. It is rare for him to seek me out personally, so you need not endure raw meat buns anymore. From now on, I shall prepare extra dishes for you. Then, raising his voice slightly, Old Sun declared, the vortex insisted that I showcase your superior treatment in front of all the new recruits as a reward for your commendable performance. However, to prevent any resentment from the others, I cannot offer you overly lavish provisions just yet. Once they too can partake in these dishes, I shall ensure your meals become even more delectable. The new recruits were left in shock, their disbelief palpable. To eat such sumptuous food in front of us is one thing, but to have him plead on Pei Guanxing's behalf for even better fare? Is he not a relative of yours? Why such kindness towards him? Thank you, Old Sun, Pei Guanxing said, his lips twitching as he expressed gratitude. Without needing to glance back, he could sense the furious glares directed at him from his peers. The vortex has betrayed us. Yet at the very least, he was spared the fate of consuming dry, raw meat. However, he pondered whether he should engage in another wager with Mast, perhaps to learn how to bark like a puppy. At that moment, the vortex, airborne, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Wang Mian, furrowing his brow, glanced over. Are you coming down with something? The vortex rubbed his nose and shivered slightly. I doubt it. Just an unexpected itch. Wang Mian nodded. We have arrived at the mission site. Prepare for battle. Instantly, the aircraft's hatch swung open, and the masked squad made their dramatic entrance from the sky. Wow, Captain, are you addicted to skydiving now? After imparting his instructions to Pei Guanxing, Old Sun turned to the new recruits, casting a stern glare. What are you staring at? If Wang Mian and the others commend your performances, I might prepare delicious meals for you as well. Do you possess the ability to earn their praise? Lacking the requisite strength, one must obediently consume the raw meat and buns served. The new recruits, subjected to this unjust treatment, dared not voice their grievances, wishing fervently to use Pei Guanxing as a meal accompaniment. They could only steal a glance at Pei Guanxing's retreating figure while nibbling on their raw meat. Yuan Gang strode into the cafeteria, disregarding the others, and took a seat directly beside Pei Guanxing. The new recruits, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy. So, how does it feel to be favored? The chief instructor has come to seek you out. Yuan Gang also procured a bowl and began to dine alongside Pei Guanxing. You performed admirably this morning. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of something shattering. It was the hearts of the new recruits. Yuan Gang continued. You are indeed excused from the ordinary training, but you must attend the afternoon session. Pei Guanxing looked at Yuan Gang. Instructor, we had an agreement. If the soul bell does not awaken me. Yuan Gang chuckled. Take a closer look at what is written above. The afternoon session is not ordinary training, but rather close-quarters combat training. Close-quarters combat training falls under the category of non-ordinary training. Pei Guanxing, I was careless. In the afternoon training grounds, Pei Guanxing, feeling utterly bored, listened to the combat instructor's discourse. This instructor, surnamed Han, was a newcomer who had not appeared on the first day of training and had just been assigned to train the new recruits. Instructor Han spoke fervently on stage. The monsters of ancient myths, what we commonly refer to as the mysterious entities, typically possess bodies that far surpass those of humans or exhibit exceptionally peculiar and powerful abilities. Can anyone tell me what we rely on when battling these mysteries? Instructor Han's gaze swept over every recruit's face, yet no one dared to respond. Until Shen Qingzhu spoke up, it is the Forbidden Ruins. The Forbidden Ruins is indeed one of our critical means of combat against the mysteries, but it is not the entirety of our arsenal. Instructor Han scoffed. Do you believe your Forbidden Ruins can vanquish the mysterious entities with just a flick of your finger? Shen Qingzhu retorted with a smirk. Indeed. And what is your Forbidden Ruins? Chi Min, Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 068. Instructor Han. While a formidable Forbidden Ruins is certainly an advantageous weapon, one's physical condition and combat skills are of even greater significance. Pretending he had not conversed with Shen Qingzhu, Instructor Han resumed his lecture. As night watchers, the weapon we utilize most frequently is the Star Blade. As he spoke, he drew forth a straight sword to demonstrate. Although some may prefer other weapons that suit them better, the Star Blade is the standard. He then proceeded to illustrate the techniques of using the straight sword for the recruits. Pei Guanxing, listening, began to doze off. After all, he had been with Team 136 for a decade. These techniques had already been imparted to him by Chun Mai, Hongying, and others, and in the latter stages, he had even become Hongying's dedicated sparring partner. Suddenly, Instructor Han halted his demonstration. Now, let me see how much you have remembered. He surveyed the recruits for a suitable candidate. You, the little chubby one, come forward. Bailey Pongpong's head bobbed like a rattle drum. No, Instructor, could you choose someone else? Your words are excessively verbose. Instructor Han strode down, dragging Bailey Pangpang along. Bailey Pangpang cried out, Star Watch, save me. Xia, rescue me. Instructor Han brandished the bamboo sword in his hand. Pick up the bamboo sword from the ground. Swiftly, reluctantly, Bailey Pangpang bent down to retrieve the bamboo sword. Gripping the bamboo sword tightly, Instructor Han's expression grew ominous. Fear not, the bamboo sword shall not slay you. He then swung the sword fiercely. Terrified, Bailey Pangpang crouched on the ground, raising the long sword high in an attempt to block Instructor Han's strike. With a resounding clang, the bamboo sword struck a shimmering golden barrier above. Yaoguang immunizes against physical attacks. The arena fell into silence. Chapter 39. The fortunate instructor and the unsealable void shut it down. You little brat. Instructor Han scolded, his expression darkened. Bailey, the plump youth, chuckled and reached for the shaking light, hanging around his neck. With a swift motion, the shield form of shaking light transformed into two swirling rings of light, flying towards Instructor Han. The bamboo sword in Han's hand shattered into two pieces. This is bad. It has switched to attack mode, Bailey lamented. Instructor Han glanced at the remaining piece of the bamboo sword in his hand, utterly speechless. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm sorry, Instructor. Next time. Forget about next time. Just get down there now. Han kicked Bailey off the platform. He then turned his attention to the recruits and, to his astonishment, discovered one of them dozing off. He pointed at Pei Guanxing. Hey, you, who are about to fall asleep. Get up here. Pei Guanxing lifted his head and noticed the other recruits casting him knowing glances. Lin Xia coughed lightly. Guanxing, Instructor Han wants you to come up for a sparring session. Me? Instructor Han swung his bamboo sword and bellowed. Who else could it be? I've trained so many recruits, and you are the most outrageous, practicing combat while possessing forbidden items and dozing off in class. Today, I will teach you a thorough lesson. Pei Guanxing picked up the bamboo sword from the ground and stood lazily. As Han pointed and lectured the recruits, he exclaimed, Your standing posture is all wrong. So lax that if someone launched a surprise attack, you would be utterly defenseless. Suddenly, Instructor Han lunged forward 2 steps and swung down his sword. However, he halted the strike 2 meters away from Pei Guanxing. The recruits murmured amongst themselves. Indeed, if Instructor Han hadn't stopped in time, Pei Guanxing would have taken a serious hit. If it were a real blade, his head would likely be on the ground by now. I truly wonder how someone like him caught the attention of the divine. Only Instructor Han understood that it wasn't his intention to stop. Instead, he felt as though he had struck an invisible barrier. He exerted force, but found it impossible to continue his downward strike. You, too, deactivate your forbidden item. Instructor Han retracted his bamboo sword and commanded coldly. He assumed Pei Guanxing possessed a forbidden item similar to shaking light. Pei Guanxing reluctantly removed the hand ring and set it aside. Huh! Instructor Han suddenly launched an attack again, only to find himself halted at a distance of 2 meters from Pei Guanxing's body once more. Didn't I tell you to take off all your forbidden items? Han's eye twitched. Pei Guanxing glanced at the hand ring beside him. Right, I did take it off. Then what is this invisible shield surrounding you? Han exclaimed, waving his bamboo sword. But this time he encountered no obstruction and struck downwards without restraint. Han was left bewildered. Oh, that is one of my divine abilities, the domain of void, Pei Guanxing explained. Any weapon with offensive capabilities will come to a halt within a 2-meter radius around me. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the arena, with only the resonant chirping of cicadas echoing through the air. What did he just say? An inquisitive recruit whispered. It seems he mentioned his divine ruin. But haven't our forbidden ruins been sealed? Is this truly the divine ruin? It cannot be sealed by forbidden objects. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that indeed, the stargazing divine ruin had not been entirely sealed. Instructor Han assessed his own forbidden ruin and confirmed it was indeed sealed. Why hasn't your forbidden ruin been sealed? Pei Guanxing blinked innocently, unaware that he had missed the morning training during which the recruits' forbidden ruins were sealed. Moreover, the concept of nothingness was non-existent. How could there be talk of suppression? Meanwhile, Yuan Gang, in the underground base, observed Pei Guanxing on the surveillance monitors and retrieved his dossier. The previously blank document had now been supplemented with several new abilities. In combat against the mask, he emitted a purplish-black mist that obscured perception, with a hazard level tentatively deemed harmless. The divine ruin of nothingness appeared capable of transcending the temporal divine ruin, but had not exhibited any offensive or harmful traits, thus assessed as harmless. Wang Mian described the combat scenario with Pei Guanxing, confirming that nothingness could traverse the temporal divine ruin and dissolve objects. It was known to dissolve a giant hammer and the forbidden object Yuan, raising the hazard level to a tentative danger. Subsequently, Yuan Gang pondered and took up his pen to jot down notes. The divine ruin of nothingness seemed unaffected by the suppression stone, raising its hazard level to a tentative high risk. You may leave now, Instructor Han said with a smirk, surprised at how challenging this batch of recruits was to manage. Pei Guanxing nodded and, before departing, ensured he took his precious bracelet with him. I shall find another one. I refuse to believe I cannot deliver an exemplary lesson today. Instructor Han's eyes blazed with determination as he sought his next target. His gaze landed on Lin Xia, standing beside Pei Guanxing. You there? Come forward. The recruits exchanged bewildered glances, questioning why another agent of the divine was being chosen. Lin Xia obediently stepped before Instructor Han. The instructor cautiously inquired, Do you possess any forbidden objects? Lin Xia shook his head. None. Is your forbidden ruin sealed? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xia recalled that the mortal realm was incomplete, merely enhancing his perception, and since it was not night, he could not utilize Starry Night Dancer. Thus, it could be considered sealed. Yes, it is sealed. Excellent. Instructor Han exclaimed with delight and tossed him a bamboo sword. The recruits were thrown into another uproar. Lin Xia's divine ruin is sealed? What does this mean? Could Pei Guanxing truly be a relative of the masked squad? Silence. Focus and learn. Instructor Han scowled, halting the recruits' discussions. As soon as Lin Xia grasped the bamboo sword, he charged forward. However, Lin Xia had undergone training with Chunmai and could hold his own against Wang Mian. He raised his hand with ease, effortlessly blocking the attack. Instructor Han. With another swift slash, the speed doubled and the force intensified significantly. A faint sound echoed, and silence enveloped the scene. Instructor Han inquired softly, Are you from a family of martial artists? No. Then who are you? I previously trained in Team 136, and Chunmai was my swordsmanship teacher. So you were his disciple. Instructor Han took a deep breath. You may step down now. He felt extraordinarily fortunate today. He murmured to himself, Just find one more. Just one. It cannot be that luck is this abundant. All selected are prodigies. If another oddity is chosen, I shall take a leave after work today and buy a lottery ticket. Thereafter, his gaze fixated on the unassuming Chao Yuan. Step forward. Chapter 40. Chao Yuan's parents, Instructor Han, recalled the previous mishaps, determined to ask every conceivable question this time. Do you possess any forbidden items? No. Is the forbidden realm suppressed? It is suppressed. Have you practiced swordsmanship or martial arts? No. Instructor Han nodded in satisfaction. Very well, it is decided. Come forth. Chao Yuan shook his head, hands pressed together, embodying a high monk. Ba, I'm sorry, instructor, but I cannot wield a sword. This is a wooden sword. That is still unacceptable. Instructor Han's lips twitched. This fellow was not merely peculiar in combat, but also in thought. If you do not use a sword, what weapon will you wield? When confronting the mysterious, do you rely solely on your fists? Pick it up. Retrieve the sword. Chao Yuan sighed. Can you control me? Instructor? Upon hearing this familiar question, Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and others who had fought against the mask swiftly retreated. Pei Guanxing, with kindness, activated the forbidden realm of the scales, causing the remaining recruits to float away from Chao Yuan. The suspended recruits exclaimed, "Pei Guanxing, what are you trying to do? Do not take advantage of your ability to manipulate the forbidden realm to act recklessly. The instructor will punish you." Instructor Han's grip on the bamboo sword trembled slightly, veins protruding on his forehead. Did this lad look down upon him? Enough chatter. Pick it up. Chao Yuan slightly bent down and retrieved the bamboo sword from the ground. As his hand made contact with the sword, dark flames began to erupt from his body. When he stood upright, gripping the sword tightly, he was entirely enveloped by ferocious black flames. Boom! A dense aura of malevolence surged skyward, and Chao Yuan's eyes were obscured by the black energy. Yet they gleamed with a piercing red light. He gazed at Instructor Han, a sinister grin splitting his face. Without uttering another word, he charged forward. Instructor Han lowered his head to evade. Wait a moment. But the frenzied Chao Yuan paid no heed, striking again with a reverse slash. Although Instructor Han managed to block, the bamboo sword shattered in two, and he was sent flying several meters by the immense force. The whirlwind generated by Chao Yuan's sword swing ruffled the floating recruits. At that moment, they finally understood why Pei Guanxing had levitated them away from the battlefield. Gratitude filled their eyes as they glanced at Pei Guanxing, realizing that had they remained on the ground, they would likely have faced severe injury or worse. A collective thought emerged in their minds. Indeed, Pei Guanxing is well suited for the unconventional approach. Instructor Han immediately shouted to those around him, "Evacuate at once." This is not a drill. Then, with a swift motion, he unsheathed the star blade and engaged in combat with Chao Yuan. Bai Li, plump and curious, approached Pei Guanxing. "Guanxing, why are only you and Chao Yuan able to utilize the forbidden realm while ours is suppressed?" Pei Guanxing looked at Great Xia. Confusion etched on his face. As a divine agent, Great Xia's divine realm should not have been suppressed either. Yet Great Xia merely shook his head gently, signaling Pei Guanxing to remain silent. Pei Guanxing turned his gaze towards the battling Chao Yuan and Instructor Han, pondering. Perhaps it is because we lack control over our own forbidden realms. Bai Li Pang scratched his head, confused. "I understand, Chao Yuan, but aren't you managing quite smoothly?" Pei Guanxing shrugged, offering no reply. Great Xia patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder, saying, "Have you ever seen anyone unable to close their forbidden realm, remaining open for a decade?" Bai Li Pang looked at Pei Guanxing, his face a picture of astonishment. Pei Guanxing waved his hand, suggesting, "Let us go assist Instructor Han." Bai Li Pang and Great Xia nodded, and the trio promptly joined the fray. At that moment, Chao Yuan had shifted his attention to the surrounding recruits. Instructor Han shouted at the new soldiers, "Run for your lives." He then yelled at Chao Yuan, trying to divert his attention. "Hey, fight me. Ignore them." Chao Yuan abruptly turned, leaping high into the air, wielding his blade with ferocity, the raging black flames scorching towards Instructor Han. "Damn it, if I die at the hands of a recruit, I will be the first," he thought. "If I survive, I ought to buy a lottery ticket, though perhaps in my next life." In the next instant, Bai Li Pang appeared before him, activating Radiance to shield the two. The anticipated scenario for Instructor Han did not materialize. Upon opening his eyes, he found Bai Li Pang standing in front of him. "Didn't I tell you to retreat? What are you still doing here?" Instructor on school did. Before Bai Li Pang could respond, Radiance began to crackle, fissures appearing on its surface. Suddenly, Great Xia sprang from the side, delivering a kick that sent Chao Yuan flying towards Pei Guanxing. In midair, Chao Yuan twisted his body, and upon noticing that there was someone in his trajectory, he swiftly swung his knife. After all, he was currently unleashing the perilous Forbidden Realm Black King's annihilation. Although his bamboo blade failed to breach Pei Guanxing's void domain, it encroached within a 2-meter radius around him. However, in the next moment, Pei Guanxing thrust his unsheathed blade, Chou Shi, upward to meet it. Clang! The sharp sound resonated painfully in Instructor Han's ears. Yet, the bamboo blade engulfed in black flames showed no sign of damage. Immediately, void energy surged from the handle of Chou Shi, enveloping Chao Yuan's bamboo knife. The black flames atop the bamboo blade seemed to be quenched by snow, dissolving into nothingness. Seeing his attack thwarted, Chao Yuan bellowed in rage, striking once more. Now transformed into an ordinary bamboo knife, it could not withstand the force he exerted. With a crack, the bamboo knife shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Guanxing brought Shi crashing down onto Chao Yuan's head. Bang! A delightful sound echoed, resonating with clarity. The void energy surged fiercely, enveloping Chao Yuan and forming a large cocoon of purple-black hue. However, Chao Yuan's mental strength was still abundant, unlike last time when it was nearly depleted by the balance. A considerable amount of black flame malice surged forth from the gaps in the cocoon, within the realm of nothingness. Slender tendrils of black flames gradually surged into the body of Void Star God 9. At that moment, Lin Xia turned to Bai Li Pang Pang and said, "Pang Pang, please hand me the sealing scroll from last time." Bai Li Pang Pang looked over with a hint of confusion. But hasn't the Star Observer already confined Chao Yuan? Lin Xia shook his head. The Star Observer merely saps his mental energy. Unless Chao Yuan's spirit is completely exhausted again, he cannot be released. The sealing scroll can directly confine his forbidden abyss, and if the Star Observer intervenes now, it will extend his recovery time in the future. Bai Li Pang Pang, somewhat perplexed, retrieved the sealing scroll and remarked, "I don't quite understand, but it seems like you and the Star Observer are like Chao Yuan's parents, dealing with his troubles outside." Lin Xia, who had just rushed forth, stumbled slightly at this characterization. Chapter 41. 9 Reappearance. The Call Lin Xia swiftly unfurled the scroll of sealing and dashed towards the ensnared Chao Yuan, wrapping it around his head in multiple layers, effectively mummifying him. Under the influence of the scroll of sealing, the black flames enveloping Chao Yuan gradually extinguished. As consciousness returned to him, Chao Yuan peered through the gaps of the scroll of sealing and beheld the two individuals attempting to thwart him, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. With Pei Guanxing's ethereal power attracted, Chao Yuan finally regained his freedom of movement. He removed the scroll of sealing from his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Then, turning to Lin Xia, he earnestly declared, "Indeed, it is you. Only you can absolve my sins. I shall pursue you." Lin Xia replied nonchalantly, "I am not fond of men." However, Chao Yuan's subsequent statement was evidently a matter entirely distinct from Lin Xia's words. Yet, individuals capable of suppressing Black King annihilation are exceedingly rare. Lin Xia, without glancing back, gestured towards his rear. Guanxing can do it as well. Chao Yuan slumped in despair. He may indeed be incapable. Lin Xia was taken aback and turned to look. At that moment, Pei Guanxing was once again floating in the air, blissfully asleep. Lin Xia, Yuan Gang arrived at the training ground accompanied by a cadre of instructors, surveying the dilapidated training platform with evident exasperation. How has it come to this again? Are these recruits part of a demolition crew? Instructor Han also expressed his regrets. "I truly should not have disregarded your warnings and underestimated these recruits. We nearly encountered a teaching mishap." Yuan Gang chuckled, patting Han's shoulder. "I must say, your luck is quite extraordinary, drawing 4 from a pool of 240. He pointed towards Bai Li. "The first is the young master of the Bai family." He then indicated the floating Pei Guanxing, the second, the first to be discovered as a vessel for divine beings. He gestured towards Lin Xia. "Then we have a Seraphim's agent." Finally, he glanced at Chao Yuan, who was entangled with Lin Xia. "And lastly, you selected one of the most formidable among the high-risk individuals. The masked squad does not possess such prowess," Sold Han. "It feels less like you are training recruits and more like you are navigating through challenges to test yourself." Aha! Hearing Yuan Gang's introduction, Instructor Han wore a look of resignation. "Today, I think I shall take a day off to buy a lottery ticket. With such luck, I am bound to win the grand prize." Yuan Gang's expression turned serious. "However, these youngsters are indeed quite extraordinary. It is evident that conventional training no longer suits them. It seems we must elevate the intensity, but before that." Yuan Gang summoned his strength, suddenly unleashing a surge of mental energy as he bellowed. Pei Guanxing, who was floating in mid-air, jolted awake and tumbled to the ground. "Come with me. Yuan Gang commanded, turning away without a backward glance. Why am I being summoned alone again? Pei Guanxing scratched his head, suddenly recalling the rewards for forbidden items that Wang Yinli mentioned before leaving. Could it be that I am to receive another forbidden item? Pei Guanxing followed Yuan Gang to the instructor's office. Yuan Gang gestured for him to take a seat and subsequently picked up the folder resting beside him. Pei Guanxing, aged 18, was the sole survivor of a mysterious invasion 10 years ago at the orphanage where he resided. He was then taken in and raised by the Night Watch Team 136. During this time, he remained in a state of perpetual slumber, his mind clouded. Until 2 months ago, news emerged that he had become the agent of a deity and was, at present, the only individual observed to be host to a divine entity. Yuan Gang abruptly set the folder down, leaning slightly forward, his demeanor transforming into one of acute intensity. This is the scant information we possess about you. All I require now is to confirm one thing. What precisely is the directive given to you by Divine Sequence 042, the Void Star God 9? Pei Guanxing regarded Yuan Gang, who had suddenly adopted a serious tone, utterly speechless. Why does everyone insist on asking him this question? If I reveal it, you won't believe me. Just have someone else inquire. I could summon him directly for you to ask. In Yuan Gang's gaze, Pei Guanxing raised his hand, palm open. Gradually, a purplish-black void began to materialize. Pei Guanxing extended his hand forward. You may pose your question to him. Yuan Gang stared at the diminutive black hole, suddenly at a loss. Is this truly a deity? It is not at all as I envisioned. I had expected a black hole with a diameter of several dozen or even hundreds of meters, yet it appears so minuscule. Void Star God? The projection of Void Star God 9 paid him no heed, not even opening its eyes. Yuan Gang felt a tinge of embarrassment. What is your purpose residing within him? The Void Star God remained unresponsive. Yuan Gang glanced at Pei Guanxing, who also showed no sign of reaction. Very well. Yuan Gang sighed, finally conceding. It was no wonder Pei Guanxing had become the agent of a deity. Their temperaments were eerily similar. Furthermore, Yuan Gang felt no pressure emanating from the Void Star God. As if he were in slumber? All right, I believe you. Please return the Void Star God, to your body. Only then did Pei Guanxing dissipate the black hole in his hand. Really, if anyone asks again, I'll just let 9 handle it himself. Even though he wouldn't utter a word. Yuan Gang produced a telephone, placing it on the table and pushing it towards Pei Guanxing, which displayed an ongoing call. Team 136, Hongying. Yuan Gang smiled at Pei Guanxing. It seems you are quite cherished in Team 136. First, Chimai, and now Hongying is incessantly reminding me to look after you. Have a conversation with her. Consider it a reward for unmasking your mask. Yuan Gang then exited the office, leaving Pei Guanxing alone. Pei Guanxing picked up the phone and placed it to his ear. On the other end, Hongying appeared to be sharing with the members of Team 136. No wonder Instructor Yuan asked me to speak with Guanxing. He just mentioned that Guanxing has unmasked the mask of our team. Chen Mai's voice echoed from afar. He has certainly not disgraced Team 136. Si Xiaonan exclaimed in surprise. Guanxing is so impressive. Wu Xiangnan rarely complimented him, saying, you did quite well. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Pei Guanxing couldn't help but smile. Hello? Guanxing has picked up the call. Hongying exclaimed joyfully. Guanxing, the new recruit's training is quite arduous. You must take care of your health. I heard you removed the mask of the masked team. You truly brought honor to our Team 136. By the way, do you need anything over there? Although we are training in Cangnan City, there might be something you've forgotten. Even during the festive season, we want to have a break. And it's a pity you want to be able to enjoy the dumplings made by the captain. I'll see if I can sneak some in for you. Moreover, your birthday next year will also go uncelebrated. But don't worry, we will make it up to you when you return. You must take good care of yourself. Then, with a mischievous smile, Hongying added, but with Xia by your side, he can help you out. Listening to Hongying's warm and reassuring chatter filled Pei Guanxing with an inexplicable longing. Although they had only been apart for a few days, it felt like an eternity. He suddenly blurted out, Sister Hongying, I miss you. There was a momentary pause on her end, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. Sister Hongying, are you all right? Si Xiaonan asked with concern. Hongying waved her hand, covering the microphone, and playfully scolded, "What are you suddenly saying?" Pei Guanxing cleared his throat. I miss Uncle Chun, Brother Lung Xian, and Sister Xiaonan too." His unexpected interruption made Hongying forget what she intended to say next. At that moment, Yuan Gang suddenly shouted, urging them, "You two, hurry up. We have training this afternoon." His loud voice reached Hongying's ears. "All right, I heard Instructor Yuan calling for you, so you should go rest," she said. Pei Guanxing softly replied, "Sister Hongying, I truly miss you, and all of you." After hanging up, Hongying gently patted her cheek, thinking this guy. "Don't worry, I will let everyone know." Chapter 42. Special Training. Entering the mountains, Si Xiaonan gazed at Hongying and inquired, "Sister Hongying, are you unwell? Your face appears somewhat flushed." Hongying shook her head. "I am fine. It is simply too hot." She then turned to the others, cheerfully waving her hand. "Guanxing mentioned that he misses us." Chen Mai's voice called from the kitchen. "Oh, really? What did he say?" Hongying cleared her throat and mimicked Pei Guanxing's tone. "He said he misses me, Uncle Chun, Brother Lung Xian, and Sister Xiaonan." When Shima hopped closer, eagerly pointing at himself, "What about me?" Hongying shot him a sidelong glance. "Guanxing did not mention you." When Shima immediately appeared dejected, resembling a wilted plant. He then slung an arm around Wu Xiangnan's shoulder. Bearing a sorrowful expression, "Alas, Brother Xiangnan, it seems our affections were misplaced." Wu Xiangnan replied, "While I am indifferent to whether Pei Guanxing thinks of me, your words make me feel somewhat overlooked." At the new recruits training base, outside the instructor's office, Yuan Gang stopped Pei Guanxing as he emerged, handing him the records he had compiled over the past few days regarding Guanxing's divine realm. Pei Guanxing perused the documents while listening to Yuan Gang explain, "Currently, we have only observed and documented 42 deities, with the Void Star God Ix being the 42nd. As for your divine realm, Chimai has mentioned it to me, and I have been observing and recording it as well. For now, we're using Void as a placeholder name. Please ensure that you communicate with the Void Star God regarding the final name of your divine realm. Although we cannot yet assign it a precise sequence, it is essential to document it, as divine realms are quite rare. Rest assured, we will keep this information confidential, stored securely in classified archives." Pei Guanxing returned the documents to Yuan Gang, indifferent. "Then let us call it Void. It seems fitting." Yuan Gang appeared taken aback. "Just like that? Aren't you going to consult the deity's opinion? Even if it does not matter to him, you still have the opportunity to name your own divine realm." Pei Guanxing gave him a thumbs up. "No need. I think Void is quite good. Instructor Yuan, you have a talent for naming. And what are the abilities and classification of your divine realm?" Yuan Gang asked, gesturing to the documents in his hand. Pei Guanxing pointed at the materials. "Let's leave it at that. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Yuan Gang watched Pei Guanxing's retreating figure, glancing again at the documents he held. "So, I have just named a divine realm?" In the afternoon, the new recruits sat on the bus, excitedly gazing at the scenery outside, each one resembling individuals freshly emerged from the mountains. However, their enthusiasm was understandable, for the training of the night watchmen had been exceptionally grueling, compounded by Pei Guanxing's relentless challenges to their mental fortitude. After just a few days, their mental and physical limits had been tested to the brink. Yet, upon discovering that their destination was indeed a mountain, they began to lament. Jinan Mountain? Observing the continuous peaks before them, Lin Xia, a native of Cangnan, instantly recognized the landscape. Instructor Hong gazed contentedly at the imposing Jinan Mountain before him, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the neatly arranged recruits, declaring, "This will constitute the remainder of today's training exercise, a weighted cross-country trek." Is it really that simple? Some of the recruits questioned in disbelief, wondering why the instructors had suddenly shown them mercy, abandoning their usual torment. Upon hearing their skepticism, Instructor Hong elaborated, "Before dawn, each of you must bear a weight of 35 kilograms and traverse this mountain." He then broke into a sinister smile, adding, "Should you fail, rest assured, there will be consequences. Trust me, none of you will be able to withstand such punishment." Although Instructor Hong did not specify the nature of the penalties, his ominous grin sent shivers down the spines of many recruits. Furthermore, everyone is required to surrender all weapons and prohibited items. Instructor Hong approached the rotund Bai Li, as if this edict were directed exclusively at him. Before Bai Li could react, Pei Guanxing interjected, "But this can only be used for levitation. Must I relinquish it?" Instructor Hong's expression darkened. No exceptions. Reluctantly, Pei Guanxing removed his wristband and handed it over. Bai Li observed Pei Guanxing's pained expression and thought to himself that even if he had to part with his free space, he would not exhibit such distress. Before long, each recruit received their weighted backpack. In addition to the weight, each pack contains a tactical knife. Instructor Hong called out, "You there, Chao Yuan, come forward." He rummaged through the driver's seat, exclaiming, "Ah, found it." Chao Yuan approached, only to receive a spoon from Instructor Hong, who quipped, "Since you cannot handle a knife, make do with this." Chao Yuan gazed at the spoon in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. "If I dig hard enough, can I tunnel through Cangnan Mountain?" Instructor Hong continued to explain the rules. "First, you may form teams as you wish, 2, 3, even 100, but you must not engage in combat. Any aggression will result in immediate failure. Second, you can swap weights freely, but you must not discard any. Doing so will lead to failure. Third, under no circumstances may you damage the drones. Even a mere touch is forbidden. You must not obstruct the drone's projectiles." "Excuse me, where are the drones?" a recruit inquired, prompting Instructor Hong to clap his hands. To the recruit's horror, drones began to materialize before them, each equipped with a glinting barrel beneath. The ominous hum of hundreds of drones filled the air, and the recruits finally grasped the reality. Their instructors had no intentions of easing their trials. Instructor Hong continued, "Your backpacks are equipped with tracking devices. Should you be struck by a paintball from the drones, you will face immediate failure." Upon hearing that the drones were armed with paintballs, the recruits breathed a collective sigh of relief, thankful that they were not facing live ammunition. As the recruits readied themselves, Instructor Hong surveyed the drones above and announced the commencement of the special training exercise. "Everyone, move out." Within the heart of Cangnan Mountain, although Instructor Hong proclaimed the freedom to form teams without limitation, even allowing for groups of 100, the presence of drones made it abundantly clear that even a mere dozen individuals would constitute an exceedingly large target, prone to being struck with ease. Thus, the recruits opted to band together with a few familiar faces. Pei Guanxing and Great Xia naturally chose to act in concert, while the rotund Pei Guanxing, believing himself to share a close bond with the duo, insisted on joining them. Chao Yuan, too, persistently clamored to pursue Great Xia, culminating in the formation of a quartet. However, it was not long after their foray into the mountains that Pei Guanxing found himself utterly exhausted. "Help! This is far too heavy. Could you possibly lighten my load?" he pleaded. "Once we're out, I'll treat each of you to a box of local specialties. I'm begging you, woe is me." Before Pei Guanxing could complete his lament, Great Xia swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him into the nearby thicket. Chao Yuan hastily concealed himself as well, leaving Pei Guanxing to sit quietly in place, awaiting the inevitable. "The sooner this concludes, the sooner I can rest," he mused. A few seconds later, a drone buzzed overhead, though it was evident that it was not targeting him. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted in the distance, and a rookie, unable to evade in time, was struck directly. To Pei Guanxing's astonishment, the unfortunate soldier promptly rolled his eyes and fainted. "Good heavens! Are those paintballs? No, that must be an electric shock round." Watching the recruit collapse in a stupor, Pei Guanxing was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 43. Social Death. Social death? In a fleeting moment, several instructors, with sinister chuckles, hoisted the unconscious recruit onto a stretcher. They even found the time to cast an eerie smile at Pei Guanxing, who stood frozen in place, before scampering back to the starting point with their ghastly laughter. Great Xia and his companions emerged from the thicket, gazing at Pei Guanxing, unsure of what to say. Bailey Fatty approached Pei Guanxing and remarked, "I say, Guanxing, aren't you the least bit concerned about the punishment?" Those instructors appeared quite terrifying with their laughter. Pei Guanxing, seeing no drones approaching, stood up and dusted off his trousers, replying, "Not at all. It doesn't bother me." At the starting point, the first recruit to be eliminated had regained consciousness, only to discover himself tightly bound to a chair utterly immobile. Surrounding him were instructors grinning ominously. And upon witnessing his predicament, he trembled in fear, his teeth chattering incessantly. What is the punishment, instructor? He stammered. Heh, as long as you're awake. You'll find out soon enough. Hong Hao placed a ring on his finger and commanded, turn on a microphone and connect to all the recruits' Bluetooth. We shall commence shortly. Instantly, the voices of the instructors echoed from within the recruits' backpacks. Hey, Hong instructor, we're ready. What is happening? They even placed speakers in our bags. In the deep forest, with only a handful of individuals around, the sudden sound startled many anxious recruits. However, the audio continued, prompting several recruits to listen intently. It seems everyone can hear this. Very well. This is the punishment for failing the special training. Name, Wang Liang. Let us get straight to the point. What is the most unspeakable act you have committed? When I was a child, I watched a television series and saw someone practicing the Chrysanthemum Sutra. And then, I found it impressive and wanted to try it myself, so I took scissors. Upon hearing this, Hong Hao gazed at Wang Liang with a peculiar expression. Meanwhile, the recruits in Cangnan Mountain fell silent, some of the males even experiencing phantom pains. And you? Hong Hao inquired uncertainly. I didn't succeed. At that time, the older sister from next door came looking for me and stopped me. What was your relationship with that older sister? I like her very much. And how did she treat you? At first, she treated me like a younger brother, but later it changed to treating me like a younger sister. Hong Hao stifled a laugh and continued questioning. Who else knows about this? Just the two of us. To prevent that sister from revealing it, I often wore little dresses and played house with her. Wang Liang struggled to control his tongue, but under the influence of the truth ring, he was utterly powerless. What do you still? Before Hong Hao could finish his question, Wang Liang interjected, occasionally. I do. When was the last time? Just the day before the training session. After uttering this sentence, a glimmer vanished from Wang Liang's eyes. Suddenly, a few instructors present could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into hearty guffaws. The new recruits in Cangnan Mountain joined in, their laughter echoing like the honking of geese. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought young Wang Liang had engaged in such antics? Aspiring to be a hero, everyone has their moments. Fortunately, that elder sister intervened just in time. Otherwise, we might not have the privilege of seeing Wang Liang now. However, one of his dormitory mates couldn't help but shiver. No wonder I always felt something was off at night. Perhaps I should request a room change? This truly is a severe punishment. A severe punishment. If anyone else were caught, it would be even more amusing. Right? Suddenly, the raucous laughter of the recruits ceased as they collectively pondered a daunting question. What if they were caught? The consequences would be unimaginable. This is no longer amusing. This is no longer amusing. Bai Li Pang looked visibly shaken, his palm striking heavily on the shoulders of Pei Guanxing and Lin Qi. Brothers, I implore you to do me a favor. If I get hit, please, immediately, directly, just kill me, or perhaps not kill me. Instead, please use the memory-erasing punch and knock me out to clear my memory. Pei Guanxing remained unfazed. Is such a punishment truly worthy of your fear? Bai Li Pang, in a state of desperation, jumped up. Guanxing, have you never done anything mortifying? Or harbored a secret you cannot share with others? After pondering for a moment, Pei Guanxing replied, surprisingly, I have not. I've always been the type to sleep through everything. Where would I find the time for social embarrassment or harboring secrets? Rest assured, it's inconsequential. He patted Bai Li Pang's shoulder and continued on his way. Given your character, if you genuinely had no secrets, you would simply lie down. Why would you even engage in special training? Bai Li Pang muttered under his breath, hastily keeping pace. He even called out to Lin Qi and Xiao Yuan. You two, hurry up. The sounds of gunfire echoed through Cangnan Mountain, followed by the anguished cries of a recruit and then the peculiar chuckles of the instructors. Moments later, the speakers in their backpacks crackled to life. Name? Zhang. What have you done that you cannot disclose? I had a crush on a girl when I was young, and then I secretly used her photo. Oh, did she find out about this? Yes. The instructors' faces broke into smiles, and the recruits climbing the mountain felt an inexplicable lightness at this revelation. Instructor Hong, suppressing his laughter, cleared his throat. How did she feel about you afterward? Zhang Zhong, she is now my wife. Instructor, question mark. New recruit. Instructor Hong's smile froze. Wait a moment. Truth ring. Didn't T malfunction, did it? How is it that you ended up with a wife? The recruits were in disarray. What sort of clandestine affair is this? Are you here, flaunt? Some of the female soldiers also flushed crimson. Without the underlying relationship, Zhang Zhong would merely be repulsive. However, with both now united as a couple, the dynamics shift. Perhaps they are still. Indeed, Hong Hao's next inquiry was, so what about you two now? Zhang Zhong, wearing a troubled expression, implored, Instructor, please refrain from asking such personal questions, yet he was unable to resist the influence of the truth ring, occasionally. Then why did you choose to participate in the night watch training? Hong Hao resolved to steer clear of this topic. On one hand, I yearn to engage in mysterious battles, and, on the other, the night watch offers superior benefits. I wish to provide a better life for my wife. The conversation circled back to his wife once more. At this juncture, Hong Jian and the others, who had reached a certain age yet remained single, wore expressions of dismay. All right, enough of this. Let him go. Zhang Zhong was freed from the truth ring and unbound. Hong Hao playfully kicked him, jesting scram. Remember, treat your wife well from now on. Zhang Zhong scratched his head. I treat her quite well. We share a loving bond. Get lost. All right then. As night fell, Bai Li, panting heavily, urged, keep going. You can do it. Absolutely cannot be caught. He scrambled after the three ahead, then collapsed onto the ground. Stargazing brother. Seven-night brother. Just knock me out to forget everything. Chao Yuan, you can join in too. Then, Chao Yuan crouched down, raised the spoon in his hand, and struck it down. Bang! Chao Yuan suddenly realized. So that's the purpose of the spoon given by the instructor. Chapter 44. That damned assassin Pei Guanxing gazed at the two lively individuals with a peculiar expression before lifting his eyes to the front. In his line of sight, the scenery 20 meters ahead began to distort. He surmised it was a function of some forbidden object, capable of altering their vision or warping the terrain. However, his own void domain rendered this forbidden object ineffective within a 20-meter radius. Had he not been leading, Lin Xia and the others would likely have been lost. Lin Xia also noticed the strange transformations in their surroundings. One moment they traversed grasslands, the next they found themselves amidst trees, swiftly followed by stretches of sand. Yet, observing Pei Guanxing's resolute strides, he ultimately chose to follow. After all, Pei Guanxing had never faltered in critical matters. Suddenly, a buzzing from a drone pierced the air to their left, followed by Shun Qingzhu's irate exclamations. However, between Lin Xia, Bai Li Pang Pang, and the others, a dense thicket separated them from Shun Qingzhu. Given their current state, reaching him in time seemed futile. Bai Li Pang Pang Silan Li Rajuisa. Relieved that the drone was targeting Shun Ge, Lin Xia spoke up. By the way, it seems the number of those being punished isn't too high. Bai Li Pang Pang leaped in surprise. Not too many? The sound system hasn't stopped blaring. No, Chao Yuan interjected, shaking his head. At least those who were not struck by the drone are merely unconscious. The Haven faced punishment. Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he thought. Well then, let us continue. Hey, we have new eliminations. Suddenly, the audio system crackled to life again. Liliang, do you have someone you admire? Yes, I admire Shunge. Shunge? Instructor Hong's voice faltered. Is there a juicy revelation? Shunge is Shun Qingzhu. Cough. We are the instructors. Trained professionals, haha. The unrestrained laughter of the instructors resonated. Shun Qingzhu felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Why was Ti caught? Am I socially dead? Why you like him? Liu Yang recounted. My brother and I were once timid and constantly harassed by a group of delinquents. Shunge saw this and directly intervened, even beating those delinquents up. Unfortunately, due to this incident, he couldn't attend university. Because of us, Shungu's life became imperfect, so we vowed to follow him for life. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that. Shun Qingzhu looks like a delinquent, but he is actually quite decent. No one is allowed to speak ill of Shunge. He may appear as a delinquent, but that is merely his fade, akin to a hedgehog. Deep down, Shunge is incredibly soft-hearted. He is the gentlest person in the world. Shun Qingzhu shuddered. an involuntary chill sweeping over him as goosebumps erupted. What the hell? What nonsense is this idiot spouting? At that moment, Pei Guanxing and the others, who had just heard Shun Qingzhu's voice, could no longer maintain their composure. Pei Guanxing listened with rapt attention. TSK, TSK. Who would have thought I could feast on Shun Qingzhu's gossip? Alas, that wretched Yasa Shi. Bai Li Pang tightly covered his mouth, kneeling on the ground, his laughter echoing. Ha, Brother Zhuan must be a hedgehog. Lin Xia and Chao Yuan also laughed, their shoulders shaking incessantly. Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu and the injured Li Jia found themselves surrounded by drones. Xinge, don't worry about me, just run. Nonsense. Shun Qingzhu spat defiantly. Didn't they say I'm a small-time thug? So why should I care about the rules? Rules are meant to be broken. With that, he promptly shot down a drone. Turning back with bravado, he declared, so, how about it, your brother Shun? Before he could finish, the speakers in their backpacks blared once more. Full ammunition launch. Instantly, the drones encircling Shun Qingzhu commenced a relentless assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ah! Once the drones exhausted their ammunition, the standing Shun Qingzhu had transformed into Shun Kaiju, sprawled on the ground. At Jinan Mountain, the starting point, Instructor Hong praised with a feigned voice, Shun Gu, quite impressive. Aren't you? I was wrong. So rules are indeed meant to be broken. Care to demonstrate? I was wrong. Instructor Hong rested his chin on his hand, observing the flamboyant Shun Qingzhu. Let us talk about your glorious deeds. I fell for an older sister when I was 4. At 8, I liked my desk mate, bringing her breakfast every day. By 12, I had written 114 love letters, yet received no replies. Shun Qingzhu quickly divulged his entire story. Ha ha, who would have thought that beneath that swagger, no girl actually fancied you? 114 love letters, over 100, not a single response. Brother Zhua truly is persistent. Bai Li Pang laughed until he could barely stand, squatting on the ground while clutching his stomach. After a hearty laugh, they resumed their journey, with Pei Guanxing leading the way, followed closely by Lin Xia and the others. Chao Yuan wiped away tears of laughter and looked curiously at Bai Li Pang. Didn't you say you wanted me to knock you out? How come you're still running? Bai Li Pang grinned, keeping his plans to himself. I think I'll just hang on. At least if I faint, I want to be punished. As night fell completely, Lin Xia's Starry Night Dancer could finally activate in full. Countless nocturnal creatures began to stir, while a crow surveyed the spatial restrictions set by the instructors before swiftly returning to Lin Xia's side. From the crow, Lin Xia confirmed the information he had previously suspected. The entire mountain was indeed shrouded by a forbidden object, and the path they traversed was entirely different from the actual terrain. Under the guidance of Pei Guanxing, the 4 of them hardly deviated from their path. Lin Xia turned his gaze towards Pei Guanxing and the others, exclaiming, "We found it." "Found what?" Bai Li Pang responded. Utterly bewildered, Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with intensity as he looked at Pei Guanxing, declaring, "We have discovered the way out." At present, only Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and Chao Yuan remained on the path. As for Bai Li Pang, not long ago, he had suddenly collapsed without a word, his body swaying and falling to the ground, foam even escaping from his mouth. The 3 could only leave him in his place, awaiting the instructor's rescue, while they pressed onward. After the trio departed, and while the instructor had yet to locate him, Bai Li Pang subtly cracked open his eyes, a sly grin spreading across his face. Chao Yuan closely followed Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, inquiring, "How do you 2 discern the direction?" Lin Xia offered a vague explanation under Guanxing's guidance. "Have you not noticed the abrupt changes in our surroundings? I suspect the instructors have set up some sort of object that alters our visual perception. I can now sense the location of that object." Chao Yuan then turned to Pei Guanxing, asking, "And what about you?" Pei Guanxing pointed to his eyes, affirming, "Within the realm of my void, such objects are ineffective against me. Within a 20-meter radius, everything appears normal." Chapter 45. Cheating? No way to avoid it. Chao Yuan slapped his forehead in realization. "Indeed, I forgot that your divine realm remains unaffected." He glanced at his watch and, frowning, turned to Lin Xia. "We have been in the mountains for several hours now. Xia, can you keep up with your stamina?" Shall we take a break? No need. Lin Xia waved his hand dismissively. With the enhancement from the Starry Night Dancer, his energy was even beginning to rejuvenate. As for whether this constituted cheating, there was no choice. It was a passive skill that could not be deactivated. He didn't wish to cheat, but it was unavoidable. Chao Yuan extended his hand. Then hand over your backpack. I will help you. Before he could complete his sentence, Pei Guanxing had already relinquished his own backpack to Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan looked at the backpack he was holding, then at Lin Xia. I meant Xia's. In the end, Lin Xia did not part with his own backpack, leaving Chao Yuan to bear the weight of Pei Guanxing's burden as they continued to follow. By the way, how do you remember the route? We don't have a map. Pei Guanxing pointed to his head. Who said we don't have a map? I glanced at a map of Cangnan Mountain during geography class once, and I memorized it. I never expected it would come in handy. Lin Xia observed Pei Guanxing's nonchalant demeanor, his eyelid twitching slightly. His prodigious memory is indeed astonishing. Geography class surely wouldn't delve into the details of this desolate mountain, would it? You merely glanced at it and remembered? Chao Yuan was also taken aback, but his astonishment stemmed from another aspect. So you activated the divine realm as soon as we enter the mountains, proceeding according to the map in your mind? How did you ascertain the direction of the forbidden objects? Lin Xia was equally perplexed. He had learned the location of the visual disturbing forbidden objects through dialogues with nocturnal creatures. But how did Pei Guanxing know? Surely he couldn't be casting a void domain over the entire mountain? Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow. Didn't the instructors mention it from the very beginning? Lin Xia and Chao Yuan pondered carefully, confirming that the instructors had not mentioned any locations, nor had they even referred to those forbidden objects. Before dawn, we must exit the mountain. Cangnan Mountain runs north to south. We set off from the south, so the endpoint is to the north? Pei Guanxing elucidated. Moreover, to prevent the forbidden objects from being discovered by unsuspecting recruits wandering in, they can only be placed at the endpoint. Thus, even if we wander aimlessly, it is unlikely we would find a clear path to the endpoint and locate those forbidden objects. Chao Yuan couldn't analyze it further. Yet he felt Pei Guanxing's reasoning made a great deal of sense and posed one final question. If you activated the divine realm upon entering, can your mental strength withstand it? Pei Guanxing shrugged. You guessed incorrectly again. I didn't activate the divine realm upon entering the mountains. My divine realm has been established for a decade, operating 24 hours a day, and my mental strength has not been depleted. Incredible. Chao Yuan was at a loss for how to assess this extraordinary individual. Which of us is not extraordinary? Lin Xia chuckled. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary circumstances and mentioned Bai Li Pang Pang. Lin Xi recalled how Bai Li Pang Pang frequently offered gifts and insisted on others experiencing his foul odor. And he concurred wholeheartedly. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. At the starting point of Cangnan Mountain, in the monitoring room, Instructor Hong suddenly wore a look of astonishment. Emergency situation. What is it? He exclaimed, pointing at 3 small red dots on the screen. Previously, due to the large number of new recruits, we were unable to accurately track their routes. I have now realized that Pei Guanxing, Lin Qi, and Chao Yuan have been moving in a near straight line from the very beginning. They are heading directly towards the forbidden area. Deploy all drones immediately. Throughout the history of our training, no new recruit has ever successfully navigated out on their first attempt. Only Wang Mian managed to do so upon graduation. And we cannot let this record slip through our fingers. A swarm of drones surged forth, converging towards Pei Guanxing, Lin Qi, and Chao Yuan. The special training had commenced quite some time ago, and the drones were scattered across Cangnan Mountain, requiring additional time to regroup. Suddenly, Chao Yuan halted and tossed his weighted backpack to Pei Guanxing. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can no longer endure. If I lose consciousness now, my forbidden realm will spiral out of control, and you'll be in grave danger. Lin Qi pointed to Pei Guanxing. Guanxing can suppress your forbidden realm. Pei Guanxing gazed at Lin Qi with a hint of melancholy. Qi, you know me well. If it were up to me, I would not make a move lightly due to my laziness. Feeling slightly unnerved under Pei Guanxing's gaze, Lin Qi turned to Chao Yuan. Then how about you stay behind? Gao Yuan, note that. All right, don't worry about me. You two should go ahead. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing snatched Lin Qiye's backpack from his shoulders and combined it with his own. He raised his voice slightly, ensuring the monitors could capture his words. Adopting an unusually serious tone, Chao Yuan, let us redistribute the weight. Lin Qiyi and I will entrust our backpacks to you. He then pulled Lin Qiyi along and ran off. Chao Yuan was left in shock. Inside the monitoring room, the instructors exchanged glances bemused. This lad always finds a way to bend the rules to lighten his load. Moments later, Chao Yuan was adorned with the truth ring. However, their backpacks remained with him, devoid of speakers, rendering them unheard. He chuckled at the sight of the 3 large bags beside him. Well, we can't say that, for we still have the monitors. One instructor tapped a few keys on the computer. Hello, hello. Instantly, all monitors on Cangnan Mountain emitted sound. Hello, hello. Chao Yuan fell silent. Relax at this moment. Besides us instructors, only Pei Guanxing and Lin Qiyi are present. Despite the grand spectacle, very few are aware of it. Shall we discuss? I have a fondness for maturity. The 2 individuals sprinting wildly in Cangnan Mountain suddenly came to an abrupt halt, locking eyes in mutual astonishment. The spirit of gossip ignited fiercely within Pei Guanxing. Aha! Chao Yuan is unfaithful to you. While professing to pursue you, he harbors affection for another. Lin Xia swiftly covered Pei Guanxing's mouth, the veins on his forehead pulsating with agitation. I must ask, why are you suddenly so energetic? Pei Guanxing shrugged off his hand. No amount of lethargy can quell my desire for juicy tidbits. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from drones echoed behind them. Indeed, it was a cacophony as the instructors had deployed every drone at their disposal. From a distance, they appeared as a dense swarm, akin to locusts descending upon the 2. Run! Lin Xia urgently urged Pei Guanxing to flee, directing him for an escape route. Pei Guanxing found himself reminiscing about the forbidden realm of the balance. If only he could activate it now, floating in the air while Lin Xia tugged at him. What a delightful thought. It was settled. He would certainly try it next time. The drones, flying at a velocity far superior to their own, quickly closed the gap. The sound of gunfire erupted. The paint rounds launched by the drones poured down like a torrential rain, forming a dense net of projectiles that enveloped the 2. This is it, Lin Xia exclaimed in alarm, realizing that even with the abilities of the Starry Night Dancer and Mortal Realm's divine ruins, evading such a relentless barrage was impossible. Yet, as the paint bullets approached within 2 meters, they suddenly halted. The paint projectiles entered Pei Guanxing's void realm. The kinetic energy was swiftly dissipated by the surrounding void forces, cascading harmlessly to the ground. In the monitoring room, another instructor pointed at the screen displaying Pei Guanxing. He has thwarted the drone's attack. I shall retrieve him at once for punishment. Yuan Gang raised a hand. No, let us first observe how far these 2 can go. Chapter 46. Affection and regret. Pei Guanxing now confined the realm of nothingness to a radius of 2 meters around himself. Lin Xia, in a bid to avoid elimination, could only closely follow Pei Guanxing. How much farther? Pei Guanxing estimated the distance. At their current pace, it would take approximately 2 more hours. Lin Xia nodded. There was still ample time before dawn, and with Pei Guanxing as a natural guide and barrier by his side, they were certain to navigate this special training successfully. Xia, Guanxing, keep it up. Chao Yuan continued to cheer them on, his voice echoing throughout the entirety of Cangnan Mountain. His simple encouragement resonated with the fervor of 1,000 troops. Instructor Hong switched off the microphone, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? Do you know you're disturbing the peace?" Chao Yuan glanced at the surveillance screen, bemused. Isn't this just a desolate mountain? Where are the inhabitants? Unbeknownst to them, whether to hinder their momentum or to breach Pei Guanxing's realm of nothingness, the drones unleashed a barrage of bullets before commencing their self-destructive charge. One by one, the drones collided with the 2. Yet, without exception, the heat and shock waves from the explosions were entirely dissipated by the power of nothingness, leaving only the wreckage of the drones behind. However, the already treacherous mountain path was now strewn with machine parts, which indeed impeded their progress to some extent. Pei Guanxing grimaced. What are these instructors thinking? Do they believe they could deplete my mental energy with a tactical onslaught of drones? Observing the drones continuously self-destructing while the two maintained their steadfast pace. Unaffected, the instructors fell into silence. All right, recall the drones. Let us proceed to the finish line and welcome the victors. Hongying stood up, gazing with satisfaction at the figures on screen. 1. Though often causing trouble and appearing lackadaisical, could unexpectedly deliver surprises. As the first agent to host a deity within their body, he wielded a realm-like forbidden domain that rivaled absolute defense, and it seemed that all forms of sealing had no effect on him. His remarkable memory and combat prowess were notable as well. The other, regarded as the exemplary student by the instructors, obeyed commands without question and diligently completed his training. An agent of the Seraphim Michael, he possessed extraordinary perception and was a disciple of Chun Mai, exhibiting exceptional character and the ability to engage in a balanced exchange with Wang Mian. Both of them are truly prodigious. Yuangong suddenly excellent. Though the other instructors were puzzled by his sudden sentiment, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, these two monsters have achieved several unprecedented milestones in just a few days of intensive training. Whether in teams or individually, they were both outstanding. Individually? Are you certain Pei Guanxing can remain awake if he acts alone? Oh, that's true. It all comes down to combat capability and the application of the forbidden domain. But regrettably, we had no idea Pei Guanxing possessed such extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it seemed that they were merely here for a leisurely excursion. As Hongying listened to the discussions among the instructors, he internally supplemented the information known only to the upper echelons of the Night Watch. The million citizens of Cangnan City owe you both a debt of gratitude. Indeed, to refer to you as their rebirth parents would be entirely justifiable. 2 hours later, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia gazed upon the shimmering, ethereal artifact before them. Is this the object that influences our perception? Lin Xia mused, intrigued by its vast reach. Pei Guanxing, with drooping eyelids, displayed a lack of inclination to move. It must be so. Yet again, I've stayed up late. I shall forego tomorrow morning's training. Lin Xia chuckled in resignation as he extracted the artifact from the ground. At that moment, the surroundings shattered like a broken mirror, fragments glinting like moonlight cascading down like raindrops. Before Lin Xia appeared the figures of the instructors awaiting them. He approached them, standing at attention and saluting. New recruits Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing. The special training has been completed. Applause erupted, led by Hongying, with the other instructors wearing expressions of satisfaction. However, Instructor Hong stepped forward, smiling. Who says you have completed it? Lin Xia was taken aback. They clearly exited from Cangnan Mountain. Pei Guanxing sighed. As expected, I knew the instructors wouldn't let it slide and would start finding excuses. Instructor Hong's smile held a hint of cunning as he pointed at Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing, you employed the god ruins, obstructed the drone's paintball, and even destroyed the drone, causing us significant losses. And you, Lin Xia. Instructor Hong shifted his focus to Lin Xia, similarly violated the rules by using another to hinder the paintball. Therefore, Instructor Hong paused, producing the truth ring from his palm, before chuckling ominously, come, brace yourselves for punishment. Instantly, four instructors emerged with sinister laughter, seizing the two. Since Pei Guanxing's transgression was the gravest, we shall commence with you. As Instructor Hong placed the truth ring upon Pei Guanxing, he consoled them. Fear not, for Cangnan Mountain is now solely ours. I shall not unduly trouble you. Merely posing a few simple questions, consider it a game. The truth ring is not akin to those offensive or restrictive artifacts. It is of a harmless functional variety. Pei Guanxing did not utilize his void power to obstruct its capability. Truth be told, since Pei Guanxing could remember, he had been in an orphanage, and for the subsequent years, he had been in a state of drowsiness, having little of which to be fearful. After a moment's contemplation, Instructor Hong inquired, who is the one you hold dear? Hongying. Not only were the instructors taken aback, but Lin Xia was also astonished. No wonder you previously prevented me from probing. It turns out you are a devoted protector. Pei Guanxing continued. Uncle Chun, brother Lung Xian, sister Xiaonan, brother Xiangnan, brother Chimal, and Uncle Zhao and Xia. TCH, Instructor Hong instantly lost interest, realizing it was merely the entire 136 squad. He removed the truth ring from Pei Guanxing and placed it upon Lin Xia. Then he fell into silence. In truth, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia had succeeded this time. The reason for declaring their failure was that the instructors had collectively decided to allow the two of them to partake in the truth ring without imposing too much difficulty. After much deliberation, they finally settled on the question for Pei Guanxing. As for Lin Xia's query, it was ultimately proposed by Yuan Gang. What is your greatest regret? Instructor Hong echoed Yuan Gang's words, almost like a parrot. Pei Guanxing suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and took out the relic from the past. Lin Xia was also taken aback. What indeed was his regret? Was it the 10 years of blindness spent gazing at the moon? The fact that his younger brother and aunt could not lead a good life because of him? Or perhaps the inability to save Zhao Kongshang? Chapter 47. Intermittent diligence in the void of space. Zhao Kongsheng, through the echoes of the past, overheard Lin Xia's words and perceived the despondent expression upon his face. This brat, who would have thought my standing in his heart was so elevated? Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, realizing that his demise had not been in vain. When the time comes for you to officially join the Night Watchers, I shall reappear before you, and I promise it will be quite the fright. The following day, the soul-resonating bell clanged around Pei Guanxing's head, ringing incessantly, yet he remained blissfully asleep. Lin Xia pushed open the door to his dormitory, witnessing this rather comical scene. Guanxing, rise and shine. Lin Xia nudged Pei Guanxing. The latter opened his eyes, his gaze vacant. As the soul-resonating bell detected Pei Guanxing's awakening, it promptly descended upon his head. He then promptly drifted back into slumber. Come on, wake up. Although Instructor Yuan has canceled this morning's training, we must hurry to the cafeteria. Only then did Pei Guanxing reluctantly sit up and begin to dress. Fortunately, the communication device had been returned, allowing Pei Guanxing to float lazily while Lin Xia tugged at him, resembling someone trying to lower a human-shaped kite. No, that is not right. It felt more akin to pulling a rickshaw for Pei Guanxing. Suddenly, Lin Xia realized that his current appearance bore a striking resemblance to the rickshaw pullers mentioned in the texts. Xia, if you go a bit faster, the wind will pick up and it will feel cooler, Pei Guanxing murmured from behind. Lin Xia stumbled, intensifying the resemblance. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly accelerated. Pei Guanxing reveled in the refreshing breeze. So cool. Just as they were about to reach the cafeteria, Lin Xia came to an abrupt halt, twisting his body sharply. His arm muscles taut, and he flung Pei Guanxing forward like a hammer throw. Go. Pei Guanxing spun toward the cafeteria entrance. At that moment, a throng of new recruits congregated at the cafeteria door. Upon witnessing the oversized human boomerang hurtling towards them, they scattered in alarm. What is that? Is it another one of the instructor's tricks? I thought the morning training was canceled. Are we not even allowed to eat? Pei Guanxing had not anticipated Lin Xia's treatment of him. He hurriedly steadied himself before colliding with the wall. Watching Lin Xia sauntering leisurely toward him, he sighed. Xia, you no longer love me. Bailey Pangu and Xiao Yuan were in a heated contest over who could share their food with Lin Xia when they suddenly heard Pei Guanxing's lament, triggering a sense of urgency. They both sprang to their feet and exchanged glances. We forgot there's another competitor. Uncertain whether it was to reward the new recruits or a rare moment of conscience from the instructors, breakfast that day consisted of soy milk and fried dough sticks, a delightful offering of traditional Chinese fare. The new recruits, having long been deprived of cooked meals, could not care less about appearances, stuffing their mouths to the brim with food, tears streaming down their faces. This is so delicious. From now on, Sun Lao shall be my deity. Then the recruits beheld their deity emerging from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls of wontons, which he placed upon the table of Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Old Sun chuckled heartily as he observed the duo, declaring, "You two have performed admirably this time. Henceforth, your meal rations shall surpass those of your peers." The other recruits were taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Why is that so?" Pei Guanxing perhaps, but why should Lin Xia also indulge in the finer fare? Can even the agents of the divine receive special treatment? We shall not accept this. Lin Xia gazed at the wontons before him, feeling the envious stares of his fellow recruits. Suddenly, he comprehended the plight that Pei Guanxing had faced at the outset, being pursued by the masses. Instructor Hong's voice echoed from the second floor, where he bit into a meat bun with fervor, mumbling, "Not satisfied? Still discontent? You all lack ability, yet possess such audacity. Did anyone complete yesterday's rigorous training?" Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were the only two who had succeeded in the grueling task. Many recruits recalled confessing their secrets under the influence of the true word ring the previous night. Even the boys felt their cheeks flush crimson, lowering their heads in shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. Bai Li and Chao Yuan exchanged glances and simultaneously voiced their sentiments regarding Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Extraordinary. Instructor Hong snorted disdainfully. From now on, those who excel shall receive special treatment from Old Sun. Let these two be your aspirations. Additionally, Lin Xia, after your meal, please visit the instructor's office. Bai Li and Chao Yuan glanced at their greasy youtiao and buns, then at the wontons before Lin Xia. What gives? His meal is significantly superior to ours. After breakfast, Lin Xia proceeded to the instructor's office, while most recruits chose to return to their dormitories for rest. Pei Guanxing was among them, but his intentions were not merely to sleep. He recalled Lin Xia's lament from the previous day, the inability to save Zhao Kongsheng. Although Zhao Kongsheng now existed in a peculiar form within the void, to outsiders he was undeniably deceased. His former comrades, family, and wife and children perceived him as having perished in duty. Having rescued Zhao Kongsheng's soul, Pei Guanxing pondered the fate of others who might face peril in the future. What if the adversaries encountered were no longer low-level entities like the Ghost-Faced Man or the Naga Demon, but formidable foes from the Sea Realm or the Infinite Realm? The future was uncertain. Pei Guanxing resolved to exert himself, to be diligent and earnest in his training. It just so happened that Zhao Kongsheng was a master of swordsmanship, and his forbidden realm was also related to blades. Thus, he would seek counsel from Zhao Kongsheng in the void. After all, knowledge is boundless, and martial arts can always be refined. So, you wish to comprehend your own swordsmanship through my Oblivion's moonlit flash? Zhao Kongsheng stroked his chin regarding Pei Guanxing. Indeed, Pei Guanxing affirmed with a nod. Zhao Kongsheng wielded the Night Watchman's celestial blade, while Pei Guanxing employed the long blade of the past. The standard dagger of the Night Watchman may not be the most suited weapon for Pei Guanxing. However, it belongs to the category of blades, and there are indeed similarities in their methods of attack. In a contest against Zhao Kongsheng, he could enhance his proficiency with the past by drawing parallels. As for why he had not previously considered diligently honing his swordsmanship, it was simply due to his prior laziness. But now he finds himself motivated to engage in earnest practice. Zhao Kongsheng nodded in agreement. Very well, but you must not draw your blade. He had witnessed Pei Guanxing wielding the past to slay countless serpent kinds. At that time, Pei Guanxing had not displayed much in the way of combat skills. Yet, relying solely on the sharpness of the past, he had managed to carve a path through overwhelming odds. Subsequently, he grasped the air with both hands, as if truly holding a sword. Pei Guanxing mirrored this action, gripping the scabbard of the past, standing in opposition to Zhao Kongsheng from a distance. Chapter 48. Instructor Han's professionalism in the deep violet void, specks of starlight scattered like fine silver threads. Pei Guanxing and Zhao Kongsheng stood in a tense standoff, the surrounding silence palpable, broken only by the sounds of their heartbeats and breaths. Zhao Kongsheng's eyes sparkled with intensity, though he wielded no tangible blade. An ethereal sharpness seemed to flicker within his grasp, a manifestation of the technique known as Void S Annihilation, Moonlight S Embrace. In the next instant, Zhao Kongsheng surged forward. His form morphed into a fleeting shadow, hands slicing through the void with fervor. Although devoid of a physical weapon, waves of shimmering blade light erupted from his movements. Each strike resonated with a piercing whistle, sending arcs of pale lavender crescent slashes toward Pei Guanxing. Given that this was merely a sparring match, Zhao Kongsheng refrained from treating Pei Guanxing as an adversary of dire consequence. Moreover, as a tenant under Pei Guanxing's roof, he was acutely aware that harming his landlord would not bode well for his future. Pei Guanxing remained unflustered, his movements as graceful as flowing water. Each step he took artfully evaded Zhao Kongqing's dulled strikes from Void S Annihilation. Simultaneously, the weapon in his hand became a fluid extension of himself. As he engaged Zhao Kongqing in a fierce duel, the clashing of their weapons producing a sharp, metallic symphony that sent shivers down the spine. Yet, within this ethereal expanse, there were no onlookers, only the distant, slow rotation of nine, who paid little heed to the skirmish of these two fledgling combatants. The intensity of their battle escalated, their movements quickening to such an extent that they became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. They mirrored each other, their actions almost synchronized, neither able to gain the upper hand. At last, in a moment of near-perfect exchange, Pei Guanxing deftly sidestepped, bringing the sheathed blade within a hair's breadth of Zhao Kongqing's chest, halting just before impact. In turn, Zhao Kongqing's empty hand rested against Pei Guanxing's throat. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Kongqing lowered his palm, remarking, "You've been trained by us. If we continue like this, neither of us will break through the other's defenses." Pei Guanxing, adopting a playful demeanor, cradled his head with both hands and reclined back into the void, quipping, "It seems Uncle Zhao cannot teach me much after all. Should I just continue lounging?" Having lingered in the void for an extended period after his demise, Zhao Kongqing had naturally adapted to Pei Guanxing's way of life in this realm. He too leaned back, slowly drifting in tandem with IX's rotation. "What can I say? With your extraordinary memory, you've nearly memorized the techniques of everyone in Team 136. Haven to you?" Pei Guanxing nodded, recalling the combat styles of his comrades. "Pretty much." Zhao Kongqing grimaced, stating, "Even the melee instructors from the new recruits training find it challenging to outmatch the captain in pure hand-to-hand combat. So you won't be improving in that regard." He then offered his counsel. "However, your divine realm can still be refined. You should seek guidance on its application. After all, there are many formidable instructors among us." Pei Guanxing remembered Chun Mai's advice. "You must develop your divine realm." Closing his eyes, he sighed, "I'm so tired. Perhaps I should rest a bit before seeking out the instructors." As Pei Guanxing, who had just spoken of diligence and earnest training, once again succumbed to slumber, Zhao Kongqing blinked in disbelief. Is this truly the end of training? On the training grounds, Pei Guanxing sat alongside Chao Yuan, observing the sparring session between Lin Xia and Instructor Han. With a resounding crack, Lin Xia's wooden sword was swiftly dislodged from his grasp. Instructor Han turned to Lin Xia. "It appears you are ill-suited for the straight sword. However, fear not, for many guardians wield customized weapons. You may step down for now." Lin Xia glanced at the bamboo sword in his hand, ultimately returning it to its place and descending from the platform. Subsequently, Instructor Han directed his gaze toward Pei Guanxing and Chao Yuan, remarking, "I can understand Chao Yuan's inability to handle a sword, but what is your excuse, Pei Guanxing?" Pei Guanxing yawned, stating, "I, too, am not suited for the straight sword." Instructor Han's expression darkened immediately. His assessment of Lin Xia's unsuitability stemmed from their prior sparring, which had revealed Lin's stiffness in wielding the straight sword. Yet, Pei Guanxing had shown no commitment to practice from the very beginning. "No, you were sitting with Chao Yuan right from the start, weren't you? Although Instructor Yuan has been lenient with you, such leniency cannot extend this far. You neglect foundational training and eschew close combat sword techniques, believing you can traverse Nan Mountain alongside Lin Xia and emerge unscathed." Instructor Han, exasperated, seized a bamboo sword from the rack and hurled it toward Pei Guanxing. Chao Yuan, witnessing the bamboo sword hurtling toward him, immediately scrambled to his feet and retreated to a safe distance, fearing he might inadvertently collide with the sword and provoke another outburst. Pei Guanxing retrieved the bamboo sword and tossed it back. Instructor Han, with a scowl, exclaimed, "Do you dare to provoke your instructor?" Fortunately, Pei Guanxing offered an explanation. "I truly am not suited for this type of sword." Unconvinced, Instructor Han retaliated by kicking the bamboo sword back. "First, practice with the bamboo sword against me." With no other choice, Pei Guanxing reluctantly picked up the fallen bamboo sword and ascended the platform, preparing to confront Instructor Han. Lin Xia, in the meantime, returned to Chao Yuan's side. Chao Yuan, observing the two on the field, inquired of Lin Xia. "What are your thoughts, Xia?" Lin Xia squinted at Pei Guanxing. Indeed, Pei Guanxing's forte does not lie with the straight sword. He possesses a Chao Yuan, puzzled by Lin Xia's abrupt silence. "Asked a what?" Lin Xia shook his head, choosing not to respond, for that was Pei Guanxing's secret to reveal, not his own. Instructor Han, fuming at the nonchalant demeanor of Pei Guanxing, found himself perplexed. How is it that, despite both being divine agents, there lies such a chasm between Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia? Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar domain surrounding Pei Guanxing last time. Although it had been a demonstration of the basic use of a straight sword, he had not taken it seriously. Yet, he had attempted several times to breach that domain, all to no avail. Additionally, during the intense training at Cangnan Mountain, it seemed that Pei Guanxing had also relied on that layer of domain to withstand the onslaught of the drones. Instructor Han couldn't help but speculate. Does this young man believe that the peculiar divine ruins can shield him from all attacks? He scrutinized Pei Guanxing carefully and suddenly made a request. Deactivate the divine ruins. Pei Guanxing shook his head. I cannot deactivate it. Instructor Han was taken aback. It was indeed true that Pei Guanxing's divine ruins were extraordinary and could not be turned off. Lin Xia, however, came to Pei Guanxing's aid. Pei Guanxing nodded. Instructor, your realm surpasses mine by 2 levels. You can infuse your mental energy into the bamboo sword, which should enable you to break through my void domain. Instructor Han pressed his forehead in frustration. Why is this young man so peculiar? Should I not allow him the same freedom as the other instructors? No. He is the divine agent, the future sentinel. Indulging him during training now would be akin to forging the dagger that will one day pierce him on the battlefield. A glimmer of resolve suddenly flashed in Instructor Han's eyes. Come forth. Allow me to undertake what others dare not do. It is I who will hone your combat skills. Chapter 49. The overconfident Instructor Han, Pei Guanxing sighed, recalling how the mass team had relentlessly pursued him before, ultimately resulting in a thorough beating that brought them to their senses. Now, Instructor Han was once again fixated on him. It seemed that another confrontation was inevitable. Pei Guanxing returned his bamboo sword to the weapon rack, just as Instructor Han was about to chastise him with a scowl. With both hands raised before his chest, a purple-black mist materialized above Pei Guanxing's palms, gradually coalescing into a long blade. What is this? Instructor Han furrowed his brow. Having never witnessed the spontaneous creation of weapons from a void, and found himself harboring new speculations about Pei Guanxing's divine abilities. On a distant rooftop, Yuan Gang peered through binoculars, observing the unfolding spectacle in the training ground. Old Han, I was just pondering how to further investigate Pei Guanxing's divine skills. And you've delivered him right to me, he chuckled heartily. Fear not, all injuries will be counted as work-related. I'll reimburse you. Instructor Han shuddered suddenly, an unsettling sensation creeping over him as if someone were watching, hinting at impending misfortune. Pei Guanxing grasped his blade, speaking earnestly. Instructor Han, I truly am not suited for a straight sword. This is the weapon I am accustomed to. Instructor Han nodded, completely oblivious to what was about to transpire, and earnestly replied, It appears I have misunderstood you. You are indeed more adept with a long sword. He continued confidently, No matter, I shall spar with you using my bamboo sword. With a flourish, he swung the bamboo sword, exuding confidence as he stepped forward and struck downwards, enveloped in spiritual energy. This is it. Lin Xia covered his eyes, silently praying for Instructor Han. Come on, Instructor Han. In response to the sudden attack, Pei Guanxing merely flicked his wrist, the blade of the past elegantly tracing a purple-black arc. With a sharp crack, the past deftly deflected Instructor Han's bamboo sword. Following this, he swiftly reversed his grip, bringing the past to rest against Instructor Han's throat, halting his subsequent movements. Pei Guanxing's speed was such that Instructor Han had no time to react. He struggled to swallow, his Adam's apple rolling against the cold blade. The chilling sensation made him realize he had underestimated this recruit once again. The finesse of Pei Guanxing's movements suggested years of training. Taking a step back, Instructor Han touched his throat and inquired, Have you practiced before? Yes, in the same place as Lin Xia, but I've trained for an additional 10 years, Pei Guanxing replied. Instructor Han's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Lin Xia. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lin Xia merely shrugged, a perplexed expression on his face. Instructor Han set down the bamboo sword, drawing forth his star blade. In that case, let us engage in a genuine duel and see how much you have truly learned. Since I am employing a straight sword, you should draw your long sword as well, lest it be said that I am taking advantage of you. Even Zhao Kongsheng, in the Void Realm, could not help but facepalm and sigh. This current instructor is quite a handful. Lin Xia attempted to interject. Instructor Han, the Star Blade. Instructor Han raised his hand to silence Lin Xia's words. I am aware that his blade is longer, yet in the realm of mystery, there exist beings wielding even longer weapons. As guardians of the night, it is imperative to learn to combat under unfavorable conditions. You all, summon the new recruits. I intend to impart a significant lesson. Lin Xia. Instructor Han, I must caution you, since you did not permit me to speak. Do not blame me later. Soon, the new recruits gathered around the training ground, but Lin Xia pulled Bai Li Pang and Xiao Yuan to the back of the line. Bai Li Pang expressed his confusion. Xia, Instructor Han said my foundation is lacking, so why have you brought me to the back? Lin Xia offered no explanation, merely casting him a meaningful glance. Oh Pang, you shall be grateful for my foresight shortly. Instructor Han continued to loudly elucidate the purpose of this combat exercise. It is to demonstrate to you that guardians must learn to fight under any disadvantage. Take, for instance, the fact that Pei Guanxing's blade is longer than the Star Blade. That is my disadvantage. He then turned to Pei Guanxing. Come now, draw your sword. Pei Guanxing furrowed his brow, hesitating as he placed his hand on the hilt. What is with this delay? My swordsmanship is among the finest of the guardians. Instructor Han was quite confident in his close combat skills, urging Pei Guanxing to hasten. Pei Guanxing recalled the serpentine foes he had encountered previously. They were merely ephemeral mysteries, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. With Instructor Han's formidable strength, he should be fine. If necessary, he could always hold back. With this thought, the Chosher blade slowly emerged from its sheath. Although it was still morning with clear skies and bright sunshine, the moment the Chosher was drawn, the sunlight seemed to dim. In an instant, the entire training ground appeared shrouded in night, with only the blade of Chosher glimmering faintly. The new recruits looked up at the sky. How strange. Why has it suddenly turned overcast? Is it going to rain? As the Chosher was fully unsheathed, the sky returned to its former state. The recruits dismissed their thoughts and continued to observe the two on the training platform. Now, with his strength enhanced, Pei Guanxing could wield the Chosher without causing those around him to succumb to slumber. The blade was finally exposed to their sight. The patterns upon the blade shifted continuously, as if imbued with the essence of the cosmos. The new recruits could only think one thing. What a dazzling sword. Instructor Han's expression grew solemn. He sensed the aura emanating from the Chosher, a pressure that sent shivers down his spine. He realized once more. He had indeed underestimated the situation. No, it was not his weakness. It was these recruits who were astonishingly formidable. Instructor Han murmured to himself, no matter, Han Li, though you are currently at a disadvantage, you must set a good example for these recruits. Keep pushing forward. Although this young man's weapon appears overwhelmingly powerful, it is akin to an infant wielding a pistol, capable of holding it but not of firing it effectively. Instructor Han fixated his gaze on Pei Guanxing. I shall make my move. As the words left his lips, Instructor Han firmly grasped the star blade, his figure shifting with remarkable agility. The star blade thrust forth from innumerable angles, compelling Pei Guanxing to immediately raise his own sword in defense. The sharp clinks and clashes resonated throughout the entire training arena. Instructor Han pressed forward relentlessly, encroaching upon Pei Guanxing, ensuring he could not exploit the advantages of his long blade. The onslaught descended like a torrential rain, leaving Pei Guanxing with little opportunity to retaliate. The pace of their exchanges was astonishingly swift, leaving the new recruits below in a state of awe. Had Instructor Han truly been jesting when he claimed to be merely toying with them? Was Pei Guanxing truly formidable enough to contend with Instructor Han for so many exchanges? No wonder he was exempted from basic training. Yet amidst the flurry of Instructor Han's attacks, Pei Guanxing discerned something amiss. It was not merely the technique of the star blade that seemed unusual. He sensed an exceedingly faint divine energy emanating from it. Chapter 50. The Celestial Blade Shatters Extreme Peril. Instructor Han wielded the Celestial Blade, relentlessly striking against the ancient weapon, attempting to subdue Pei Guanxing. Furrowing his brow, Pei Guanxing pondered the anomaly. The Celestial Blade was a custom piece distributed by the Night Watch headquarters. How could divine power manifest? Was it possible that a deity from the Great Xia intervened, imbuing the Celestial Blade with their essence? Yet, why had he never heard a whisper of the Great Xia deities? Countless questions flooded Pei Guanxing's mind, momentarily slowing his movements. Dare he be distracted? Seizing the opportunity, Instructor Han's eyes sparkled with determination. The Celestial Blade slashed upward, yet rather than presenting its edge, it struck Pei Guanxing with the flat of the blade. After all, he was his own student. Inflicting injury would be undesirable. Moreover, at such close quarters, even a strike with the blade's body would undoubtedly send Pei Guanxing tumbling from the training platform. A glimmer of victory dawned in Instructor Han's gaze. However, Pei Guanxing suddenly twisted his wrist, meeting the Celestial Blade with the ancient weapon, striking downward. It was as if the cosmic clock had been reset, stretching this fleeting clash infinitely in the eyes of all the instructors and recruits present. The very fabric of space seemed to be cleaved apart, revealing a purplish-black luminescence adorned with twinkling stars, manifesting alongside Pei Guanxing's movement. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. The Celestial Blade shattered. The starry purplish-black radiance surged forth, transforming into a 2-meter-long blade of light that cleaved the training platform in two, hurtling toward the recruits below. The onlooking recruits were thoroughly alarmed, scrambling away in terror. What? Were we not here to learn? Why is it coming this way? Pei Guanxing truly wishes us dead. How many times is this now? Does he hold a grudge against us? Bai Li, plump and anxious, gazed at the dazzling blade of light, nervously clutching his shaking light. Can we withstand it? Chao Yuan turned to Lin Xia. Xia, did you foresee this? Is that why you brought us to the back? Lin Xia observed the blade of light, which had split the training ground, gradually dissipating. That ancient weapon is no ordinary blade. Instructor Han stod utelystunnet, staring at the half of the Celestial Blade remaining in his hand. It's broken. It's truly broken. The Celestial Blade has shattered? Pei Guanxing, having dispelled the ancient weapon, regarded the dazed Instructor Han with reassurance. It's all right, Instructor Han. After all, I had the advantage. Instructor Han remained in a daze, repeating the word broken without responding to Pei Guanxing. Noticing this, Pei Guanxing scratched his head, activating his bracelet connection, and floated down. It seemed rather precious. He hoped he wouldn't be liable for damages. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Hongying lowered his binoculars, sweat beading on his forehead. The Celestial Blade has been severed by Pei Guanxing, although Hongying was unaware of the blade's origins. Its status as standard equipment for the Night Watch indicated its exceptional nature. It was entirely distinct from the cloak and the spirit guides, which were independently developed by the Night Watch. Only the Star Blade remains an enigma, its origins shrouded in mystery, as if it materialized from thin air. Throughout history, the Night Watchers have suffered countless casualties, yet the Star Blade has never known defeat. It is an indomitable force, impervious to damage. He once inquired of Xiaopinga about the Star Blade's origins. Rarely serious, Xiaopinga responded gravely, I do not know, but remember, there are questions best left unasked. Hongying forced a smile, seeking solace. At least Old Han has suffered no injuries, and Pei Guanxing is one of us. That is sufficient. Yet his trembling voice betrayed the profound shock within him. He shakily took up a pen and scrawled a haphazard line on Pei Guanxing's dossier. Pei Guanxing battled Han Li, severing the Star Blade. The threat level of the Void, Su Wu, has escalated. Confirmed threat level, extremely high. Ever since Pei Guanxing cleaved the Star Blade, Instructor Han has grown increasingly wary of him, no longer imposing strict discipline, merely offering occasional reminders for Pei Guanxing to exercise caution. Not only Instructor Han, but even other instructors alongside Hongying, the chief instructor, now regard him with a distinctly altered gaze. Pei Guanxing, however, remained unfazed, though he did not neglect his intermittent diligence. In terms of combat skills, he found no further advancement possible, as his focus shifted to the void. The Void Star deity had not engaged with him since their last explanation. Zhao Kongcheng occasionally attempted to converse with Nine within the void, but alas, he received no reply. Were it not for Pei Guanxing, Zhao Kongcheng felt he might suffocate for frustration. I mean, you shattered the Star Blade with a single strike, and no one has come to question you? Zhao Kongcheng pondered the scene from a few days prior, when Pei Guanxing severed the Star Blade. Pei Guanxing shook his head. No one has sought me out, but I didn't shatter it. It merely broke into 2 pieces. Surely it cannot be that valuable? Zhao Kongcheng regarded Pei Guanxing as if he were a creature of myth. You have no idea how resilient the Star Blade is. Allow me to illustrate. You severing the Star Blade is akin to a newborn infant managing to slay a mysterious entity with bare hands. The Star Blade has a history spanning countless years, having never sustained a fracture in battle against the mysterious, nor even against deities. Moreover, you have split in twain. Such a significant event must certainly be reported to the Night Watcher's headquarters. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing recalled that flicker of divine power he had sensed within the Star Blade. It seems there is indeed a possibility. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled mischievously. Just wait for your reckoning. You can scare children, but not me, Pei Guanxing shot back, rolling his eyes. A person who has made history like myself would never be treated in such a manner. At most, they would inquire and conduct tests. Perhaps I might even be spared from the new recruit training. Zhao Kongcheng was left speechless. You still entertain thoughts of exemption from new recruit training? What difference is there between your current situation and a vacation? Furthermore, can you not harbor any aspirations? Perhaps being placed in a special unit would not be so bad. I find Mask quite appealing, and you are familiar with him as well. Phoenix O predominantly consists of female members. Perhaps you would become the darling of the group if you joined. Pei Guanxing hastily interrupted Zhao Kongcheng, saying no, the special squad is already quite busy. I believe our team 136 is just fine. Indeed, it is wonderful to share camaraderie. How delightful it would be if there were no mysteries. At the Night Watch headquarters, a middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind a desk, gently tapping his fingers on the surface while holding a stack of reports in the other hand. As he flipped through the documents, he murmured to himself, Pei Guanxing, the Void Star Deity X, the first divine agent to be possessed by a deity. An orphan adopted by Team 136, involved in the Nantua Serpent Demon incident. The Divine Ruin, Void, engaged in conflict with the Mask team, with the hazard assessment of the Divine Ruin continuously escalating. And recently, the severing of the Star Blade. Chapter 51, Kawi. The enduring decline. Pei Guanxing engaged in light conversation with Zhao Kongcheng for a while before they began to delve into the study of his divine void. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng experienced an inexplicable sensation. He felt as though he were the second-to-last question confronted by the final inquiry. As he elaborated on this last question, Pei Guanxing, the second-to-last, appeared to accept his explanations with earnestness. Wait. Guanxing, have you perhaps chosen the wrong person? Zhao Kongcheng shook his head to clear his thoughts. Pei Guanxing blinked in confusion. What do you mean by wrong person? Zhao Kongcheng pointed at himself. I mean me. Surely, you must have made a mistake. I have just awakened my forbidden void and arrived here without any foundational theoretical support. You ought to consult your instructors outside. Pei Guanxing shrugged. Currently, only Instructor Yuan isn't avoiding me. The other instructors see me and practically wish to grow 8 legs to escape my presence. Moreover, Instructor Yuan, being the chief instructor, is exceedingly busy. Thus, I can only turn to you. Subsequently, Pei Guanxing praised Zhao Kongcheng. Uncle Zhao, you are not lacking either. Without a foundational theory, you awakened your forbidden void and managed to slay a ghost-faced king. Surely, you must be a genius. Zhao Kongcheng, flattered by the compliment, felt somewhat elated. Oh, really? So, I'm also a genius in the realm of forbidden voids? How incredibly handsome. All right then, I shall temporarily take on the role of your guide. Handsome. Pei Guanxing averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. In truth, he was merely considering using Zhao Kongcheng as a test subject to explore his own forbidden void. After all, Zhao Kongcheng could no longer perish, as he was constructed from the essence of the void. In the realm of nothingness, no matter how he experimented, nothing would go awry. However, practicing with a normal person outside could lead to unforeseen consequences, possibly resulting in disaster. Thus, a somewhat pretentious middle-aged man and a lethargic youth commenced their journey into the exploration of the divine void. Guanxing, your current offensive capabilities are more than sufficient, as their sharpness can sever the star blade and contend with the enemies you presently face. As for your defensive measures, while you possess the void domain, it bears a fatal weakness. Should an individual of a higher realm engage, the constraints of the void domain will diminish, and there are those who specialize in mental assaults. Therefore, it is imperative for you to enhance your defenses. You might consider developing in that direction. Although Zhao Kongcheng claimed to lack foundational knowledge regarding the Forbidden Void, he had emerged from rigorous training and had undergone systematic study. Thus his analysis was quite astute. Pei Guanxing, disinterested in overthinking the matter, accepted Zhao's guidance. To enhance resistance against mental attacks, strengthening mental fortitude should suffice. As for physical defense, suddenly, Pei Guanxing recalled the moon demon, which could transform its essence into moonlight. If stacking defenses was not feasible, he could maximize his evasion. He indeed possessed such capabilities, having achieved a similar effect previously. However, those instances had involved rendering lifeless entities into the void or outright annihilating foes. He had never attempted it on himself. He tossed the essence of the past toward Zhao Kongcheng and, drawing upon the surrounding void energy, encased himself within it. "Uncle Zhao, please attempt to strike me." Zhao Kongxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've long desired to do this. Who cares about the solitary elder? The void star god remains indifferent. Cough, cough." Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng halted his words, forcing a smile towards Nine. "I didn't mean to imply anything negative about you. Haha, I merely spoke too hastily." Nine remained as unresponsive as ever. Seizing the moment, Zhao Kongxing struck fiercely at Pei Guanxing's head. The attack missed entirely, passing through Pei Guanxing's form as if he had transformed into a spirit. "Not bad. Your mind is quite agile." Zhao Kongxing nodded, observing Pei Guanxing, who remained unscathed. "Kawaii," Pei Guanxing unintentionally blurted out, seemingly without thought. Zhao Kongxing and Pei Guanxing exchanged bewildered glances. "What did you just say?" Zhao Kongxing asked, regarding Pei Guanxing with a strange expression, feeling that he was even more eccentric. "It seems to be kawaii." Pei Guanxing pondered, utterly perplexed. "What does it mean?" "I don't know," Pei Guanxing replied, shaking his head, reflecting on the inexplicable force that compelled him to utter the term. Both turned their gazes toward Nine, who paid them no heed. "It cannot be the Void Star God." Zhao Kongcheng recalled his previous interactions with it, concluding that Nine would not indulge in such trivialities. Pei Guanxing then turned his gaze elsewhere, and in that instant, it seemed as though his vision transcended time, space, and even dimensions. He appeared to lock eyes with someone through an electronic screen. The individual wore an excessively playful grin, covering one eye while dramatically widening the other, repeatedly murmuring kawaii. Pei Guanxing, rubbing his eyes, the vision became ethereal until it vanished. "What happened?" Zhao Kongcheng inquired, following Pei Guanxing's gaze, which revealed nothing but emptiness. Pei Guanxing shook his head. "It's nothing, probably just an illusion. However, utilizing the void state consumes a considerable amount of energy. Currently in the void space, so close to the void star god, I can access divine power without obstruction. Yet, upon returning to reality, my own level is too low. Maintaining this void state without damaging my physical capabilities proves somewhat challenging." Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand dismissively. "After all this talk, it boils down to a lack of cultivation, right? Just practice diligently." As soon as I mentioned diligent practice, you fell asleep again, didn't you? Observing Pei Guanxing with closed eyes, Zhao Kongxing was filled with concern for his future. After an indeterminate period, Pei Guanxing finally opened his eyes. Rubbing his stomach, he remarked, "I'm hungry, let's eat." He then vanished into the immense form of the void star god, disappearing from sight. Nine trembled slightly, a sight Zhao Kongsheng had grown accustomed to. He pondered why this fellow insisted on exerting such effort to exit the void star god's body. In a psychiatric hospital, Nikes was whispering to the small Nine that had separated from Nine. "Brother, why do you ignore me? Donis has recently ceased his visits to us. Has he stirred up trouble? Or is Hypnos simply more sensible? It is unfortunate that he insists on calling me aunt, requiring constant correction." Suddenly, the figure of Pei Guanxing materialized from the small Nine in Nix's hands, gracefully settling to the ground. Nix's eyes brimmed with tenderness, eagerly anticipating what Pei Guanxing would address him as this time. "Aunt, I've come to mooch a meal. Call me Mother." "Aunt, Mother, hey." Observing the tears welling in Nix's eyes, Pei Guanxing reluctantly acquiesced. "Mother." Yes. "Hypnos, you've come to see me again." Nix's tears instantly vanished, replaced by joy. Li Yifei, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Ah, Guanxing has come to mooch a meal again. Even the headmaster of Xia is not as diligent in returning as you are." Chapter 52, A Family of Four and the Sole Outsider. Suddenly, Nix puffed up her cheeks and leaned close to little Nine, whispering, "Our grandson is right. Although Hypnos only came to dine with us before departing, he is indeed more industrious than Danaus upon his return." Li Yifei abruptly pulled Pei Guanxing aside, ensuring Nix could not overhear them, and curiously inquired, "Guanxing, are you truly Nix's son? The little egg you brought back has hardly left her side. She often converses with that thing." Moreover, he scrutinized Pei Guanxing closely. "You return so frequently, as if visiting an elder. You dine and depart, occasionally resting a while." Pei Guanxing regarded Li Yifei as though he were a fool, beginning to retort, "If I were her child, would I need to address her as auntie each time? Have you become so addicted to playing the role of a grandson that you've lost your wits? I'm merely here for a meal. You wouldn't have mistaken yourself for a dish, would you?" Li Yifei patted his head, ensuring it was not empty. "Then you're even worse off than I. I recognized a grandmother merely to survive. You, on the other hand, have adopted a mother just to bide your time for a meal. How do you think your real mother would feel upon discovering this?" Pei Guanxing's eyelids drooped. "I have no parents." Li Yifei, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "Winky face, oh no." Pei Guanxing chuckled softly. "Since I can remember, I've lived in an orphanage. When it was closed, I was adopted by Team 136. However, everyone in Team 136 has treated me quite well, caring for me like family." Li Yifei sank to his knees. I truly deserve to be condemned." Suddenly, he leaped up, throwing an arm around Pei Guanxing's shoulders, offering comfort. "It's all right. Nix is very kind to you. She often speaks of you to me. It wouldn't be amiss to consider her a godmother. I shall prepare a grand feast. When feeling low, a delightful meal can work wonders." With that, Li Yifei hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen. In a daze, Pei Guanxing seemed to notice him discreetly wiping away tears. Pei Guanxing thought, Oh, why is he crying? Could he also be an orphan? Did he not mention having a father? No, it couldn't be. The serpent demon, being enigmatic, could not possibly have a human father. Could he have adopted one? Pei Guanxing glanced towards Nix, inexplicably drawn to approach. "Mother." Nix looked at him with a warm smile. Patting her knee, "What is it? Is Hypnos feeling sleepy again?" At that moment, Pei Guanxing harbored two thoughts. Would a biological mother treat him with such tenderness? And indeed, a lap pillow is far more comfortable than a bed. Nix gently stroked Pei Guanxing's hair. Her eyes filled with affection and softly hummed a lullaby. Had Lin Xie been present, he would have realized that her healing progress had now surpassed 50%. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Yifei was brandishing a kitchen knife above his head, seemingly attempting to find a suitable stance. Moreover, she would occasionally murmur softly, "Shall I truly prepare a dish of his brain? As a being of mystery, he surely would not perish so easily, would he?" Yet when the sharp, icy blade pressed against his forehead, Li Yifei nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, No, I cannot do this. What sins have I committed?" Hypnos awakened. "Dear grandson, for your meal is ready." The gentle voice of Nix roused Pei Guanxing from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with Nix's smiling visage. Li Yifei called out to the two, "Grandma, uncle, come and eat." Nix, cradling little Nine in one arm and holding Pei Guanxing's hand with the other, settled at the table. Wow, today's feast is splendid, Nix remarked, eyeing the bountiful spread before them. Li Yifei shot a glance at Pei Guanxing and coughed a few times. Ahem, it's because I upset Uncle. Pei Guanxing and Nix exchanged bewildered glances. Did I, Hypnos, express any displeasure? However, the mother and son paid little heed to this. For the abundance of food was the main focus, and they promptly took their seats to begin their meal. Nix carefully placed little Nine beside her, saying, Brother, let me feed you. She picked up a spoon and scooped a morsel of food, attempting to deliver it into the, egg-shaped form of him, which seemed incapable of discerning where the mouth was. Nevertheless, she managed to feed him, and the food on the spoon gradually disintegrated. Nix smiled warmly at little Nine, asking, Is it delicious? I'm back. Lin Qia's voice suddenly echoed, yet no one responded. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, he stood frozen in place. Nix was joyfully feeding the divine being Pei Guanxing, her demeanor radiant. Li Yifei was fervently serving Pei Guanxing with dishes, exceedingly attentive, while Pei Guanxing remained blissfully consumed by his meal. In Lin Qia's eyes, the four of them radiated familial harmony, making him feel like the sole outsider. I'm back. Lin Xia reiterated his presence. Nix glanced at him, her eyes briefly alight with joy, yet she continued to ignore him, leaning closer to little Nine and whispering, Let us disregard Thanatos. Let him reflect on himself. What else would you like to eat, brother? I will feed you. Little Nine remained silent. Pei Guanxing continued to eat. As an employee of Lin Xia, Li Yifei could not overlook the presence of the director. Xia, you've returned. Come and join us for dinner. Lin Xia replied. What is this overwhelming sense of estrangement? Fortunately, Lin Xia utilized his position as director to have Li Yifei recount the events in detail. Nix pouted slightly, seemingly in a minor huff. Thanatos simply does not understand how to cherish his mother like Hypnos does. He doesn't even bother to come home. Then she reverted to her gentle demeanor. Serving Pei Guanxing, Hypnos, be sure to eat more. Mother, I've been quite busy lately, unlike Guanxing, who has the leisure to return. Lin Xia cast a wry smile towards Nike's, but upon observing Nike's progress bar, he was taken aback. 51%. Lin Xia glanced at Pei Guanxing, then back at Nike's. Perhaps it would be best to have Pei Guanxing continue as Nike's son. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing shivered, casting a dubious look at Lin Xia. Were you just thinking something inappropriate? I was not, Lin Xia replied, his expression betraying a sense of guilt, and he emphasized again. It wasn't me. By the way, why do you always come here to mooch off my meals? Lin Xia inquired while eating. I recall that the cafeteria granted you special privileges, right? The food is among the finest for new recruits. Pei Guanxing pointed to the lavish spread on the table. But Li Yifei cooks exceptionally well, and there is an abundance of dishes. Li Yifei, Chapter 53. I do have a morning grumpiness after dinner. Pei Guanxing bid farewell to the others, expressing his gratitude for their hospitality before taking his leave. Although he bore a closer resemblance to Nike's than Lin Xia, it was evident that the psychiatric hospital belonged to Lin Xia, and, as a genuine outsider, Pei Guanxing would not linger there for long. He cast a glance at the small 9 in Nike's hands, sensing that it thrived in this environment, being well-fed and without the need for movement. Sighing, he reflected on his own situation. Though not subjected to targeted training, he still needed to exert himself occasionally. Nike's watched Pei Guanxing's departing figure with a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Turning to Lin Xia, her voice dripped with sorrow. Donis, please visit me more often with Hypnos. It is so rare for our family to be reunited. I dread the thought of being apart from you both for so long. Lin Xia was taken aback. He had learned from Li Yifei that Pei Guanxing had spent more time here with Nike's than he had. For her, family was paramount. Perhaps it was the companionship of Pei Guanxing, the Void Star God, and Li Yifei that had accelerated Nike's recovery progress. This realization left Lin Xia, the true director of the institution, feeling somewhat inadequate. He nodded solemnly, his tone earnest. I understand, mother. Upon hearing Lin Qia's assurance, Nike's regained her former spirit and turned to play with the small 9. Lin Xia observed Nike's as she grew healthier, gradually resembling a normal person. A gentle smile crept upon his lips as he silently recited ability extraction. Lin Xia gazed at the newfound power he had acquired, the dark divine ruins. It unleashed an absolute darkness, enveloping everything around him, granting him mastery over all that lay beneath its shadow. To his astonishment, it was indeed a divine ruin. An exhilarating thrill coursed through Lin Xia's heart. He promptly bid farewell to Nike's, resolved to venture outside and experiment with his newfound ability. In the barracks, Lin Xia opened his eyes and stealthily made his way out. As he approached the rooftop, a thought crossed his mind. The new recruit training base, in an effort to keep a close watch on Pei Guanxing, was laden with surveillance cameras, including on the rooftop. However, his divine ruins, the void, could obscure the cameras' probing, rendering them effective only for monitoring ordinary recruits. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back, deciding to summon Pei Guanxing for assistance at the door. After all, when attempting to test his newly acquired divine ruins for the first time, it would be prudent to have a familiar face nearby in case of unforeseen circumstances. Pei Guanxing was peacefully slumbering in his dormitory, the soul bell quietly resting beside his pillow. This was a request from Hongying, who hoped that one day, should he manage to wake Pei Guanxing, he would no longer need to abide by the so-called guarantee. Alas, until now, there had been no successful attempts recorded. Suddenly, the dormitory door was quietly pushed open. Lin Xia approached Pei Guanxing's bedside and glanced at the soul bell beside his pillow, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light. He had never anticipated that divine pressure would one day serve the purpose of rousing someone from slumber. Guanxing, wake up! The voice of Lin Xia resonated with a hint of divine authority, reaching the ears of Pei Guanxing. Startled, Pei Guanxing abruptly opened his eyes, turning his head to find a pair of brilliant golden eyes fixed upon him. Subsequently, under Lin Xia's astonished gaze, Pei Guanxing turned over, murmuring that it was indeed a dream within a dream, and drifted back to slumber. Lin Xia, Pei Guanxing, wake up! Zzz. Seeing that calling him did not yield results, Lin Xia opted for a more direct approach, forcibly lifting Pei Guanxing from his bed. The groggy Pei Guanxing blinked awake, gazing into Lin Xia's golden eyes as the two exchanged a silent stare. Lin Xia sighed, "You are not dreaming. I summoned you to assist me." Pei Guanxing pressed his lips together. "I must inform you, Lin Xia, that rousing me in the middle of the night does provoke my morning grumpiness." For the first time, Lin Xia observed his serious demeanor, genuinely believing he might take action. He swallowed nervously and inquired. "So?" Pei Guanxing took a deep breath. Inhale and then exhaled slowly. "Exhale," he concluded. "That's it. What are you saying?" Lin Xia. Sometimes, having a friend with emotional stability is truly beneficial. Eventually, after much persuasion and coaxing from Lin Xia, Pei Guanxing summoned his void power, enveloping both of them as they ascended to the rooftop. "Guanxing, do not let the void consume the divine ruins I am about to release. Merely use it to block surveillance," Lin Xia instructed, observing Pei Guanxing recline once more. Pei Guanxing, eyes closed, waved his hand dismissively, signaling his understanding, before tilting his head and slipping back into sleep. After an indeterminate period, Pei Guanxing was awakened by a familiar, gentle voice calling, "Hypnos, do not sleep on the ground. It is cold." Pei Guanxing was pulled to his feet by Nix. Mother? What are you doing here?" Nix guided him to Lin Xia's side. "Thanatos brought me to his divine realm. I did not expect to find you here as well." Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exchanged bewildered glances. "Divine realm? What is that?" Nix smiled and nodded, placing her hand atop Pei Guanxing's head, gently tousling his hair. "I initially believed that the purplish-black divine realm belonged to your brother, yet appears to reside within you." She gestured toward the brightly lit city in the distance. "This is Thanatos' divine realm." Then, with a light tap on Pei Guanxing's forehead, she continued, "The divine realm is here," and, turning her palm, she produced a small 9 from an unknown source. "Before you brought your brother here, it seems he was residing within your divine realm." Lin Xia was puzzled by Nix's words. Pei Guanxing also struggled to comprehend, yet he sensed that Nix had uncovered something through the 9. Quickly, Pei Guanxing manifested the projection of the nine in his palm once more. Perhaps you should speak directly to the Void Star God? Nyx paused, glancing at the small nine in her hand, then at the projection of the Void Star God in Pei Guanxing's palm. He gently prodded little nine, causing it to sway slightly. Brother, can you split yourself? Little nine responded with silence. Nyx sighed, alas, since my brother has shrunk, it seems he has lost the ability to speak. Lin Xia also sighed, sensing that Nyx's condition had not yet fully recovered. However, considering that only half of the treatment had been completed, the current progress was quite commendable. Nine remained silent, and Nyx chose not to linger on its matters, instead smiling at Pei Guanxing. Hypnos, you have grown quite powerful now. Compared to the divine realm of Thanatos, yours appears even more expansive, though it seems to have only one inhabitant. Upon hearing this, Pei Guanxing stared in astonishment at Nyx. She can see Uncle Zhao in a void. So, when Nyx spoke of the divine realm, was she referring to the void? Chapter 54. The status of nine ended. Pei Guanxing was genuinely taken aback by Nyx's words. The void space and the nine residing within it constituted his greatest enigma. Aside from Pei Guanxing, only Zhao Kongchen was fully aware of these matters. Furthermore, even as the proxy of the Void Star God, had yet to unravel its mysteries. Although the higher echelons of the Night Watch and the families of Team 136 were aware that a deity resided within them, their understanding was limited to that knowledge alone. Pei Guanxing attempted to inquire of Nyx, eager to discern how much she could perceive within the void space. That void space. Is there anything else besides my divine realm? Nyx leaned in closer, scrutinizing Pei Guanxing intently, as if conducting a thorough examination. After a brief moment, she straightened her posture and, with a hint of regret, replied, No, there is only one inhabitant, and it is quite ethereal. Though your divine realm is vast, it lacks richness. If this continues, your supply of faith power will be insufficient, and your strength will grow slowly. You must strive to develop your divine realm, Hypnos. Although Donatos' divine realm is far less expansive than yours, it is home to many beings. Suddenly, Nyx ceased speaking, her expression filled with perplexity. How strange. It feels as though Donatos' divine realm is infused with the essence of Hypnos' realm. Nyx tilted her head in contemplation, but soon shook it, casting aside the convoluted thoughts. With a cheerful smile directed at Pei Guanxing, she added, But that's all right. You are brothers. Perhaps it is Hypnos who is aiding his elder brother. Yes? Pei Guanxing looked at Lin Xia, perplexed. Lin Xia subtly gestured to him. Whatever it is, just go along with it. Nyx is still a bit unhinged. Her words are often nonsensical. Pei Guanxing could only nod in acquiescence. Nyx beamed even more brightly. How wonderful. From now on, Hypnos must acquire more faith power. Although Pei Guanxing had never heard the instructor speak of faith power, he could surmise its nature. It likely stemmed from the individuals or creatures residing within the void space, offering a unique energy. Yet, the only one who had entered the void space was the deceased Uncle Zhao. Surely, one could not resort to taking lives for the sake of so-called faith power? Nyx gently caressed Pei Guanxing's hair, her cheeks radiant with satisfaction, as she cuddled with little Nine. How delightful! Dear brother, our child is growing stronger. Observing the interaction between Nyx and little Nine, Pei Guanxing reflected on her earlier words. She claimed that her void space contained nothing else, and considering her level of care for little Nine, had she been able to see the true form of Nine within the void, she would undoubtedly have been filled with joy. Pei Guanxing could not help but elevate his estimation of the Void Star God. He had previously shielded Lin Qia's perception of the mundane divine realm and traversed the temporal divine ruins of the royal crown. However, those were skirmishes between divine proxies. Even when wielding divine power, the manifestations ultimately remained human. Now he was face to face with Nyx, a true deity. He perceives the void of his own existence, yet fails to discern the true essence of Nine within it. Could it be that the Void Star deity Nine holds such a lofty position? Typically silent, could he truly be a concealed powerhouse? Nyx, observing Pei Guanxing lost in thought, presumed he was contemplating the development of his divine realm and chose not to disturb him. Turning to Lin Xia, she inquired, Donnas, Would you not grant me a tour of your divine realm? Lin Xia, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Mother, I cannot leave this place just yet. Nix chuckled softly, taking Lin Xia by one hand and cradling little Nine in the other. She activated the night flicker, transporting them to hover above Cangnan City. Naturally, they transcended the bounds of the void's power, their divine aura no longer concealed but radiating freely. Pei Guanxing gazed at the empty rooftop, while Lin Xia beheld the illuminated city below. Both simultaneously uttered in astonishment, "It's over." Lin Xia hesitated for a moment. Since they were already out, he resolved to take a distant glance at them. He turned to Nix, saying, "Mother, there's a place I wish to visit." At the new recruit training base, Hongying stifled a yawn, his head tilting as he fell onto his bed. I've finally completed today's report. I didn't expect to be so busy in the capital only to find the same here. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to drift into slumber, he was jolted awake, any hint of drowsiness vanishing. Hongying glanced toward the rooftop of the male dormitory. There, a divine aura momentarily manifested. He swiftly dialed Xiaoping's number, exclaiming, "Hello, we have a situation here." A divine presence just appeared at the new recruit training base. Xiaoping, initially inclined to tease Hongying, immediately grew serious upon hearing this. Try to keep him steady. The commander is not at headquarters right now. I'll see if I can reach other top-tier humans. Meanwhile, the commander of the Watchers, Yi Fan, en route to Cangnan City by helicopter, suddenly gazed into the distance. A deity has descended upon Cangnan. He promptly redirected the pilot towards the sensed divine presence. Ironically, at this moment, they had chosen Cangnan City. Could they truly no longer resist? Pei Guanxing quietly withdrew his void power, revealing his presence to the surveillance. Soon after, Hongying received a message. "Commander, we have spotted Pei Guanxing on the rooftop." Furrowing his brow, Hongying pondered, could it possibly be this kid again? No, it would be better if it were just him rather than another deity actually descending. Pei Guanxing returned to the hallway and sat down, lamenting, "Xia, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but your mother has taken you away. Without the veil of void power, Nix has simply taken you outside. Be careful not to be detected, lest our own people target you." Contemplating this, Pei Guanxing looked up at the hallway ceiling, pondering, what if some orbital weapon were to be deployed? Cangnan would be doomed for both of you. However, it appears that the analysis of the space-based weaponry has revealed it to be a mere fabrication. Perhaps it is excessive worry after all, especially with the divine presence of Nix by his side. It is unlikely that any calamity would befall him. Suddenly, a resonant voice interrupted his musings. What deity? Hongying had finally ascended to the rooftop of the male dormitory. Beneath the tranquil night sky, although Pei Guanxing's murmurs were soft, they did not escape his ears entirely. With the star blade firmly in hand, Hongying regarded Pei Guanxing with a grave expression, as if he would strike him down should he fail to speak the truth. "Speak." Pei Guanxing replied, I apologize, Xia." Chapter 55. Deceiving Hongying, what nonsense are you spouting? Hongying glared, his tone brimming with impatience. "I am not in the mood for your jokes." Pei Guanxing, feeling helpless, replied, "I have genuinely laid everything out clearly for you. If you choose not to believe it, there's little I can do." Hongying's lips twitched in disbelief. "Pei Guanxing, do you truly think I would buy into your absurd tales?" He was exasperated, spitting words as he exclaimed, "You claim Lin Xia brought his mother out? The two were just reminiscing here." Pei Guanxing nodded earnestly. Hongying seized Pei Guanxing by the collar, incredulous. "Do you take me for a fool? I have seen both your and Lin Xia's records. Both of you are orphans. Even if you were to concoct a story, at least make it somewhat believable. I might have accepted if you claimed Lin Xia brought his brother or aunt." Suddenly realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject, Hongying released Pei Guanxing's collar, took several deep breaths, and attempted to regain his composure. "I apologize." Pei Guanxing nodded sincerely. "It's quite all right, Instructor Yuan. I forgive you." Hongying, once again, became acutely aware that Pei Guanxing had led him astray. He grasped Pei Guanxing's collar once more, pulling him closer. "What I am discussing is of no consequence. I am inquiring about that deity situation. I have already clarified everything," Pei Guanxing replied. grinning as he pushed Yuan Gang's face away. Instructor Yuan, you have bad breath. Yuan Gang exclaimed in frustration. What the? Just as their argument escalated, a dark shadow suddenly emerged nearby, revealing Lin Xia and Nix. Nix regarded Yuan Gang, who was still gripping Pei Guanxing, with a flicker of irritation. Hypnos. Lin Xia, equally bewildered, questioned, what has Pei Guanxing done to provoke Instructor Yuan? Upon seeing the unexpected duo, Yuan Gang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Struggling to swallow, he sensed Nix had fixed his gaze upon him. Pei Guanxing suddenly pointed at Nix, exclaiming, Mother. Nix, Lin Xia, and Yuan Gang all stared in confusion. A maternal glow spread across Nix's face, momentarily overshadowing her awareness of Yuan Gang's hold on Pei Guanxing. She was elated. Hypnos is actually being adorable with me? Using such a term reserved for infants. Lin Xia remarked, Guanxing, you haven't been rendered foolish by Instructor Yuan, have you? Yuan Gang interjected. Aren't you an orphan? Pei Guanxing then pointed at Lin Xia. So, Nix, Lin Xia, and Yuan Gang. Nix blinked, seemingly realizing Pei Guanxing was introducing them. Hypnos? Pei Guanxing looked at the now-closed Yuan Gang and asserted, I am not mistaken. They truly are mother and son. Also, Instructor Yuan, you really ought to brush your teeth. Yuan Gang, momentarily stunned, released Pei Guanxing. And what about you? They're catching up, and you come here for what purpose? Pei Guanxing pondered briefly before pointing to himself. Nixes-son, Chia's brother? On the helicopter, Yi Fan suddenly squinted. A deity possessing teleportation abilities? This time it was. Yi Fan sensed the location of that divine presence and was taken aback. Quickly, change direction. Head toward the new recruits' training base. Yi Fan silently prayed. That deity does not seem to be here to wreak havoc. Yuan Gang. Oh, Yuan Gang, do not provoke them. If I wait a little longer, I shall arrive. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze on Nix, skeptical of the claim that Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia had a divine mother. Confronting a deity, especially one harboring hostility, left Yuan Gang no room for complacency. He stepped forward to shield Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing looked at Yuan Gang, standing protectively before her, feeling immense gratitude, yet simultaneously pouting in dissatisfaction. If I tell you, you won't believe me. If I don't, you are still unhappy. Yuan Gang retorted, I cannot afford to deal with you right now. What could be the reason for the sudden arrival of the goddess of night? Yuan Gang learned Nix's name from Pei Guanxing, which only fueled his irritation. You both are from Dian. How could a Western deity be your mother? You are still behind, in a physical sense, playing the fool. Nix pointed at Lin Xia, then at Pei Guanxing, whom Yuan Gang shielded, looking for a son. Yuan Gang was perplexed. Is what you said true? You two didn't deceive her, did you? Pei Guanxing indicated Lin Xia. He is Nix's son and her agent, straddling two worlds. Lin Xia, taken aback, quickly affirmed, yes, two worlds. Yuan Gang regarded the two with apprehension, questioning whether he should place his trust in the goddess of night. Could what they said be true? Although Nix did not fully grasp the concept of a divine agent, the acknowledgement from both her sons was enough. Nix nodded, her face radiating certainty. Yes. Yuan Gang's eye twitched. Why do I feel that none of these three can be trusted? Having found her, it would be best for the goddess to depart from Dian. Pei Guanxing signaled to Lin Xia and Nix from behind Yuan Gang. They had yet to synchronize their accounts. If they slipped up, who knew what complications might arise? Nix looked curiously at Pei Guanxing behind Yuan Gang, noting that this individual had seemingly not acted out of line with Hypnos. Once assured of his safety, she waved to the two. Danados, Hypnos, remember to visit me often. As Nix's figure vanished, Yuan Gang exhaled in relief. What a harrowing night. He seized one person's ear, pulling Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia closer. Now, explain yourselves properly. If you cannot clarify, neither of you shall sleep. Yi Fan was left speechless. Disappeared again? What have I been tracking for so long? The pilot, however, bore no complaints. Commander, where shall we head now? Yi Fan paused for a moment and said, let us continue to Cangnan City, for it was our original destination. It will be a good opportunity to inquire about what transpired with Yuan Gang. Could it be that this fellow has managed to repel a deity? Yuan Gang wishes to deprive Pei Guanxing of his slumber? Not a chance. I am uncertain of the circumstances. I was cast into the realm of Nyx by the Void Star God, who subsequently treated me as her own child. Did I not mention that Nyx recognized us as her offspring? She refers to me as Hypnos, while Lin Xia is called Thanatos. Today, she expressed a desire to visit our abode, and Xia graciously escorted her. Pei Guanxing removed himself from the situation entirely, discreetly revealing the information he had disclosed to Yuan Gang. That is all I know. You may interrogate Xia further. I shall return to my slumber. Lin Xia remarked. Is this how you choose to betray me? Chapter 56. Yi Fan, the incessantly tormented Han Li, and Yuan Gang restrained Pei Guanxing, who was attempting to flee. Stand right there. Explain to me everything that transpired after your encounter with Nyx. Yuan Gang's expression was unusually grave. The matter was of utmost importance, and Pei Guanxing could not afford to indulge in any frivolous thoughts at this moment. Pei Guanxing exchanged a glance with Lin Xia, and under the guise of mutual support, they concocted a relatively coherent narrative, weaving their words together. Yuan Gang was taken aback. So, Lin Xia is truly a dual deity's representative now? This is an unprecedented occurrence. Pei Guanxing shrugged. Well, it has indeed materialized, Instructor Yuan. Congratulations on witnessing history once again. Indeed. What if there were to be representatives of 3 or even 4 deities in the future? Lin Xia chuckled, scratching his head. After all, there were still several chambers within him that remained unopened. Should new patients emerge, they might also be detected. Yuan Gang observed their confident demeanor and dialed Xiao Pinga's number once more. Xiao Pinga, having been waiting by the phone, answered immediately upon the first ring. Hello? What's the situation? I've already contacted Master Chun. He is en route. Yuan Gang sighed deeply as he regarded Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. 2 recruits had stirred the attention of a human pinnacle. Could this be considered historical? Yet, Yuan Gang remained silent, sighing instead, which alarmed Xiao Pinga. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yuan Gang rubbed his temples. No. Everything is better than ever. Our 2 new recruits have once again made history and deceived a deity. Lin Xia is now the first in history. He is a dual deity's representative. And Master Chen did not come. Xiao Pinga was momentarily bewildered, glancing at the call screen in confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? Yuan Gang organized his chaotic thoughts. The recruit training base has produced 2 deities. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia have deceived the goddess of night and become her sons. Now, Lin Xia is not only the representative of Michael, but also of Nyx. Never mind. I will send you the report shortly. Without waiting for a response from Xiao Pinga, Yuan Gang hung up the phone, letting out another sigh. Looks like I'll be working overtime again. At that moment, a young attendant driving the car with Master Chun received a phone call. The crisis has been resolved? Very well, I will inform Master Chun. The attendant hung up, turning to the back of the vehicle. Master Chun, Captain Xiao Pinga says the crisis in Cangnan has been averted. Should we still proceed? An elderly voice resonated from within the car. As long as the crisis is resolved, it is best that we never set foot in Cangnan again. Let's return. Understood. The attendant turned the carriage around, retracing their previous route. Master Chun had returned, yet someone else arrived at the recruit training base. Pei Guanxing and his companions watched as a roaring helicopter gradually descended upon the rooftop of the dormitory. Yuan Gang pondered, strange, didn't we send Master Chun back? Moreover, I have never witnessed his esteemed presence aboard a helicopter. As the cabin door swung open, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged. Upon seeing him, Yuan Gang was taken aback. Commander, what brings you here? Wasn't it said you were on a business trip? Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia scrutinized the man who had stepped out. Is this truly the commander of the Night Watch? The destination of my business trip is indeed here. I came to meet the first figure in history, Yi Fan remarked, directing his gaze toward Pei Guanxing, his eyes narrowing slightly. The first agent to host a deity in history, the first to wield the star-cutting blade. Pei Guanxing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recalling it was said there would be no demands for compensation. Why then, has even a commander come? Uncle Zhao, you have a way with words. Yi Fan then turned his attention back to Yuan Gang. Which deity just manifested here? Did you force it to retreat? Yuan Gang glanced at Lin Xia. The deity that appeared was Nyx, the goddess of night. However, it was not a matter of being forced. She departed of her own accord. Lin Xia is now her agent. Commander, What you have witnessed is not merely one who has made history. Even Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. A dual deity agent? He then scrutinized Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. The first to host a deity, the first dual deity agent. Such fortune has befallen the Great Xia. How could one not be exhilarated? However, he quickly regained his composure. Why must it be these two? Who cannot leave Cangnan? You two, return and rest. Come to my office tomorrow. Yi Fan gestured to them, watching their departing figures. He instructed Yuan Gang, retrieve all footage of the two. In the instructor's office, Yi Fan observed the combat footage of Pei Guanxing, while Yuan Gang stood behind him, holding the recorded data. Before they entered the training camp, we tested them with various firearms, yet all were effortlessly blocked by Pei Guanxing. Yuan Gang examined the data in his hand. Previously, we speculated it might be due to metal manipulation or absolute defense. However, it turns out to be his void domain. Then came the battle with the Mask Squad, marking Pei Guanxing's first active use of the Divine Ruins. His void power completely obstructed the surveillance cameras. Although no footage was recorded, Wang Mian later informed us that, at the same level, Pei Guanxing single-handedly annihilated their squad and even severed Wang Mian's time Divine Ruins. The subsequent anomalies manifested in the inability of the Jinshu tablet to suppress his Divine Ruins, as well as the star-cutting blade. Yuan Gang pondered Pei Guanxing's daily routine, fluttering about the new recruit's training base, inciting the others to pursue him. The privileges granted to him in the cafeteria arousing envy and jealousy among the recruits, to the point that they bore no aversion to consuming raw meat, and his exceptional combat skills becoming fodder for the instructor's admonitions. Look at Pei Guanxing. He can defeat Instructor Han without training. When will you all be able to do the same and be exempt from training? Upon reflection, one cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the unfortunate Han. While he has indeed inspired the new recruits, each mention of this matter seems to inflict a wound upon him. At that moment, Yi Fan chanced upon the footage of Han Li's inaugural encounter with the new soldiers. Suddenly pausing the scene, he cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Gang and inquired, "What peculiar abilities does this Han Li possess?" "What do you mean?" Yi Fan replied with a smile as he observed Han Li on the monitor. This fellow could easily be likened to a human embodiment of the Raven of Calamity. Out of 240 new recruits, he selected 4, all of whom are of the highest caliber. This far surpasses the prowess of the Raven of Calamity. Chapter 57. The morning sun. Yuan Gang recalled Han Li's recent lamentation. "Commander, old Han may truly be struggling." "What happened?" Old Han had taken leave that night to purchase 1,000 lottery tickets. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, encouraging Yuan Gang to continue. Yet, not a single ticket bore fruit. All were in vain. Yuan Gang could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for his colleague. Perhaps old Han was only fortunate under certain extraordinary circumstances? Well, doesn't that suggest he is more suited to be a human embodiment of calamity? Yi Fan persisted with this notion, asserting that his luck was only evident in misfortune. Upon reflection, he mused that old Han was far more useful than a mere harbinger of disaster. Yuan Gang replied, "I can't discern whether you jest or speak earnestly." After watching Pei Guanxing's video, Yi Fan resumed perusing Lin Xia's training report. He mused, "Our records of divine observations are due for an update sooner than anticipated." The following day, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yi Fan stood before Pei Guanxing's dormitory, silently observing the familiar scene that Yuan Gang and the others knew all too well. The soul bell continued its routine, clanging melodiously as it circled Pei Guanxing, beckoning souls. I recall that while the soul bell ranks lower in order, it should at least be capable of summoning a spirit, Yi Fan remarked, glancing at Yuan Gang with uncertainty. Yuan Gang cleared his throat and approached Pei Guanxing's bedside, employing the method Lin Xia had used to rouse him the previous night, a forceful awakening. "Pei Guanxing." Oh. Yi Fan regarded the groggy recruit, his expression a blend of amusement and contemplation. Initially, he had envisioned pairing him with Lin Xia to form a special team. However, given Pei Guanxing's current dazed state, perhaps a change in selection was warranted? Half an hour later, in the instructor's office, Pei Guanxing stood at attention, impeccably dressed before Yi Fan. Yi Fan regarded him, "Young man, are you interested in joining a special team?" Yuan Gang was taken aback. Commander. Both Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia had exhibited extraordinary abilities during the calamity a decade prior. Though familiar with the Night Watchman of the mortal realm, it was imperative that Lin Xia remained in Cangnan. However, the entity known as Void was newly recognized, and no one could predict what might transpire should Pei Guanxing depart Cangnan, leaving Lin Xia behind. The most prudent course of action was to keep them both in Cangnan. Yi Fan raised a hand, interrupting Yuan Gang, and fixed his gaze upon Pei Guanxing. You are quite familiar with Mask, are you not? I can arrange for you to join directly after graduation. Alternatively, you could join Team Phoenix, where all the members are formidable women. Pei Guanxing shook his head. Commander, I'm not inclined towards that path at the moment. If possible, I would prefer to remain with Team 136. Concurrently, he recalled Zhao Kongqing's recent words. Was it true that middle-aged men often use such tactics to sway the young? Yuan Gang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing those words, while secretly ridiculing in his heart. Commander, how can Pei Guanxing, who knows nothing, make such a judgment? You are even worse than a child. Oh, what if I insist on sending you? Yi Fan inquired, gazing at Pei Guanxing with keen interest. Pei Guanxing sighed. If I must go, then so be it. He added silently to himself. It doesn't matter where I go, as long as they can tolerate me. Yi Fan chuckled. It appears you are not as lazy as the records suggest. Since that is the case, I shall grant you this condition as a reward for winning against Mask, offsetting the reward for the forbidden item, but there will be other compensations afterward. What do you think? Yuan Gang was taken aback by these words. Other compensations? Commander, you didn't inform me. Pei Guanxing was momentarily stunned. That works too. Yi Fan stood up and approached Pei Guanxing. Having encountered the first person in history, I have now fulfilled my purpose for this business trip. Keep up the good work, kid. He gave Pei Guanxing's shoulder a hearty pat. The warmth of his solid palm rested upon Pei Guanxing's shoulder, but suddenly Yi Fan fell silent. He looked quizzically at his palm, which seemed to have lost a dark purple glimmer. Yi Fan turned to Pei Guanxing. The youth appeared to have done something to him, yet offered no explanation. Pei Guanxing met Yi Fan's gaze, their eyes locking. In Pei Guanxing's clear pupils, Yi Fan glimpsed his own reflection. Behind his image was the dim sky of the new recruit training base. In a daze, Yi Fan felt as though he had returned to the days of his own recruit training. 1, 2, 3, 4. The shouts of the recruits during their drills pierced the gray dawn. The morning sun always rises swiftly, banishing the night's darkness in mere minutes. In Pei Guanxing's eyes, only Yi Fan's figure remained, yet the sky behind him had brightened. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, pressed his lips together, and patted Pei Guanxing's shoulder once more, this time without any discomfort. He smiled, choosing not to inquire further, and turned to exit the office. As he observed the recruits on the training ground, Yi Fan was filled with a singular thought. The morning sun has risen. Time sometimes passes swiftly. For instance, they had been in training for several months, and it was already winter in Cangnan City, with the new year approaching. Yet at times, time drags on interminably. For example, during meals, watching Pei Guanxing's table piled with meat dishes, or when being chased by the instructor, observing Pei Guanxing gliding effortlessly in the distance, or when being reprimanded by Instructor Han, witnessing Pei Guanxing tormenting him to tears. Suddenly, the recruits burst into laughter. Sorry, Instructor Han. You are our last remaining comfort. Instructor Han, who was in the infirmary, shivered suddenly. What's wrong? Cold. The instructor, with a chuckle, addressed the bruises on his back, expressing relief at being in logistics rather than facing Pei Guanxing. Instructor Han grimaced, recalling how the commander had summoned him, insisting he practice with Pei Guanxing, even assigning Yuan Gang to oversee him. Who is truly participating in the training, he pondered. The teasing instructor, applying ointment to Han's wounds, remarked on the commander's unexpected concern for him, suggesting that if he were transferred to headquarters, he might soar to great heights. Han, with a wry smile, replied that he once aspired to go to headquarters, but now feared further entanglements with the commander. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang in the instructor's office glanced at the calendar and noted that 6 months had passed. It was time to increase the intensity of their training. Chapter 58, Annual Leave. Ambushed. The office door suddenly swung open, and Shunmai strode in. Yuan Gang, taken aback by the unexpected visitor, remained unperturbed. As the training for the second half of the year was about to commence, Chen Mai, as if returning to his own abode, required no invitation from Yuan Gang and took a seat directly opposite him. "Well, that's fine, but I am here to discuss personnel matters," Chen Mai declared, nodding. With the new year approaching, he continued, "I intend to take Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia with me." Yuan Gang, arms crossed, regarded Chen Mai with a hint of exasperation. "Captain Chen, you are undoubtedly aware of the regulations of our training camp." Chen Mai shrugged, recalling the request made by Hongying a few months prior, wishing for those two youngsters to savor the dumplings he had made. "I am aware, but my team members have expressed a desire to enjoy the dumplings I prepared." Yuan Gang's expression darkened. "Are you suggesting we practice favoritism here?" "Not at all," Chen Mai retorted, having already earned a reputation as a rogue in Yuan Gang's eyes. "My two team members have effectively surrounded this training camp. Oh, and by the way, the Hongying I spoke to last time, skilled in mid-range combat, and another who specializes in firearms. Distance is no obstacle for him." Yuan Gang closed his eyes. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. At the very least, provide me with a justification. I do not recall Team 136 being this unreasonable. Sitting up straight, Chen Mai sighed deeply. Recently, Cangnan City has been tumultuous. The ancient god church has set its sights on Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. You must understand their significance. And then there's Bai Li Tuming, who holds a considerable bounty on his head. You might not be swayed, but can you guarantee that others will not be tempted? Yuan Gang fell silent, fully aware of the validity in Chen Mai's assertions. As the vice captain of the night watch team in Beijing, he was no fool, merely obstinate. "So what is your proposal?" "Grant everyone leave and allow them to disperse." The new recruits were once again summoned to the training grounds, awaiting the instructor's forthcoming orders. Bai Li, the plump recruit, murmured, "The instructors are bound to come up with some new trick to test us, right? With the new year approaching, who knows if we will have a break?" Lin Xia shook his head. "Didn't they mention before the training camp that there would be no holidays?" Chao Yuan joined their discussion. "I just hope the cafeteria will prepare a New Year's Eve dinner for us." Pei Guanxing recalled what Hongying had previously told him and turned to Lin Xia. "Perhaps we might get to enjoy the dumplings made by Uncle Chun." Lin Xia responded with a puzzled expression. Pei Guanxing smiled mysteriously and said no more. Instructor Hong stood atop the platform, surveying the sea of recruits below. "I bring you good news. We unanimously agree that your performance over the past 6 months has been commendable, and with the new year approaching, you will be granted a 4-day holiday." Though the recruits below erupted with excitement, they remained standing straight, as they had undergone 6 months of training, awaiting the instructor's declaration of dismissal. Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "However, everyone must remain within Cangnan City and carry their weapons at all times. Everyone return to the dormitory and pack your belongings. Assemble back here in half an hour." Dispersed. Instantly, the new recruits could no longer contain their excitement and erupted into cheers. "We are actually getting a break. Although we cannot return home, we at least have the freedom to roam. I intend to indulge in all the delicacies I have missed over these 4 days." The new recruits could not help but glance at Pei Guanxing, then snorted and hurried to their respective dormitories. Pei Guanxing thought to himself, "Have I done something wrong? Why do they harbor such animosity towards me?" Soon, the new recruits had packed their belongings and returned to the training ground. Pei Guanxing, belonging to Team 136, naturally had little to pack. Lin Xia was with him as well, carrying minimal items. However, one individual was an exception. "Pang Pang, aren't you going to pack your luggage?" "No need. I could buy daily necessities on the spot." The insufferable rich second generation. Instructor Hong pointed at the pile of black boxes beside him. "This time, everyone must carry the star blade, and it must be returned in its original condition. If anyone dares to lose it," Hong Hao let out a couple of cold laughs, though the punishment was not articulated. It sent shivers down the spines of the new recruits. Additionally, under no circumstances are you to use the Forbidden Ruins or the Star Blade, even in truly necessary situations. Avoid ordinary civilians at all costs. Do you understand? Understood. Take your blades. Get on the bus. The new recruits, clutching the temporarily issued Star Blades, boarded the bus. Regrettably, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were not on the same vehicle. Due to the larger number of boys, Pei Guanxing was assigned to the girls' bus, much to the envy of Bai Li Pang Pang. Why was Guanxing separated? I refuse to accept this. Chao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. Even on the girls' bus, Pei Guanxing remains unchanged. If he were to board, it would certainly cause chaos. Lin Xia nodded in agreement, having spent more time with Pei Guanxing and understanding him better. Guanxing will probably fall asleep the moment he gets on the bus, right? Indeed, as Lin Xia predicted, under the curious gazes of the female recruits, Pei Guanxing promptly fell asleep upon boarding. Hey, Pei Guanxing fell asleep just like that? How can he sleep so soundly? He is the only boy on the bus. Are we really that unappealing? However, upon closer inspection, Pei Guanxing is rather handsome. Why was he so disagreeable during training? Sigh. As the bus journey progressed, they left the confines of the training base. The new recruits naturally also departed from the area where the suppressive artifact was located. A surge of power coursed through them. Hey, I think I just broke through. Me too. I've reached the pool realm. I didn't feel the breakthrough, but I can clearly sense a significant enhancement in my mental strength. The clamor roused Pei Guanxing from his slumber. He looked at the excited bus and pondered. Isn't it just a breakthrough? I reached the pool realm 2 months ago. Suddenly, the vehicle fell into an eerie silence. All the female soldiers shared a singular thought. That Versailles fellow. Indeed, Pei Guanxing was insufferable. Rubbing his head, Pei Guanxing realized he had misspoken, tilted his head, and feigned sleep once more. In the underground base of the training camp, Chief Instructor, an unidentified object is rapidly approaching the training base and the new recruits' vehicles. Yuan Gang was taken aback. Chimai was right. Among the instructors, there were indeed those who could not resist temptation. Immediately lock onto the target. Shoot them down. We must protect the recruits. The identification signal for the moving object indicated it was a friendly target. It could not be locked on. What? Chapter 59, The Dual Divine Ruins. The incorrigible Good Samaritan, several girls gazing out of the window, seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Rubbing their eyes to confirm their sight, they pointed towards the distant sky, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" Pei Guanxing also opened his eyes and turned his gaze outside. As he discerned the nature of the objects flying above, his pupils contracted sharply. Simultaneously, the horns of several buses blared with Instructor Hong's urgent voice. "Everyone, get down. It's a missile. Protect yourselves." Boom! Several missiles detonated behind the buses. The thunderous explosions echoing from the new recruit training base, drowning out Instructor Hong's commands. Yet still, more missiles were hurtling towards the buses laden with recruits. In that critical moment, a flash of determination flickered in Instructor Hong's eyes. He was about to leap from the bus when a bright magenta spear of flame streaked through the air like a shooting star, striking one of the missiles with pinpoint precision. With a resounding crash, flames erupted alongside the bus, the intense shockwave overturning several vehicles carrying the recruits. The force, mingled with missile shrapnel and shattered glass, conjured a tempest of metal and debris within the cabin. However, the peril was far from over, as 2 more missiles pursued the tumbling buses. In the next instant, time seemed to slow dramatically, the recruits' eyes wide with terror, reflecting the firelight and fragments around them. A thick, purplish-black mist erupted from Pei Guanxing as the realm of the void unfurled, interspersed with glimmering starlight, breathtaking in its splendor. Nearby, a profound darkness blossomed, reminiscent of the night sky. Lin Xia's abyssal divine ruins. In but a heartbeat, 2 hemispherical domains, each measuring 20 meters in diameter, took shape. Pei Guanxing's realm of the void and Lin Xia's abyssal divine ruins enveloped the entire convoy with an unyielding grip. Within the void, the shrapnel and glass from the bus disintegrated under the encroaching force of nothingness. Even the terrified recruits exhibited brief signs of becoming ethereal, though they quickly returned to their normal state. The missiles outside ceased their advance the moment they encountered the void's power. The purplish-black essence clung to them, rendering them completely insubstantial. Thanks to the unique nature of the void, Pei Guanxing swiftly resolved the immediate crisis. As for Lin Xia, it was his first time fully activating the abyssal divine ruins, and the sheer volume of shattered fragments was overwhelming. alongside a missile poised to detonate. In an incredibly short span, he had to capture them all, a task that demanded immense exertion of his mental energy. Fortunately, he had achieved a breakthrough into the pool realm. Though arduous, he successfully rescued all the recruits within the abyssal divine ruins. In just 2 seconds, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, the 2 divine agents, saved all 238 recruits. For those recruits, all they heard was Instructor Hong's shouts before they lost control of their bodies. As consciousness returned, the surroundings were engulfed in hues of purple and black. Once awareness resumed, the remnants of shrapnel and shattered glass that filled the cabin vanished, plummeting away, much like the missiles outside. What had just transpired? It seemed as if missiles had rained down upon us. Who had come to our rescue? The newly enlisted soldiers, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, crawled out from the overturned bus in sheer terror. In the void, all fragments and missiles had dissipated, were it not for the missile adjacent to the bus. Serving as a lingering reminder of the recent peril, the recruits might have believed it all to be a mere illusion. Pei Guanxing emerged, collapsing onto the ground, gazing at the toppled bus with a deep sigh. He rubbed his slightly dizzy head, feeling rather helpless. The situation had been dire, and he had instinctively summoned the power of the void. He had nearly rendered the recruits intangible. Fortunately, he had reacted promptly, dispelling their impending nullification. Distinguishing such a vast array of danger in such a brief moment had been quite taxing for his often unexercised mind. Pei Guanxing observed Lin Xia, who was being assisted by Bai Li, and offered a wry smile. Despite his usual laid-back demeanor, when faced with adversity, he found himself unable to remain indifferent. He hardly resembled the agent of the Void Star God. Ever since their sparse conversations 6 months prior, the deity had reverted to its original reticent state, indifferent and inscrutable. If it were indeed the Void Star God, it likely would not concern itself with the lives of others, even if they remained unaware of his intervention, and perhaps continued to harbor disdain for him in the future. He could not help but lend a hand. Perhaps he was simply a soft-hearted fool. Lin Xia, supported by Bai Li, approached Pei Guanxing, and the 2 divine agents exchanged a knowing smile. Instructor Hong observed the 2 youths who had saved everyone, filled with a sense of reflection. Hongying and Long Xian rushed over from a distance, each supporting one of the agents. Guanxing, Xia, how are you both? Are you injured? They shook their heads, with Lin Xia explaining, injuries are not the issue. It's primarily the exhaustion of mental energy. Instructor Hong, noticing Hongying and Long Xian, approached them. You 2 are the ones from Team 136 who surrounded us, right? Since you are here, please take them away directly. I can entrust them to you. The words exchanged among them seemed innocuous to outsiders, yet only the 3 understood their true implications. Hongying nodded, assisting the dazed Pei Guanxing, while Lin Xia departed. At the recruits' training base, the pale golden barrier released by Yuan Gang gradually faded, revealing the remaining half of the training camp. Chief Instructor, one of the missiles targeting the recruits, was intercepted by a member of Team 136, while the remaining 2 were halted by 2 black hemispherical shields. Aside from the 2 divine agents who were left mentally drained, no one else was harmed. Yuan Gang nodded thoughtfully. Those 2 hemispherical domains must belong to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. It must have been arduous for them. Then, a fierce blaze of anger ignited in his eyes. It is time to unearth the traitors hidden among us. Meanwhile, Chen Mai was driving, while Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia rested in the back seat. For some inexplicable reason, perhaps due to mental fatigue or the extensive use of void energy, Pei Guanxing found himself engulfed in self-doubt. His once languid disposition seemed perpetually misunderstood and despised. In the orphanage, he was isolated. At school, he faced the same fate from classmates. Even during boot camp, he felt a sense of alienation. Hongying, observing the 2, suddenly spoke up. Xia appears merely fatigued in spirit, but Guanxing, you seem preoccupied with something deeper. Lin Xia opened his eyes, glancing at Hongying and then at Pei Guanxing. Though Hongying appeared carefree, she was inherently attentive and considerate, always mindful of others' sentiments. Chen Mai glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed Pei Guanxing's hesitance. Guanxing, we've lived together for such a long time. Do you truly think we cannot perceive your distress? Please, share your thoughts with us. Perhaps we can assist you in some way. Chapter 60. The Kind Heart. The Power of Faith. Pei Guanxing sighed, realizing that no matter how well he concealed his feelings, he could not hide them from his family. He reflected on his past experiences and began to recount his story, albeit in a fragmented manner. During my time at the orphanage, everyone suffered from hunger and cold. Although I was isolated by my peers, I still regarded them as family. Tragically, a mysterious force eliminated them all, leaving me alone. Before I escaped from my perpetual stupor, I chose to help Great Xia, who had once been blind. Despite my own fatigue, only to encounter the masked fiend. Even though Jiang Qian and I were not on good terms, I still chose to bring her along when we faced the fiend, only for her to meet her demise in the end. And then there was Li Yifei, who was, after all, a serpent demon. The same pattern continued during the training sessions. I never targeted anyone, yet inexplicably found myself isolated, culminating in this missile attack. Whenever I saw someone in distress, I could not help but extend my assistance, though perhaps such gestures yielded no reward and ultimately led to even worse outcomes for them. Perhaps I have strayed from the will of the Void Star God. It seems that all my efforts are in vain, as if I am a hopeless altruist, acting out of goodwill, but always facing unfortunate endings. Hongying, with a worried expression, grasped Pei Guanxing's hand. Guanxing, is it true that you have concealed so much within your heart? Great Xia looked at Pei Guanxing with astonishment, not having anticipated that this usually absent-minded companion harbored such confusion. While the concepts were simple enough, guiding someone deeply entrenched in self-doubt was a formidable challenge. The carriage fell silent after Pei Guanxing's revelations. After a long pause, Chun Mai chuckled. Has Guanxing fallen in his self-doubt? Regardless of the chaotic times we live in or the distant peace we yearn for, human life is more valuable than anything else, and a kind heart is equally precious. Their misfortunes are not your fault. Perhaps without you, their fates would have been even more tragic. Great Xia also sought to comfort Pei Guanxing. You tend to overthink. It would be better to return to the state of sleeping all day. I cannot speak to your past, but to suggest that my encounter with a masked fiend was solely due to you is mere coincidence. Moreover, did you not defeat a masked fiend at that time? You saved all your classmates then, did you not? Had it not been for you, Jiang Qian would likely have perished, though she ultimately became a serpent spawn. At least she lived a bit longer. Great Xia scratched his head, realizing that his words might have sounded a tad grim. As for Li Yifei, you are aware of his circumstances, remembering the lively Li Yifei in the mental hospital, pretending to be harmless. This was not something he could share in front of Hongying and the captain. Furthermore, regarding this missile attack, without your intervention, half of the new recruits might have perished on the spot. Hongying gently tousled Pei Guanxing's hair, smiling as she comforted him. You have saved the lives of over 100 innocent people. This is not merely being a do-gooder. It is the mark of a truly virtuous person. Perhaps, at some point, these merits will lead you to a breakthrough. Pei Guanxing rubbed his temples, acutely aware of his own dilemmas. Previously, under the influence of the Void Star God, he had been perpetually drowsy, lacking the motivation to contemplate anything. Perhaps it was due to the recent extensive use of void power in a brief span of time that he was once again affected by the Void Star God, giving rise to such meaningless thoughts. Though he served as the agent of the Void Star God, he was still human, possessing his own emotions, will, and principles. It seemed that the Void Star God merely resided within him, having initially explained this to him, yet offered no further guidance. Even when he borrowed its void divine power to create a small figurine sent to Nyx, and Uncle Zhao engaged in daily soliloquies with it in the void space, it appeared indifferent. Thus, was it truly the influence of the Void Star God, rather than a flaw within himself? Perhaps this realization, coupled with the gradual restoration of his mental fortitude, allowing him to resist the encroachment of void power on his will, was why his complexion began to return to normal. Chun Mai glanced at Pei Guanxing through the rearview mirror, noticing that he seemed to have calmed down. Guanxing, do not overthink or doubt your actions. We all believe in you. Upon uttering these words, Pei Guanxing observed a radiant golden aura suddenly emanating from Chun Mai. This golden glow, akin to a cocoon, shattered, releasing a thread of purple brilliance that drifted into Pei Guanxing's body. No, Perhaps it would be more apt to say it entered the void space. In that instant, the lingering sense of emptiness within him dissipated, replaced by a profound mental ease. Chunmai and Hongying remained oblivious to this phenomenon. Lin Xia, although he did not witness this spectacle, sensed something, staring at Pei Guanxing in astonishment. Guanxing seems to have changed somehow. Although it was Pei Guanxing's first encounter with such an occurrence, and he had never seen this peculiar energy before, a name for that purple radiance suddenly surfaced in his mind: the power of belief. Pei Guanxing stared blankly at Chun Mai's silhouette. The power of belief. What does Uncle believe in about me? Why has that sense of emptiness vanished? Could it be that Nine has intervened again, guiding me to voice those words, and then inspiring Uncle's belief in me? No. Nine likely lacks the leisure for such schemes. What on earth is happening? Pei Guanxing suddenly inquired. Uncle, what do you believe in about me? Chunmai was taken aback. Belief? Had Guanxing become so agitated that he misspoke? Did he actually mean to ask what he has faith in? Believing in you, what more reason is needed? Chunmai pondered, and if he must articulate it, he would say, because we are family. Pei Guanxing found himself in a perplexing situation, as Chunmai had misunderstood his intentions. However, it was of little consequence. He would seek the opportunity to inquire about the power of faith and the divine realm with Nikes. Pei Guanxing nodded, affirming that indeed, they were family. Observing Pei Guanxing's return to his usual self, Hongying grasped his hand and raised it high, jubilantly waving it in the car. Yes. The members of Team 136 are family. Guanxing is family, and so is Qi now. Looking at Chunmai, who was driving with a smile, the exuberant Hongying, and the seemingly different Pei Guanxing beside her, Lin Xia's lips curled into a subtle smile. Family, you say? Aunt, Ajin, I find myself missing you all. Chapter 61. Home, have we met somewhere? At this moment, Chunmai's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, answered, and activated the speakerphone. Hello. The voice of Instructor Hong resonated through the receiver. Captain Chun, I have good news and bad news. Chunmai sighed. Are we doing this again? Please, share the good news first. Instructor Hong chuckled. This time, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia managed to save all the new recruits. As prospective night watchmen, their contributions will certainly earn them a medal. Hearing this, Chunmai smiled, but his tone turned serious. And the bad news? On the other end of the line, Instructor Hong scrutinized the report in his hands. The recent missile attack was orchestrated by the ancient god church. We discovered numerous petrified guards at the missile launch site, along with the serpents I drawn in blood. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chunmai's eyes. The snake woman? Indeed, the recent recruit of the ancient god church. The agent of Medusa. Instructor Hong continued. We will dispatch trusted individuals to infiltrate Cangnan, and Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia will be entrusted to you. After hanging up, Chunmai spoke gravely. You both heard that. You must exercise caution in the coming days. Although we plan to divide and conquer, it will be prudent for you two to remain together and stay at Hongying's place, as they are targeting you. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Understood. Bang! Si Xiaonan, Lung Xian, and Wen Qima simultaneously set off their firecrackers, exuberantly welcoming Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia back. Welcome home. Wu Xiangnan approached the two, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Not bad. You look more spirited. Si Xiaonan chimed in. The new recruit training must have been exhausting, right? Take some time to rest. Lin Xia nodded with a smile. It was a bit tiring, but I'm managing. Pei Guanxing shook his head. I didn't find it too exhausting. Hongying pushed the two inside, firmly seating them on the sofa. Now that you're home, there's no need to pretend you're not tired like during training. You can admit it. You're exhausted. I know your usual self well enough. Suddenly undergoing intense training is bound to take a toll. Hongying leaned closer to Pei Guanxing, playfully tapping his forehead with her warm fingertips, gazing at him with a smile. Pei Guanxing felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing that under the truth ring, he could only speak the truth. Yet, the feelings of like and love are not entirely the same. He felt a pang of guilt, observing Hongying and Pei Guanxing. Lin Xia's mind involuntarily conjured several vivid images. The soul-summoning bell, Pei Guanxing in a state of unconsciousness, the frenzied dog zombies pursuing Guanxing. The new recruits feasting on Pei Guanxing, and Instructor Han's miserable defeat. Lin Xia suddenly grasped that Pei Guanxing's occasional isolation was not without reason. He truly was not tired. Sister Hongying, your filter seems rather thick. Chen Mai entered, glancing at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Have you two anything in mind that you wish to do in the coming days? Lin Xia pondered for a moment and replied, I would like to visit a few of my friends. Chen Mai nodded, the chubby lad from the Bailey family. Is it? Indeed. Chen Mai looked out at the darkening sky. Aren't you having dinner at home? Let's seek out Bailey Pang to dine together, he suggested. However, given the current circumstances, it is advisable to refrain from unnecessary outings. Lin Xia chuckled. Captain, my abilities are quite commendable. I can go with Guanxing. Chen Mai sighed with relief. Whether you can fight remains uncertain, but your confidence has certainly grown. Do take extra care, both of you. Suddenly, Chen Mai adopted a serious tone. Remember to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow. Lin Xia nodded earnestly, yes. He then attempted to pull Pei Guanxing along, but found himself unable to budge her. Lin Xia inquired, what's the matter? Pei Guanxing leaned against the sofa, gazing at him expectantly. Lin Xia, feeling helpless, remarked, after all, it's better to check on them in Cangnan, and you did accept something from Pang, did you not? Indeed, she recalled that box of watches which I intended to gift to Team 136. Pei Guanxing slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to bring it back. Hongying looked at Pei Guanxing in confusion. What did Guanxing receive? Pei Guanxing chuckled awkwardly, rising from her seat. A box of local specialties. Local specialties? It seems we are out of luck. Pei Guanxing did not clarify further, and Hongying misinterpreted. Lin Xia took Pei Guanxing by the hand, grabbing the case containing the starry blade, and headed outside. We'll be leaving now. Take care. Hongying called out loudly from behind. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia boarded a taxi. Lin Xia's thoughts drifted to his aunt and Jin, recalling Chen Mai's stern insistence on returning for the New Year's dinner, along with Team 136. It felt as if he had suddenly acquired a family, a home. How wonderful. Pei Guanxing smiled softly, responding gently, yes, this is mine, our home. Soon, they arrived at the hotel where Bailey Pang resided. Approaching the front desk, they stated, we are here to see a friend. The room number is... you must be friends of young Master Bailey. He mentioned you, the receptionist replied, signaling to a nearby server. Yu Yang. Just in time, young Master's friends have arrived. Please escort them to him. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exchanged glances, finding the phrasing rather peculiar. The young man approached them, his name tag worn and unreadable, but his name was inscribed on the back. Yu Yang. Lin Xia, puzzled, murmured, this place looks quite upscale. Why haven't they replaced the war name tags? Pei Guanxing, upon seeing the young man, fell into a trance. Her memory was astonishing. She might not deliberately remember faces, but would inevitably form impressions of them. He once encountered a figure in the void, a person whose visage was only partially visible, yet left an indelible impression upon him. What astonished him most was that this individual, named Yu Yang, bore an uncanny resemblance to the face he had glimpsed in the void. Nevertheless, Pei Guanxing swiftly suppressed his emotions. The attendant guided them into the elevator, while Pei Guanxing's gaze remained fixated on this person, whose features mirrored those he had seen in the void. His intense scrutiny piqued the curiosity of both Lin Xia and the attendant. Excuse me, sir, is there something amiss? Lin Xia inquired softly. Pei Guanxing, with a grave tone, asked, Yu Yang, is that your name? The attendant glanced at his name tag and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we. Pei Guanxing narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the attendant's gaze. Have we met before? Yu Yang suddenly laughed, a sound that seemed to convey both an apology and a hint of something concealed. He waved his hands dismissively. Impossible, this is our first encounter. It is important to note that the character Yu Yang plays a significant role in the narrative. For those unperturbed by spoilers, I encourage you to read chapters 150 to 151 and 161 to 163. The name was chosen solely for thematic purposes, and I do not personally identify with such a tragic character. Chapter 62, Explosion, Fury. It was their first encounter. Pei Guanxing pondered for a moment and inquired, how long have you been working here? The waiter hesitated. About half a year. How's the pay? It's adequate, just enough to make ends meet. Are there any good eateries nearby? There is a noodle shop that is quite delightful, though it's rather out of the way. Lin Xia observed the waiter engaging in lively conversation with Pei Guanxing, his grip on the black box tightening. This was the first time he had seen Pei Guanxing exhibit such genuine interest in a stranger. Yet, therein lay the greatest concern. Should any peril arise, he would need to swiftly subdue the waiter. Pei Guanxing, who had been discussing trivial matters, suddenly shifted the topic. What is kawaii? The waiter stammered, that is not. I'm not sure. He abruptly changed his tone, winking at Pei Guanxing, his eyes brimming with innocent clarity. Pei Guanxing pressed, you definitely said something just now. Ding, we've arrived. Please follow me. The waiter interjected, promptly leading them to the elevator, interrupting the conversation. Pei Guanxing's expression darkened, but he followed nonetheless. Lin Xia leaned closer to Pei Guanxing, whispering, Guanxing, what is going on? Is he affiliated with the cult of the ancient gods? Should we? Pei Guanxing shook his head. He may be connected to the Void Star God. I wish to glean some information from him. However, it appears he is reluctant to speak with you. Lin Xia furrowed his brow, gazing at the figure ahead. Even if the waiter were indeed linked to the Void Star God, he was still an ordinary citizen, and the Night Watchers could not act against him without just cause. The waiter stood in the middle of the corridor, turning to address Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Gentlemen, young Master Bailey is right here. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the room adjacent to the waiter. The violent shockwave shattered the corridor's glass, flinging open the room's door with tremendous force. The door, propelled by the blast, struck the waiter, sending him crashing out of the corridor. The two men were taken aback. They were on the 90th floor. What chance did that waiter have of surviving such a fall? Moreover, the explosion emanated from young Master Bailey's room, implying that he too had fallen victim to this attack. They exchanged a glance, each rushing towards the room and the window from which the waiter had plummeted. Pei Guanxing squinted in the direction where the waiter had fallen, but all he could see was the shattered door still descending. The person was nowhere in sight. Additionally, he heard no cries for help. Had the shockwave killed him instantly? The waiter's disappearance ignited an inexplicable fury within Pei Guanxing. Was he truly the only one privy to the origins of the Void Star God? Only to meet such an untimely demise? Lin Xia emerged from young Master Bailey's room, his expression equally grim. Bailey has activated the light shield. He is unharmed. However, this attack is unlikely to conclude so easily. The assailants likely awaited below to assess the fate of the corpulent individual. Pei Guanxing gasped violently, his anger surging. Let us slay them. The demise of the server ignited his wrath. Now that he was aware the attackers remained, he had a means of release. Though both were anxious and furious, they did not lose their reason to choose the swiftest course of action, to leap directly down. Had been a 9-story building, they might have jumped without hesitation, but this was a towering 90 stories. Concealed behind the grand entrance, Yu Yang, clad in tattered attire and steadily descending, twitched at the corners of his mouth, crossing his arms and muttering softly, "Ah, how humiliating. I've become a source of amusement." Having nearly exhausted the mental energy he had previously absorbed, he realized it was time to return, lest he be unable to participate in the penultimate scene. Although his absence would have been inconsequential, being involved was undeniably enjoyable. Just before reaching the ground, he transformed into a stream of transparent light, vanishing from sight. With a resounding crash, the grand entrance collapsed, shattering into pieces, further inciting chaos among the fleeing crowd below. Chao Yuan observed the rotund by Li Pangpang, clad only in a bathrobe, with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him closely. That bathrobe has no pockets, does it? Where did you conceal that forbidden item? Li Pangpang instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. What is it to you? Chao Yuan shivered, hastily patting the areas that had made contact with Yao Guang, then grimaced at his own palm. Li Pangpang felt deeply offended. If you're so disdainful, shall I assist you in severing it? Soon, both men sensed something amiss. The surroundings were unnaturally silent. There was no clamor from the frightened crowd. No, it could be said there was not a soul in sight. This was the city center, and such a phenomenon could only arise under one circumstance. Wuji empty domain. As Chao Yuan and Li Pangpang grasped their predicament, Two distinct footsteps echoed through the street. One belonged to an exceptionally robust man with bulging muscles. The other, a stoic figure bearing 3 long blades on his back. The two flanked Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pangpang, encircling them. The burly man sneered, his muscles appearing to come alive, contracting and shifting. In an instant, he transformed into a diminutive, frail child. Chao Yuan's expression darkened. Sequence 2:14, Forbidden Ruins, Body Recombination. He had compressed his muscles, now embodying the phrase, muscles harbor explosive power. Chao Yuan then turned to regard the stoic, 3-blade man in the opposite direction. Hey, aren't we collaborating? Bai Li Pangpang shouted. Chao Yuan placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade. A one-on-one confrontation is preferable. As he spoke, the star blade slowly emerged from its sheath, and black flames ignited around him. Pei Guanxing and Great Xia arrived at the location where Bai Li Pangpang and Chao Yuan had descended. They gazed at the Wuji empty domain sign just a few meters ahead. Night Watcher? Great Xia's brow furrowed even tighter. The assailant was none other than the Night Watchman. Images of Zhao Kongsheng confronting the Ghost-Faced King surged in his mind. On that day, he too had been barred from entry by the Boundless Void domain. However, the current him had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of revolutionary compared to his former self. Pei Guanxing, now free from chaotic thoughts, advanced slowly. With every step he took, the power of the void surged forth, growing increasingly potent. By the time he stood before the sign of the Boundless Void domain, he was completely enveloped in the energy of the void, as if clad in a layer of smoldering purple-black flames. Emerging from the depths of the void, Pei Guanxing grasped the hilt of his blade, the long sword, flowing like the starry sky, slowly unsheathed. He raised the long sword high, his expression impassive, and struck down with a single decisive blow. The barrier of the boundless void domain shattered, as if it were nothing more than fragile parchment. Chapter 63. The terrifying wrath of an emotionally stable individual. What? The Mediterranean elder, maintaining the unrestricted void, was struck with horror as he sensed the barrier shatter. This operation absolutely must not be exposed. He exerted all his mental strength to mend the broken barrier and turned to look. A youth engulfed in purple-black flames approached him, wielding a long sword with a grim expression. Behind him stood another figure, his eyes radiating a golden light that soon morphed into utter darkness. A bead of cold sweat dripped from the elder's forehead. Damn, this is bad. These two youngsters do not appear to be harmless. Hey, did you not see the notice board? The Mediterranean elder shouted. Are you intent on obstructing our mission? Great Xia let out a cold laugh. Obstructing the mission? Is triggering an explosion in the city center and instilling panic among ordinary citizens permitted by the Night Watch. He approached Pei Guanxing's side. Guanxing, go find Fatty and the others. I will join you shortly. Pei Guanxing gazed into the distance, where fierce combat was underway. He nodded and headed toward that direction. The Mediterranean elder brushed past him without any action. Great Xia narrowed his eyes. Not going to stop him? The elder sneered. A mere pool realm brat is of no consequence. My task is to maintain the unrestricted void. A pool realm brat? Ha. Great Xia's lips curled into a slight smirk as darkness crept into his eyes. The black box opened, and the star blade shot forth, grasped firmly in his hand. Fatty, equipped with countless forbidden items, was trading blows with the muscular man, even managing to suppress him slightly. However, the stoic 3-blade man facing Chao Yuan found himself in a dire situation. He. Chao Yuan, exuding an aura of menace, cackled as he swung the star blade repeatedly, akin to chopping meat. Only this chunk of meat dared to resist, although the stoic man wielded 3 blades. Chao Yuan's movements were beyond human capability. His 3 blades were already marred with numerous nicks and even cracks. Damn, what on earth is this guy? The stoic man's expression finally faltered as he shouted into the distance. Why hasn't anyone intervened yet? Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chao Yuan. He immediately raised his blade to block, but was soon sent flying by the tremendous force of the arrow, crashing into the building behind him. Debris scattering. Well done, the stoic man praised. Keep it up. However, his ally, the archer concealed on the rooftop, still offered no support. She had discovered something far more terrifying. Behind the stoic man, another figure engulfed in flames was rapidly closing in. Can this guy duplicate himself? The female archer nocked an arrow, adjusting her aim toward Pei Guanxing, who was heading toward the battlefield. Whoosh! Pei Guanxing immediately sensed the danger and came to a halt. A feathered arrow struck the ground before him, creating a deep crater and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust that obscured his figure. The female archer spat. What are you waiting for? Press on. With this arrow, I can easily end your life. The emotionless man turned towards the direction of the recent explosion, questioning. When did your aim become so poor? Chao Yuan finally extricated himself and shouted at the emotionless man. The sound waves, accompanied by a gentle breeze, cleared the smoke, revealing Pei Guanxing's silhouette, enveloped in radiant violet-black flames and wielding a long blade that seemed to shimmer with a starry flow. He appeared both ethereal and tangible. The fury emanating from him was reminiscent of a demonic deity, instilling a fear even greater than that of Chao Yuan. Bailey Pang Pang, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "This is it. How has Guanxing become like Chao Yuan? I cannot contain the two of you." Upon seeing Pei Guanxing, Chao Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, as if realizing he was intimidated by this fiery figure. He abandoned his confrontation with the emotionless man and charged directly at Pei Guanxing. Bailey Pong Pong's heart sank at this sight. It's truly over. Am I destined to perish here? The muscular man battling Bailey Pang Pang chuckled. Little fatty. It seems your time has come. Bah, just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive. Bailey Pang Pang retorted defiantly. He then drew his grand sword from the free space and swung it at the muscular man. The sword energy fragmented in the air, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows that darted toward him. How many forbidden items do you possess? The archer atop the distant rooftop, witnessing Chao Yuan's charge towards Pei Guanxing, was filled with ecstatic delight and took aim once more, releasing another arrow towards Pei Guanxing. The feathered arrow sliced through the air, rapidly closing the distance. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. It was poised to strike. Yet, in a moment of sheer terror, the archer watched as Pei Guanxing did not even raise his head. He merely waved his left hand gently, as if shooing away an insect. To her astonishment, the arrow she had shot vanished into thin air. No, not just the arrow. In that instant, she doubted whether she had even released it at all. Simultaneously, the frenzied Chao Yuan, blade in hand, charged towards Pei Guanxing. His blood-red eyes reflected unrestrained madness, and his lips curled into what appeared to be a maniacal grin. Pei Guanxing casually met Chao Yuan's direct strike with a light sweep of his hand. The sharp sound of a break resonated as the star blade, amplified by the Black King's destruction, shattered. Chao Yuan's grin faltered, his eyes dulled with confusion. Winky face, where's my blade? From the sidelines, Bailey Pang Pang shouted, Guanxing. The instructor said the star blade must be returned intact. You've broken another one. Instructor Han and Instructor Yuan will be devastated. The muscular man, facing the prickly Bailey Pang Pang, also yelled, hey, could you show me a little respect? I am now going to take your life. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head and replied, I'm afraid I value my friends too much, and besides, you cannot kill me. Guanxing? Is he the one known as Pei Guanxing? The archer recalled the information about him upon hearing Bailey Pang Pang's exclamation, the first historical agent to have a deity residing within. Perhaps due to this uniqueness, the divine ruin's ability only induces slumber, thus posing no real threat. She cursed inwardly. What is happening? Isn't his divine ruin supposed to induce sleep? It seems your intelligence is not as thorough as it ought to be. A cold, indifferent voice echoed from behind her. Lin Xia, after dealing with the Mediterranean elder, made his way toward Bailey Pang Pang. However, en route, he noticed the arrows shot by the female archer and redirected his focus. As for Pei Guanxing, let him vent his fury. After all, a person typically composed can be quite terrifying when enraged. Chapter 64. The battle after the star blade in Chao Yuan's hand was severed by Pei Guanxing. His bloodthirsty gaze turned toward the expressionless man. To be precise, it was directed at his blade. The emotionless man hurled one of his 3 blades forward, a sinister smile gracing his face. Come on, strike. The harder you two hit, the better. Chao Yuan raised his hand to catch the flying blade, dark malevolence instantly coiling around it, as he charged once more at Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing swung his weapon, attempting to sever Chao Yuan's blade again, but this time, Chao Yuan was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected his flaming longsword towards the transformed strike, grazing the edge of Pei Guanxing's weapon before lunging at him again. Alas, unfortunately, Chao Yuan's long blade did not find its mark, instead clashing against something else, the sheath of Pei Guanxing's sword. Failing to land a hit, Chao Yuan immediately retreated a few steps, observing the waning black flames enveloping him, as if a realization dawned upon him. In the face of Chao Yuan, Pei Guanxing could not directly strike him down. Now, Chao Yuan had grown wary of Pei Guanxing, and there was still the expressionless man watching from the side. Whether it was Pei Guanxing or Chao Yuan, if either were to let down their guard or reveal a weakness, that expressionless man would surely leap in for the kill. In a frenzy, Chao Yuan continued to cackle madly, swinging his blade at Pei Guanxing. Increasingly agitated, Pei Guanxing unleashed the power of the void, enveloping Chao Yuan and beginning to dismantle the dark malevolence surrounding him. The black flames on Chao Yuan fought relentlessly against the void energy encapsulating him, significantly slowing his movements. What an opportunity! The expressionless man, perceiving the situation, swiftly leaped forward, brandishing his remaining twin blades, intent on decapitating Chao Yuan. What a splendid chance! Pei Guanxing sneered coldly, instantly withdrawing the void energy, granting Chao Yuan the ability to move freely once more. In the state of Black King's decimation, Chao Yuan transformed into a frenzied combatant. Whoever struck him, he would retaliate in kind. Pei Guanxing was momentarily unable to contend with him, but could he not handle a mere two-thirds of the expressionless man? Now restored to normalcy, his reflexes were remarkably swift as he raised his straight blade to defend himself. The expressionless man's dual blades met with Chao Yuan's defense, and then he caught sight of Chao Yuan's malicious grin. Simultaneously, Pei Guanxing unleashed a lethal strike as the blade of Choshi carved a violet arc through the air, aimed at the expressionless man. It was done. Under the restraint of Chao Yuan, Choshi's blade light sliced through the expressionless man's form. A portion of his body was severed, dissolving into nothingness. The blood that should have gushed forth evaporated as if drops of water falling into a blazing inferno. The expressionless man found himself ensnared in a moment of confusion. Was I always disabled? Why am I here? Why am I battling a humanoid flame? Before he could ponder further, his consciousness faded entirely. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan appeared to be avenging the surprise attack by the expressionless man. Cackling maniacally, he wielded his straight blade, relentlessly dismembering the remaining half of the expressionless man's body. Meanwhile, Bai Li Pang found himself under the oppressive force of the muscular man who had diminished in size. Astonishingly, the muscular man endured the onslaught of sword energy and advanced towards Bai Li Pang. He relentlessly swung his fists, increasing both speed and power with each strike. In the blink of an eye, Bai Li Pang's Yao Guang was on the verge of shattering. He cried out desperately for help. "Help me." Pei Guanxing glanced at the half-diminished figure of Bai Li Pang, who now resembled little more than a lump of meat, still brimming with rage. He turned to approach Bai Li Pang. The latter shouted, "Guanxing, are you even aware of what is happening? If you're not conscious, just stay out of it. I'm afraid you might strike me down too. If I were unconscious, would your words hold any significance?" Pei Guanxing shot him a sidelong glance, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the starry sky. Upon witnessing the depths of Pei Guanxing's gaze, Bai Li Pang felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of nothingness. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness, senses, emotions, and memories seemed to be stripped away. Although it lasted but an instant, when Bai Li Pang regained his composure, he found his back drenched in cold sweat, his robe clinging to him uncomfortably. Guanxing seemed even more terrifying than Chao Yuan. I must never provoke him again. Bai Li Pang recalled the usually stable and occasionally slumbering Pei Guanxing of their daily lives, then glanced at the latter now engaged in battle with a muscular man, radiating a tangible fury. A A shiver ran through him. It's frightening how terrifying a quiet person can become when enraged. But is Guanxing angry because I am under attack? With that thought, Li Pang felt a wave of shyness wash over him, cupping his face with his hands and shaking it. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, the muscular man was far from as leisurely as Li Pang. Utilizing his weapon, Pei Guanxing's movements, while not swift, were methodical and effective, continuously suppressing the muscular man and preventing him from closing in. He had witnessed Pei Guanxing severing the star blade with a long knife in his hand. As a former night watchman, he knew well the resilience of the star blade. He certainly did not believe his own physique could withstand a contest against it, let alone wield a weapon capable of severing it. Furthermore, Pei Guanxing's being a long knife, could reach him from over a meter away, greatly limiting the muscular man's options. Shi danced in Pei Guanxing's hands, and although the muscular man dodged with all his might, he still suffered occasional injuries. However, his wounds did not bleed, nor did they affect his consciousness and memory, leading him to question whether the areas Pei Guanxing had struck had always been devoid of flesh since his birth. Now, the muscular man felt as though engaging in combat with this young man was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Although he could easily deliver a fatal blow, it seemed more entertaining to toy with him first, waiting until his spirit and will crumble before delivering a decisive strike. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a female archer echoed from the rooftop in the distance, followed by the sight of two figures leaping down, one after the other. Just moments ago, Xia conducted an experiment on the female archer, testing the efficacy of his dark corruption to ascertain its impact on humanity. Regrettably, the results did not meet his expectations. His influence over humanity remained woefully inadequate. The female archer, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, extricated herself from Xia's dark corruption and promptly leapt from the rooftop. Naturally, Pei Guanxing's attention was drawn to the unfolding situation. While subduing the muscular man, he unleashed a swift strike. The blade's radiance was imbued with overwhelming void energy, as if the entire street had been ravaged by a cataclysm. The center of the road was utterly dissolved by the void energy, creating a colossal pit several meters deep and 100 meters long. The archer's existence, inevitably, was also rendered null amidst the blade's luminous arc. Chapter 65. No such person. The muscular man, witnessing the scene before him, found his legs trembling in fear. Is this fellow truly only at the pool realm? Just moments ago, it seemed he merely struck with casual ease. At this moment, the fighter's zeal had waned. Following his powerful strike, Pei Guanxing continued to exert pressure upon the muscular man, relentlessly slicing into him. Now devoid of any will to fight, the muscular man had become akin to meat on a chopping block. It was as if he were undergoing the torturous punishment of Xia, not only suffering physical torment, but also having his spirit incessantly cleaved apart. Pei Guanxing's inner fury was continuously released with each slash. Everything around him was likewise ravaged beyond recognition, resembling a canvas from which parts had been erased with an eraser. Hollow cracks, shattered paths, dissonant and jarring. In the distance, the cold and vigilant Xian, who secretly protected Pei Guanxing and Xia, witnessed the entire spectacle through his sniper scope. Despite it being winter, an inexplicable layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He tightened his grip on the sniper rifle, his throat constricting. Does Guanxuan truly require our protection? After descending from the rooftop, Xia approached the rotund Li Pang. He patted his chest, as if to console himself that all was well. The formidable strike from Pei Guanxing had barely grazed the edge of his clothing. In that fleeting moment, Xia had been a mere millimeter away from the blade's edge. Yet, unaware of Pei Guanxing's furious state and whether he would, like Chao Yuan, distinguish friend from foe, Xia felt a wave of relief after the next blink. Pei Guanxing had expertly controlled his strike this time, ensuring that not a single hair on him was harmed. Xia, I knew you would come to save me, Li Pang exclaimed, enveloping Xia in a bear hug, his tears and mucus smearing upon him. Xia's mouth twitched. This outfit is ruined. He then glanced at Pei Guanxing, who was dominating the situation. It appears that Guanxuan is genuinely furious. These assailants can only blame themselves for provoking the wrong individual. Bailey Pang, using Lin Xia's clothing to wipe away the remnants of tears and mucus, curiously asked, "Wasn't Guanxuan this angry because he was worried about me?" Lin Xia. Guanxuan had found someone seemingly connected to the Void Star God, but due to this attack, that person met an untimely demise, severing the lead. Observing Pei Guanxing, who resembled a madman like Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang sighed. It seems in the end, it was merely a case of unrequited feelings. Love has perished. Lin Xia then looked toward Chao Yuan, not far away, momentarily stunned. Chao Yuan was currently cackling maniacally while viciously hacking at a mass that appeared to be something unknown. Lin Xia pointed towards Chao Yuan, inquiring of Bailey Pang. "What is Chao Yuan doing?" Bailey Pang sighed, rubbing his forehead. Chao Yuan is avenging the ambush. He has been hacking away for several minutes now. Lin Xia sighed and extended his hand towards Bailey Pang, saying, "Hand me the sealing scroll." This time, it seems somewhat challenging to restrain the two of them. Bailey Pang reached into the spacious realm and produced the sealing scroll, passing it over with a hopeful expression. "I hope the sealing scroll can effectively restrain both of them." Lin Xia grinned and teased, "Is this clean?" Bailey Pang shouted in protest, "Hey, I just took a shower." Boom! Another violent explosion erupted. A building collapsed as if a crucial support beam had been removed, resembling a precarious stack of blocks. However, this time it marked the conclusion of the battlefield where Pei Guanxing fought. The muscular man had reverted to his original size, lifeless. Yet, his body bore numerous transparent wounds, as if his very anatomy was designed this way. Within the hollow spaces, not a drop of blood flowed. The light illuminated the ground, creating an unsettling array of glimmers that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The flames engulfing Pei Guanxing had dissipated, yet a profound gloom lingered within him. Even after eliminating these foes, the server who might possess knowledge of the Void Star God remained beyond rescue. He still found himself ignorant of his origins and the mysteries surrounding the Void Star God. He was enveloped in uncertainty. Lin Xia kept a vigilant eye on Pei Guanxing, his gaze shimmering with golden light. Gripping the sealing scroll tightly, he was poised to act should the need arise to restrain Pei Guanxing. The god ruins of Guanxing were of the void, and he was uncertain whether this sealing scroll would prove effective. Failure could lead to dire consequences. Under Lin Xia's tense scrutiny, Pei Guanxing turned around, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I am fine." He gestured that he was unharmed, though he lamented the fate of the server. Seeing no signs of abnormality in Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia relaxed, expressing relief. "Thank goodness you haven't lost consciousness. Now, we merely need to subdue Chao Yuan." Pei Guanxing nodded in agreement, and together with Lin Xia, they approached Chao Yuan. Upon sensing their approach, Chao Yuan abandoned his previous endeavor and turned to face them. However, upon catching sight of Pei Guanxing, he instinctively recoiled. Simultaneously, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia sprang into action. Lin Xia unleashed the might of the angelic divine presence, intimidating the retreating Chao Yuan. Pei Guanxing swiftly closed the distance, striking Chao Yuan's head with his blade sheath. The power of the void began to dissolve the malevolent aura surrounding Chao Yuan. Under the dual influence of weakening forces, he stood frozen in place. Subsequently, Lin Xia approached Chao Yuan, wrapping the sealing scroll around him in spirals, enveloping him like a mummy. He could not resist a jest without Guanxing. Subduing Chao Yuan would indeed have consumed a considerable amount of effort. Once the dark flames enveloping Chao Yuan completely vanished, Pei Guanxing sheathed his blade. Observing Pei Guanxing's troubled expression, Lin Xia offered words of comfort. There will always be other ways. After all, he is a deity, and there must be a myth that belongs to him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xia's thoughts drifted to his mental institution. At present, he has transcended to the pool realm. It is entirely possible that the forthcoming deities may intersect with the Void Star God. Perhaps in the future, as our strength amplifies, we may encounter other divine beings who could enlighten us about the Void Star God. Bailey Pang approached with a cheerful demeanor, proposing his own remedy. When feeling down, indulge in delectable cuisine. Gastronomy has a unique ability to alleviate one's worries. Pei Guanxing nodded in agreement. You may go ahead. I will inquire at the front desk. We shall accompany you, Lin Xia declared, lifting the black box and trailing behind Pei Guanxing. Together. Chao Yuan also unfastened the sealing scroll wrapped around him and followed by Li Pang. What? This individual does not exist? Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Indeed, gentlemen, the young lady at the front desk affirmed after glancing at her computer. There is no one by that name among our staff. Yu Yang, no record of such a person. Chapter 66. The noodle shop. Pei Guanxing emerged from the establishment with a dazed expression, while Lin Xia's steps felt unusually heavy. Both murmured in hushed tones. How could it be that there is no record of this person? How could they simply vanish? Li Pang and Chao Yuan were acutely aware that they had failed to locate the individual they sought. Yet, the reason behind their profound despondency remained unspoken. None dared to inquire. They could only follow in obedient silence, trailing behind Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Li Pang quietly asked Chao Yuan, Hey, do we truly not see anyone named Yu Yang? Chao Yuan nodded, responding in a hushed tone, I didn't see anyone, not even among the 3 character names. Li Pang rubbed his stomach. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Chao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. Can you not sense the current atmosphere? I'm not discussing this with them. Unyielding, Li Pang retorted, engaging in a playful banter with Chao Yuan. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were both convinced that it was the front desk attendant who had directed them to their service staff member named Yu Yang. However, upon further inquiry, she insisted that the hotel had no such employee. In a show of goodwill towards Li Pang, the hotel manager even provided them with a complete list of employees and granted them access to the surveillance footage. Li Pang and Chao Yuan took on the task of sifting through the employee roster. They meticulously examined each name, scrutinizing not only the service staff but also the logistics and temporary workers, yet found no one by that name. They searched diligently through both 2-character and 3-character names. But even a random surname paired with Yu Yang yielded nothing. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia accessed the surveillance footage, only to be horrified to discover that the recordings revealed only the 2 of them. They were the sole figures seen entering the elevator, engaged in conversation. Even during the explosion on that floor, it was just the 2 of them. No one else directed them. As for the spot where the service worker had fallen, all they found were the shattered remnants of a door and shards of glass. Lin Xia was at a loss for how to console Pei Guanxing, who, in turn, seemed to need reassurance himself. How could a living being simply disappear? There was not even a trace of their existence to be found. Only Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia retained the memory of this individual. This was far more unsettling than encountering the unknown, the notion of existence. Suddenly, Lin Xia recalled something. Guanxing, do you remember the noodle shop he mentioned to me? A spark ignited in Pei Guanxing's eyes. Yes, that's another lead. The 2 immediately set off toward the noodle shop they had discussed in the elevator. Behind them, Li Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged glances. Didn't we just mention a noodle shop? It seems so. Let us hurry. It would be wonderful to eat while searching for someone. The quartet dashed toward the noodle shop they had once spoken of, navigating through the twists and turns along the way. In the void of space, a streak of luminous energy traversed within 9, an occurrence 9 had grown accustomed to, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongsheng was entirely oblivious to this radiant phenomenon. The light darted chaotically within 9, seemingly emitting sounds. Ah, this is the divine power of the goddess of night, the divine power of the god of time, the might of Michael, and the malevolence of the Dark King. How audacious of Pei Guanxing to absorb such an abundance of divine and spiritual energy in my absence. There is no longer any need to fret about constructing a corporeal form for my exit. Moreover, the energy expended during the transfer of a portion of 9 has now been replenished. It is merely unfortunate that 9 is not yet complete. If only I could bring forth the entirety of 9, the grand conclusion should follow seamlessly, wouldn't it? A cheerful voice emanated from the luminous energy, and as it came to a halt, it revealed itself to be a golden orb, seemingly encasing a diminutive figure. However, Pei Guanxing had indeed been well behaved. refraining from transmitting any mysteries into the void, or perhaps he had simply not encountered any other enigmas. The orb seemed to recall that Pei Guanxing was still engaged in training, and thus smacked its lips. Indeed, he must not have encountered anything. He will have to wait until he graduates from the training base to face such occurrences. Let me peruse my script, it mused, and a small luminous screen materialized before it. The upcoming scene depicted a kidnapping, followed by a period of concealment. The orb appeared to scrutinize the text on the screen. Reflecting, I have never been kidnapped before. I wonder what will transpire this time. New text began to materialize. The final scene, assisting before the dissolution of Cangnan. Then the conclusion. The orb suddenly bounced up, grumbling, is this how it ends? How am I to enjoy myself after the conclusion? It pressed itself fervently against the screen, as if attempting to breach dimensions to deliver a headbutt to the entities within. Ah, I believe this could be quite delightful. You will be quite at leisure in the void, it thought. The screen then displayed fresh text. Return to work? I have high hopes for you. Subsequently, a large hand pressed it back, and the orb stubbornly pushed against the hand. You must not regret this. It's all right. As long as we adhere to the script, everything will proceed without incident. This goes for you as well. The path has been laid out, and I shall refrain from concerning myself with you for now. The orb gazed at the text on the screen, unperturbed, but instead chuckled inwardly, realizing, it would be preferable if you never pay attention to me. I have tasks to attend to for Pei Guanxing. Soon, Pei Guanxing and Great Xia, along with two others, located the noodle shop. Before Pei Guanxing could utter a word, the proprietor, upon spotting them, broke into a broad smile. Ha ha ha! You must be here to dine. A gentleman just informed me that 4 young people would be arriving shortly for noodles. Pei Guanxing paused, pondering. Could he be named Yuyong? The owner of the noodle shop, while clearing the tables for them, responded, I don't know the name, but he asked us to relay a message to you. There's no need to worry. You will meet again in the future. Pei Guanxing and Great Xia exchanged glances. Only the server named Yuyong could have identified such a remote establishment and known of their impending arrival. Yet, why did he not convey this in person? Confusion enveloped their minds, but with no alternative, they could only hope for a fateful reunion. Although the owner was puzzled as to why that individual would come specifically to his humble shop to say such things, he certainly appreciated the generosity shown. What would you like to eat? That gentleman has already settled the bill. Even if you were to consume every noodle in my little shop, it would be more than sufficient. Bai Li, plump and curious, glanced at the menu on the wall before turning to the owner. Is that true? Indeed. Then let us have every type of noodle. Excellent. The owner of the noodle shop joyfully retreated to the kitchen to begin cooking. Just then, familiar voices echoed from outside. Brother Shun, do we really eat noodles every day? Shouldn't we indulge in something better for the new year? Noodles are a specialty of Cangnan, much like a certain northern dish, you understand? Is that so? Chapter 67. The swagger, as bodyguard Shun Qingzhu, accompanied by his 3 followers, called out before even entering. Boss, the usual. The owner, recognizing their voices from the kitchen, responded, Young man, are you really just having plain noodle soup during this festive season? Indeed. Shun Qingzhu and his entourage stepped inside. Bali Pang Pang greeted them. Oh, swagger. What a coincidence. Pei Guanxing and his companions also turned to acknowledge Shun Qingzhu and his group with nods. Shun Qingzhu maintained his usual air of arrogance. Moments later, the owner emerged from the kitchen, carrying several bowls of noodles, which he placed on the table of Pei Guanxing and his friends. Each bowl was generously filled with ingredients: fried eggs, seasoned tofu, meat patties. The owner smiled as he explained, as a small business, I've received a considerable sum from that gentleman, so I thought to add a bit more for you, which gives me peace of mind. He then turned to Shun Qingzhu's group. Are you really not going to order anything else? Just plain noodle soup? Shun Qingzhu glanced at his followers, who were eagerly eyeing the bountiful bowls in front of Pei Guanxing and his companions. Yet, none of them voiced a desire for anything else, all vigorously shaking their heads. That's right, just plain noodle soup. However, Great Xia seemed to have an idea, leaning closer to Pei Guanxing to whisper. Pei Guanxing glanced at Shun Qingzhu and then at Bai Li Pang Pang across the table, nodding in agreement. Shun Qingzhu hesitated, feeling the weight of his wallet. Then, I suppose, before he could finish his thought, Pei Guanxing interjected, "Boss, let them have the extra noodles. We'll share." The owner readily agreed, leaving Shen Qingzhu momentarily taken aback. Lin Xia continued, "But it can't be for free. We have some matters to discuss with you." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow. "What matters?" Lin Xia pointed at Bai Li Pang. "During this holiday, since you have nothing else to do, come and be Bai Li Pang's bodyguard. Food and accommodation provided, with a daily salary." Lin Xia paused, unable to specify a figure, as he had never been a bodyguard nor hired one, thus unsure of the going rate. Pei Guanxing took up the conversation, "A box of local specialties each day." Lin Xia's expression stiffened as he looked at Pei Guanxing. "Not feeling the pinch since it's not your own, is it?" Bai Li Pang looked puzzled at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. "Why should Swagger be my bodyguard? Wouldn't it be more convenient for us to stick together, especially since we're all being pursued?" Lin Xia shook his head. "No, our situations differ from yours. We are divine agents, while you, my friend, are merely a valuable target." Bai Li Pang rubbed his head, beginning to see the logic in their words. If they were captured, they would undoubtedly face coercion and temptation. But for him, no one would demand, "Let me borrow your head for a moment. I'll return it later." Quickly grasping the situation, Bai Li Pang turned to Shen Qingzhu, "Swagger, come be my bodyguard. I'll pay you 10,000 a day." Shen Qingzhu clenched his fist, pondering what the rotund man had intended to say. However, upon glancing at his 3 followers, he sighed, "All right, but only I shall partake. The rest of you are not permitted." "Agreed." "No." Bai Li Pang acquiesced, yet Shen Qingzhu's followers were reluctant. "Brother Shen, you can't possibly leave us behind. We 3 are steadfastly with you." "Indeed, Brother Shen, we can assist you." Shen Qingzhu slammed the table with a resounding thud, rebuking them. "Do you have any inkling of the value of this little fatso's head?" Momentarily taken aback, Shen Qingzhu himself had no idea of the worth of Bai Li Pang's head. Yet this did not deter him from silencing his 3 companions. "You 3 are hardly a match for even a single assassin. It's settled. I shall go alone. Anyone who dares to follow will face my wrath." Deng Wei, Li Liang, and Li Jia exchanged glances, remaining silent. But each could see the shared amusement etched on their faces. Brother Shun has uttered such words countless times, yet in the end, he could never bring himself to truly harm them. After finishing their meal, they exited the noodle shop. Bai Li Pang expressed his concerns. "My hotel has been bombed. Where shall we all stay?" Lin Xia contemplated briefly before responding, "I do have a place in mind," leading the 4 of them forward. They were trailed at a distance by 3 small shadows, eventually arriving at a dilapidated inn. Observing the garish lights, the group could hardly contain their dismay. "Surely, we need not resort to this." Lin Xia shrugged. "Regardless, I have a place to stay with Guangzhou. If you 4 are unwilling to come here, there are alternatives. Such as? You can find a bridge arch and lay under a small blanket." Bai Li Pang dashed into the inn without hesitation. "This is decidedly better." Shen Qingzhu lingered at the entrance, calling out loudly, "Do not hide. You 3 should join us. Do you genuinely wish to sleep beneath a bridge?" Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei scratched their heads, following suit. "Brother Shun, we always knew you were the best." Their words caught the attention of the front desk clerk, who regarded them with incredulity, casting a peculiar glance at Shen Qingzhu, veins bulging on his forehead. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth and ignored the clerk's stare as he quietly ascended to the 2nd floor. Chao Yuan counted the group, turning to the front desk. "Do you have any entertaining diversions?" A knowing smile crept across the clerk's face. "We do, but not in such abundance." "That's fine. 2 decks will suffice." "What?" Chao Yuan pointed towards the staircase. "With our 6 individuals, 2 decks of cards would be perfect." The clerk fell silent, but ultimately maintained his professional demeanor. "I apologize, but we only have 1.5 decks available." Chao Yuan responded with a puzzled expression. Previously, there was a customer who requested cards, but they cheated and made off with the half deck. However, he retrieved a large box from beneath the counter. "You can play 6 Nations Kill." Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia leisurely strode along the deserted street, making their way home. The only sounds that accompanied them were the howling wind and the occasional mewing of a stray cat that trailed behind, offering them companionship for a short distance. The stray cats appeared unafraid of the 2, instead displaying a sense of affection towards them. Pei Guanxing observed the little feline beside him, a subtle release of void energy enveloping it, dispelling the biting cold. It was akin to the warmth he once received from Team 136 during his moments of solitude and desolation. Suddenly, he tightened his gaze and halted in his tracks. "Ch, you should return first. I have something to attend to." Lin Xia looked back in confusion. "Are you certain you don't need my assistance?" Pei Guanxing nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I can manage on my own." Watching Lin Xia's retreating figure, Pei Guanxing turned and ventured into the shadowy alley beside him. There, the solitary mouse awaited quietly, its form exuding a faint aura of void energy. Chapter 68. The Genius Fish and the Genius Star. Upon noticing Pei Guanxing's approach, the diminutive mouse stood upright, waving its short forelimbs as if beckoning him to follow. The mouse then turned and scampered into the distance, with Pei Guanxing closely trailing behind. Eventually, the pair arrived at a dilapidated wastewater outlet. As Pei Guanxing gazed at the outlet, unwelcome memories resurfaced in his mind. He followed the mouse into the labyrinthine sewer, navigating its winding passages. Ultimately, they reached a secluded cavity, its dimly flickering lights illuminating the underground space. A young boy adjusted his glasses and looked towards Pei Guanxing. Emerging from the shadows, "You have arrived?" "I have," Pei Guanxing replied. At first glance, he recognized the boy and Xingyu, although they had only met once before. Pei Guanxing had previously entrusted him with a pistol infused with void energy. It seemed he had acted upon that encounter. To Pei Guanxing's astonishment, this prodigious youth had indeed delved into the study of his void energy. And Xingyu appeared to sense Pei Guanxing's thoughts, shaking his head with a smile. "I am not as formidable as you believe. Your unique energy is beyond my comprehension." Pei Guanxing surveyed the surroundings, an operating table, countless medical instruments, and two enigmatic half-corpse remnants. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, "I recall you were merely an ordinary high school student. How did you come to study the arcane in the sewer?" And Xingyu, instead of responding immediately, picked up the mouse that had guided Pei Guanxing, scrutinizing it closely. He murmured softly, "Indeed, its body is also fading away." He then cast the mouse onto the ground, which struggled momentarily before its form grew translucent, ultimately leaving behind a bullet on the floor. And Xingyu smiled at Pei Guanxing. "After all, I find these matters intriguing, and I am even more intrigued by you." Pei Guanxing retorted, "I do not fancy men." And Xingyu froze momentarily, then continued to smile. "What a coincidence. I am not fond of men either." He bent down to retrieve the bullet from the ground, sighing with a hint of resignation in his tone. "Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in studying your energy? I nearly sacrificed myself in the process." And Xingyu then recounted his recent experiences. Following the incident with the Nandu snake demon, he acquired his own forbidden domain, which served the purpose of analysis. This domain was perfectly suited to him. However, upon commencing his investigation into the bullet, his initial fervor inexplicably waned, leaving him disinterested in everything. Even with the snake demon yet to be dissected, and despite his subconscious desire to study it, his body refused to obey. He languished lazily, becoming a shadow of his former self, much like Pei Guanxing had once been. Furthermore, the hand that had touched the bullet gradually became ethereal, and his laboratory was ravaged by the energy emanating from the bullet. And Qingjiu finally realized the crux of the problem. The energy contained in the bullet was absolutely untouchable at that moment. It was only after he had pilfered the mysterious corpse of the lizard and acquired superspeed regeneration that he resumed his research into the power of the void. Regrettably, his forbidden ruins could not decipher the true nature of the energy within the bullet. At this juncture, Qingjiu calmly uttered an astonishing statement. "I even suspect that this energy does not belong to this dimension." Pei Guanxing was taken aback by Qingjiu's words. "You truly live up to the title of genius." Qingjiu then restored his gentle smile. "Thank you for the compliment. You are remarkable as well, equally a genius." Pei Guanxing pointed to himself. "Me? A genius? You might as well be calling me a beat." Qingjiu nodded, gesturing to the tide of mice gathering around. "I witnessed your recent battle through these fish species." He then became fervent, his eyes alight with excitement. I never anticipated that the energy you wielded was so formidable. In a state of fury, your abilities bordered on conceptual powers. That archer was obliterated in an instant. As he spoke, Qingyu became increasingly animated. It wasn't merely death. Her very existence was eradicated. Pei Guanxing glanced at his palm. The void energy dissipating. If you wish to study the power of the void, I can grant you a little. The power of the void, indeed fitting of its name. Qingyu genuinely desired to thoroughly investigate this ethereal purplish-black energy, but recalling his prolonged fruitlessness and the loss of several laboratories, he wisely declined. Perhaps not. Without your control over the void, it would only bring indiscriminate destruction, and I certainly do not wish for my other experimental materials to be harmed. However, he shifted his tone, gazing intently at Pei Guanxing. When you eventually pass away, may I dissect you? I would prefer to study you, who would remain unaffected by the void. Pei Guanxing grimaced. No way. Qingyu sighed. Very well, also, please remind Lin Xia to be cautious of his family residing in the old town tomorrow night. My fish species have heard that someone intends to harm them. However, with your current strength, there should be no issue. Assure Lin Xia that the few individuals will not easily alter their plans. Since you are unwilling to allow me to dissect you, there is nothing else to discuss. Do remember to take the bullet with you, lest it causes further destruction in my laboratory. Qingyu issued a dismissal. Pei Guanxing accepted the bullet he offered, paused in silence, and then looked at Qingyu. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you remain here? Not returning home? Qingyu turned away, silent. Pei Guanxing nodded and stepped outside. Qingyu quietly gazed at the chessboard he had set up when suddenly a faint voice drifted in from outside. It was Pei Guanxing's voice. Happy New Year. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. There's still a day to go. Yet he responded softly, Happy New Year. Pei Guanxing stood alone on the street. Truly solitary this time. He inhaled sharply, the frigid air piercing his nostrils, and with a slight cough, he began to walk slowly. Isn't that the agent of the void, star god? A voice suddenly resonated. Pei Guanxing turned to see a middle-aged man who had inexplicably appeared behind him. The man bowed slightly. Mr. Pei Guanxing, agent of the void star god, might I inquire if you would be inclined to join the ancient god society? Your power of the void is inherently destined for destruction, and the ancient god society would provide you with an exceptional platform to unleash it. As for your true family, we will spare no effort in the search. With the resources of the ancient god society, we shall locate them within 2 days. His voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, genuinely swaying Pei Guanxing. True. Family? Chapter 69. The Little Black Dog, Night Talks. I am Liang, a devotee of the ancient god sect, and I can assure you that my words hold truth. Liang chuckled silently, his mind swirling with malevolent thoughts. Indeed, true family. Soon, the ancient god sect will become your genuine family. Both divine agents possess their own fatal vulnerabilities, distinct yet akin. Lin Xia's weakness lies in his living family. As for Pei Guanxing, it pertains to his long-lost kin. As I stand on the brink of the sea realm, it would be effortless to manipulate someone at the pool realm. Suddenly, a bark erupted from behind Pei Guanxing, jolting him from his daze. Furrowing his brow, Pei Guanxing swiftly drew the blade from his grasp, casting a wary glance at Liang. He had nearly been deceived. Fortunately, the little dog had barked a few times, awakening his senses. Liang clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that wretched dog. Yet, externally, he maintained his composure. Mr. Pei Guanxing, do you not wish to remain oblivious to your own origins, even in death? Do not entertain the thought of eliminating me. Regardless of my strength, should you take action, it would mean declaring war against the ancient god sect. In that case, not only your biological parents, but also your current companions from the Night Watch team will become our targets. Thus, with a facade of levity and mockery, Liang inquired, so, how will you choose? The little black dog behind Pei Guanxing fixated on the two. Should Pei Guanxing dare to agree? I choose. Pei Guanxing suddenly burst into laughter, affirming that he would indeed choose his family. Liang also chuckled, crunching through the snow as he approached Pei Guanxing. Indeed, the little black dog likewise crouched slightly, resembling a mythical beast poised to devour. Indeed, at the moment Liang raised his hand to grasp Pei Guanxing, an overwhelming force of void materialized around Pei Guanxing, catching both man and dog off guard. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the blade from the past was unleashed. Without barriers to impede, nor divine protection, the blade's edge effortlessly rent Liang's frail body at such close proximity. The void energy consumed his corpse, rendering the street silent once more, leaving only one man and one dog. Liang died without comprehending why Pei Guanxing chose family, yet still turned against him. Although oblivious to my lineage, Pei Guanxing sheathed the blade, murmuring softly, "I chose my family." He then turned to the little black dog that had startled him awake. Wow, this little black dog is one of the rare entities capable of stirring Pei Guanxing's emotions. Its appearance was indeed disheveled. Pei Guanxing had never encountered such a filthy creature before. Not only was it covered in snow, but its muzzle was smeared with grease, and its back was adorned with debris. "Why are you so dirty?" Pei Guanxing asked, half amused, as he summoned void energy to gently cleanse the snow and grime from the little creature. The little black dog remained still, obediently allowing him to tidy it up. A distant voice suddenly echoed, calling out, "Xiao He, come back." Pei Guanxing gently patted the dog's head and remarked, "So your name is Xiao He. Your family is calling for you. You should return." With this brief interlude concluded, Pei Guanxing felt a complex array of emotions. After toiling all night, he had gleaned no information and could only return empty-handed. At that moment, Hongying had located Xiao He and playfully nudged it with his foot. "Why are you still dawdling?" The dog suddenly barked in the direction where Pei Guanxing had departed. Hongying glanced toward Pei Guanxing in the distance. "Is it that person beside your brother? You mentioned he possesses an extraordinarily terrifying divine power, so formidable that it renders you immobile. Perhaps I should caution my brother to be wary." Upon returning to Hongying's villa, Pei Guanxing heard fragmented sounds emanating from the balcony, presumably Lin Xia engaged in a phone conversation. "Guanxing is back," Hongying remarked, noticing Pei Guanxing enter covered in snow, and smiled, asking why he hadn't returned with Xia. Pei Guanxing shrugged off his outer coat. "Just some matters to attend to." Hongying nodded, respecting his privacy, and made her way to the kitchen. Pei Guanxing rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought on the sofa. He reflected on the day's events, the waiter, his conversation with Qingyu, and the conditions laid out by Liang. Parents' lineage, the Void Star God. Everything about him seemed shrouded in mystery. Was he once again under the influence of the Void's power? Pei Guanxing furrowed his brow slightly, massaging his temples. While he pondered, Hongying leaned in from behind, offering him a cup of warm milk. Her long ponytail cascaded down, perhaps freshly dried, carrying a hint of warmth and fragrance. She settled beside him, cradling her own cup. "What are you thinking about?" Pei Guanxing accepted the milk with a smile, replying that it was nothing, merely daydreaming. Hongying gently smoothed his inadvertently furrowed brow with her hand, then rested it atop his head, softly stroking his hair. Her fingers glided through his strands, evoking a ticklish sensation. Still putting on a brave face, "You didn't use the smile so forcefully," she observed, gazing into Pei Guanxing's eyes. "I must admit, I found a previous version of you more endearing. Though you were always somewhat dazed, you seem to enjoy a lighter existence. It seems that since participating in the new recruit training, your mind has been wandering. Is it because the training is too exhausting? Whatever it is, don't hesitate to share it with me." Suddenly, Hongying cupped Pei Guanxing's face, her expression earnest. Pei Guanxing locked eyes with her, their gaze unbroken, while the cold wind held outside, and the room felt as warm as spring. He found himself uncertain of his own thoughts. The chaotic swirl in his mind seemed to dissipate in an instant. The intermittent sound of Lin Xia faded from his ears, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. Snowflakes drifted slowly from the sky, landing silently on the ground. Pei Guanxing felt as though time itself was slipping away, as if a decade had passed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, why should the sentiments of strangers sway my mood when my family is right before me? So near at hand, Pei Guanxing suddenly smiled, no longer bearing the previous dry expression, but instead radiating a sense of inner clarity and contentment. Hongying gently pinched his cheek, This is my little star. Pei Guanxing did not shy away, allowing her warm fingertips to caress the soft flesh of his face. When he smiled, her finger would sink into the dimple on his cheek. Sister Hongying, you needn't call me by that childhood name anymore. Hongying chuckled, playfully applying a bit more pressure, turning his cheek a rosy hue. What is the matter? Have you outgrown your childhood nickname? Little star, little star. Pei Guanxing's face flushed, uncertain whether it was the warmth of the room, her playful pinching, or some other cause. Chapter 70. A turn of events at this moment. Lin Xia was conversing with his cousin on the balcony. Yang Jin seemed to have made a clandestine call, his voice barely above a whisper. Brother, how are you faring over there? Lin Xia glanced at Pei Guanxing and Hongying, who were playfully wrestling inside the house, and replied with a smile. Though the training can be quite exhausting, it's going well. You must take care of your health. Yang Jin scratched his head, pondering how to subtly remind his brother to be mindful of the person beside him. Rest assured, Lin Xia continued. I've made a few friends here who look out for me. One of them is also from Cangnan and has taken care of me before. When the opportunity arises, I'll bring them back to visit. Hearing Lin Xia's words, Yang Jin felt a twinge of concern, but ultimately trusted his brother's judgment. Since you say so, I shall believe in you. In the distance, their aunt's voice called out, Jin, have you seen my phone? Let me help you look for it. Yang Jin responded loudly. He then covered the mouthpiece and said, Brother, I'm using Mama's phone to call you in secret. I won't keep you long. Also, with the new year approaching tomorrow, remember to call back. Mom is quite worried about you. Lin Xia pressed his lips together, the image of his aunt flashing in his mind. All right. After hanging up, Yang Jin cleared the call log and exited the room. Mom, your phone is right here. His aunt took the phone, opened the contact list, and looked at Lin Xia's number, her face etched with concern. Xiaoqi, honestly, he never thinks to call back. Yang Jin placed his hand over his aunt's, offering comfort. Mom, he is probably still in training. He will definitely call us back when he is less busy. Lin Xia held the phone, gazing at the sky above Cangnan City, his voice laced with longing. Aunt Jean. Suddenly, Wen Qima appeared behind him, a warm hand resting on his shoulder. Missing home? Lin Xia smiled softly a little. On the rooftop of a tall building, 100 meters away from the Hongying villa, Lung Xian lay motionless, cradling a sniper rifle. Snowflakes cascaded down, blanketing him in a thick layer. Suddenly, footsteps approached, accompanied by the familiar voice of Wu Xiangnan. Aren't you cold? Soon after, Chen Mai draped a coat over Lung Xian and settled beside him. Aren't you cold either? Lung Xian did not lift his head. Captain, if you cover me with a coat like that, my clothes will be soaked in no time. Wu Xiangnan adjusted the coat for Lung Xian before covering him once more. Chen Mai cleared his throat. Gazing distantly at the Hongying villa, Guanxing and Xia have grown considerably. Lung Xian peered through the scope at Pei Guanxing, then slightly adjusted his aim to observe Lin Xia. Indeed, those two have become much stronger. The three shared a laugh, reminiscing about how the seedlings they once protected had now grown into sturdy trees, ready to safeguard others. Chen Mai patted Lung Xian on the back. All right, it's time to switch shifts. You should rest. Lung Xian remained still. It's fine. We're the night watchmen. Wu Xiangnan chuckled. The night watchmen are truly on guard now. 3 sturdy men congregated, allowing the snowflakes to cascade and accumulate upon them, gradually enveloping their forms. They were the sentinels of the night, tasked with safeguarding the city and ensuring the safety of its citizens. However, this night, their duty was to protect the villa of Hongying, guarding their comrades, and ultimately the safety of their own kin. 7 Night. Stargazing. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia simultaneously called out to one another. Hongying and Wen Qima raised their eyebrows in unison, remarking on the remarkable synchronicity that came from their shared training experience. Lin Xia observed Hongying and Wen Qima, who were scrutinizing him and Pei Guanxing, and led Pei Guanxing toward the balcony. Lin Xia took the initiative. Join me in my psychiatric hospital tonight. He considered his recent advancement to the pool realm and believed he could unlock the second door. Should there be a patient akin to Nike's in need, Pei Guanxing could continue to assist, effectively becoming a surrogate for the next patient. Lin Xia silently mocked himself, thinking we are on the same front, Guanxing, so please do not hold it against me. Pei Guanxing nodded and conveyed a message from Qingyu to Lin Xia. warning him to be vigilant regarding his family, as someone intended to harm them. The reason for not mentioning it sooner was that Lin Xia had been on a call and was also affected by the void power. Now that they had a moment of respite, he deemed it crucial to inform him immediately. What? Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Hongying had already retreated to her room, leaving only Wen Qima in the living room. Startled by Lin Xia's sudden outburst of fury, he hurried to the balcony, asking, "What is it? What happened?" Pei Guanxing restrained the agitated Lin Xia, urging him to remain calm. "Stay composed. The assailants are not particularly formidable, and they are unlikely to alter their plans hastily. The paramount task now is to avoid alarming them and to set an ambush at your residence." When Qima was taken aback, "Someone is targeting Qiye's family?" Pei Guanxing affirmed, "Indeed, I received reliable information regarding this for tomorrow night." When Qima gazed into the furious eyes of Lin Xia, reassuring him, "Do not worry, your family will be safe. The captain has already placed a protective talisman at your home to ensure their security." Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. "A protective talisman?" When Qima confirmed, "The talisman, Wei Yang, can create a small protective barrier, and should anyone attempt to breach its safeguarded area, the beings within will be transported back to the Peace Affairs office. So rest assured, your family, including that pet dog, will encounter no peril." With this knowledge, they could prepare an ambush and catch the assailants off guard. Thus, when Qima gazed intently into Lin Xia's eyes, emphasizing the necessity of remaining calm, Pei Guanxing suggested, "If you are still anxious, we should head to your home right away." Lin Xia's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. "Then let us go now." The trio of Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and Wen Qima immediately sprang into action. Their actions were naturally observed by Lung Xian atop the distant rooftop. They were on the move. Soon after, the voice of Wen Qima echoed through their earpieces. "We are now heading to Qiye's residence. According to the Stargazers, there are intentions to harm Qiye's family tomorrow night. Qiye is quite anxious, so we have decided to set up an ambush in advance. You all should remain outside to provide support." Chen Mai, Lung Xian, and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and promptly sprang into action. Outside Lin Qiye's home, within an old, dilapidated van, Scorpion furrowed his brow, clutching the walkie-talkie, repeatedly calling out, "Lord Lu Liang?" Yet there was no response. Scorpion 3 cursed angrily, "Damn it. What is Lu Liang pretending for?" Scorpion 1 snorted coldly, "Silence. Lord Lu Liang is a formidable presence, soon to step into the realm of high." This remark immediately silenced Scorpion 3, for in their eyes, strength was the foundation of their existence. However, shortly thereafter, news arrived from the sniper Scorpion 9. "The two divine agents have appeared." Chapter 71. The unfortunate Scorpion 3 let out a cold chuckle. "At last, they have arrived. It seems the snake woman did not deceive us after all." A voice from the intercom interjected, "But can we truly contend with two divine agents?" Scorpion 1 replied with a light laugh. "Scorpion 7, those two brats are merely at the pool level. Even if they're exceptionally gifted, the 9 of us cannot possibly lose. Especially with Lord L.V. Liang on our side." "That's true," Scorpion 7 murmured, acknowledging that L.V. Liang was indeed in a different league. L.V. Liang had already ascended to the 16th seat of believers, while their Scorpion mercenary corps could hardly be considered true believers. They were merely lapdogs of the Snake Woman, a title they had no right to claim. The voice of Sniper Scorpion 9 broke through again. "The situation has changed. Not only are there those two divine agents, but they are accompanied by a man." Scorpion 3 spat disdainfully and sneered. "Oh, just a bodyguard, is it?" Clearly, they do not regard these two divine agents with much seriousness. Scorpion 9 then shifted his report. No, there's also a woman wielding a long gun." Scorpion 3 scoffed once more. "Seems they are quite well protected, each with their own bodyguard?" Scorpion 9 continued, It appears there is yet another woman behind them." Scorpion 3 fell silent for a moment, exclaiming, "You can't possibly be stating all this at once. Besides, what combat prowess could two women possess? Just focus on that man. Leave the two brats to me. Once they draw nearer, we shall strike." Ahead, Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing suddenly came to a halt. Both possessed the ability to scout and had been actively engaged since entering the old district. Scorpion 3 glanced at Pei Guanxing in the rearview mirror, while Lin Xia muttered under his breath, "Why have we stopped? Have they sensed us?" Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, surveying the empty street ahead. "Are there 6 people?" Pei Guanxing shook his head. "No, there are at least 7, and there's a sniper on the rooftop. I cannot detect anyone further away. We could advance, but they are likely to strike first." With all his might, Pei Guanxing expanded his detection range. On a nearby low rooftop, he spotted a sniper. 300 meters ahead, another sniper was positioned, and there appeared to be yet another at the end of the road. Their earpieces crackled to life with Lung Xian's voice. "Leave the 2 snipers to me." The sound of bullets being chambered followed closely after. Chun Mai's voice soon echoed. "Inform us of the ambushers' positions. Those who dare to target my team's loved ones." "Heh." One in the van ahead, one at the left staircase, one lying in the shadow of the billboard to the right, and one squatting by the trash can 100 meters further. Quickly, through the reports of Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, the entire 136 team was assigned their adversaries. Lung Xian would handle the 2 snipers, while Chimai took charge of the 2 standing together. Hongying and Si Xiaonan would act in concert, while the others would each face one opponent. Lin Xia let out a cold laugh, remarking that the number of adversaries was just right. Though Wu Xiangnan remained silent, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, were filled with murderous intent as he gazed towards the end of the road. Lin Xia relinquished the black box in his grasp, summoning 2 long blades that he held tightly. Beside him, Pei Guanxing also called forth his weapon, drawing his sword from its sheath. Hongying flicked her wrist, and flames of a deep crimson enveloped her spear. When Chima chuckled sinisterly, the warmth of his previous smile now tinged with a hint of malice. Si Xiaonan followed closely behind Hongying, feeling a sense of helplessness. She realized she was unable to assist them, nor could she cheer them on, pondering if she had always been the one holding them back. This thought brought a bittersweet expression to her delicate face. Suddenly, the voice of Scorpion 1 crackled through the intercom. "Proceed with caution. It seems they have become aware." Hongying adjusted her grip on the flaming spear, assuming a stance akin to that of a javelin thrower, lifting it high. Upon witnessing her posture, the members of the crazy Scorpion mercenary group realized they had been exposed. "Attack!" The commands rang out simultaneously in the earpieces of Team 136 and the radios of the crazy Scorpion members. Hongying aimed at the farthest target, hurling her spear with precision. The whistling flaming spear pierced through the recently risen Scorpion 7, crashing down with unrelenting force. The ground shook with a thunderous boom, unsettling the residents of the old city who wondered why someone was setting off fireworks. The clash between Team 136 and the crazy Scorpion mercenary group erupted into chaos. Rather than a battle, it was a massacre. Chun Mai leaped directly from the rooftop, his star blade gleaming with lethal intent, targeting 2 crazy Scorpion members below. With a thud, 2 headless corpses collapsed. Lung Xian had already zeroed in on one of the snipers. With a barely audible sound, the silenced sniper rifle fired amidst the cacophony of explosions. He quickly redirected his aim towards another sniper, pulling the trigger once more. Meanwhile, when Chima unleashed his forbidden technique, the heart demon binding on a slightly distant crazy Scorpion member, in an instant, the member felt himself surrounded by vengeful souls from countless battlefields, plunging him into a maddening illusion. Pei Guanxing stepped aside, extending his arm as he thrust his weapon forward. Just as the hidden figure at the staircase emerged, the blade was already at his throat, and the next moment, a gaping hole appeared in his forehead. Lin Xia leaped toward the van, swinging his dual blades to sever the vehicle's door and the arms of Scorpion 3. As excruciating pain surged through him, Scorpion 3 opened his mouth to scream. But before he could utter a sound, Lin Xia silenced him with the hilt of his star blade. In Scorpion 3's vision, Lin Xia's eyes turned pitch black, and that darkness consumed his consciousness. All transpired in an instant. Before the echo of Hongying's spear explosion had faded, Team 136 had accomplished their respective tasks, while the crazy Scorpion mercenary group had been annihilated. Scorpion 1, witnessing this scene from the road's end, felt neither sympathy nor sorrow. He seized a pendant hanging from his neck, his face alight with boundless excitement. Ah, at last, I have the opportunity to wield you. I shall finally secure my place among the faithful. Yet, in the next moment, unbeknownst to him, Wu Xiangnan had silently approached from behind, the barrel of a gun pressing against the back of his head. The icy blade of Chun Mai soon followed, firmly pressed against his throat. A shiver ran through Scorpion, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan stood behind him. Boundless excitement? No wonder you refrained from joining them. After absorbing the blood of your few comrades, you might manage to contend with one of the 7 Knights of Stargazing for a brief moment. But alas, you shall not have the chance to do so. The gunfire erupted suddenly, a flash of cold light cutting through the air. The pendant, once reliant on boundless excitement, fell away, clattering to the ground. The silver insignia, stained with blood, reflected the stark, pale moonlight of winter. Chapter 72, Merlin. 2 mysteries. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged a glance, a flicker of nostalgia and sorrow passing through their eyes, yet neither spoke a word. Chun Mai bent down to retrieve the nameplate from the ground, brushing it clean with a handful of snow. This forbidden artifact holds no significance for us, Wu Xiangnan remarked, observing the nameplate. The remaining members of Team 136 gathered around after dealing with the corpses of the Scorpion mercenaries. Chun Mai pondered for a moment before handing the artifact to Lin Xia. Lin Xia accepted the blood boiling with a hint of confusion, inquiring, "Captain." Chun Mai chuckled. "It's merely a forbidden item. Unfortunately, we cannot make use of it. We should return it later and request a larger reward from Yuan Gang to assist with our expenses." Lin Xia gently caressed the cold nameplate, glancing at Pei Guanxing. "Shall we split it evenly?" Pei Guanxing waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I am not in want of money. Moreover, having followed Uncle Chun in Team 136 since childhood, I have a solid foundation and sufficient compensation." Chun Mai patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. "Our loved ones either no longer exist or are faring reasonably well. Only your aunt continues to struggle. It is most fitting for you to take responsibility." Lin Xia tightened his grip on the nameplate, lifting his gaze to the familiar window. The lights had dimmed. His aunt and Jean must have retired for the night. "Good night," Lin Xia murmured softly. A faint bark echoed from the staircase, and a small black dog peeked out curiously. Lin Xia laughed as he picked up the little dog. "What are you doing outside? Have you gotten into trouble again and been chased out by Jean?" The black dog licked Lin Xia's palm, wagging its tail. After teasing it for a moment, Lin Xia set it down, nudging it gently. "Go back now." In the shadows of the window, Jean observed Lin Xia and the members of Team 136 as they departed. "At last, my brother is no longer alone." Upon returning to the villa of Hongying, Lin Xia did not linger idly, but instead proceeded to the psychiatric hospital. Upon seeing Lin Xia, Nikes greeted him with 9 in her hands. "Dinasdus, you're back." Lin Xia nodded with a smile. "Yes, mother. How have you been lately?" Nikes beamed. "Very well. Although you do not visit often, I have your brother and my dear grandson to keep me company, and Hypnos occasionally returns." At this, Nikes glanced behind Lin Xia. "Hypnos has come too." Pei Guanxing ambled over, and Nikes looked at him with anticipation. "Mother," Pei Guanxing finally conceded defeat, no longer hesitating. Lin Xia gained insight into Nikes' recent circumstances and tugged Pei Guanxing toward the ward. As Nikes watched their departing figures, she lifted Little Nine once more. "Brother, their bond has indeed improved significantly." Little Nine. Along the way, Lin Xia encountered Li Yifei and invited him to join them. 3 individuals stood before the door of the second ward, as Li Yifei inquired with a hint of confusion, "Xia, isn't this room supposed to be locked?" Lin Xia placed his hand upon the doorknob, responding, "It was once inaccessible, but now it can be opened. I suspect a second patient will arrive shortly." Li Yifei, taken aback, exclaimed, "I already have my grandparents. What role am I to play this time?" As his words faded, Lin Xia pushed the door open. Pei Guanxing and Li Yifei leaned in curiously to peer inside. Within the room sat a middle-aged man, the epitome of a Western magician. Upon hearing the door creak open, the magician raised his gaze and remarked, "You have arrived." At that moment, Lin Xia had gleaned the essential information about this second patient, a magician named Merlin. "Merlin, are you aware of our visit?" Merlin smiled gently. "Of course." Li Yifei whispered to Pei Guanxing, "Uncle, Is this my great-grandfather? Pei Guanxing replied. You should refrain from overthinking. Merlin glanced at Li Yifei, who was still clinging to the doorframe, and then his form began to shift. In the next instant, he transformed into the likeness of Nyx. However, despite sharing Nyx's appearance, his aura was entirely distinct. Strangely, Nyx's lips uttered Merlin's voice. I could also be your grandmother. Li Yifei stood in bewilderment. Oh, Lin Xia shrugged and explained, this is the great magician Merlin. Shape-shifting is child's play for him. He could easily become your father. Sure enough, Merlin's form morphed once more, this time into a massive naga, nearly filling the room. Wow, Lin Xia exclaimed, glancing at Li Yifei. Is this truly your father? Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering it. Should be, I suppose. Pei Guanxing, observing Merlin's transformation into the serpent demon, gasped, wow, you really do have a father. Li Yifei's lips twitched. I feel as though you are mocking me, yet I have no evidence to prove it. However, Merlin soon reverted to his original form, sitting serenely. You two must be Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing, he indicated. You know us. Merlin chuckled, such as magic. I can foresee the future, hence I was already aware of your arrival today. At this revelation, Pei Guanxing became visibly excited, realizing that Lin Xia's words had indeed been accurate. They had encountered a prophetic being so swiftly. What if Merlin possessed knowledge about the Void Star God? Pei Guanxing queried Merlin. If you can predict the future, can you not also glimpse the past? Merlin nodded. That is indeed correct. Pei Guanxing pointed to himself. Then could you help me uncover my lineage? And the void. Before he could finish, Merlin shook his head, letting out a sigh. I am afraid that is not possible. Your existence, much like that of the young girl from long ago, renders past, future, and even present beyond my sight. Moreover, I have now lost my crystal ball, rendering my vision even more obscure. Pei Guanxing instantly felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Meanwhile, Lin Xia recalled the words of Nyx, who had spoken of the little girl who had once triumphed over her bracelet in a wager. It appears that Merlin's crystal ball was also lost in a bet with her. Lin Xia turned to Merlin and inquired, What of my future? Merlin shook her head, regret evident in her demeanor. Alas, I'm unable to glimpse your future or past. However, I can discern a fragment of your present. You have recently emerged from confrontation, yet you remain ensnared in the most perilous vortex. Beyond that, I can see no further. Merlin regarded Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing with a serious expression. You are truly two enigmas. Chapter 73. Merlin captures 9 like a jellyfish. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment. Although Merlin claimed that he and Pei Guanxing were enigmas, he did not appear to be unwell at the moment. The diminishment of his prophetic abilities was likely due to the loss of the crystal ball. However, Lin Xia ultimately inquired, What illness do you have? Merlin regarded Lin Xia with an odd expression. I am quite healthy. Do you know where this is? Yes, a psychiatric hospital. If you're healthy, why are you here? This simple question sparked a dispute between the two. Lin Xia insisted that Merlin was unwell, while Merlin firmly believed he was not. Observing their quarrel, Pei Guanxing felt that no further revelations would emerge from this exchange. As for foreseeing the future, it was not necessarily immutable. Pei Guanxing greeted Li Yifei before stepping out of the ward. Making his way toward the courtyard where Nikes was still playing with the small 9 figurine that had separated from him. Upon seeing Pei Guanxing, Nikes beamed, Hypnos. Have you finished your business? Pei Guanxing settled beside Nikes. Not yet. Xia is currently inquiring about the new resident's ailments. Nikes nodded, regarding Pei Guanxing. It seems your divine realm has gained a touch of faith. Pei Guanxing was taken aback, recalling the surge of belief emanating from Chun Mai. Mother, what exactly is the divine realm? Nikes pondered for a moment. The divine realm is simply the divine realm. It is the source of our divine power and our abode. However, it is quite unprecedented to see Hypnos's divine realm manifested within your own body. This peculiar existence of a divine realm posed challenges in acquiring faith, as the primary source of belief still stemmed from humanity. Pei Guanxing nodded gently, realizing that although Nikes had not fully recovered and had not explained thoroughly, her words provided insight into the essence of the void space. Nikes could not perceive 9 within the void, hence mistaking it for Pei Guanxing IX's divine realm. In reality, it belonged to 9. It was IX's dwelling, with Pei Guanxing serving as its bearer. Or perhaps the relationship between the Void and Pei Guanxing resembled that of a psychiatric hospital and Lin Xia. After all, 9 remained almost motionless while Pei Guanxing had been actively present in the Void, even creating 9 figurines to gift to Nikes. Now that the pressing questions had been addressed, Pei Guanxing glanced back at the psychiatric hospital, noticing that Lin Xia and the others had yet to emerge. Leaning back, he reclined on the grass. Today had indeed been eventful, rescuing the new recruits in the morning, saving the corpulent Bailey in the evening, encountering Yu, and ultimately confronting those who sought to harm Lin Xia's family. Finally, afforded a moment of respite, Pei Guanxing succumbed to slumber. Nikes watched the sleeping Pei Guanxing with a gentle expression gracing her face. She gently lifted Pei Guanxing's head, resting it on her lap, softly caressing his hair. At that moment, in Merlin's hospital room, Lin Xia and he were engaged in a discussion about his condition. Merlin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I have discovered the true world. It is an underwater realm, inhabited by a sponge residing in a pineapple and creatures dwelling beneath stones." Just then, Merlin's body abruptly transformed. With a bang, a cloud of smoke erupted from him, and he morphed into a pink starfish wielding a fishing net. "Let's catch jellyfish," Merlin's starfish shouted joyfully, spinning in circles around Lin Xia and Li Yifei. He then dashed out of the hospital room, swinging the fishing net wildly. Lin Xia and Li Yifei exchanged glances, both reflecting helplessness in their eyes. "Is this truly the great magician, Lord Merlin?" Lin Xia sighed, observing his antics. "I now understand his affliction." He then instructed Li Yifei, "Go, administer a sedative." Li Yifei glanced at the frantically running starfish and pointed to himself. "Me?" Lin Xia replied with utmost seriousness. "Yes, you are the caretaker here. It must be you." A moment later, Li Yifei stood at the hospital door, holding a syringe half his height, stretching his limbs. Seeing him run so merrily, "Can I catch up with him?" Just then, Merlin noticed the small 9 in Nix's hand. He immediately leapt up in glee. "Look, SpongeBob, a jellyfish. And it's a deep purple, a new species I've never encountered. Let's catch it." As Merlin shouted, he dashed towards Nix. This was the first time Nix had laid eyes on such an unusual creature. While she was still puzzled, Merlin swooped in with his fishing net, ensnaring the small 9 and whisking it away. Merlin joyously scampered around. "Ha ha, SpongeBob, look, I caught it." The small 9, trapped in the net, remained silent. Li Yifei was momentarily stunned. "That is not a jellyfish. You have captured my grandfather." Nix stared blankly at her empty palm before suddenly crying out, "Brother." Without regard for Pei Guanxing resting on her lap, Nix sprang up and chased after Merlin. Thankfully, they landed on the grass. Pei Guanxing's head fell upon it, sustaining minimal injury. However, in the next instant, the frantically darting Merlin's starfish charged towards him, accurately stepping on Pei Guanxing's foot. Ouch! Pei Guanxing, initially dazed, let out a muffled groan and instantly regained his senses. His body curled inwards, trembling as he reached out towards Li Yifei, his face pale, stuttering for help. "Save me." Nix, pursuing Merlin, rushed over, and fortunately, with a timely leap, she avoided Pei Guanxing, preventing him from suffering a second injury. Li Yifei, witnessing the scene, instinctively tensed up. Thank goodness I wasn't stepped on." Lin Xia appeared behind him and playfully smacked his head. "Why did you send Nix to pursue Pei Guanxing? You should have gone too." Thus, a deity, a person, and a sea star began to circle around the curled-up Pei Guanxing. Fortunately, Li Yifei, with his superior skills, managed to subdue the Malin sea star, administering a tranquilizer into its body. Nix rescued little 9 from the net, tears welling in his eyes. "Woo-woo, brother. I'm so relieved you're all right." Li Yifei, observing the gradually returning Malin, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It seems I've forgotten something." Suddenly, a hand grasped his ankle. "Wow!" Li Yifei leaped 3 feet in fright. Pei Guanxing's lips trembled slightly, his voice weak. "It hurts so much." At that moment, Malin appeared somewhat awkward, as a magical circle materialized around Pei Guanxing. In an instant, Pei Guanxing's pain vanished, and he stood up as if nothing had happened. Li Yifei looked at Meilin. Is this also magic? Meilin smiled gently. Praise me. Chapter 74. Merlin has once again met his demise. Li Yifei pressed his forehead, silently lamenting in his heart. It is not without reason that you suddenly went mad and trampled upon Pei Guanxing. Lin Xia also gazed at Pei Guanxing with a worried expression. Guanxing, are you truly unscathed? Being a man himself, he profoundly understood the discomfort that such an experience could entail. Pei Guanxing stamped his foot, feeling no discomfort. It should be fine now. Nike's equally worried, approached Pei Guanxing. Has Hypnos been injured? Would you like your mother to help alleviate it? What? No. Pei Guanxing shook his head vigorously, retreating repeatedly. Lin Xia and Li Yifei stared at Nike's in shock. Mother, grandmother, is this truly something you can assist with? Merlin, too, wore a look of astonishment. As a mother, are you not excessively indulgent towards your children? Nike's, initially filled with concern, began to feel perplexed upon witnessing the unusual expressions on her children's faces. She glanced at Pei Guanxing, then turned to Lin Xia. Was T. Hypnos suffering from stomach pain? Just a moment ago, wasn't he clutching his abdomen while lying on the ground? I cannot have been mistaken, can I? No, you are not mistaken. Yes, I was indeed experiencing stomach pain, but it's fine now. Phew, what a misunderstanding. The group let out a collective sigh of relief. Yet the atmosphere grew instantly awkward. Li Yifei scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle, and directed his gaze towards the instigator of all this, Merlin. Uncle Merlin has just emerged from the hospital. He must be famished. I shall prepare something for you to eat. He then hastily fled the scene, leaving only Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Nike's watched Li Yifei's retreating figure with a puzzled expression, a gigantic question mark seemingly materializing above her head. Pei Guanxing also pulled Lin Xia aside. Merlin, however, appeared unfazed by the awkwardness. Instead, he approached Nike's and squatted down to closely inspect the small 9 in her hands. What is this little creature? Nike's presented the small 9 before him, her face aglow with joy. It is my brother. Brother? Merlin furrowed his brow and poked the purple-black slime with a finger. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia observed the two deities engaging in conversation. Xia, did Merlin just have a bout of insanity? Lin Xia reflected on the earlier ruckus and nodded. Yes, more or less. Suddenly, a phantom pain surged through Pei Guanxing, and he looked at Merlin with a tinge of dread. What affliction does he suffer from? Lin Xia pondered earnestly. Perhaps a mental derangement? He then proceeded to elucidate to Pei Guanxing the reality of Merlin's experiences. Merlin is, in fact, a grand sorcerer who once sought to uncover the truth of existence. Through magic and prophecy, he may have connected to a dimension unknown to us. He likely perceives that as the so-called real world, believing that our current existence is but an illusion, thus affecting his mental state. As for which side truly represents the real world, I am uncertain. However, the outcome is precisely as you have just witnessed. Lin Xia articulated this succinctly, and Pei Guanxing grasped the essence of the matter. Does he truly descend into madness solely due to his uncertainty about the authenticity of this world? Although I, too, find it perplexing, such is the reality. Lin Xia shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Li Yifei, the dedicated caregiver of the psychiatric hospital, emerged from the kitchen within moments, bearing a bowl of fried rice. Uncle Meilin, do sample my culinary skills. Meilin picked up the chopsticks and examined the dish before glancing at Nike's, the small 9. Li Yifei assumed Meilin sought Nike's advice on how to wield chopsticks, and he sighed. I forgot. I must fetch them spoons. Meanwhile, Lin Xia continued conversing with Pei Guanxing. I am not a genuine doctor. Meilin's condition is indeed challenging to remedy. Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow. Isn't this what I was pondering? Before he could finish his thought, Nike's and Li Yifei suddenly screamed in unison. Their shrill tones led Lin Xia to believe Meilin had transformed into a starfish once more, prompting him to rush over. What happened? What is it? Is Gui here? Only then did Pei Guanxing complete his sentence. Unfortunately, Lin Xia did not catch it. At that moment, Nike's and Li Yifei were gazing at Meilin in sheer terror. Just moments ago, Meilin had suddenly, with a swift motion, pierced the small 9 through with his chopsticks. resulting in a resounding thud. Li Fei trembled as he stared at the small 9 impaled on the chopsticks. Uncle Malin, you have killed grandfather? Nike's eyes widened in shock, and an aura of authority enveloped him, his gaze ablaze with fury, as though he were on the verge of a fierce confrontation. However, Malin's next words quelled their anxiety. It is unharmed. Do not fret. Before their eyes, the chopstick within the small 9 began to dissipate, ultimately vanishing into nothingness before falling to the ground with a soft thud, remaining motionless. Malin retrieved the small 9 and returned it to Nike's. You all must handle this little one with care. Though I cannot fathom its origins, I sense it is currently incomplete. Malin shifted the conversation. No, it is not merely incomplete. It may not even qualify as remnants. Moments ago, I had considered piercing it to discern the energy within. Now, I realize I was mistaken. You must all exercise utmost caution. Do not shatter it, lest this entire psychiatric hospital be consumed by it, returning to the void. Lin Xia regarded Pei Guanxing with a peculiar expression. But this is the deity of Guanxing. Huh. Malin turned to Pei Guanxing as well. Lin Xia continued to elucidate. This is the void star god, currently residing within Guanxing's being. At this revelation, Malin's face morphed into one of sheer horror as he pointed at Pei Guanxing. Then why are you still alive? Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and Nike's Li Fei. Oh. Merlin became acutely aware of the inappropriateness of his words and endeavored to clarify. The void star deity. Is it? It appears to be a god in its own right. Although the energy within it poses no immediate danger. Once contaminated, all things inevitably descend into self-dissolution. He cast a glance at Nyx. We are all deities, and, currently, we are merely contending with this void, so there is no cause for concern. But you. Merlin's expression turned grave as he focused intently on Pei Guanxing. If its essence truly resides within you, with such a concentration of void, you would have perished long ago. At that moment, the radiant flow within 9, which was the very servant named Yu Yang that Pei Guanxing had once sought, couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, is this the breadth of knowledge possessed by the great sorcerer? Merely encountering a hint of the void has led to such profound insights. I wonder what delightful occurrences might transpire if Merlin were drawn into this uniquely crafted void space. Chapter 75. In the astonished gaze of Merlin, Pei Guanxing opened his palm, summoning yet another small 9 figurine. He presented the second 9 figurine to Merlin, suggesting, How about I gift you one? Perhaps you could assist me in studying it? Merlin, taken aback, responded with an incredulous expression. Meanwhile, within the void, 9 bore an additional small indentation. The luminous sphere, transformed from Yang, swiftly flew to the vacant spot on 9. It nudged 9, exclaiming, TSK, just like that. You've been offered as a gift, and you remain silent? 9. Yu Yang nodded earnestly, affirming indeed, the esteemed General He is correct. The following morning, Pei Guanxing was roused from slumber by the persistent knocking of Hongying. Groggy, he turned on the light and opened the door. He found Hongying already dressed in her training attire, a hair tie held between her teeth as she styled her long hair. Noticing Pei Guanxing awake, she mumbled, Hurry up, we need to head out soon to buy some supplies. Pei Guanxing, squinting at the clock on the wall, replied, Sister Hongying, it's only 5 o'clock. With her long hair finally tied into a high ponytail, Hongying flicked her head lightly and remarked, Don't you often rise this early during training? All right, get ready quickly. I'll go practice with the gun, she added, leaving without a backward glance. Sighing, Pei Guanxing reflected on the previous night when the other members of Team 136 had returned and taken a rest. However, he had not enjoyed such luxury. Having spent considerable time in Lin Xia's mental facility, engaged in various antics with Merlin, and suffering significant blows, although Merlin had subsequently healed his injuries. Nevertheless, Pei Guanxing did not indulge in further slumber. After washing up and changing his clothes, he made his way to the backyard. Hongying seemed to sense his arrival, thrusting her spear forward, creating a swoosh of wind that halted before Pei Guanxing. She retracted the spear, pouting, Scaring you since childhood has proven futile. You still look as lifeless as ever. Pei Guanxing chuckled. Sister Hongying, you seem more childish now than before. With a toss of her hair, Hongying proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "Humph, I shall forever be 18. She then inquired, "Has Xia and Qi Mo risen yet?" Xia was indeed awake, while brother Qi Mo remained in slumber. As Pei Guanxing passed by Lin Xia's room, he heard the sounds of him washing up. "Then let us have breakfast before we head out shopping. It's time for you to relish my culinary skills once again." With that, Hongying tugged Pei Guanxing back inside, using the shaft of her spear to jolt the still slumbering Qi Mo awake. When Qi Mo, bewildered and blinking at Hongying's retreating figure, muttered, "What did I do to deserve that?" Pei Guanxing pointed upstairs to Lin Xia, descending, explaining to Qi Mo, "It's probably just because you woke up the latest. That little Nan didn't." Before Qi Mo could finish, he was interrupted by Hongying. "Little Nan is a girl." Qi Mo, on the verge of tears, protested, "This is blatant discrimination." A chuckle from outside the door interrupted the conversation as Ling Xian's voice chimed in. "What is going on? Brother Ling Xian, what brings you here?" Pei Guanxing inquired with a smile. "I have come to continue my role as your bodyguard," Ling Xian replied, giving Pei Guanxing a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning his gaze to Lin Xia. "You two have grown remarkably stronger. It seems my presence as a bodyguard is becoming irrelevant." From the kitchen, Hongying's voice chimed in. "Since Ling Xian is here, let us have breakfast together." A few minutes later, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia brought the breakfast to the dining table, while Hongying called for Si Xiaonan to join them. Observing Si Xiaonan's drowsy demeanor, the group could not help but stifle their laughter. After finishing their meal, Qi Mo was assigned the task of washing the dishes. Upon hearing about shopping trip, Lin Xia recalled the terror associated with the pink skirt and quietly followed Qi Mo into the kitchen. This left Pei Guanxing, Hongying, Si Xiaonan, and Ling Xian to embark on their shopping excursion. Fortunately, Hongying and Si Xiaonan did not insist on dragging Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia along to purchase any skirts, as the four of them carried an abundance of groceries. Pei Guanxing discreetly activated the power of the balanced abyss. Although they were in a bustling marketplace filled with ordinary people, he could still lighten the weight of their burden without letting the items float entirely away. Suddenly, the others felt their hands lighten and initially thought someone might be trying to snatch their groceries. However, after Pei Guanxing's clarification, they expressed their appreciation for the efficacy of the balanced abyss. Pei Guanxing chuckled. "Isn't it wonderful? Thank goodness for the balance." At that moment, the balance, who was also preparing for the new year, unexpectedly sneezed. Achoo! The vortex immediately approached with a mischievous grin. "Oh dear, caught a cold? How careless of you during this festive season." Before he could finish, the balance sent him soaring into the air. "Brother, I was wrong." Vortex wailed from above. As Pei Guanxing and the others exited the marketplace, snow began to fall once more. Fortunately, they had the foresight to bring an umbrella. Si Xiaonan grinned, glancing at the umbrella nestled in the bag. Ling Xian gestured. "Xiaonan, hand me the bag." "You take the umbrella?" Without hesitation, Si Xiaonan relinquished one of the shopping bags, reasoning that the bag was light and Ling Xian's hand were better suited for carrying it. Si Xiaonan held the umbrella tightly, staying close to Ling Xian. Naturally, Hongying and Pei Guanxing mirrored this arrangement. However, as they walked ahead, a playful thought struck Hongying. "Do you think if I kept the abyss open like Guanxing, I could walk back without a single snowflake landing on me?" "Perhaps not. Be careful or you might catch a cold," Pei Guanxing cautioned. "It's all right." With that, Hongying shifted the umbrella closer to Pei Guanxing. Noticing her intent to experiment, Pei Guanxing gently touched her arm. The ethereal energy flowed quietly, enveloping her and melting away the snowflakes that she had not evaporated in time. Ling Xian teased, "Hongying, how old are you? You still act like a child." Hongying turned to glare at him. "I'm still young. A girl is forever 18. Do you understand? Besides, would you dare to say the same to Xiaonan?" As the conversation drew to a close, Si Xiaonan gently squeezed Ling Xian's arm, puffing her cheeks as she regarded him. Despite her youth, comparable to that of Guanxing and Xia, such matters should not be taken lightly. Ling Xian's remarks about sister Hongying raised a question. Would he speak of her in a similar manner in the future? Ling Xian cleared his throat, opting for silence thereafter. Hongying leapt onto the curb, arms wide open, swaying as she ambled along, yet her trajectory leaned towards Pei Guanxing. He chuckled softly, instinctively extending his hand for her to grasp. Hongying clasped Pei Guanxing's hand firmly, feeling his steadiness and warmth. She lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes reflecting a gentle smile and trust. The streets lay blanketed in pristine white snow, creating a scene of immaculate purity where it seemed only they remained, supporting one another as they moved forward. Meanwhile, trailing closely behind, Cangnan, nestled beside Lung Xian, mused on an unexpectedly intriguing pairing. Hey, don't you think that Hongying and Guanxing look quite harmonious together? Lung Xian glanced at the two ahead, then at Cangnan, who shared his umbrella. A smile crept across his face as he softly replied, Indeed. Chapter 76, The Serpent Woman, the hostage on New Year's Eve, at Hongying's villa. Lin Xia stepped onto the balcony to call his aunt and report his safety. The other members of Team 136 were seated around the dining table, awaiting his return, 7 individuals. 9 chairs. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing retrieved the sword Choshi and placed it on an empty chair beside him. Witnessing this moment, everyone shared a knowing smile, their gazes drawn to the long blade, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhao Kongcheng within it. Chun Mai chuckled inwardly, thinking that, in a sense, they were all present. In the void of space, Zhao Kongcheng felt both touched and pained. He was moved by Pei Guanxing and the rest of Team 136 for remembering him, yet pained by the lavish feast before them. He could partake in none of it. Minutes later, Lin Xia hung up the phone and returned. Upon seeing Choshi on the chair, he turned back into the room and brought out the starry blade engraved with Zhao Kongqing's name, placing it alongside Choshi. This, he mused, could be considered a celebration of the new year with them. Once seated, Chun Mai raised his glass, scanning the table before resting his gaze on Choshi. Let us skip the formalities. Happy New Year. The clinking of glasses resonated as drinks flowed, and smiles lit up every face. Zhao Kongcheng grinned broadly, regardless of whether they could hear him, and shouted back, Happy New Year. The new year for Team 136 was, in truth, nothing extraordinary. Like other families, they indulged in food and drink, sharing laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, in the void, Yu Yang prepared to depart. After this sacrifice, he needed to ready himself for the entire Cangnan, hoping the divine power absorbed would be sufficient to safeguard Pei Guanxing. The next day, Pei Guanxing was roused by Lin Xia. Guanxing, it seems something has happened with Pang Pang and the others. We should go check. The reason Lin Xia called Pei Guanxing was that he was the only one who had consumed juice the previous night. His alcohol allergy meant he had abstained from alcohol. Besides the missing Lung Xian, the rest of Team 136 had succumbed to intoxication. Only Chun Mai remained sober, tasked with looking after them. Chun Mai nodded at the two, signaling it was fine, and Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia set off together. Shortly after, Wu Xiangnan opened his eyes and watched the two depart. It seemed someone couldn't hold out any longer. Chun Mai nodded and began waking the other team members. However, we needn't act immediately. Let us see how far these two have come. Indeed, with Lung Xian around, there is little risk of immediate trouble. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia walked toward Bali Pongpong's inn. Not far away, in a narrow alley, various snake-eye patterns adorned the walls. A captivating woman leaned against the wall, cradling a young man in her arms. Originally, I had no intention of abducting an ordinary person. However, as she leaned closer to the young man's cheek, her slender, serpentine tongue flicked out, brushing against his face. But who asked you to see me? Yu Yang, enveloped in her embrace, felt no sense of tension. Rather, there was an odd comfort in the situation. He shrugged and chuckled. Haha, it's all good. This isn't so bad after all. Oh, the serpent woman regarded him with keen interest, clearly entertained by his audacity. What a bold little brother you are. Unfortunately, I have other tasks to attend to today and cannot indulge you any longer. In the next moment, she swiftly leaped onto a high shop sign, cradling the youth. Her gaze fixed on the alleyway as Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia entered. Indeed, those two young gentlemen are far more handsome than you. The serpent woman's elongated nails grazed the young man's face, leaving a trail of crimson. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing halted, gazing upward towards the sign where the serpent woman perched. Lin Xia naturally followed his line of sight. That is, realizing she had exposed herself, the serpent woman chose to reveal her intentions, leaping down with her captive. The young man, devoid of anxiety, cheerfully greeted Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. The expressions of Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were filled with astonishment. This fellow has resurfaced. They could no longer dismiss the former waiter as an ordinary person. Can an ordinary individual manipulate memories? Can an ordinary person endure an explosion and survive a fall from the 90th floor unscathed? Can an ordinary person be captured by a serpent woman? Well, it seems this one can. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lung Xian spotted the ordinary young man in the serpent woman's grasp through his scope and immediately reported to Chun Mai. Suspected sighting of a member of the ancient god cult, Serpent Woman. She is currently holding a hostage, and Guanxing and Xie are in negotiation with her. Chun Mai frowned. TSK, taking a hostage? It seems we must act sooner than anticipated. The serpent woman smiled sweetly at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Would you two charming young gentlemen like to join our ancient god cult? By joining, you could attain boundless power and a promising future, should you desire it. She did not continue, but instead cast them a flirtatious glance. Pei Guanxing replied coldly. First, hand over the person in your grasp. The serpent woman tightened her hold. Not a chance, unless you exchange yourself for him. Pei Guanxing nodded. Very well. Lin Xia grasped his arm. No. Pei Guanxing offered him a reassuring glance, gently lowering Lin Xia's hand. He stepped forward toward the serpent woman. I will be your hostage. Now, please release him. Absolutely not. Hongying's voice rang from the alley's entrance, yet her plea fell short. The serpent woman seized Pei Guanxing, pressing a dagger against his throat. Nevertheless, she honored her word, shoving the young man forward. A mocking expression adorned her face. You arrived rather swiftly, but alas, just a moment too late. I have already secured one. In Chun Mai's eyes flickered a glint of cold light. You are merely a pawn. Release him now, and I may yet offer you a path to survival. The remaining team members wore expressions of icy resolve, while in the distance, Lung Xian had his sights set firmly on the serpent woman's head. After all, it was Chun Mai who promised you mercy, not us. The serpent woman scoffed. Why not hand over Lin Xia to me? I, in turn, shall extend a chance for survival to Pei Guanxing. The members of Team 136 were taken aback by her audacity. How could this serpent woman be so brazen? Meanwhile, Yu Yang, who was approaching Lin Xia, suddenly turned to face the serpent woman. A slight smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet the serpent woman felt an inexplicable surge of panic at the sight. He then silently opened his mouth, seemingly uttering the words, wishing you good luck. In the next instant, his body erupted in a burst of vibrant light. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony, his voice a haunting lament. Bastard! Did you not promise to spare me? Before he could finish his sentence, in front of the entire Team 136, before the serpent woman, and before Pei Guanxing, he exploded. There was no blood, no flesh, not even tattered remnants of clothing, only streams of ethereal light scattering through the narrow alley. Yet, amidst the chaos, a single glimmer of light took the opportunity to re-enter Pei Guanxing's body. The serpent woman stood frozen in disbelief. I did nothing at all. Chapter 52, Han Sheyun. The choice observing the bewildered serpent woman, the luminous orb that had once again manifested within Nine, could barely contain its laughter. Ha ha ha, this is getting interesting. Nine, can you guess what Pei Guanxing will do? Nine. Indeed, the very next moment, an overwhelming force of void surged from Pei Guanxing's being. The dagger that the serpent woman had poised against his neck vanished in an instant, along with her arm, rendering half of her form ephemeral. Fortunately, in the following moment, a tremendous divine power erupted from the serpent woman, clashing against Pei Guanxing's void energy, preventing her from dissolving into nothingness. With the protection of Medusa's divine power, the serpent woman was granted an opportunity to react, and she moved swiftly. As the divine ruins activated, the figure that had been behind Pei Guanxing vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was at the very same billboard where it all began. Terror gripped her as she gazed at her now semi-transparent hand, then looked down at Pei Guanxing. That last move from him had nearly cost her life. I swear, that wasn't my doing. Do you believe me? The serpent woman inquired cautiously. It was truly his own explosion. My divine ruins lack such capability. Now, without a hostage, she found herself utterly alone. Faced with so many night watchers and 2 divine agents, a sense of despair enveloped her. The serpent woman cursed the self-destructive fool countless times in her heart. This wretched individual dared to betray me. And what this void star god agent? Did he not just recently attain the pool realm? How could he possess such formidable strength? Could this be the ability of the void star god? Yet, it seems the range of that divine power is rather limited. With this thought, the serpent woman quickly regained her composure, a dazzling smile resurfacing on her enchanting visage. As long as she could meet his gaze, just a single glance would suffice. Naturally, Pei Guanxing offered no response. Drawing his blade, he struck down with a swift motion. The blade's radiance erupted, shattering the billboard upon which the serpent woman stood. The broken remnants of the billboard vanished before they could even touch the ground. Once again, the serpent woman's form disappeared, only to reappear before Pei Guanxing. At that moment, Pei Guanxing lowered his head and looked at her. Within his eyes, stars seemed to swirl, yet they were also void of substance, an expanse of nothingness akin to the cosmos. Their gazes locked. Suddenly, the serpent woman's vision blurred. The next instant, one of her eyeballs emitted a sizzling sound, akin to a droplet of water evaporating. A wisp of sanguine mist escaped from her now darkened eye socket. In that fleeting moment of connection, the pool realm Pei Guanxing had irrevocably damaged one of the serpent woman's eyes, who belonged to the river realm. Perhaps it was the mercy of the void power, or perhaps the eye had vanished too swiftly. The serpent woman felt no pain whatsoever. Once she regained her senses, her trembling hands instinctively reached for her face, desperately attempting to touch the hollow socket. No, no, no. My eyes, my beautiful eyes. The serpent woman let out a frenzied shriek. Her once enchanting beauty now replaced by madness. Lin Xia, closest to the two, would not idly stand by. The moment Pei Guanxing rendered the serpent woman blind, he launched an attack. Pei Guanxing was formidable, but Lin Xia was equally impressive. Empowered by the dual divine ruins, Lin Xia's speed reached its zenith. The deranged serpent woman was utterly unprepared as Lin Xia swung his starlight blade down with tremendous force. However, in the next instant, a sense of alarm gripped Lin Xia's heart, prompting him to leap back with a powerful thrust of his legs. A long halberd descended from the sky, intercepting him before the serpent woman. A figure materialized before Pei Guanxing, launching a kick aimed at him. Yet, the moment his shoe made contact with the void energy, it began to erode, dissipating into nothingness. The combatant, possessing a fierce battle instinct, quickly deduced the issue. Using his standing leg as leverage, he twisted his body, and the halberd, infused with mental energy, struck Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing was sent hurtling backward, caught by Hongying. Are you all right? Hongying gazed at Pei Guanxing with concern. Pei Guanxing rose, coughing a few times. Cough, cough. I'm fine. The void energy has nullified most of the kinetic force from his weapon. Finally recovering, the serpent woman fixed her remaining eye upon the man before her. Han Xiaoyun, you have finally arrived. Han Xiaoyun did not turn back. You may leave. The serpent woman glared at Pei Guanxing with her solitary eye. Hongying, standing beside Pei Guanxing, could not tolerate such insolence. Remembering how the serpent woman had embraced Pei Guanxing moments ago, Hongying pouted and wrapped her arms around him, glaring fiercely at the serpent woman. The serpent woman's lip twitched. Is this little girl lacking in wit? She turned her gaze to Han Xiaoyun's back and commanded, kill them. Subsequently, she departed, for she deemed the forthcoming battle beyond her capability to engage. In the Sea Realm's conflict, her presence would only serve to complicate matters. Han Xiaoyun surveyed the encircling 136 team around Pei Guanxing, seemingly recalling something, and sighed, I do not wish to harm you. I only require the 2 of them. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chun Mai. Han Xiaoyun, I know you. You are the captain of the Gusa Night Watch. More accurately, a former captain, as you once led your team to confront the Whispers, but now. Chun Mai paused. Now you have become a lackey of your former enemies? Han Xiaoyun fell silent, his lips quivering slightly, yet he ultimately uttered but a few words. You do not understand. He glanced at Pei Guanxing, held by Hongying, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his gaze. In that moment, Hongying seemed to transform into the visage of his once beloved, while Pei Guanxing appeared as himself. Ching. His throat tightened, silently wishing, "May you not tread the path I once walked." Han Xiaoyun maintained a composed demeanor. "Pei Guanxing, is it?" Pei Guanxing tightened his grip on the past. "What is it?" Confronted by the vastness of the ocean, one's own realm appears woefully inadequate. Even the most elusive force, akin to the essence of nothingness, struggles to wield significant influence. Were I to possess the ocean's might, no, even the modest prowess of a river, I could have rendered Han Xiaoyun incapacitated, severing one of his legs. Han Xiaoyun nodded slightly, expressing a hope that you would not err in your choices. After uttering this cryptic remark, his gaze turned devoid of nostalgia, replaced only by a chilling indifference, characteristic of a believer towards the Night Watchers. The others were perplexed by the meaning behind his words. But Chun Mai pursed his lips and ultimately sighed. "Since you refuse to speak, let us wage war. Neither Xing nor Xia shall you take away." With these words, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his comrades, and gradually drew forth the star blade. A frigid and sinister aura emanated from Chun Mai, as a blood-red palace materialized behind them. This palace was known as the Hall of Yinluo. Chapter 78. The Great Wind Disaster and Nihility. A distant gunshot echoed, the trigger pulled by Long Xian. Han Xiaoyun swept his long spear with a deft motion, deflecting the bullet with ease. Yet in the next moment, Chun Mai appeared before him like a specter, his star blade descending swiftly. Han Xiaoyun remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. A chilling surge of energy radiated outward from him. Chun Mai did not falter, for he was not alone in this battle. Behind him, Pei Guanxing also moved. The power of nihility surged like a tide towards Chun Mai, dissolving the force of Han Xiaoyun's attack. A jolt of surprise coursed through Han Xiaoyun, yet his movements quickened, the long spear crashing down with great force. Chun Mai appeared indifferent, the star blade unrelenting as it sliced across Han Xiaoyun's chest. The eerie energies of Black Wuchang and nihility simultaneously infiltrated the wound. Han Xiaoyun's spear struck Chun Mai at that instant, but he felt no resistance in return. Chun Mai had truly transformed into an untouchable specter, an embodiment of Black Wuchang. Han Xiaoyun staggered back, blood gushing from his chest, only to be devoured by the power of nihility, dissipating into fine mist. His hair turned ashen, and wrinkles appeared upon his face. He glanced at Chun Mai, then at Pei Guanxing. "Your two realms of confinement are quite peculiar. Your Black Wuchang can diminish my lifespan, while Pei Guanxing's nihility nearly grazed my heart. Had you both reached the Sea Realm, I might have perished just now. Alas, the insurmountable gap in strength ensures your failure." "Not regrettable." Chun Mai flicked the star blade, declaring, "because we are not engaged in a one-on-one duel." In the next moment, the voice of Hongying, accompanied by the whistling of a fiery spear, erupted from behind Han Xiaoyun. "You dare to bully our Guanxing." The spear in Hongying's hand traced a vivid crimson arc in the air before crashing down. Han Xiaoyun, like a gust of wind, evaded this strike and instantaneously positioned himself behind her, the long spear sweeping horizontally, poised to cleave her in two. Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and Wen Qimao moved in unison. Pei Guanxing grasped Hongying, stabilizing her stance, while raising Cho, she to block Han Xiaoyun's spear. Lin Xia launched a side assault, the two star blades crossing in a fierce attack. Simultaneously, Wen Qimao's heart demon binding activated, targeting Han Xiaoyun. In Han Xiaoyun's vision, Pei Guanxing and Hongying were automatically replaced by figures resembling Qing and himself. Ah, how reminiscent of the past. Regrettably, I cannot save her, and now I have become this way. Dying at their hands would not be so bad after all. For a fleeting moment, Han Xiaoyun hesitated, the long spear halting just a centimeter from Cho Shi. Yet, as a believer, not everything was within his control. A fierce wind howled around Han Xiaoyun, sweeping up Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, who were still holding Hongying. However, he chose not to directly annihilate the three. Instead, he hurled them back forcefully towards Chun Mai. The three individuals crashed down, creating a substantial pit in the ground. Pei Guanxing helped Hongying to her feet, casting a gaze towards Han Xiaoyun that subtly shifted. Despite the undeniable pain, It was evident that Han Xiaoyun's earlier strike, while not lethal, could have rendered them all severely incapacitated. Yet, he had refrained from doing so. Wu Xiangnan's eyes turned icy as he prepared to charge at Han Xiaoyun. But Pei Guanxing suddenly restrained him. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow in confusion, looking at Pei Guanxing. "Xiangnan, you have but one final chance at rebirth. If you fail to vanquish him this time, your fate could be perilous." Wu Xiangnan pursed his lips, asserting, "We are the Night Watchers." Pei Guanxing fixed his gaze on Han Xiaoyun, who smiled faintly and shook his head, his tone remaining chillingly indifferent. "The reason I have not directly executed you is to allow you companionship on your journey to the underworld. The elders of the ancient god sect do not concern themselves with such trivial matters. Now, prepare to witness the true peril of the sea realm." With that, Han Xiaoyun thrust his long spear forcefully into the ground. A swirling vortex began to coalesce in his hand, expanding gradually as his figure ascended slowly. The members of Team 136 immediately sensed the impending danger. Extreme peril could either manifest as extraordinary abilities, akin to those of Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, or as formidable lethality, like that exhibited by Chun Mai and Han Xiaoyun. Should the great wind calamity of the sea realm truly take form, half of Cangnan could face obliteration. The tempest unleashed from the vortex in Han Xiaoyun's hand swept through the air, threatening to topple everyone. Pei Guanxing extended his hands, unleashing a surge of violet-black void energy that enveloped the members of Team 136. A portion of this energy ventured forth, infiltrating the vortex within Han Xiaoyun's grasp. Although the void energy mitigated the vortex's expansion, it merely slowed its growth. Si Xiaonan patted Pei Guanxing on the shoulder, immediately encasing him in a gentle white glow. Pei Guanxing turned to see that the same ethereal light enveloped everyone. Si Xiaonan explained with a smile, "Guanxing, have you forgotten my forbidden domain, Wuyuan Sha? It can shield us from the tempest's influence. Now focus on him. I shall safeguard everyone's safety." Pei Guanxing nodded, retracting the void energy encasing the group and directing it entirely into Han Xiaoyun's vortex. As the void energy dissipated, the vortex in Han Xiaoyun's hand gradually shrank, destined to vanish completely in due time. Han Xiaoyun regarded the youth, a flicker of admiration and sorrow crossing his eyes. "Qingqing, everyone, I have come for you." Moments later, with a soft sound, the vortex in Han Xiaoyun's hand vanished entirely. The void energy, now without a target, surged into his body, dissolving his internal organs. Caught off guard, Han Xiaoyun coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. As Han Xiaoyun's praises had yet to escape his lips, a golden fist abruptly appeared before him, rapidly enlarging. It was Yuan Gang, accompanied by the portly Bai Li and his 5 companions, who arrived at that moment. Upon witnessing the fallen Han Xiaoyun, Yuan Gang rushed towards him without hesitation. At present, Han Xiaoyun was still burdened by the void's power, utterly devoid of strength, and could only submit to Yuan Gang's relentless assault. Under the combined onslaught of Yuan Gang and Pei Guanxing, Han Xiaoyun found himself grievously wounded, both internally and externally. Teetering on the brink of death, Yuan Gang bent down, locking eyes with Han Xiaoyun, uttering, once a night watchman, now merely a believer, regardless of your reasons. "Go and confess at the sanctuary." Han Xiaoyun's lips moved, yet no sound emerged, for his vocal cords had been dissolved by the void's force. Pei Guanxing glanced to Han Xiaoyun, tightening his grip on the ancient blade. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he plunged the weapon directly into Han Xiaoyun's shattered heart before Yuan Gang's very eyes. Han Xiaoyun gazed at the blade embedded in his heart, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you." Chapter 79. The Truth of 9. Laughter is essential. Yuan Gang glared at Pei Guanxing. "What are you doing?" Chun Mai snorted coldly, positioning himself in front of Pei Guanxing. "What? Are you displeased that my team member eliminated a believer?" Without waiting for Yuan Gang's response, Chun Mai took Pei Guanxing by the arm and began to walk away, vigorously ruffling his hair and generously offering praise. "Well done." His voice resonated as if intended specifically for Yuan Gang's ears. Bai Li, full of excitement, gazed at Chun Mai with stars in his eyes, exclaiming, "This uncle, So cool. He dares to retort against Instructor Yuan. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Han Xiaoyun and then at Pei Guanxing's retreating figure, falling into a contemplative silence. Yuongong, visibly displeased, slapped by Li playfully but acknowledged this fellow truly is protective of his own. He then pondered, come to think of it, after raising him for 10 years. Isn't he like a son? Instantly, Yuan Gang's mood brightened. Now that the crisis had subsided, Lin Xia planned to take by Li and the others for a stroll, while Pei Guanxing returned with Team 136. However, he remained silent throughout the journey. The reason for his sudden attack on Han Xiaoyun was tied to 9 from the past, who had spoken to him again. I can assist you in transforming Han Xiaoyun into a new blood-sin spirit, a companion for Zhao Kongsheng. Pei Guanxing did not believe this was 9 speaking. He even began to doubt if the entity that had spoken to him previously was 9 at all, but rather the service attendant who had let something slip in the hotel elevator. The tone of IX's voice this time bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the attendant. Moreover, upon reflecting on their first conversation, Pei Guanxing recalled 9 had often referred to itself as a rather than I. Surely, a deity would not misidentify their own pronouns? What then was the truth behind the young man who had perished in the explosion? Noticing Pei Guanxing's persistent silence, Hongying ruffled his hair, asking, why the long face? You've achieved a remarkable feat this time. Pei Guanxing sighed, withholding his true doubts, and merely expressed, in the end, I couldn't save that attendant. Or perhaps, he never truly died? Hongying continued to tousle his hair, turning it into a bird's nest, but that is not your fault. Shenmai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ancient God Church is a group of lunatics. At least you managed to save a significant portion of Cangnan this time. Pei Guanxing murmured, I don't feel particularly upset, just somewhat regretful. And then there's that snake woman. Hongying recalled the snake woman's actions towards Pei Guanxing, snorting disdainfully, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. What? Did she become addicted to your embrace? Do you have a preference for well-endowed figures? Pei Guanxing shook his head. No. I was merely contemplating how regrettable it was to let her escape. She remains a threat. Besides, when Sister Hongying holds her, it's even more. Before he could finish his thought, Hongying blushed, tugging at his ear and interrupting him. What are you saying? Though it did not hurt, Pei Guanxing still tilted his head in response to her force. However, the entire Team 136 had overheard their conversation. They couldn't help but scrutinize Hongying, and then ponder about the snake lady. It seems to be true. Xi bounced over to Hongying's side, exclaiming, Sister Hongying, I want a hug too. Hongying immediately released Pei Guanxing and embraced Xi tightly. Hug, hug, hug. Xi flailed in her arms. Ooh. After everyone returned, Pei Guanxing locked himself in his room. He intended to venture into the void space to uncover the truth. Once his consciousness arrived in the void space, he was indeed not alone. Zhao Kongsheng was there as well. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng, like an elder brother, wrapped his arm around Han Xiaoyun's shoulders. Let me tell you, it's quite comfortable here, albeit a bit too comfortable. Look over there. Zhao Kongsheng pointed to the colossal 9 in the distance, which was the Void Star deity, though it was not one to engage in conversation. I was all alone here before, and it nearly suffocated me. Now that you're here, at last, I have company. Han Xiaoyun remained bewildered, although Zhao Kongsheng had shared much. It was devoid of substantial information. It felt more like an empty nester lamenting his woes, without affording him the opportunity to inquire. Pei Guanxing felt a sense of helplessness. Uncle Zhao, please do not be so agitated. In the next moment, 9 suddenly stirred. Its entire form appeared as though it was being penetrated from within, and then a glowing orb shot forth. The orb swiftly approached, accompanied by a voice that Pei Guanxing found exceedingly familiar. Ahaha! This sudden burst of laughter momentarily left Zhao Kongsheng and Han Xiaoyun in a stupor. Yet, the laughter seemed contagious, as both Zhao Kongsheng and Han Xiaoyun, initially frozen, could not suppress their own laughter. The glowing orb circled around them. Very good. We must have laughter. Subsequently, the orb came to a halt before Pei Guanxing. He gazed at the orb, momentarily entranced. He sensed an exceedingly minuscule trace of divine power emanating from it. Though scant, it possessed the same quality as the power of the void. Unfortunately, He remained unaware of its significance, only able to perceive the difference. The orb emitted laughter, declaring, "Haha, I truly like you, but alas, you belong to 9. Even though 9 is still a mere remnant, I would never usurp another's joy. Otherwise, how could so many delightful events transpire?" Pei Guanxing found it exceedingly difficult to associate the perpetually laughing orb with 9. Could it be that 9 was merely feigning before? The orb seemed to sense his thoughts, erupting into hearty laughter as it melded into IX's form. Instantly, IX's entire body trembled as if it were jelly. "This is a token of gratitude for the time I have resided here. The void is but the void. 10 years ago, I utilized some of your power. It is not a deity of your universe. Zhao Kongcheng possesses the power of the void, and upon his demise, he will return to the realm of nothingness. I can assist you in transforming Han Xiaoyun into a new blood-sin spirit, providing companionship for Zhao Kongcheng." Familiar phrases resonate once more from 9. Ultimately, 9, or rather the entity that has invaded him, Yang, chuckles, remarking, disguising as 9 is quite impressive. "Ha! Consider your fragmented 9 figurine. Has it ever uttered a word? Ah, now, this is truly a matter of pride." Shortly thereafter, the luminous sphere reappears, and 9 falls silent, its gelatinous form gradually settling into its usual state of stillness. It approaches Pei Guanxing, observing the already amused Zhao Kongcheng and Han Xiaoyun beside him. Let there be laughter. Chapter 80. Explanation. "I will miss you." Pei Guanxing gazed at the luminous orb that had emerged from 9, perplexed by the creature's incessant laughter. "So, you're also a deity? Whose agent am I, and what is your purpose?" A barrage of questions erupted from him, causing the laughter to gradually fade. The orb began to elucidate. "To address your first inquiry, I am not a god. If one must categorize me, I am more akin to a manifestation of will, and my name is indeed Yang. Secondly, you are perpetually the agent of that slime behind you." As it spoke, it seemed to turn and regard 9. "As for my purpose," it glanced at Zhao Kongcheng and Han Xiaoyun, who were laughing uncontrollably and floating about. "Naturally, I am here for amusement." Pei Guanxing was unwilling to let it evade his inquiries so easily and continued to fixate on it. Yang then swayed slightly, prompting Zhao Kongcheng and Han Xiaoyun to come to a halt. "Very well. My true intention is to ensure your survival." Pei Guanxing was taken aback. "What do you mean? This attack shouldn't have been so perilous. Is there something more to it?" Yu Yang's voice resonated from the orb once again. "Do you recall the orphanage where you spent your childhood?" Pei Guanxing nodded. "I remember. Everyone there was ensnared by the mysterious." Before he could continue reminiscing, Yu Yang abruptly interrupted. "That orphanage is situated right on the outskirts of Cangnan City. I dare not gamble with the wrath of Shiwoya." At this juncture, it suddenly paused and tentatively inquired, "Has Chenmai spoken to you about Shiwoya's matter?" Pei Guanxing nodded, then shook his head. "Uncle Chen mentioned it, but he never elaborated." Yu Yang fell silent. "If Chenmai did not disclose this to you, then we have a predicament. When the truth is unveiled, I can indeed assist you, but only if you do not succumb to madness upon confronting reality." After a moment of contemplation, Yang bypassed the topic of Shiwoya. "At that time, the mysterious force sought to consume you, and 9 remained utterly unresponsive. I utilized its power to safeguard you, fearing your untimely demise." Pei Guanxing reflected on his past. 9 had indeed shown no regard for him. The being that had conversed with him was always Yang. What deity is 9 from which mythology? Pei Guanxing continued to inquire. Yu Yang became animated. He is me drawn from another timeline. However, regrettably, my abilities are limited. Here, 9, whether in strength or stature, is but a mere fragment of his true form. Otherwise, why would you need to cultivate the divine abyss yourself? And those who dare to approach him, like Nikes, should count themselves fortunate to have escaped the taint of the void. Furthermore, if I were to bring him entirely here, the inhabitants of this world would be doomed. You need not embark on some whimsical adventure as Pei Guanxing. That is merely conceptual prowess, far superior to Shiwoya. However, his character is most suitable for you. One large and one small together, ha ha ha. Pei Guanxing frowned slightly. Then why did you impersonate 9? Yu Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Of course it's for fun. Isn't it amusing that someone who perceives everything as meaningless would speak up for a little one? Yet, many have been deceived. Yu Yang Chuklet softly. To prevent Pei Guanxing from further questioning, he returned to 9, akin to returning home. Do not seek me out afterwards. I wish to rest. The void around them fell into silence. Their conversation was naturally overheard by Zhao Kongsheng and Han Xiaoyan. The two gazed at the immense 9, a profound sense of doubt and fear swelling within them. Another deity of time? Not even worth a scrap? The entire world could be obliterated? Han Xiaoyan turned to Pei Guanxing. I ask, what exactly is this place? It was Han Xiaoyan's first visit to the void space, and he was not in the body of blood-sensed spirit. He attempted to approach Pei Guanxing, only to find himself rooted in place, his body beginning to float. Han Xiaoyan, why can't one find peace even in death? Pei Guanxing pressed him down and then handed him over to Zhao Kongsheng. This is merely the dwelling of 9. Rest assured, there is no danger. Zhao Kongsheng grasped Han Xiaoyan, gazing at Pei Guanxing in astonishment. You call this no danger? Pei Guanxing reassured them. Did that orb of light not say it could not summon 9 entirely? Moreover, 9 itself never speaks or acts. It is likely too indifferent to engage with us. He then placed his hand on Han Xiaoyan's shoulder. Once I reach the Chuan realm, I should be able to mold a blood-sensed spirit body for you. For now, please stay with Uncle Zhao. Although Yu Yang's words were not exhaustive, they indeed supplemented Pei Guanxing's understanding of the Void Star God. Subsequently, Pei Guanxing exited the void space, leaving behind the two middle-aged gentlemen. Upon returning to reality, a commotion seemed to arise from downstairs. He opened his door and glanced down. Indeed, it was quite lively. Chao Yuan was conversing with Xingchen Dao and Lin Xia. Shen Qingzhu stood awkwardly at the door with his entourage, hesitant to enter. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, he was the source of the commotion. He was distributing local specialties to Team 136. Uncle Chun, you were truly magnificent yesterday. After graduation, may I join your ranks? Brother Lung Xian, why are you hiding so far away? Come, there is something for you too. Sister Hongying, you. Pei Guanxing slowly descended the stairs, and it seemed that Hongying sensed his gaze, looking up. Guanxuan, have you finished? Hongying rose to greet him. Yes, nearly. Pei Guanxing nodded. Hongying pulled Pei Guanxing to sit on the sofa, extending her mischievous hands to ruffle his hair. Alas, you will be leaving tonight, and it will be half a year before we can meet again. Pei Guanxing's head swayed back and forth under her gentle ministrations. Hongying, you cannot possibly be lamenting the 6 months during which you were unable to style my hair, can you? She teased. Hongying smiled sweetly, offering no denial. Observing this scene, Bai Li, portly as ever, discreetly pulled Lin Xia aside and inquired softly, Xia, what is the nature of the relationship between Guanxing and Hongying? Siblings, perhaps? Lin Xia suddenly realized that this question was rather complex to answer. Previously, it might have been plausible to categorize them as siblings. But now, his mind flickered back to the earlier encounter with the truth ring and the recent behaviors exhibited by the pair. Something was amiss. The spirit of gossip ignited within him. Indeed, when it was time to regroup, Hongying seized Pei Guanxing's hand. She quietly advised him on various matters of daily life, and Pei Guanxing listened with equal seriousness. It was only when the instructor began to urge them along that Hongying gazed into Pei Guanxing's eyes and uttered her final words. I will miss you. Chapter 81, Medals. Their relationship, Pei Guanxing was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled his earlier conversation with Hongying over the phone, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, Lin Xia, with his eyes closed and head resting against the window, suddenly curved his lips into a smirk. Something is amiss. However, considering that Guanxing and Sister Hong had lived together for several years, it seemed to make sense after all. After bidding farewell to Hongying, Pei Guanxing approached Yuan Gang and handed him the unopened black box. After all, it was Pei Guanxing's own weapon. Yuan Gang received the black box, then looked at Pei Guanxing with a helpless expression. I must ask, are you addicted to the star-chopping blade? You've severed yet another one. Pei Guanxing shrugged. Instructor, that is a question for Chao Yuan. Yuan Gang could hardly contain his laughter. You rebellious bunch, I hardly know what to say. All right, let us get in the vehicle. The following day upon returning to the training base, Hongying personally summoned Pei Guanxing. Observing the drowsy Pei Guanxing, Hongying couldn't help but chuckle. After all, today he was one of the protagonists, and to ensure he wouldn't miss out, someone had to fetch him. Upon returning to the training base, Pei Guanxing was once again free to use the forbidden area of the balance without reservations. Under the gaze of all the instructors and recruits, Hongying, like a rickshaw puller, led the floating Pei Guanxing to the training ground. Great Xia, witnessing this familiar scene, couldn't help but feel speechless. Even the instructors like this? The recruits exchanged peculiar glances. Does Pei Guanxing have such influence? Or does he possess some dark secrets about Instructor Hongying? Seeing Pei Guanxing return to the ranks, Hongying cleared his throat. Ahem, I have gathered everyone here for a matter of utmost importance. That is to bestow honors. His second statement resonated loudly, leaving the recruits dizzy and their hearts pounding. Before Pei Guanxing set off, Chunmai had approached Hongying once to inform him of the alleged neglect Pei Guanxing was experiencing at the recruit training base. Although Hongying believed such treatment could spur the other recruits to train harder, since it affected Pei Guanxing personally, he felt compelled to intervene. Hongying surveyed the recruits. 2 among you saved all your comrades during a holiday trip. The recruits naturally recalled the bus that had been struck by a missile. In that moment of chaos, their surroundings had turned purple and black, yet they emerged unscathed. Some had already begun to speculate who had intervened, glancing towards Pei Guanxing and Great Xia, who stood together. However, Hongying was not finished. Furthermore, these 2 refused to join the Ancient God Society. Subsequently, they severely injured the Ancient God Society's Serpent Woman and eliminated believer Han Xiaoyan. They also resolved the sea-level forbidden area, Great Wind disaster, thereby saving the citizens of Cangnan City once more. Thus, Hongying and Hongying each picked up a small black box. We have decided to award them the Star Medal. Instantly, the recruits erupted in excitement. The Star Medal. Now, merely a preparatory night watchman. Has he truly received the Star Medal? The crux lies in the fact that he has resolved the calamity of the sea and vanquished a believer. Hongying turned his gaze towards Pei Guanxing and Great Xia. Pei Guanxing, Great Xia, step forward. As the 2 ascended the martial arts platform, Hongying refrained from immediately bestowing the medal upon them. Instead, he cast a piercing glance at the newcomers below. I am aware that many of you harbored grievances against Pei Guanxing during the first half of the year. However, you must also recognize the caliber of his abilities compared to yours. Let me inquire, aside from Great Xia, who among you possesses the capability to stand alongside him? The only ones able to engage in a worthy exchange with the masked team leader, Wang Mian, are these 2, in close combat training. Only they could suppress your instructor, Han, in the special training at Jinan Mountain, who persevered until the very end. One by one, Hongying laid bare these truths before them. Even Pei Guanxing's exemption from regular training was personally sanctioned by me. He is able to disregard forbidden items that even affect instructors. The recruits initially sought to compare Great Xia with Pei Guanxing, deeming it unfair. After all, they are both agents of the divine. Why should one train alongside them while the other stand apart? Yet, Hongying swiftly silenced their forthcoming arguments. Great Xia's diligence is a testament to his own efforts. Pei Guanxing's laziness, however, is a privilege he can afford. If any of you can exhibit such prowess, then do so. I shall grant you an exemption from training as well. Instead of aspiring to catch up, you resort to isolation? Are you still children? Did Pei Guanxing consider such matters when he saved you? Hongying's voice echoed resolutely throughout the training base. The recruits bowed their heads in silence. Yet Pei Guanxing was already digging his toes into the ground. What? Why didn't you mention this to me, instructor? Isolation is fine. It matters not. I was influenced by the void at that time. The way you are now, I would prefer to be alone. Raising his head, he declared, now, let the formal awarding commence. Hongying stood before Pei Guanxing, whispering, your captain specifically discussed this matter with Instructor Yuan. Remember to express your gratitude when you return. Pei Guanxing nodded slightly. After a decade, Chunmai remained ever so caring towards him. It was as if he truly regarded him as a son. Subsequently, Hong Hao adorned Pei Guanxing, while Hongying placed the star medal upon Lin Xia. After the four exchanged formal bows, Hongying concluded with a brief summary and announced the dissolution of the gathering. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Pei Guanxing swiftly glided away, denying them the opportunity to engage him. This time, it was not the recruits who isolated Pei Guanxing. The latter half of the year would focus on training related to the Forbidden Ruins. Naturally, it began with theoretical lessons on the subject. At this moment, Instructor Gu descended from the podium, walking towards Pei Guanxing and Shun Qingzhu as he continued his lecture. The two had fortuitously become desk partners, often dozing off during classes. Their shared habits gradually fostered a deepening intimacy between them. Shun Qingzhu increasingly found Pei Guanxing to be quite agreeable. However, their fates had never aligned. Every time Shun Qingzhu was called upon to answer a question, it was always met with an uncertain, "I don't know," followed by the punishment of running laps. In contrast, Pei Guanxing, with his remarkable memory, had never been stumped. Yet this time, a twist of fate unfolded. After Shun Qingzhu responded with his customary ignorance, he dutifully flipped over his desk, preparing to run his laps. Instructor Gu called upon Pei Guanxing. "Come, recite all the recorded Forbidden Zone serial numbers for me." Pei Guanxing, Shun Qingzhu, on the verge of bolting from the classroom. The other recruits. "Instructor, this is beyond fair play. There are still numerous Forbidden Zones that have yet to be assigned serial numbers. What about Pei Guanxing's void?" Instructor Gu chuckled. "Can I manage you?" At last, he managed to regain some authority for the instructor team through Pei Guanxing. They both joined in for a round of laps. However, after class, a gathering of instructors and recruits observed Shun Qingzhu, resembling a rickshaw puller, sprinting with Pei Guanxing in tow, and fell into contemplation. Had their relationship grown so close? Chapter 82. The Acrobatics Detonator. An explosion on the training grounds. Instructor Hong was eloquently addressing the new recruits, elucidating the purpose of their current training. Our objective in this training session is to enhance your mastery over the Forbidden Ruins. While there are numerous factors concerning the Forbidden Ruins that remain beyond our control, such as the means of acquisition and the potency of the ruins, a mysterious smile flickered in Instructor Hong's eyes as he continued. The duration and scope of the open Forbidden Ruins can indeed be augmented through subsequent training and the enhancement of your mental prowess. At this juncture, Lin Xia could not help but cast a glance at Pei Guanxing, who stood beside him. According to Wen Shimao, Pei Guanxing's void, or Su Wu, had been continuously open for a decade. Not to mention the extent of his void's coverage. In terms of duration, none of the instructors present could possibly rival him. However, this matter was known only to the members of Team 136 and a few high-ranking night watchers. The batch of instructors participating in the training, including Hongying, were entirely unaware of this fact. The thought of the instructors' astonished expressions later brought an involuntary smile to Lin Xia's lips. Meanwhile, Instructor Hong couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the new recruits performing acrobatics shortly. Bending down, he retrieved a device resembling a wristband from a large box at his feet. This contraption is academically known as the ACE, but we prefer to call it the Acrobatics Detonator. Once donned, it will continuously release a stream of mental energy towards you for a full 24 hours. However, fret not. It will not inflict any harm. As for its effects, Instructor Hong chuckled, causing the new recruits to shudder with anticipation. You will soon discover its influence. Your task is to continuously transmit mental energy to combat this device for the same 24 hours. Remember, do not attempt to remove it. Report. Bai Li, the chubby recruit, raised his hand. Speak. Instructor Hong nodded. Does this mean that during the 24 hours of contending with the acrobatics detonator, we must transmit mental energy while eating, sleeping, and even using the restroom? Precisely. Instructor Hong crossed his arms. That is the essence of this training. Once your mental energy can be wielded as effortlessly as your own limbs, you will be able to remove it. However, when you reach such proficiency, whether you remove it or not becomes inconsequential. Now, come forth to collect your respective ACEs. The new recruits gazed at the peculiar devices, fiddling with them while donning them and engaging in animated discussions. How did this thing earn the moniker Acrobatics Detonator? One exclaimed. Suddenly, a recruit leaped into the air, executing a spectacular split. In the next moment, all the recruits who had donned their ACEs began their own performances. Some managed to control themselves reasonably well, with their left hands at 5 and their right hands at 8, wobbling like infants taking their first steps. Others, lacking control, fell directly to the ground, spinning in place like a clock's hands. Only a few recruits managed to maintain their composure, but within moments, even their bodies succumbed to uncontrollable movements. Some were joyfully performing the Yonga dance, while others practiced gymnastics. Why does the current of this device fluctuate? Instructor Hong laughed heartily as he continued his explanation. What uses it to maintain a steady output of mental energy? You must be prepared to combat varying degrees of electrical currents at all times. A few exceptionally gifted recruits, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the situation. For instance, Chao Yuan, Shen Qingzhu, and Molly quickly ceased their activities and approached with caution. Instructor Hong nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He then turned his attention to Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. You too. Put yours on as well, with the experiences of their fellow recruits serving as a cautionary tale. Lin Xia focused intently, keeping a vigilant eye on the fluctuations of the current on his wristband. The moment he secured it, he emitted an equal measure of mental energy, thus becoming the only recruit who did not falter. No, there was another, Pei Guanxing. With a peculiar expression, Pei Guanxing prepared to don the wristband, quietly wondering to himself, how long can this thing last? The instant he fastened it, a soft bang erupted as the so-called acrobatic detonator exploded, scattering electronic components across the ground. The other recruits were taken aback. The instructors were equally stunned. The sudden explosion of the wristband startled the remaining recruits. Even Lin Xia, who had acclimated to the wristband, let out a chuckle, unable to keep pace with the shifting electrical current, and tumbled over. Chaos ensued once more on the training ground. Instructor Hong was at his wit's end. This Pei Guanxing had already severed several star knives, and now he was targeting the ACE. Instructor Hong refused to be deterred. Pei Guanxing, come here. Pei Guanxing scratched his head and obediently approached. Under the watchful eyes of the recruits, Instructor Hong personally placed a wristband on him. Bang! Instructor Hong stared blankly at his fingertips, now slightly charred from the explosion. He was in trouble. Put on again. Bang! Again. Bang! Bang! Eventually, gazing at the scattered components and the solitary wristband remaining in Instructor Hong's hand, both the instructors and the recruits fell silent. Pei Guanxing wiped his blackened wrist from the explosion and reached out once more. Instructor Hong's expression twitched. An ACE wristband is worth tens of thousands. Pei Guanxing, you have already destroyed nearly 300,000 worth. And let's not forget the star knives you have severed. Are you here solely to cause destruction? Pei Guanxing feigned innocence. But Instructor Hong, you insisted on putting it on me. Shouldn't the bill be yours? At this moment, Lin Xia approached the two, and after exchanging glances with Pei Guanxing, he leaned in and quietly informed Instructor Hong about Pei Guanxing's decade-long exploits in the Divine Ruins. Instructor Hong glared at Lin Xia. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Xia mimicked Pei Guanxing's demeanor and shrugged. You never asked, Instructor. Instructor Hong's breath caught in his throat, nearly succumbing to exasperation at Lin Xia's response. He glanced at the last wristband on his hand and shot a glare at Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Instructor Hong announced grumpily, dismissed. He then added, don't even think about taking them off. Not everyone is like Pei Guanxing, capable of effortlessly dismantling the acrobatic detonator. In the instructor's office, Yuan Gang observed Hong, how entering with a look of utter dejection. With a cheerful demeanor, Yuan Gang inquired, what is the matter? Weren't you supposed to be teaching them about the acrobatic detonator today? You look rather unwell. Did one of the new recruits perform and hit you? Hong Hao pursed his lips and tossed the remaining wristband to Yuan Gang, saying here, there's only one left. What? Our precious Pei Guanxing has blown up all the other wristbands. Hong Hao sighed with a bitter smile, yet soon he was enveloped in endless reflections. After all, he had an inkling of the gravity of the situation. That was a divine ruin that had been continuously open for 10 years. Chapter 83. Shooting training Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. What do you mean by unfolding a decade? Hong Hao recounted the conversation he had with Lin Xia once more. Yuan Gang was well aware of the divine war that transpired a decade ago. Yet he was not privy to the subsequent developments. Now, considering what Lin Xia had disclosed, if it were indeed true, Yuan Gang's expression turned exceedingly grave. Hong Hao, this matter must remain confidential. No one else can be privy to it. Hong Hao nodded in acknowledgement. I understand for now, only Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, and I are aware of this. Yuan Gang finally exhaled in relief. I will speak with him later. Just as Hong Hao was about to leave, Yuan Gang called him back. Regarding the circus detonator that you rendered inoperative, remember to cover the expenses yourself. Hong Hao stumbled slightly in surprise. Can we not report the training losses? After some back-and-forth negotiation, Hong Hao left with a beaming face to draft the equipment loss report. In the tranquil office, Yuan Gang suddenly took a deep breath. Realizing why the training camp's location had been altered this time, he pondered for a moment and dialed a number. Hello, Captain, I have come across some information. In the cafeteria today, an unexpected influx of ravenous infants accompanied by several busy caregivers appeared. Lin Xia looked at the two individuals before him, covering his forehead. I can understand Fatty's behavior. He is unable to control himself, but Guanxing, what brings you here? Before him, Bailey Fatty and Pei Guanxing blinked eagerly, looking at him with anticipation, hoping for sustenance. Pei Guanxing showcased his reddened wrist from an explosion. My wrist hurts. Are you merely using that as an excuse for your laziness? Lin Xia responded, utterly speechless, yet he continued to feed them one bite at a time. Chao Yuan glanced at his wristband and pondered slightly. What if I too suddenly lost control and asked Xia to feed me, while also fostering our bond? Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu, standing beside them, wore an equally exasperated expression, for he too was besieged by 3 hungry subordinates. With each mouthful he took, he had to feed them thrice. Repeating the cycle, 1 bite, 3 feeds, 1 bite, 3 feeds. Something fell amiss. Observing Pei Guanxing taking a bite on a side while Lin Xia fed another on the opposite, Shun Qingzhu's eyelids twitched, and he turned to Lin Xia. I say, aren't these your little ones? Why are they here mooching off my food? In the afternoon's firearms training, only 5 individuals were permitted to train freely. Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, Shun Qingzhu, Chao Yuan, and Molly. After all, most of the new recruits still struggled to control their movements. It was quite an achievement for them to sit back and observe the training. Bali Fatty, meanwhile, was flipping around at the back, shouting, Guanxing, go for it. Chao Yuan, show them what you've got. Molly, I love. Before he could finish his sentence, Fatty tumbled out of the training ground, his voice gradually fading away. Molly gripped her weapon tightly, veins protruding on her forehead as she raised her pistol and pulled the trigger repeatedly. A series of gunshots echoed, bang, bang, bang. The final score, 99 points. Molly let out a slight hum, casting a provocative glance at the several burly men beside her. Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, however, did not wait for Lin Xia, who was ahead of them, to fire before they took their shots simultaneously. After a flurry of gunfire, their scores were announced, 198 points. Shun Qingzhu smirked, while Chao Yuan sighed. All eyes shifted to Lin Xia, who hesitated momentarily before raising his gun to fire 10 shots as well. Yet, no score was reported. As the crowd expressed their confusion, the voice announcing scores rang out from Pei Guanxing, who stood 2 people away from Lin Xia. Final score, 100 points. A hush fell over the arena. Everyone squinted to examine the targets of Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing. Was this a complete miss, or did it count as 10 perfect shots? Was Lin Xia doing this deliberately to demonstrate his mastery over the divine realm? However, Pei Guanxing, who understood the true situation, looked at Lin Xia with a strange expression. Is this really your doing? Should we perhaps swap targets? Lin Xia suddenly recalled the weary expression of Long Xian, who had suffered because of him. I'm sorry, Brother Long. Pei Guanxing utilized Lin Xia's target to assess his own performance and could only resort to Lin Xia's target, just like Lin Xia's earlier miss. The scene was eerily familiar for Pei Guanxing. He summoned the power of the void, channeling it into the barrel of his gun. Then he fired just once. Bang! The distant target vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Pei Guanxing nodded in satisfaction, realizing his precision in controlling the void had improved. If it had been before, the target would have merely sustained a series of small holes rather than disappearing entirely. The announcement followed. Target not detected, please reset the target. The display of skill from both Lin Xia and Pei Guanxing caused Shen Qingzhu and the others to raise their eyebrows. Their command over the divine realm is indeed formidable, truly worthy of being agents of the divine. However, the onlooking recruits shivered. Instructor, we aren't isolating ourselves. They are both too dangerous. To them, one had an absurd lack of accuracy, while the other wielded unpredictable divine powers. Little did they know, the conclusions drawn by those of such a high caliber were, in fact, the correct ones. Just as they were processing the shock, the door to the shooting range swung open, revealing Hongying, who entered carrying a small, rotund figure. Just in time, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia, come with me. In the instructor's office, Hongying regarded the two seated before him in silence. Xiaopinga had only informed him that Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia were entangled with the divine war in the entire Cangnan region. Beyond that, he had divulged little else and had repeatedly cautioned him against probing further, asserting that knowledge of this matter would yield no benefits. Pei Guanxing grew up alongside Chenmai, which was of little consequence. However, some information could be appropriately disclosed regarding Lin Xia. Hongying turned his gaze towards Pei Guanxing. You have been with Chenmai for a decade now. In fact, you are a veteran member of Team 136, while Wu Xiangnan is merely a newcomer. His tone then turned serious. To what extent are you acquainted with the two of them? Pei Guanxing refrained from providing a direct answer, instead casting a glance at Lin Xia. Some matters are best left unknown. Lin Xia need not be burdened with such knowledge at this moment, as it would only serve to cause unnecessary distress. Observing his reaction, Hongying chuckled. Do not fret. You will all eventually become the foremost elite of our night watchers, and these matters will inevitably come to light. With Hongying's reassurance, Pei Guanxing began to recount the past of Chenmai and Wu Xiangnan. Chenmai, Pei Guanxing's adoptive father, was once known as the Black Impermanence, while Wu Xiangnan served as the vice captain of Team 136, formerly recognized as the Blue Rain. As Pei Guanxing narrated their stories, Hongying seemed to drift into his own reveries. Lin Xia, on the other hand, was increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that both leaders of Team 136 possessed such illustrious histories. Chapter 84. Merlin of Research 9, Pei Guanxing recounted all that he knew to Lin Xia and Hongying. Suddenly, he recalled the mention of Shiva's grievance in the void space and inquired of Hongying, Instructor, what is Shiva's grievance? Hongying gazed at Pei Guanxing with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback that he was aware of such a thing. After a moment of contemplation, however, he responded, I can only tell you that it is an exceedingly dangerous, forbidden object. A decade ago, the outer gods instigated a divine war over the contention for this forbidden item. Anything inscribed upon Shiva's grievance will be utterly erased. Yet, every action bears a price. To obliterate something, one must expend a sufficient amount of mental or divine energy. As for whether anyone or any deity has inscribed anything upon it, Hongying shrugged. Unfortunately, I do not know. He then turned to the two of them. Do not think it is that I wish to withhold information. The matters concerning Shiva's grievance are far too complex. Even I possess only this limited knowledge. Pei Guanxing nodded in understanding, feeling that, as a mere novice night watchman at the Pool Realm, he was not yet worthy of such high-level matters. After their brief exchange, Hongying adopted a serious demeanor once more. Pei Guanxing, I have heard from Hong Hao that your divine ruins have been activated for a decade. Pei Guanxing nodded. Hongying suddenly rose, fixing his gaze intently upon him. You must remember, this matter must never be disclosed to anyone else. And Lin Xia, you must not reveal it either. Though the traitor within the instructor team had been dealt with, one could never be certain if others might inadvertently let slip such information. Should it fall into the ears of someone with ill intent, Pei Guanxing's peril would be greatly magnified. They both understood the gravity of Hongying's words and replied in unison. Understood. Nonetheless, Pei Guanxing voiced another request. Instructor, since you are aware of this matter, I would like to apply for the independent development of the divine ruins. After all, no one in history has done so as I have. Hongying waved his hand in agreement. Very well. Do as you wish. After all, there is no one in the instructor team who can teach you any further. After dinner, Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exited the cafeteria together. Lin Xia suddenly sighed. What is it? Pei Guanxing asked. I currently have no clues regarding Merlin's ailment. This morning, I inquired with Instructor Gu, and by the afternoon, he had vanished, Lin Xia lamented. Originally hoping to obtain a treatment plan through Instructor Gu, she was dismayed to find that he had simply disappeared. Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow, puzzled as to why they were so troubled over Merlin's predicament. It seems you did not heed my previous words. Lin Xia looked at Pei Guanxing in confusion. Pei Guanxing smiled. Isn't Merlin's issue a reflection of cogito, ergo sum? There is no need to concern ourselves with the authenticity of the world. Perhaps the world that Merlin perceives is also an illusion. Perhaps at a higher level, there exists an entity that inscribes the narrative of our lives. My existence is not contingent upon the world. Even if the world were a mere illusion, my being remains authentic, and that suffices. In truth, Lin Xia had not contemplated such profound matters, nor did he seek to investigate the nature of reality. However, Mei Lin required treatment. Pei Guanxing's words sparked a significant inspiration within him. With excitement, Lin Xia bid farewell to Pei Guanxing, exclaiming, I shall meet you shortly. I am off to converse with Mei Lin. Pei Guanxing, observing Lin Xia's departing silhouette, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. We shall meet soon, and I, too, must seek your guidance on Nix. Upon returning to his dormitory, Pei Guanxing entered the void space. After a brief exchange with Zhao, Kongsheng, and Han Xiaoyan, he traversed through the colossal form of 9 towards Lin Xia's psychiatric facility. Typically, each visit to Lin Xia's institution bore no remarkable events. However, this time, Zhao, Kongsheng, and Han Xiaoyan, still lingering in the void space, heard peculiar sounds emanating from 9. They exchanged bewildered glances. Did you catch that strange noise? It seems so, they remarked, casting odd looks at 9. Although 9 remained unfazed within its being, a luminous orb darted about with considerable vivacity. Lin Xia acted swiftly, seemingly having completed his guidance of Mei Lin, and exited the psychiatric hospital. At that moment, Mei Lin, akin to Nix, cradled little 9. Yet one was engrossed in the study of the void, while the other engaged in lively conversation. When not afflicted, Mei Lin exhibited a semblance of normalcy, diligently researching 9 in serene silence. Suddenly, he brushed his fingertips across his scalp, dislodging a few strands of hair. Mei Lin then turned his gaze to Nix more precisely. To her flowing, lustrous black hair, Nix displayed a far greater affection for 9 than he did. She genuinely succeeded in cradling 9 within her hands, affectionately calling him brother each day, nurturing him with conversation and sustenance. Yet, Nix showed no signs of hair loss. Mei Lin pondered. However, it seems that the influence of the void star god upon oneself merely manifests as hair loss, with no significant detriment. Perhaps I was overly cautious at that time. Suddenly, Nix glanced over her shoulder. Hypnos, you've arrived. Thanatos has just departed. Mei Lin turned his head, and now, liberated from the entanglements of truth and falsehood, he perceived a broader spectrum of reality. Pei Guanxing approached nonchalantly, and indeed, a faint aura of void energy resided within him. Mei Lin curled his lips into a smile. It is said that you have aided me in unraveling my confusion. Is there something you desire? Pei Guanxing nodded. Indeed, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. As he spoke, he raised his palm, releasing the void energy which floated above his hand. I wish to cultivate my divine ruins void, yet I find myself lacking direction. Mei Lin furrowed his brow. Although he sensed a formidable threat emanating from that faint, ethereal force, it did not seem to target anyone else present. Nor did it affect the flowers and grasses at Pei Guanxing's feet. This ominous presence was wholly directed towards Pei Guanxing himself. However, he appeared utterly unfazed. Merlin ran his fingers through his hair, letting a few strands fall, and gazed at Pei Guanxing, noting the boy's luxuriant locks. With a hint of skepticism, Merlin inquired, Do you not feel any discomfort? Pei Guanxing pondered for a moment and replied, "A few years ago, I often felt drowsy, but that has since been resolved. I should be free of any abnormalities now." Merlin squinted slightly, seemingly intent on uncovering more about Pei Guanxing, for everything surrounding him was exceedingly peculiar, an unheard-of deity, an energy comparable to a concept, and a human shrouded in mystery. Chapter 85, Void, Limitless. Merlin's great calamity. Pei Guanxing remained oblivious to Merlin's unusual demeanor, continuing to speak to himself. "However, the influence of the Void Star God still lingers within me, often leaving me listless and reluctant to engage my intellect. Nonetheless, it poses no significant issue and does not disrupt my daily life." Merlin observed for a while, but failed to discern any anomaly in Pei Guanxing. "So, you wish to inquire how to harness the power of the Void?" Pei Guanxing nodded. "Indeed, Uncle Merlin." Merlin rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Has the Void Star God ever utilized the power of the Void? Or when you manipulate the Void, to what extent can you achieve? Pei Guanxing recalled the actions of Yu Yang, who once masqueraded as Nine. Well, I suppose there is some merit to that. He captured the souls of those who should have perished within the divine realm. As for myself, I can merely rely on the unique properties of the Void to deconstruct and dissolve people or objects. Merlin shook his finger. No. It appears you truly lack mental agility. That is not deconstruction and dissolution. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to that phenomenon as conceptual erasure. As he spoke, a magical array materialized in Merlin's hand, with little Nine quietly resting upon it. Merlin summoned Li Yifei. "Come here for a moment." Li Yifei, with a perplexed expression, approached the two. Merlin pointed at a teacup on the table and asked Li Yifei, "Do you remember the position of this cup?" "I do," Li Yifei nodded, albeit unsure of Merlin's intentions, yet obediently responded. As the brilliance of the magical array intensified, a purplish-black energy emanated from Nine, enveloping the teacup. In the next moment, the teacup vanished into thin air. Merlin turned to Li Yifei. "Do you still remember the cup's location?" Li Yifei scratched his head. "Uncle Merlin, what are you talking about? What cup?" Merlin smiled at Pei Guanxing. "Did you see that?" To Li Yifei, that cup never existed. The power of the Void is an energy of conceptual nature, boundless in its potential. It can be said that if you desire it, you can achieve it. Suddenly, Pei Guanxing recalled the Shiva-esque grievance, which also possessed the ability to erase something from the conceptual realm. Yet, it paled in comparison to the Void, as the power of the Void even influenced the perceptions of those around. Merlin continued, "This is far superior to magic, while magic is indeed wondrous. It ultimately has its limitations and cannot directly erase concepts. However, regrettably, you are still too weak to wield it freely. Nevertheless, you can initially mimic the forbidden realms of others through the Void." Pei Guanxing, though initially reluctant to engage his intellect, quickly grasped the concept once someone illuminated the path for him. Suddenly, he recalled the injury on Wu Xiangnan's hand, inflicted by a divine artifact. If it entails conceptual erasure, then if I were to sustain an injury, could I not render the concept of injury intangible, thus restoring myself to my former state? Or rather, once I attain a certain level of prowess, I shall obliterate the very concept of God. Merlin shook his head, but after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "In theory, it is indeed possible, yet you must understand that there are many gods." Suddenly, his smile faded. "What must you achieve to single-handedly eradicate all the gods? I am also a god. At present, you cannot even withstand my casual strike, can you?" However, Pei Guanxing was not disheartened. Instead, he chuckled. "In that case, it's a simple matter. Just enhance your strength, and it shall be done. Nonetheless, I have no intention of striking at you, Uncle Merlin. Only at those adversaries." Merlin regarded Pei Guanxing with a hint of approval in his eyes. "You are quite optimistic. When you too can attain divinity, perhaps time, space, and even life and death shall be rendered ephemeral in your presence." He then mused inwardly. "By that time, I might truly be unable to withstand your casual strike." Pei Guanxing resolved to follow Merlin's initial suggestion to first imitate the forbidden realms of others in order to enhance his own strength. Just as he was about to depart, Merlin suddenly called out to him, Merlin pointed at the small 9 in Nyx's hand. Can you conjure this little thing at will? Nyx immediately regarded Merlin with suspicion, tightly guarding the small 9. Pei Guanxing nodded. Indeed. Merlin suddenly smiled. Then all is well. You may leave now. In the following month, Pei Guanxing did not remain cooped up in his dormitory. He entered a diligent phase, pondering whose forbidden realm to imitate. To his surprise, he found one, and it was quite close by Shun Qingzhu. Originally inseparable from Lin Xia and the others, Pei Guanxing had recently become entangled with Shun Qingzhu. Wily Fatty observed Pei Guanxing once again running off with Shun Qingzhu and whispered gossip. Xia, has Guanxing had a falling out with you? His words drew the attention of nearby female students, who perked up their ears to eavesdrop. They were not at odds. But Lin Xia was uncertain whether to clarify the situation, especially since the looks from those around them were rather peculiar. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly coursed through Lin Xia's mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of void power emanating from his body. Instantly, it enveloped the entire training ground, expanding outward. Like winter snow meeting the scorching summer sun, the facilities on the training ground gradually vanished, and the ground even began to sink. Lin Xia radiated waves of golden light, resisting the encroaching void power. Yet, those around him were far less fortunate. Their expressions turned vacant, and their bodies began to dissipate gradually. Fortunately, a faint purple glow still clung to them, maintaining their basic forms. Each individual cast their hollow gazes upon Lin Xia and slowly approached him. In the instructor's office, Yuan Gang abruptly stood up, the aura of the Void Star God, and another deity. They had begun to fight in my training camp. On a certain carriage, not far from Cangnan, an elderly man pouring tea trembled, causing the liquid to spill. Observing the wet stains on the table, he sighed and instructed the young coachman to Cangnan. In the capital, at the headquarters of the night watchman, Yi Fan glanced at his palm, where an inconspicuous purple dot lingered. Yet ultimately, he issued no commands and simply exited in silence. In a restaurant, a young man, tidying the tables, suddenly lifted his head to gaze outside. The street bustled as usual, devoid of any visitors. He picked up a long box from the corner and called loudly to the kitchen. Third uncle, I'm stepping out for a moment. In the old district of Cangnan, a small black dog suddenly began to bark furiously, but Yang Jin refrained from kicking it this time. He merely stared into the distance, remaining silent. Subsequently, he stood up and called out, Mom, I'm taking the dog for a walk. Chapter 86. Man, God halt the void at this moment. The psychiatric hospital was in utter chaos. Perhaps due to the presence of two deities, the furniture and fixtures within the hospital, although dissipating, did so at a far slower pace than the outside world. Li Yifei, who was chopping vegetables, had long since lost consciousness, the knife lodged in his forehead, presenting a scene reminiscent of a murder tableau. Unprepared, Nyx was dazedly cradling the small 9, mumbling incoherently, brother, brother. Merlin was continuously casting magic circles, attempting to channel the void energy to other dimensions. Though somewhat effective, it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Cold sweat dripped from Merlin's forehead as he realized the gravity of his miscalculation. Initially, he believed that the void energy was solely directed at Pei Guanxing, not affecting others or objects. Thus, he resolved to fully release the void energy contained within the small 9 that Pei Guanxing had given him. After countless attempts, he finally burst it, yet failed to extract the stable void energy he had envisioned. Once freed from the constraints of the small 9, the void energy erupted uncontrollably. As Merlin activated the magic circles, he corrected his earlier assumptions. No, it hadn't truly erupted. The void energy, much like the water within a balloon, simply scattered freely once unbound. However, its capabilities were exceedingly eerie. Even without intentional manipulation, it wreaked havoc on a massive scale. This was merely the void energy released by the fist-sized Void Star God. If it were to fully manifest, it would likely fulfill the previously jested notion of annihilation with ease. Pei Guanxing, too, could distinctly sense the void energy emanating from behind. He abruptly turned, witnessing a violet-black energy surging outward, swiftly enveloping them. What on earth is this? Shouted Shen Qingzhu, bewildered. Pei Guanxing suddenly patted the shoulders of Shen Qingzhu and the others, the void energy attaching to them, countering the rampant force. There are still students inside. We must save them. Pei Guanxing immediately dashed back. Unwilling to lag behind, Shen Qingzhu shouted towards Deng Wei and the others. You all run. Get outside and await my signal. At that moment, Yuan Gang burst in, radiating golden light. Pei Guanxing utilized the scale of the Forbidden Void to control the new recruits surrounding Lin Xia. Take them out first. We need to escape the range of the void energy. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qingzhu grasped several of the floating new recruits and sprinted outward with all his might. As he ran, he cursed, I've truly become a human cart driver, carrying so many people. They better pay me more when this is over. Yuan Gang, anxiously eyeing Lin Xia ahead, pondered the source of the void star god's power and the presence of other deities within him. Had two gods begun to battle within his body? At this moment, Lin Xia's mental energy was entirely consumed in maintaining the mortal realm, rendering him incapable of speech. Pei Guanxing placed his hand on Lin Xia, beginning to absorb the dissipating void energy. Instantly, the previously spreading void energy ceased, its coverage gradually retracting. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen change occurred. Pei Guanxing's body began to take on a semi-transparent quality. Yuan Gang, his face twisted in shock, grasped one side and unleashed a torrent of psychic energy to combat the dissipating void alongside Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Perhaps due to the earlier experience of fleeing with Pei Guanxing, he had discovered the necessary technique. Shen Qingzhu moved with remarkable speed, making several rounds to transport all the new recruits to safety. However, the ephemeral power that Pei Guanxing had temporarily bestowed upon him had long since been depleted. Unperturbed, Shen Qingzhu returned, calling out, Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, how are you two holding up? Seeing Shen Qingzhu's form begin to dissipate, as well, Yuan Gang erupted in anger. What are you doing back here, you mere pool realm brat? Get out of here immediately. Gritting his teeth, Shen Qingzhu disregarded Yuan Gang's admonition and stepped forward a few paces. It's fine, we can handle this soon. You should go tend to the new recruits outside. Pei Guanxing's gentle voice reassured him. Only then did Shen Qingzhu halt. Really? Indeed. With a complex expression, Shen Qingzhu glanced at the three in the arena, but ultimately obeyed and departed. Within the void, the orb of light that had been swirling within Nine was no longer playful. It had cracked. Not only had its mentality fractured, but visible fissures began to appear on the surface of the orb. Voices of frustration echoed from within. What is happening outside? Has the divine battle begun? The divine power sustaining my existence is plummeting rapidly. If I perish now, Pei Guanxing will truly begin to self-destruct. It seems I must utilize the absorbed divine power to assist him. Should my energy fall short of safeguarding everyone in Cangnan, I may have no choice but to sacrifice myself. His thoughts raced, and then multiple hues of divine energy erupted from the orb, transmitting outward. At this moment, Yang Jin had returned home. Mom, Xiaohei has gone to play with its friends outside. The voice of his aunt could be heard from the kitchen. Another one who has no sense of home. Yang Jin peered through the window towards the horizon, where a small black that was swiftly vanishing. Already in Cangnan, Xiaohei soon arrived at the new recruit training base. Observing the gradually shrinking purple-black energy mass, it exuded a unique majesty, shedding its usual disheveled appearance. A faint divine energy emanated from it towards Lin Xia, joining him in resisting the encroaching void. Though Yuan Gang was of the sea realm, he now had to prevent his own corruption while aiding Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. His mental energy was on the verge of collapse, and his vision blurred. It's over. Fortunately, just as he was about to lose consciousness, someone caught him. Commander. Thank you for your efforts. Ye fan no dit. Silently taking over the duties Yuan Gang had just performed. Subsequently, a youth and an elder broke through the void and entered. Zhou Ping. Master. Zhou Ping nodded, his mental energy surging forth to assist in depleting the power of the void. The master glanced at Yuan Gang. How did you become an instructor, attracting deities every day? I had thought. Yuan Gang let out a bitter smile, asserting that it truly was not his fault. Even if the esteemed elder were to assume the role of chief instructor, Pei Guanxing and the others would inevitably cause trouble. Fortunately, the ethereal energy had not been subjected to human control. With the assistance of numerous external reinforcements, after several hours, the dissipating void energy within Lin Xia was finally resolved in its entirety. However, the mental fortitude of each individual had been nearly exhausted. The orb of light within 9 had dimmed. The little black dog, panting heavily, wobbled as it flew toward home. All this stemmed from a mere thought of Merlin's. Everyone involved, including the deities, had paid a certain price for this. Pei Guanxing bore the heaviest burden, as his body had begun to take on an ethereal quality. Chapter 87. Gradual improvements in various aspects unbeknownst to him. While evading the pursuit of the medium squad, his father pondered amidst murmurs, sensing another divine power and the emergence of a new celestial agent. It seemed that he would need to deploy an additional avatar soon. At the training base, Lin Xia visited the medical department to see Pei Guanxing, sharing the recent events he had endured. He had been summoned to the office for a reprimand, facing an elder, a youth, and the commander-in-chief. Initially, Lin Xia intended to evade the inquiry with a fabrication about Nyx. Yet the commander-in-chief asserted that they had already sensed the presence of another deity within him. Left with no choice, he reluctantly divulged the matter concerning Merlin. Surprisingly, they did not press him further and allowed him to leave. Afterward, Lin Xia poked Pei Guanxing, who appeared somewhat ethereal, remarking on the peculiar sensation. "Are you truly all right in this state? You look as if you were on the brink of death." Pei Guanxing sighed, attributing his condition to Merlin's influence. "I am not dead, but it is indeed a consequence of his actions." When Lin Xia was summoned for questioning, Pei Guanxing faced reprimand as well, though not from the commander, but from Yu Yang in the void. "In the future, when you send figurines, be sure to advise with more caution. With so many assisting this time, what if next time it is not Merlin, but some scientist? Everything could end disastrously." Pei Guanxing could only express his disbelief, having not anticipated that Merlin would indeed cause the figurine of the small 9 to explode. Reflecting on his own body, which had become intangible in the external world, he inquired, "But why am I still affected by the power of the void? Am I not his agent?" Yu Yang began to elucidate. "What Merlin unleashed is the void of the Void Star God, not yours. Do you understand? The same essence, wielded by different individuals, wields varying power. You are still too weak, and more critically, your pillars of belief are not robust enough. Essentially, your faith lacks potency. There will be opportunities for enhancement in the future. Right now, the priority is to seek compensation from Merlin. We must demand his divine power." Pei Guanxing was taken aback. "Merlin's divine power?" Yu Yang responded with unwavering certainty. "Indeed. Offer him another 9 figurine, but this time, do not let him study it. Instead, have him channel divine power into it at will. This will aid in restoring our bodies, yours and mine alike." As he spoke, Yu Yang showcased the fissures on the luminous orb. After all, Merlin was the architect of this incident. Once Pei Guanxing exited the void, the orb returned to the IX's interior. "Brother of the void, we are uncertain how much longer we can coexist. Will you not speak to me?" 9. Time returned to the present, in the instructor's office. Zhou Ping had departed, preoccupied with incessant phone calls from his uncle, leaving only Master Chun and Yifan. Master Chun sighed. "Fortunately, they are not those outer gods. I feared they might have advanced their timelines significantly. However, it is remarkable that Pei Guanxing's peculiar void energy can sustain the souls of 1,000,000 individuals. This is entirely contrary to its inherent nature. One cannot predict what may transpire then." Yifan pondered for a moment. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia are indeed remarkable individuals. Perhaps a special task force should be established. Chun Fuzi interjected, a flicker of anger crossing his usually benevolent countenance. "Humph. You are thinking too far ahead. You ought to contemplate the state of Cangnan in a few months. Consider that these two have endured hardships for so many years. Will they not be on the brink of mental collapse by then? Is your mind solely occupied with your special task force?" Yifan fell silent, his gaze lowered to his palms, lost in thought. Within the confines of Lin Xia's psychiatric facility, Mei Lin resembled a child caught in mischief. encircled by a multitude. Pei Guanxing, Lin Xia, Nikes, and even Li Yifei stood behind him, glaring. Mei Lin forced an awkward smile, ruffling his hair, from which a considerable amount fell away, yet he seemed indifferent to it. I suspected that the void could not be so simple. Lin Xia's eye twitched. Are you aware that you also burst him? Nikes, eyes aflame with ire, rebuked. You have killed my brother's avatar. Li Yifei pointed at the wound on his forehead. Uncle Mei Lin, this is your doing. Pei Guanxing followed suit, condemning him. Uncle Mei Lin, because of you, my body is now ethereal. He then conjured a small 9 and handed it over to Mei Lin, who gazed at Pei Guanxing. Pei Guanxing elaborated. I require your divine power to solidify my body once more. You merely need to infuse it with divine energy. Mei Lin took the small 9 with enthusiasm, his eyes once again alight. No problem. Following this incident, Mei Lin ceased his attempts to study the Void Star God, instead administering divine energy to him at regular intervals. Pei Guanxing's body gradually regained its solidity, while he continuously refined his divine ruins. By emulating Shun Qingzhu's Qi Min, Pei Guanxing successfully created a vacuum region, and with the assistance of the balance's forbidden ruins, he could achieve instantaneous acceleration and deceleration. By mimicking Lin Xia's ultimate dark divine ruin, Pei Guanxing could now significantly diminish his presence. He even developed a remarkably convenient mode of movement known as the Void Anchor Point. By completely etherealizing himself, he could re-emerge in other locations imbued with void energy, thereby achieving spatial mobility. As for the places infused with void energy, one could assert that anyone he had touched bore a certain amount of void energy. However, the first time he employed this method, he was truly astonished. For within his perception, aside from the new recruits at the training camp, countless citizens of Cangnan bore faint traces of void energy. Pei Guanxing found himself perplexed. Had he truly interacted with so many people beyond the divine ruins? His relationships with the new recruits had also improved, bringing them closer together. As the weather grew increasingly warm, Pei Guanxing became more adept at manipulating void energy, capable of etherealizing temperature to a certain extent. Presently, Pei Guanxing was akin to a natural human air conditioner. Thus, it is common to witness the untrained recruits, irrespective of gender, gathering around Pei Guanxing, some even daring to draw close. One day, as the recruits encircled Pei Guanxing as usual, Hongying unexpectedly approached. Pei Guanxing, come here for a moment. Following Hongying to the office, Pei Guanxing was met with a familiar scene. Hongying tossed a phone to him and then stepped outside to wait. The voices of Hongying and Chenmai echoed from the phone. Guanxing, happy birthday. Pei Guanxing, momentarily taken aback, suddenly realized, is today my birthday? A faint sorrowful tone from Hongying followed. Alas, Guanxing is truly grown up, no longer indulging us with his charms. The trio conversed for quite some time, with Pei Guanxing sharing tales of his experiences at the training camp. Though graduation was imminent, Chenmai and Hongying incessantly offered their admonitions. Eventually, Pei Guanxing fell silent for a moment and suggested, Uncle Chen, if it is inconvenient for you, you can send a text to my brother in my name a few days from now. Chenmai pressed his lips together. The birthdays of Pei Guanxing and his own son were merely days apart. However, due to his current position, he was unable to communicate with his family, while Pei Guanxing annually extended his blessings on his behalf. This year, although Pei Guanxing was not present, he still remembered this occasion. After a brief silence, Chenmai finally responded with a touch of emotion. Yes, thank you, Guanxing. Pei Guanxing smiled gently. No need for thanks, father. Chapter 88. The frightened little spider and the confused Pei Guanxing in the training camp's dining hall. A solitary spider quietly nestled in a corner. Suddenly, this spider spoke in a voice reminiscent of a rather youthful boy. Those rogues seem to have instructed me to extract the souls of those still lost in slumber at 6 o'clock. Following this proclamation, it began to emit countless silken threads woven from psychic energy, extending towards the nearby male dormitory. These threads spread out like a net, as if in search of prey, seeking the souls of the slumbering individuals. Each unwoken soul was drawn out and ensnared within the spider's threads. However, when the web connected to a certain point, the spider grew anxious, Why is there no soul within me? After several attempts to extract the soul proved futile. It could only conclude one grim possibility. This fellow was deceased. The spider's multiple eyes began to glisten with moisture, which soon coalesced into several streams of tears cascading down. It rubbed its forelegs against its sorrowful eyes, yet could not wipe them clean, lamenting in despair. I truly did not lay a hand upon him. Please, do not take my life. He really perished on his own. Woe is me. You must have orchestrated this to frame me. Outside the training camp, Instructor Hong observed the monitors, letting out a resigned sigh. This mysterious creature, although from the Chuan realm, possesses an excessively timid disposition. Alas, there are still two others to apply pressure on the recruits. He pondered momentarily, feeling as though he had forgotten something significant. Surely, it wouldn't affect the upcoming trial? Would it? After a brief contemplation, he could not arrive at any conclusion. Moments later, Instructor Hong glanced at the atmosphere team in the dining hall, ready and awaiting instructions, and commanded, "Have it dispatch Wang Li now." Understood. Following this, Wang Li emitted a blood-curdling scream, which attracted the attention of Lin Xia and others, who had just emerged from the storage room. Time slipped away, and eventually, Pei Guanxing, in a dazed state, finally opened his eyes and sat up. What should have been an ordinary occurrence startled the spider child, who had narrowly escaped Lin Xia's pursuit. Oh my, he has risen from the dead. No. Wait, he was not dead after all. I knew it was my fault. The spider patted its rather dull head, relieved that Pei Guanxing was unharmed. It let out a sigh of relief and promptly lay down on its web to catch some sleep. As long as he is fine, I shall return to slumber. Zzz. At that moment, Pei Guanxing searched for the bracelet given to him by Wang Mian. How peculiar. Where has my bracelet gone? Never mind. I shall inquire with Xia. Stumbling towards Lin Xia's dormitory, Pei Guanxing sensed something amiss. Some dormitory doors stood wide open, yet the new recruits inside remained blissfully asleep. Pei Guanxing furrowed his brow in confusion. Why is everyone still in bed? Could it be that the void has once again affected these recruits? But my divine ruins should be well controlled by now. He entered the adjacent dormitory and poked one of the new recruits, but there was no response. He prodded another. Yet again, no reaction. Then, Pei Guanxing wandered through the dormitory, receiving no responses until he reached Lin Xia's room. Observing Lin Xia's empty bed and the snoring by Li Pangpang, he scratched his head in confusion. What has transpired? Surely, it has nothing to do with my divine ruins. At that moment, outside the training camp, the instructors, watching the surveillance footage, were filled with astonishment. Instructor Hong suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. He had forgotten about the treasure that is Pei Guanxing. Recently, this lad's presence had diminished remarkably. It wasn't merely a matter of perception. In fact, when he was out of sight, one could hardly remember him. Was Pei Guanxing unaffected? Hadn't he just reached the pool realm? This little spider was at the river realm, primarily focusing on mental prowess. One wonders, if Pei Guanxing were to discover this small spider, would they not both succumb to slumber and indolence? There's some truth in that. Instructor Hong suddenly slapped a few of them. What are you talking about? Focus on the surveillance and provide your scores. Yes, I was puzzled why the chief instructor suddenly gifted me this wristband last night. It seems it was to restrict Pei Guanxing's performance. Hong Hao glanced at the wristband encircling his wrist, finally recalling to whom it belonged. In the boys' dormitory corridor, Shen Qingzhu and Pei Guanxing were engaged in a silent standoff. Why are you awake? Shen Qingzhu began to explain. We initially speculated that the instructors were up to some antics, but then someone actually perished. To prevent the sleeping recruits from being slaughtered indiscriminately, I returned to protect them. Yeah, I was taken aback to find you awake. Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow. In his perception, the void anchor points on the recruits had not diminished. It seemed that no one had died. Thus, this was indeed a ruse. However, Pei Guanxing chose not to expose it. All right, I understand. I shall seek out Xia and the others. Shen Qingzhu nodded. Be cautious. Pei Guanxing made his way outside the dormitory, and his form began to waver, ultimately vanishing from sight. Outside the training camp, the instructors grew restless once more. Where has Pei Guanxing suddenly disappeared to? Here are the instructors looking for me? A voice emerged from behind them, startling the instructors. A Upon seeing Pei Guanxing grinning at them, they were taken aback. How did this lad manage to catch them all off guard? Pei Guanxing noticed each instructor holding a stack of forms, inscribed with various numbers. Is this for scoring? Instructors, how did my decapitation operation fare? Can I be exempted from this trial? Instructor Hong coughed violently. Your enemies are not us, yet it will certainly earn you points. Now be on your way. Pei Guanxing pouted, then hand over the wristband. No, just give it to me. Yuan Gang suddenly appeared behind Pei Guanxing and kicked him. Stop bargaining with me here. Hurry back and don't let them know this is a drill. Pei Guanxing glanced at the surveillance screen ahead, where Lin Xia and the others were deep in discussion within the girls' dormitory. Bailey Pang Pang has awakened and is now making his way to the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, Pei Guanxing's figure gradually becomes ethereal, leaving only his voice echoing in the instructor's ears. Could you please add a little more to my usual score? Instructor Hong suddenly inquired timidly. Chief Instructor, are we really just letting him go? He won't cause any trouble, will he? Yuan Gang fell silent. I doubt it. He seems quite perceptive about social conduct. Or perhaps, he simply lacks the motivation to cause any disruption. Bailey Pang Pang, staring at the impenetrable door of the girls' dormitory, shouted. Is anyone there? Yes. Pei Guanxing's voice suddenly appeared beside him. Bailey Pang Pang widened his eyes. Guanxing, where did you come from? However, he quickly shifted his focus. No, now is not the time for that. We must hurry inside. Molly is in danger. Just as Bailey Pang Pang was about to reach for the freedom space, he witnessed Pei Guanxing effortlessly dissolve the entire door and step inside. What are you waiting for? Go save your Molly. Chapter 89. The eerie sense of familiarity indifferent to the peculiarities of the moment, Pei Guanxing opted not to teleport directly to Lin Xia's side. Although he occasionally succumbed to laziness, he understood the importance of presenting himself well during this assessment. He and Bailey Pang Pang entered the female dormitory building, one following the other. However, upon observing the internal layout, both were momentarily bewildered. The corridor abruptly connected to a wall, leaving no room for advancement. Some dormitory doors were alarmingly close to one another, while others were spaced several meters apart. It resembled a jumbled Rubik's Cube, carelessly pieced together. Pei Guanxing expanded his void domain, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. It appeared that this was not an illusionary forbidden space, but rather a spatial anomaly, which was more manageable. As Bailey Pang Pang looked on in confusion, Pei Guanxing ascended the staircase and approached the wall, releasing the power of the void to dissolve a substantial opening. Let us proceed. Bailey Pang Pang glanced at the piece of chalk he had just retrieved, then at Pei Guanxing's effortless demeanor, and decisively returned the chalk to his pocket, scampering after him. In the monitoring room, Instructor Hong observed Pei Guanxing's adept maneuvering and then cast a sidelong glance at the sullen Yuan Gang, letting out a sigh. Perhaps it would have been better not to have sent Pei Guanxing back at all. This lad has once again ensnared them in an inexplicable predicament. At that moment, Lin Xia and Chao Yuan were engaged in a tense standoff with a headless humanoid figure. Beside them lay the severed body of a rookie soldier. The death of this soldier had enabled Lin Xia to deduce the headless man's weakness, sound. He now enveloped himself and Chao Yuan within the abyssal divine domain, effectively silencing them. The headless figure halted in its tracks. Yet suddenly, the headless man charged hastily towards the rear. The wall gradually vanished, revealing the figures of Pei Guanxing and Bailey Pang Pang. Having just dissolved a section of the wall, the abrupt emergence of a bloodied, headless giant would startle anyone, Pei Guanxing included. However, he reacted swiftly, restoring the wall to its original state. Nevertheless, he and Bailey Pang Pang had not completely muted their presence. The headless man, undeterred, crashed through the wall, advancing towards them. Bailey Pang Pang immediately deployed the shaking light to block the large blade descending from the headless man. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia exchanged glances across the shattered wall. Lin Xia shouted, "His weakness is sound." Hearing Lin Xia's voice, the headless man swiftly turned his gaze backward. But Lin Xia's reflexes were quicker. He once again enveloped himself in the abyssal divine domain. Pei Guanxing, in turn, instantaneously expanded his void domain, silencing both himself and Bailey Pang Pang. The headless man came to a halt between the two groups of four. Pei Guanxing contemplated for a moment, deciding against wrapping himself in the void power. Instead, he enveloped the headless man. The void energy effectively nullified the sounds surrounding the headless figure, leaving him frozen in place. One of the three methods to obstruct sound, regardless of who produced any noise, rendering him incapable of hearing it sufficed. Pei Guanxing's void power was truly unparalleled. The rare holiday for the mask team was abruptly interrupted as a collective shiver coursed through them. It felt as though a colossal slime had materialized behind them, evoking an eerily familiar sensation. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward the vortex. The vortex erupted in indignation. Have you not had enough? Then pointing at those beyond the screen, and you too. At that moment, the instructors were equally astonished by Pei Guanxing's display. He had developed the divine ruins to such an extent. This headless mystery was practically a gift to him. Hongying let out a cold chuckle. No matter, there's still the spatial mystery. Indeed, the very next moment, chaos ensued once more. Great Xia was separated from the group, while Pei Guanxing and Li Pangpang remained together. But now Cao Yuan found himself in peril, for he was now occupying the same space as the headless man. Cao Yuan held his breath, yet the faint sound of his heartbeat continued to guide the headless figure. Squinting his eyes, he ultimately grasped the hilt of his blade. If I engage this mystery in battle, it will produce a considerable noise, thus ensuring that Xia and Guanxing remain unaffected. Moreover, they would be able to ascertain our location. I can only hope they resolve the spatial mystery swiftly. With that thought, Cao Yuan's starblade was suddenly unsheathed. Li Pangpang shouted anxiously, "Xia, Cao Yuan, you too." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand clamped over his mouth. Molly and a female soldier stood behind Pei Guanxing and Li Pangpang. "You two do not speak. Follow me." Molly's tone was reminiscent of kidnapper. Nevertheless, Pei Guanxing and Li Pangpang followed her, as their understanding of the situation was limited. Pei Guanxing once again harnessed the power of the void, enveloping the four of them. "Rest assured, my divine ruins can muffle sound. That headless man cannot hear us." Molly looked at Pei Guanxing in surprise. "Really?" Li Pangpang jumped with excitement. "Indeed, truly, Guanxing's divine ruins are quite extraordinary." Pei Guanxing pressed his lips together. "I assent extraordinary, a far more pleasant term than strange." He then revealed Li Pangpang's predicament, leading to a moment of social embarrassment for him. Pei Guanxing pointed at Li Pangpang. Addressing Molly, "Pangpang is quite worried about you. He insisted on rescuing you from the girls' dormitory." Li Pangpang gazed at Pei Guanxing with gratitude, while the female soldier beside Molly looked on in confusion. Pei Guanxing raised an eyebrow, but Molly offered no response to his words. She simply led them to the gathering place of the female soldiers. Molly shared all the intelligence they currently possessed with Pei Guanxing and Li Pangpang. The headless mystery hunted based on sound, and in addition, another spatial mystery continually assisted it. Although brief, this information came only after the deaths of over 10 individuals. If you had arrived sooner, I'm not blaming you. It's just that. Molly bit her lip, her fists clenched. Perhaps we could have avoided paying the price of 10 lives. Li Pangpang's eyes widened in shock. Are there over a dozen casualties? The atmosphere instantly fell into a hushed silence. Pei Guanxing refrained from elaborating further, honoring his promise to the instructors not to disclose anything. Suddenly, a girl rose to her feet and turned to Molly. "I have deciphered the pattern of the spatial exchanges. Furthermore, I have calculated the locations of two mysterious entities. Although the distances are currently vast, once the spatial shift occurs again, we will have ample time to retaliate." She paused momentarily, her expression shifting as she continued. "The pressing question now is, which one shall we pursue?" A consensus emerged among the group. They would target the headless mystery. Pei Guanxing interjected. "Do you know their current locations?" "Yes," she replied. "Then let us proceed without delay. The sooner we eliminate them, the sooner we can conclude this matter." The girl frowned. "Did you not hear me say the distance is too great right now?" Pei Guanxing shrugged. "That is inconsequential. Simply inform me of the locations, and I shall take action." Chapter 90. Understanding the young woman chose not to place her trust in Pei Guanxing immediately. After all, He had just arrived and was unaware of the current state of the girls' dormitory. Consequently, she turned her gaze towards Molly, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did the young woman gesture towards Pei Guanxing, saying, "We are currently situated on the westernmost side of the second floor, while the headless figure resides on the easternmost side of the third floor. Under normal circumstances, we could traverse this distance in 2 minutes. But the spatial configuration within the building has been disrupted, and we are uncertain of the number of obstructive walls we must navigate. There are 6 minutes remaining until the next spatial shift." Pei Guanxing summoned Choshi, gripping the hilt, ready to draw his blade. Given the short distance, a single strike from Choshi could easily shatter the space occupied by the headless man. However, his hands were suddenly restrained by both Bailey Pang and Molly. Molly held his arm, suddenly questioning the wisdom of trusting Pei Guanxing. "Are you seriously considering striking here? This dormitory is not just inhabited by us." Even Bailey Pang appeared at a loss for words. "Guanxing, are we truly disregarding the lives of the other soldiers?" Pei Guanxing paused, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. He had briefly entertained the thought of a vertical strike, believing it would not cause the building to collapse. However, he had failed to account for the presence of others. Should someone be inadvertently transferred to the headless man's location, his strike could very well lead to their destruction. Fortunately, Pei Guanxing had his external brain at his side. Unfazed, he retracted Choshi, allowing the power of the void to surge from his body, enveloping everyone. "Then let us proceed directly." Under Pei Guanxing's guidance, they advanced, dissolving walls as they went. Their pace remained consistent with their usual speed. However, as they neared the headless man's position, the sounds of combat suddenly echoed from ahead. In the next moment, the walls that Pei Guanxing had yet to dissolve were shattered. The headless figure, accompanied by a flurry of debris, came hurtling towards them. Molly, positioned at the front, was struck by the headless man and sent flying. Pei Guanxing chose not to intervene. Her trajectory made it inconvenient for him to assist. His primary concern was to eliminate the debris to prevent harm to those behind him. Moreover, there was someone whose speed surpassed his own. "Molly!" Bailey Pang shouted, leaping forward to act as a cushion against the impact delivered by the headless man. Once Pei Guanxing had dissolved the debris, the room's interior was revealed. It was riddled with countless dents and cuts, and at its center lay Chao Yuan, unconscious and engulfed in flames. "Hey. Chao Yuan cackled at the sudden appearance of the group. While Pei Guanxing and his companions were enveloped in the power of the void, Chao Yuan was not. His unsettling laughter once again drew the attention of the headless man. Acting swiftly, Pei Guanxing enveloped it in the power of the void before it could make a move. With the source of sound extinguished, the headless man's strength dramatically waned, rendering him a mere target, completely devoid of purpose. Seizing this opportune moment, Molly, who was in close proximity, unleashed her fury, striking the headless man with a powerful palm, channeling her mental energy with fervor. In an instant, her forbidden realm, manifestation of all things, reduced the headless man to mere fragments. Behind her, Bailey Pao, serving as her cushion, discreetly activated shimmering light, ensuring that the dismembered remains did not splatter onto Molly. She cast a glance back at Bailey Pao, this time refraining from mockery. Bailey Pao gazed at Molly with admiration, his eyes filled solely with her presence. "Molly, you are truly magnificent." However, Pei Guanxing, lacking in emotional intelligence, and Chao Yuan, devoid of awareness, failed to perceive the atmosphere. Pao, prepare the seal of prohibition. Chao Yuan's eerie laughter combined with Pei Guanxing's words abruptly pulled Bailey Pao from his reverie. He sprang to his feet, eyes bulging as he glared at Chao Yuan, muttering as he rummaged through his pockets. "Chao Yuan, you clueless fool. Can't you read the room? You're ruining the mood." Bailey Pao bellowed, brandishing the seal of prohibition in his hand, declaring, "This time, I shall personally assist you." Having witnessed Pei Guanxing and Lin Shiyi subdue Chao Yuan on several occasions, it was finally his turn to step into the fray. Bailey Pao tore open the seal of prohibition, bracing himself. With the headless man now deceased, any further noise was inconsequential. Thus, Pei Guanxing retracted the void energy enveloping the group, fully concentrating it on suppressing Chao Yuan with Black King's annihilation. Chao Yuan transformed once more into a large, purple-black cocoon, yet his mouth still emitted a ghastly chuckle, his crimson eyes fixed on the others. "Du Dimui, Gao Yuan, keep laughing, and I shall make you regret it." Bai Li Pao Pao's seal of prohibition spun wildly around Chao Yuan's head, even more swiftly than Lin Shiye's previous efforts. Observing her pristine attire, unblemished by blood, and the determined little chubby one suppressing Chao Yuan, Molly let out a soft huff. With the void energy and the seal of prohibition combined, Chao Yuan soon regained his original form. As he struggled to remove the seal of prohibition, which nearly suffocated him, he inquired, "Why is this so tight this time?" Pei Guanxing turned to the girl who had deduced the laws of space. "Next, we shall reach the mysterious domain of spatial manipulation." Having witnessed Pei Guanxing's extraordinary abilities, she hesitated not a moment, promptly indicating the direction. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyi had reached the lower position of the spatial cube. It must be said, the intelligence of this spatial mystery was indeed formidable, as it had transformed all surrounding locations into walls, removing all staircases. Now, the only way to access its level was by breaking through the ceiling below. Lin Xia gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating the possibility of direct dissolution. Before he could finish his thought, a substantial hole materialized in the wall before him, and Pei Guanxing stepped through. Their eyes met, and a shared smile spread across their faces. Lin Xia murmured, "The one capable of instantaneously dismantling walls has indeed arrived." In the next moment, without uttering a word, the two moved in perfect synchrony. A violet void and an abyssal darkness swiftly enveloped the entire room. Lin Xia deftly manipulated various objects within space, floating gracefully like a nimble butterfly, his toes lightly tapping until he finally settled at the apex. Pei Guanxing raised his hand and made a distant grasp toward the ceiling, causing the wall to dissolve instantaneously, unveiling the concealed cube within. With a sudden leap, Lin Xia brandished his blade. Crack, the cube shattered. Chapter 91. The two young boys shone with an intense brilliance, their scores reflecting the profound concealment of the void realm and the abyss of darkness. Under this dual enhancement, even as Lin Xia pressed against the ceiling, that spatial entity remained oblivious. The melting of the ceiling coincided almost perfectly with Lin Xia's strike. The proximity and speed left the spatial mystery no time to react. In a seamless collaboration with Pei Guanxing, they orchestrated its demise. With the collapse of the spatial entity, the entire female dormitory reverted to its original state. This consequently caused Bai Li Pang, who had been trailing Pei Guanxing along with other female students, to be teleported away once more, preventing any reunion with Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia. Both Lin Xia and the remnants of the entity fell into the room where Pei Guanxing currently resided. Lin Xia gazed at Pei Guanxing, inquiring about the fate of the headless man. "It appears you have dealt with the other mystery?" Pei Guanxing nodded, "More or less. But it was Molly who delivered the final blow. I cannot take credit for it." Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, but understood Pei Guanxing's character. He then pointed to the scattered remnants on the ground, smiling. "You seem unfazed. I had a hand in its demise as well. Regardless, you already suspected it was a drill. As long as we graduate, that suffices. I feel rather fatigued," Pei Guanxing remarked, casting a glance at the neatly arranged beds in the dormitory. Clean and orderly, devoid of anything untoward, unlike the chaos of the second high school back then. Ultimately, he did not lie down, but instead took a seat on a stool, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Xia, observing the scattered remnants, felt a surge of ambition and began collecting them piece by piece. Meanwhile, Shun Xingzhu was leading the remaining boys in a concerted effort against the initial spider entity. However, he found himself increasingly frustrated as the spider seemed disinclined to engage. Each time it encountered him, it would swiftly flee, weeping as it did so. Shun Xingzhu began to question whether he was indeed pursuing the right target. Could this spider not be the malevolent mystery they sought? At that moment, the spiderling expelled a thread, connecting to the female dormitory, and swiftly retreated, its massive form racing towards the building. "Surely those ruffians have no intention of letting me escape. I never wished to come here," I merely wanted to sleep. I must find that cube that was brought here with me. It must help me locate a quiet place to rest. Startled from his nap, Pei Guanxing awakened suddenly, while Lin Xia, having gathered all the remnants, also turned his gaze towards the window. A colossal shadow hurtled towards them, shattering the window and crashing down before them. Cube, you. The spiderling's words were cut short as it was met with 3 swiftly approaching blades, 2 star knives, and 1 artifact, the ancestral blade. The spiderling was consumed by a singular thought. This is truly the end. Why must my luck be so wretched? Boom! A violent explosion resonated within the female dormitory as the remaining half of the spiderling's body was propelled away by the 2 assailants, ultimately crashing to the ground alongside the shattered window. Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia both leaned forward, gazing at the fallen spider, then exchanged bewildered glances. Did you speak? One mused. I think I heard it too. But that shouldn't be possible. It remained silent when I vanquished the Rubik's Cube. The headless being did not utter a word when Molly dispatched it either. Could it be that my mental faculties are overstretched? Perhaps I am still in a slumbering state. It seems so. The 2 swiftly reached a consensus. These enigmatic creatures were incapable of speech, much like their lack of pain sensation. Otherwise, why would they remain silent while being slain? Headless man, let us not forget, I lack a head, and that woman reduced me to mush. How could I possibly speak? Rubik's Cube. I am merely a Rubik's Cube. Spider child, wah. I am the most wronged of all. With the spider's lifeless body plummeting to the ground, Shun Qingzhu arrived with the remaining male soldiers, while Molly led the female soldiers out of the dormitory. The 2 groups exchanged glances, taking in a half-destroyed corpse on the ground, then looked at the 2 standing resolutely amidst the ruins of the shattered dormitory. One wielded a long blade, holding it carelessly as if it were mere straw, while the other brandished dual daggers, exuding an air of dominance. The midday sun shone blindingly upon the 2 youths, who radiated brilliance. They sheathed their weapons and leaped down from the building, approaching the gathered crowd. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a horn, the instructors drove in from outside the training camp. Yuan Gang led a group of instructors forward, their eyes betraying unmasked admiration. Very good. Some of you have performed exceptionally. Is this a drill? Some of the new recruits questioned. Yuan Gong nodded. This exercise serves as your graduation assessment. We, the instructors, have observed the entirety and graded your performances. Your scores will determine your future assignments. Now, come and claim your fallen comrades. You'll have a brief respite over the next 2 days to relax. With that, several instructors pulled a few still slumbering recruits from the truck. Yuan Gang called Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia aside. Where is the corpse of the Rubik's Cube? Where have you hidden it? Pei Guanxing tilted his head curiously. Zzz. Lin Xia wore an innocent expression. I don't know. It's a spatial entity. So its body must have been drawn into the rifts of space. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, yet Lin Xia's demeanor showed no sign of deceit. Ultimately, Yuan Gong scoffed. I shall trust you this once. And Pei Guanxing stopped pretending to be asleep. Finally, Pei Guanxing opened his eyes, looking somewhat embarrassed at Yuan Gang. Though he was unsure why Lin Xia sought the corpse of the enigmatic creature, he chose to conceal it. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively. All right, you both may return to rest. As he watched Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia depart, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth. I was vexed about how to assign you grades, but now, a perfect opportunity has presented itself. Indeed, upon Yuan Gang's return to the underground base, the instructors were embroiled in a heated debate regarding how to assess the performance of the 2. Lin Xia exhibited remarkable observation skills, a high level of leadership, and a demeanor characterized by prudence and caution. Meanwhile, Pei Guanxing showcased profound insight, adept utilization of the void, and exceptional combat prowess. Furthermore, the degree of synergy between them was evident, as they could convey the weaknesses of the headless man with a mere phrase, simultaneously striking down both the cube and the spider child. These attributes led the instructors to hold them in high esteem. However, their feelings towards Pei Guanxing were a complex blend of admiration and frustration. After all, what had he done? This young man had initially stormed their command center. Moreover, he seemed to possess an almost supernatural advantage throughout. The The spiders could not capture his soul, and once enveloped by the void's power, the headless man was rendered deaf to sound. When the cube shifted spaces, he simply dissolved the walls. Throughout the entire graduation assessment, he hardly exerted any mental effort. Lin Xia and the other recruits served as his external brain, while he merely acted as an unadulterated cheat. Chapter 92. Grades Transfers. In rainfall, the gaze of all the instructors fell upon Hongying. With a serene expression, he settled into his chair behind the desk, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin. How did you assess Lin Xia's performance? Instructor Hong placed Lin Xia's report card on Hongying's desk. The final score read 95. Yet his shooting score was an abysmal 0. Hongying raised an eyebrow. Was Lin Xia's shooting score not recorded? One instructor stepped forward, simultaneously presenting Pei Guanxing's report card, which revealed a shooting score of 10. The instructors explained, not only did Lin Xia rank last in the entire unit for his shooting, but he also lagged 90 rings behind the second to last, who had a score of 90. However, there are dozens tied for that second to last position at 90 rings. Chief Instructor, do you grasp the gravity of this situation? Upon hearing this, Hongying's composure faltered. Lin Xia, not a single shot hit the target? Instructor Hong pointed to Pei Guanxing's shooting score. He did hit, but not his own target, which is why Pei Guanxing achieved a score of 200 rings and received 10 points. Hongying fell silent for a moment. Then you could consider Pei Guanxing's regular performance to adjust his score downwards. However, the instructors exchanged glances, hesitant, as Pei Guanxing's theoretical scores were indeed quite high, and his training consistently surpassed ours. Suddenly, Instructor Han, who taught close combat, interjected with a new approach. In our sparring sessions, he never holds back, so in my class, he shall receive no points. Instructor Gu, responsible for theory, nodded in agreement. Sleeping in class, exhibiting utter lack of discipline, he should receive no points. The remaining instructors joined in the chorus of suggestions. No points. No points. Hongying's lips twitched. Did you not just claim to be uncertain about how to score? Furthermore, if you truly dare to assign such low scores, Chen Ma will likely come after you. Ultimately, Pei Guanxing's score was established at 97, with Instructor Hong deducting 1 point for the numerous stage props he had destroyed. Once the scores were posted, a throng of new recruits surrounded the bulletin board. Only Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia sat at a distance, seemingly indifferent to the results. Ba Li Pangpang, Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li approached in succession. You two appear quite leisurely, unconcerned about your own scores. Mo Li remarked with amusement. Whatever, came in nonchalant replies, one genuinely indifferent, the other brimming with confidence. Ba Li Pangpang sighed, gazing at the two ostentatious individuals. Lin Xia scored 95, placing second. Shun Qingzhu continued. Pei Guanxing scored 97, placing first. But the reasons for your deductions are quite peculiar, aren't they? As the conversation grew louder, it attracted the attention of those reviewing their scores nearby. One of the new recruits began his search based on his ranking. How did Pei Guanxing and Lin Xia perform? His roommate slapped him on the back and said, "Forget about searching backwards. You already know how they fared. Just look at the top two. First place, Pei Guanxing. His deductions included disrespecting close combat, sleeping through theoretical classes, and damaging equipment during forbidden training." At this revelation, all eyes in the training camp turned towards the figure slumped in the chair. Such peculiar reasons for deductions. Second place, Lin Xia. Oh, I recall his marksmanship now. Bai Li Pang Pang, Shen Qingzu. And the others listened intently to the discussions among the recruits while speculating about which teams everyone would be assigned to. With your scores, you two are definitely heading to the capital, exclaimed Molly, gazing at Pei Guanxing and his companion. Shun Qingzhu chimed in. Those special teams might not be out of reach either. I recall Mask mentioning wanting to recruit both of them. Ba Li Pangpang chuckled. I have my own sources. I heard the commander say that as long as they wish to go, they can join any special team. Pei Guanxing waved his hand dismissively, indeed. The commander has agreed to let me stay in Cangnan alongside everyone in Team 136. What? His statement left everyone astounded. Even Lin Xia turned to Pei Guanxing in disbelief. Pei Guanxing explained, You all know my character, and I've grown up alongside Team 136. This place suits me perfectly. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watchers, Yi Fan glanced at the performance report of this year's Night Watchers, then picked up two documents lying beside him: Establishment Plan for the 5th Special Team and Special Team Establishment Plan. Although the headers contained little else, the names of the two captains had already been confirmed: Great Xia and Pei Guanxing. Yi Fan gently traced the documents with his fingers, recalling that morning when Pei Guanxing's eyes reflected the rising sun. A smile suddenly spread across his face. "Oh, Master, you truly underestimate them." In the Phoenix team, team leader Xia Simeng was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly leaped up in excitement. Pei Lazy's score is the highest in history, right? And this Great Xia, he must join our team. Pei Lazy? Xia Simeng nodded, finding nothing amiss. The commander told me that Pei Guanxing is exceptionally lethargic and rejected the commander's request for him to join our team. Then why do you still want to recruit him? Xia Simeng gazed at Pei Guanxing's photograph. With such formidable luck, who wouldn't want him? In the mask team, Xuan was stared at Pei Guanxing's scores, nearly exploding. Can such scores really qualify for a special team? Please, let us not have him here. Tianping ignored him and turned to Wang Mian. Captain, should we extend another invitation to him? As the night drew near, Wang Mian shook his head, saying, "Do not consider them any longer. They will not join the existing special team." Vortex, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "You're truly foolish." Xiang Wei promptly delivered a punch to him, asserting that their refusal to join the existing team indicated their intention to form their own special unit. In recent days, the weather had been unusually gloomy, with thick clouds blanketing the sky, yet the rain stubbornly held back, causing a sense of agitation. The new recruits stood rigidly, gathered in the training grounds, awaiting Yuan Gang's announcement of their assignments. Molly, assigned to Team 017 in Gusu. Bailey Tumming, assigned to Team 010 in Guangzhou Shenzhen. Chao Yuan, assigned to Team 007 in Huaihai. Shen Qingzhu, assigned to Team 006 in Shangjing. Great Xia and Pei Guanxing, assigned to Team 136 in Cangnan. As the announcements of the new recruits